Countless evil aliens poured out from the Stargate, and the Empress and I fought desperately to protect humanity. However, every alien monster in the Stargate is stronger than the Empress, the only 10th level warrior on Blue Star. Although humans tried their best, they were ultimately no match for the monsters that were beyond their limits. In order to avoid being defeated and humiliated, my Empress and I chose to self-destruct in advance. After being reborn, the awakening of my past life memories has left me at a loss. What was even more unbearable was that I discovered that the system capabilities that I relied on for survival in my previous life were no longer usable, and the system had actually malfunctioned. I stood on the empty street, looking down at my hands, my brows furrowed, my heart in a mess. In this life, I am no longer that fool who gambles everything on one throw. In my previous life, those high-ranking warriors from aristocratic families only knew how to waste time and fight for power. They were not worthy of me sacrificing my life for them. The Blue Star is too barren, and its resources are firmly controlled by those selfish and powerful people. Their decadence and indifference made me realize that in this life, I only live for myself. Looking up at the teaching building not far away, most of the students here are elites from the 9 realms, talented and powerful people with accumulated resources. And what about me? In this life, I'm just an ordinary person who delivers takeout and runs express delivery every day. Even if I am lucky enough to become a warrior, there will always be a huge gap between me and these people. The materials of a low-level ferocious beast can be sold for tens of thousands of dollars, but I work very hard every day and only make $200, which is barely enough to make ends meet. I have seen this injustice too clearly. In this life, what kind of talent has the system evolved for me? Just when I was at a loss, the mechanical voice of the system suddenly sounded. The system has been repaired. A virtual blue screen rose up, and a screen displayed system failure. Compensation talent evolution once. A-level soul detecting talent detected, automatically evolving. The sudden sound made my heart skip a beat, and I almost lost my balance. I was stunned, and then the excitement surged like a tide. No matter what, I would never let this opportunity go. After checking again and again, I was finally sure that I was not seeing things, and a surge of excitement surged in my heart. But before I could think about it, the system suddenly sounded a warning, and then the panel turned completely black. It was like a commonly used electrical appliance suddenly stopped working, and you could only stare blankly, not knowing where to start. At this time, in the Awakener Square, those students who had awakened A-level talents had already left, and the only ones left were students from ordinary families with B-level or ordinary talents, who were trying to curry favor with the children of aristocratic families. Several students surrounded Yi Jihan, chatting with him in a flattering manner, and even took the initiative to introduce their own talent levels. Others were scrambling to get his promise. I stood aside, watching this scene silently, feeling more and more out of place. At this moment, the system panel suddenly recovered, accompanied by a familiar prompt tone. Ding! The system has been repaired. Ding! System failure. Compensation talent evolution once. My heartbeat quickened. This was such a pleasant surprise. Before I could recover from the shock, the system continued to run, and a new prompt appeared on the screen. A-level spirit detecting talent detected, automatically evolving. I clenched my fists and my heart was burning. This time, I finally had a chance to escape from the bottom of the list. Evolution prompts kept appearing, and I skipped countless low-level adaptation talents. My expectations grew little by little, and I even felt that I might be able to surpass the limitations of my A-level talent. Suddenly, a surge of hot energy rushed into my body, and the warmth was followed by a tearing pain. I bent over, shaking violently, and even breathing became difficult. People around me noticed that I was different and started to talk about it. Their eyes were full of disgust and ridicule, and some students even pointed and made harsh remarks. I turned a deaf ear to these voices and just endured the pain, knowing vaguely in my heart that this might be my turning point. Ding! Advanced talent spiritual heart, unique, detected. Injecting dark peptide substance, transformation in progress. When the energy subsided, I slowly stood up and looked at the system panel again. The spiritual energy value has become 17, and the note of spirit heart reads only. The system explained that this is a gift of extreme sensitivity to the energy density of the universe, and it is a unique ability in the entire universe. This alone is enough to make my heart beat faster. The unknown potential of the talent makes me look forward to it, especially when the system mentions that this talent will develop more characteristics as I grow. I closed my eyes and began to sense the new changes in my abilities. All fluctuations within a radius of 100 meters became clearly visible, and one energy source was particularly obvious. It came from a jade pendant hanging around the waist of a student not far away, and the vibration was extremely strong. Could it be a spirit crystal? My breathing quickened. After becoming a warrior, spirit crystals are an important resource for advancement, but their acquisition is completely irregular and so scarce that countless warriors cannot get their hands on them in their entire lives. For the first time, I realized that this talent might be more than just sensing fluctuations. It would be my best tool to quickly upgrade and acquire resources. Thinking of this, the corners of my mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. However, my confident expression was particularly glaring in the eyes of the noble students around me. They were talking about it one after another, and it seemed that anything I did became the target of their ridicule. At this moment, a voice suddenly interrupted my thoughts. Su Xian, right? Me ye vu shuang. I raised my head, and my eyes fell on the other person. He was dressed in exquisite attire, with his long black hair casually draped over his shoulders, and there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. This kind of exaggerated attitude made me sneer in my heart. Sure enough, there are similar villains everywhere. What's the matter? I asked coldly, looking straight at him. He smiled slightly and said, "Please do me a favor." I stared at Yi Shuang and raised my eyebrows. What help? He raised his hand and pointed. Leave here and perform some artistic acts outside. I glanced at the crowd around me and understood instantly. Did he think that my strange behavior just now had displeased Han Yinling, and he wanted to drive me away to give himself a chance to strike up a conversation? Oh, you're just taking advantage of the fact that I have no money, no power, and little talent, and that it seems like I'll never be able to turn things around in my lifetime, so you're just looking to pick on me. However, I naturally would not confront these children of aristocratic families head-on, so I smiled and said, "You can leave, but there is a condition." I stared at his waist and smiled meaningfully. "Mr. Yi, right? You know that non-martial artists are not allowed to spar on campus. How about this? You give me this jade pendant, and I'll leave immediately. I can brag to others later that it was a jade pendant personally given by Mr. Yi, a top family tycoon." My goal was clear. It was the jade pendant in his hand. Speaking directly was the most labor-saving method. Yi Shuang obviously didn't expect me to be so tactful and showed a proud smile on his face. "Okay, why not give it to you?" As soon as he finished speaking, the younger brothers around him immediately praised him. "Young Master Yi is very generous. Young Master Yi is really a young hero, and his position as the head of the family will be as stable as Mount Tai in the future." This group of people's flattery skills are comparable to those in idol dramas, which makes me speechless. But the moment Yi Shuang reached out to take the jade pendant, his movements froze. I noticed a flash of hesitation on his face, and then he seemed to remember something and whispered to me, "Su Xian, don't you like Han Yinling? Go and confess your love to her, and I'll give you the jade pendant." I was stunned and laughed inwardly. "Li Han Yinling? When did I have such a strange hobby?" But looking at Yi Shuang's eyes, his plan is obvious. He wants to use me as a springboard to push Han Yinling to the forefront, and then find an opportunity to show that he is superior. The brain circuits of the children of aristocratic families are really interesting. The jade pendant is very important to me, but as for face, oh, I don't care about that kind of thing. I curled my lips and said loudly, "Okay, I want to confess my feelings to Han Yinling." The surroundings immediately exploded. What? Su Xian wants to confess his love to Goddess Han? It's the real-life version of a toad trying to eat a swan's flesh. Haha. Isn't he afraid of being rebuked by Han Yinling on the spot? Who is Han Yinling, the eldest daughter of the top wealthy Han family, an awakener with S-level talent, and the school beauty of the #1 high school? Each of these titles is enough for ordinary people like me to look up to. But these people are too immersed in their own sense of class superiority. I raised my hand and looked at Yi Shuang, motioning him to give me the jade pendant. He still had a false smile on his face as he handed over the jade pendant, but lowered his voice and said, "Don't break it." I took the jade pendant and turned to walk towards Han Yinling on the other side of the playground. The sun is shining brightly, and the old trees in June are full of greenery. I secretly opened the system panel. The system shows its spiritual energy value, 38. I was suddenly filled with joy. In a short period of time, my spiritual energy value had increased from 15 to 38. This is a speed that I could not have imagined in the past 18 years. I have realized that the growth potential of this spiritual heart talent far exceeds that of A-level talent. With the jade pendant in hand, the spiritual power will only be improved faster. Will Han Yinling refuse? The gazes and ridicules of these people? What does it matter? With the system in hand, being strong is the kingly way. I stopped and raised a confident smile. Hello, classmate Han Yinling. I like you. The sunlight shining on the playground was so dazzling that it made me a little dazed for a moment. Han Yinling stood there, wearing a simple school uniform, but she seemed to be covered with a layer of glory. Amid the mottled shadows of the trees, her expression was cold and distant, making it difficult for people to approach her. The air around them seemed to become thinner because of her presence. The playground was bustling with noise, and it seemed that everyone was whispering, and the enthusiasm for eating melons was high. After all, Han Yinling, no matter in terms of status or appearance, is the top person in number 1 high school. And I, standing under such gazes, felt like a laughing stock pushed onto the stage. She turned her head and said in a cold but surprisingly pleasant voice, "Hello, Su Xian." I was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect her to talk to me on her own initiative. According to my script, she should ignore me or politely refuse, and then I would find an excuse to leave and quietly find a place to absorb the spirit crystal. But the current situation is obviously not going according to the script. "Can you lend me this jade pendant?" she suddenly asked, her eyes falling on the jade pendant in my hand. I was shocked. This was a bit outrageous. This was a crystal jade pendant. I had just received it, and it wasn't even warm yet. How could I give it to her like this? I subconsciously smiled and said, "No." She raised her eyebrows, obviously surprised by my answer, but a smile appeared at the corner of her lips. With this smile, the surroundings suddenly fell into a brief silence. Han Yinling actually smiled, but she quickly calmed down and said calmly, as if she was discussing the weather, "Okay, I won't watch it." Then, she suddenly asked a completely unrelated question. "Do you know which place has the best marinated beef bones?" I was stunned for a moment, then blurted out subconsciously, "Lao Li's braised beef bones. The reviews are not high, but it's actually delicious." Her eyes brightened a little, and she seemed quite satisfied with the answer. "Then take me to eat." Me? People around me? The atmosphere on the playground froze instantly, as if everyone was stunned by her words. Han Yinling actually asked someone to take her to eat braised beef bones? And the target was me? In the distance, Principal Chi sighed and whispered, "I am old now. The world belongs to the young now." The teachers beside him were obviously more engaged than anyone else. They all pricked up their ears and listened with great interest. Some teachers said, "This kid is quite courageous. He dares to talk to Han Yinling." Some teachers also said, "It's a pity that he has an A-level talent. He can only be a driver at most. The driver of the Han family must be at least a second-level warrior. This kid has no chance." I forced myself to calm down and looked at the serious-looking girl in front of me. She wasn't joking. She really wanted to eat the braised beef bones. His mind raced as he recalled his memories from his past life. Han Yinling's cold attitude made it impossible for her to take the initiative to talk to others, let alone make such an outrageous request. But now, she just looked at me with focused eyes, as if eating the braised beef bones became her only goal at the moment. At this moment, I realized that the way this young lady from an aristocratic family thinks is not on the same frequency as normal people. Su Xian just wanted to absorb the spirit crystal, so why was I dragged into such a bizarre plot? Looking at her eyes full of expectation, I actually began to doubt myself. Is this script reasonable? In the sunshine, I stood at the school gate, looking at Han Yinling's figure, and said in a calm voice, "Student Han, Hudong Street Building 3, there are 2 small stools at the door. I won't go." She sat in the out-of-print light shuttle worth tens of millions, turned sideways and looked at me, frowning slightly, as if she was a little surprised by my rejection. "Is there something urgent?" I could feel the countless pairs of eyes staring at me from behind, and the resentment was almost turning into a physical entity, splitting me in half. Han Yinling really invited me to dinner. I'm afraid these people are eager to replace me. But I'm not stupid enough to really go and have this meal with her, or I might even lose my life. "I'm going to wash the car," I said perfunctorily with a smile. My tone was relaxed, but a little helpless. Han Yinling nodded slightly, her long eyelashes drooped, then she raised her eyes and said lightly, "Come up, I'll give you a ride." I hesitated for a second, but got on the bus anyway. Time was very important to me, and the shuttle bus was much faster than the bus I took. After getting in the car, I try to relax myself, holding the jade pendant tightly in my hand. This thing hasn't even warmed up yet. Yi Wuxuang will definitely find a way to get it back. I have to race against time to absorb as much spiritual energy as I can. The light shuttle was flying on a low-altitude track in the capital. Tall buildings outside the window were rapidly receding, and the tail wing with burning spirit crystals drew brilliant waves. The car was silent. Han Yinling closed her eyes to rest. I lowered my head to feel the surge of my spiritual energy. The data kept jumping in my mind. Spiritual energy value 50, 60, 70. The old man who looked like a butler sitting in the front row turned his head and asked respectfully, "Mr. Su, what is your address?" I didn't even look up. 32, Junk Street. Okay. His tone was flat, as if he had just heard the address of the most luxurious house in Beijing. Han Yinling sat quietly, her face as calm as water and her breath cold. But I always felt like she was watching me secretly, which made me a little uneasy and a little curious. Her attitude towards me this time was really unexpected. 10 minutes later, the shuttle stopped on the rooftop of a tall building. The butler's voice was calm and polite. "Mr. Su, we're here." I looked around. Although this place was still some distance away from the garbage street, I could already smell a faint, strange odor. I knew in my heart that this was the Han family's way of drawing a line in the sand. Sending her here was a way of protecting Han Yinling, and also a reminder to me. "Thank you, classmate Han." I thanked him calmly, got off the car, and left without looking back. The sound of the shuttle car taking off gradually faded away. I clenched the jade pendant in my hand and finally breathed a sigh of relief. As I watched the car leave, I cursed in a low voice. The rich are such troublemakers. A moment later, I opened the system and found that my spiritual energy value had increased to 500 points. The excitement of promotion that I had suppressed all the way suddenly surged in my heart, and I immediately guided my spiritual energy to impact my realm. Crack! The bones made a crisp, cracking sound, and the whole body was cleansed by the warm, spiritual energy. The muscles tensed and then quickly stretched, and the whole body felt relaxed as if it was reborn. Ding! The host becomes a level 1 warrior. New feature: enhanced physical fitness. Nice! I was ecstatic and felt the strength filling my body, as if I had finally gotten rid of the shackles of the past. I've had enough of the life at the bottom of society. This time, I must make a complete comeback. The coverage of the spiritual heart talent has been significantly expanded, but no new spiritual crystal fluctuations have been found for the time being. On the way back to my residence, I saw from afar a sudden and dense spiritual energy fluctuation coming from the direction of the garbage dump. My heart skipped a beat. I looked at the abandoned site and couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice, "Damn, so many spirit crystals?" As the sun sets, I am walking home with a canvas bag full of garbage on my back. The garbage dump has a pungent smell and a bad environment, but all of this is no longer a problem for me now. The abundant harvest of spiritual crystals filled me with joy, and every step I took seemed especially brisk. The few spiritual crystals just found in the garbage dump are worth over 100 million. My spiritual energy value has also skyrocketed and has exceeded 700. I'm only one step away from becoming a level 2 warrior. From a distance, I saw a bowl of beef bone soup wrapped in cloth on the tattered table at the door of my house. Uncle Yang and Aunt Yang must have prepared soup for me, but at this moment there was an unusual silence at the door. When I approached, the door of the board house had been kicked open roughly, and the ground was covered with wood chips and bone soup. Uncle Yang was lying in the mud with one of his arms obviously twisted. Aunt Yang was frantically supporting him, her eyes full of fear. A strange man sat on my bed with an impatient look on his face. I stopped and scanned the scene in front of me with a cold gaze. The man was obviously a warrior, with a steady and oppressive aura. He stood up from the bed and stared at me fiercely. "Are you Su Xian?" "It's me." I looked up at him and quickly judged in my mind that he should be sent by Yi Wuxuang, and his target was the jade pendant in my hand. "Come with me and don't let me talk nonsense." His voice was cold and contained an unquestionable threat. I smiled slightly, put the canvas bag on the ground, slowly walked to the door, and looked down at Uncle Yang, who was lying on the ground. His face was pale, and he was covered in mud. Obviously, he had been beaten badly. Aunt Yang held my hand tremblingly and whispered, "Su Xian, don't be stubborn. Just apologize and don't let them embarrass us again." I patted her hands, signaling her not to worry, then stood up and stared at the man. "Are you here to get the jade pendant?" He smiled contemptuously. "You are smart. Hand it over yourself. I can pretend that nothing happened. I nodded, took out the jade pendant from my pocket, and shook it in front of my eyes. The man stared at the jade pendant, his eyes full of greed and pride. I took advantage of his unpreparedness, flicked my wrist, quickly took back the jade pendant, and sneered. You can have the jade pendant, but you have to pay off your debt first. He frowned, obviously not expecting me to be so tough. Debt? Boy, do you know who you were talking to? I ignored his threat and instead slowly clenched my fists, mobilizing my spiritual energy throughout my body. The body of a warrior who had just broken through to level 1 was full of power, and an endless stream of heat seemed to be surging in his blood. I spoke slowly, my voice low but chilling. Uncle Yang's account. How much spiritual energy did you slap in the face? I will pay you back with my fist. The man was stunned for a moment, then burst into a sneer. You were just a low-level kid. You dare to fight me? Well, I want to see what you can do. He strode towards me, emitting a powerful aura. But at the moment he threw a punch, I moved my feet and rushed forward like an arrow, avoiding his attack, and at the same time punched him hard in the chest. Bang! The man was hit by the punch and staggered back, the smile on his face disappearing instantly. He stared at me in disbelief, as if he hadn't expected that I could hit him. You! He covered his chest with a complicated expression. You are already a warrior? Isn't it a little late to realize it now? I stopped and stared at him coldly. He gritted his teeth, and his spiritual energy began to surge, obviously preparing for the real fight. But I didn't give him a chance. I misstepped, quickly closed the distance, and punched again. This time, I aimed clearly and hit him directly in the chin. Bang! His body was blown away by the punch and fell heavily to the ground, splashing mud and water everywhere. He struggled to get up, but found that his body was no longer able to move. I walked forward and looked down at him. Go back and tell Yi Wuxuang that I used the jade pendant. If you want to collect the debt, send someone who can fight next time. As the sun was setting, I dragged my canvas bag back to my residence. The scene at the door from afar made me frown. Uncle Yang fell to the ground, his face pale, and one of his arms was obviously broken. Aunt Yang supported him anxiously, while the tattered door panel fell to the side, and stewed beef bone soup and with chips were scattered on the ground. There was a strange man sitting in my room, with impatience written all over his face. I stopped and looked around coldly. This man was a warrior, with a calm and oppressive aura. He raised his head and saw me, then stood up and sneered. Are you Su Xian? It's me. I looked up and met his gaze, my tone calm. Hand over what you have in your hand. He went straight to the point, with an obvious threat in his words. I immediately understood why he came. He was sent by Yi Wuxuang. Most likely he came for the spiritual crystal jade pendant. My eyes swept over Uncle Yang on the ground, and my fists clenched tightly. This is not about the jade pendant, but the account for this slap must be settled today. The jade pendant. I pretended to be indifferent, took out the jade pendant and shook it. It's here. His eyes were instantly glued to the jade pendant with a greedy look. While he was staring at the jade pendant, I quickly took it back, my eyes cold. But before you take it, how do you settle Uncle Yang's account? He was stunned for a moment, then he let out a sinister smile. Debt? Boy, you are the one who owes the debt. Don't be shameless. I didn't say anything more. I calmly took off the canvas bag and put it aside, then slowly stood up. The spiritual energy in my body began to flow, and the sense of power made me extremely confident. I looked at him and said calmly, how much spiritual energy is in a slap? I will return it to you with my fist. He was stunned, then burst into laughter. Just because you are a low-level trash, you dare to threaten me? Fine, then I will let you know the difference between a warrior and a waste. Before I finished speaking, I had already moved. With a kick of his feet, his body rushed out like an arrow. His fist came with a powerful gust of wind, but in my spiritual perception, the movement was so slow that it seemed like a slow-motion shot. I slightly turned sideways to avoid his fist, and at the same time punched him hard in the chest. Bang! He staggered back, the arrogant smile on his face froze, his eyes full of disbelief. You! Yes, I am a warrior. My voice was calm, but every word was as sharp as a knife. He gritted his teeth, his breath surged, and he was obviously preparing to attack with all his strength. But I didn't give him a chance. I took a step closer to him, filled my right fist with spiritual energy, and hit him directly on the chin. Bang! He was thrown out and fell heavily to the ground, splashing mud and water. He struggled to get up, but found that he could not move. I walked slowly in front of him and looked down at him. Go back and tell Yi Wuxuang that I used the jade pendant. If you want to collect the debt, send someone who can fight next time. He stared at me, his lips trembling but unable to speak. I snorted coldly, turned around, and helped Uncle Yang up. Uncle Yang, go home first and leave the rest to me. I pushed open the dilapidated wooden door and saw the scene inside the house, and a chill instantly surged into my heart. Uncle Yang was lying in the mud with an obviously broken arm. Aunt Yang was crying with tears streaming down her face, and the strange man was sitting on my bed, staring at them with disdain. I walked in with a gloomy face, dropped the canvas bag, and asked coldly, "What's going on?" The man was stunned for a moment, then looked up at me. "Are you Su Xian?" "It's me," I said calmly, but my eyes were looking straight at him. He stood up, glanced at me, and a hideous smile appeared on his face. "You took something you shouldn't have, don't you know it?" He turned his face to the side, and the scar on his face looked particularly hideous with his smile. I took out the jade pendant and shook it gently. "This thing?" His eyes were instantly attracted, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, obviously thinking that I was going to give in obediently. I threw the jade pendant to him casually, and he hurriedly caught it, his face full of pride. "You're quite sensible." He turned and prepared to leave, as if the matter was over. "Wait," I said coldly. He turned around and squinted at me. "Anything else?" "The door is broken, and there are medical bills." I appeared calm on the surface, but inside I was suppressing the surging anger. "If he just wants the jade pendant, I don't mind returning it to Yi Wushuang. Less trouble is better. But I can't swallow the fact that he injured Uncle Yang and was so arrogant." The smile on his face faded a little, and he casually took out a 1,000 yuan bill from his pocket, threw it into the mud on the ground, and asked with a sneer, "Is that enough?" Aunt Yang held back her tears and whispered, "That's enough, Mr. Warrior, please leave now." Her voice was full of helplessness and fear. I picked up the $1,000, gently shook off the dirt, and looked up at him. "My soup is spilled. What do I do about it?" His face instantly turned cold, and anger flared in his eyes. "How much?" I smiled and held up a finger. 1 billion. He was stunned for a moment, then reacted, curled his lips, and showed a ferocious smile. "Let's talk somewhere else?" I nodded and gestured in the direction of the garbage dump. He narrowed his eyes, murderous intent spreading from him. "As you wish." The air in the garbage dump was filled with a sour and stinky smell. I stood still, facing Chun-Li, who was approaching, and the spiritual energy in my body continued to flow. Chun-Li flexed his wrist and looked at me coldly. "You are really tired of living." Before he could finish his words, his figure flashed like a black shadow and rushed towards me. His movements were fast, fierce, and accurate, and his fingers went straight for my throat like eagle claws. The blow came with a whistling sound that broke through the air, and I could almost feel the air vibrating. I turned my feet and slid away like flowing water, using the lingbo step smoothly to avoid his fatal blow. Then, I raised my right palm and counterattacked with a wave-like palm. Bang! His body staggered backward, his blood boiling. He obviously didn't expect that I could counterattack with such speed and strength. He looked up at me, his eyes full of surprise. "You are also a level 2 warrior?" I didn't answer, just looked at him coldly. His face turned completely gloomy, and his murderous intent instantly boiled over. He gritted his teeth and said, "Since you want to die, I will grant your wish." He rushed at me again, with even more strength in his hands, and he rushed towards me with the power of the lesser-level Falcon Claw. However, I misstepped and rushed forward again at a faster speed, launching a series of layered wave palms, each one more powerful than the previous one. Bang! This time, his body was directly blown away by my palm power. He fell heavily to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to get up, his eyes full of fear. "Have mercy. I'll give you everything I have. There are still hundreds of thousands of dollars in the card. Don't kill me. The password is 96,343. I walked closer, and every step felt like stepping on his heart. He was still trying to use delay to gain a glimmer of hope. However, I had already raised my palm. Puff! A palm fell, and his head exploded instantly. Red and white intertwined, instantly ending his pitiful plan. I packed up his combat uniform and personal belongings, glanced coldly at the mess on the ground, and turned and left. The system's notification sounded beside my ears. Ding! The host has been detected using martial arts. The martial arts data has been updated. I looked at the system panel, and a smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. I moved my shoulders, the black combat uniform on my body fitting perfectly, and whispered, "Excuse me, I might really be a martial arts genius." The moonlight in the middle of the night shines on the dilapidated rooftops, and the slums are so quiet that only the cries of a few stray cats can be heard. I stood at the edge of the garbage dump and buried Chun Li's headless body in a pile of waste. This is the filthy place in the entire city, and the Military Control Bureau never interferes. When I got back to Uncle Yang's house, I saw a few stray cats rummaging for food. The dim light from my room enveloped everything in a suffocating silence. I gently pushed the door open, and the scene in front of me made my heart tighten. Uncle Yang was lying on the bed, his face pale and his forehead covered with cold sweat, obviously in great pain. Aunt Yang sat by the bed, her eyes red and swollen, her hands trembling slightly as she wiped the sweat off his forehead. Her eyes were full of helplessness and despair. "Uncle Yang, how are you?" I walked into the room, trying to make my tone sound calm. When they saw me, a hint of surprise flashed in Uncle Yang and Aunt Yang's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by worry. Aunt Yang asked tremblingly, "Su Xian, are you okay? That person didn't do anything to you." "It's okay," I said firmly, looking at Uncle Yang's wound. "Uncle Yang, bear with it. I'll take you to the hospital later." "Infirmary?" Uncle Yang shook his head and said weakly but stubbornly, "Kid, don't waste your money. I can just let Lao Shi take a look at my injury tomorrow." Aunt Yang quickly agreed. "Yes, it costs too much to go to the hospital. We can't afford it." I ignored their refusal, took out the money I had searched from Chun Li, plus my own savings, a total of 30,000 yuan, and put it in Aunt Yang's hand. "This money is enough. Don't delay. The sooner you get cured, the sooner you can rest assured." They were stunned when they saw the money. For them living in the slums, 30,000 yuan was an astronomical figure. Uncle Yang used all his strength to prop himself up and push the money back into my hand. "Kid, keep it for marrying a wife. I'm an old man with a broken arm, but I can make ends meet." "Uncle Yang, I'm a warrior now." I looked straight into his eyes, my tone calm, but with an unquestionable firmness. The room was so quiet for a moment that the only sound was Aunt Yang's slight breathing. Then, Uncle Yang was stunned for a moment and suddenly laughed. Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, he fell back and lay straight on the bed. "Uncle!" I hurried over to check. Aunt Yang screamed, "Old Yang, don't scare me." I reached out and checked, and found that he just fainted from excessive excitement. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "It's okay. He will be fine after a good sleep." After settling them, I returned to my house and sorted out the spiritual crystal items I brought back from the garbage dump. These spirit crystals are the key to my future strength improvement. Uncle Yang and Aunt Yang's surgery fee is enough, and I also plan to let them move away from here and live a slightly safer life. But now, I have to keep a low profile. The Yi family will find this place sooner or later, and I can't let them be implicated again. In the morning, I set off for the Warrior Guild building with my canvas bag. Since all the money was spent on Uncle Yang, I could only take bus number 2. Along the way, I habitually used my spiritual heart to sense the spiritual energy fluctuations around me, and every faint discovery made me secretly excited. Suddenly, my mind sensed an obvious source of fluctuations. I looked up and saw that it was Lao Li's braised beef bones. A light shuttle worth tens of millions was parked in front of the store, with 2 bodyguards standing next to it. On the other side, several delivery men in blue delivery uniforms gathered together with sad faces. I frowned and remembered the messages in the chat group. The incident started with me, so it's my turn to resolve it. I turned and walked towards Lao Li's house. My orange and blue delivery uniform looks particularly good today. When I approached, several familiar delivery guys gathered together. Xiao Wang was the first to notice me. "Brother Xian, why did you leave the group?" "I won't deliver takeout anymore." I responded casually in a flat tone. He was stunned for a moment, then his face was full of excitement. "Brother Xian, is there something big going on? Take me with you in the future." I could see that he was really happy. After all, we were competing for the monthly bonus for being the top order winner. Now that I'm quitting, he's guaranteed to get the 300 bucks. "Let's talk about it later," I said perfunctorily, looking towards the door of Lao Li's house. "You won't let me in today?" Xiao Wang curled his lips and said, "Which rich girl is addicted to eating and has taken over the store?" A few delivery guys nearby also joined in the complaint. Standing at the door were 2 bodyguards in black. They looked very imposing, and one could tell at a glance that they were warriors. I nodded, said nothing more, and walked straight to the store door. "Brother Xian," they whispered, their voices full of disbelief. "How dare you do this? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten? I didn't look back and stood in front of the two bodyguards. They were tall and strong, wearing black suits, their muscles clearly visible beneath their clothes, and there seemed to be big words written on their chests. No admission for outsiders. Judging from their aura, they're level 2 warriors like me. Classmate Han Yinling, are you there? I shouted directly. The bodyguard's face darkened, and he immediately took a step towards me, raising his hand to push me away. At this moment, a cold voice came from inside. Let him in. I put my hands away, stood up straight, and breathed a sigh of relief. His hands almost trembled, and he almost slapped out with the layered wave's palm. If he really wanted to attack, these two people in combat uniforms might not be able to withstand it. The aroma in the store hit me in the face. The rich aroma of sauce mixed with the umami flavor of beef bones, which made me take a deep breath. Han Yinling sat by the window, head down, concentrating on a piece of braised beef bone. She wore a loose white t-shirt and light blue jeans, exuding a comfortable and casual beauty. Her long, smooth hair was draped over her shoulders, and a crystal necklace on her collarbone glowed with a light blue glow. What you recommended is indeed good, she said without raising her head, raising her eyebrows slightly. I secretly sighed in my heart that the beef bones of old Lee's family were really good, and they actually attracted this young lady to come for 2 days in a row. But I'm not here to eat. Student Han, you should share delicious food with others. I looked at her and pointed at the delivery guy standing outside. She raised her head, followed my hand, and looked out the window. She was stunned for a moment, then nodded. That makes sense. Then she waved her hand. Let them in. Butler Han, who was standing by, was obviously dissatisfied and reminded in a low voice. Miss this? It's okay, Han Yinling said in a relaxed tone, obviously not taking the matter to heart. I breathed a sigh of relief and turned to leave. When I reached the door, I turned back and reminded him, remember to pay. Han Yinling was startled, then turned to look at Butler Han. Didn't you pay yesterday? Butler Han showed an embarrassed look on his face. He was about to explain, but Han Yinling's cold gaze suppressed him, and he dared not say anything. A layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. I stood at the door and watched this scene, and couldn't help but laugh to myself. This old guy made me walk several more blocks yesterday, and now the height difference will make him uncomfortable for a while. Tell Han Zhanxiao to put him in solitary confinement for a month. Han Yinling ordered in a cold voice. Miss, I'm afraid you may not agree with this matter. Butler Han spoke cautiously, obviously not daring to disobey, but trying to shirk responsibility. Han Zhong suddenly knelt down, his voice trembling. Miss, I will explain to Master Han when I get back. I will never dare to do it again. I was chewing on a beef bone and couldn't help but stop and look up at the scene. For people like Han Zhong, position is more important than life. As the butler of the Han family, he gets a salary of $3 million a year and a bunch of hidden benefits. Without these, he can only fight with ferocious beasts to make money. Without the protection of his family, he might not even be able to deal with a low-level ferocious beast. Han Yinling said indifferently, Go away. The word go away directly determined Han Zhong's fate. His face was pale, but he didn't dare to say a word. He knelt there as if he had lost his soul and didn't move. I lowered my head and continued to chew the bone, secretly sighing in my heart. This young lady is really cruel. Old Lee brought out a plate of shiny braised beef bones from the kitchen. Just as he was about to brag a little, he saw Han Zhong kneeling on the ground and was so scared that he almost dropped the plate. A dignified warrior butler is now kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. It turns out that you can't afford to mess with the rich. He held the plate in one hand and grasped the door frame with the other, debating whether to just slip back into the kitchen. Su Xian, please eat. Han Yinling suddenly spoke. Her voice was cold, but it sounded like a command. I was stunned for a moment and looked at her. Although I was confused, the hunger overwhelmed everything. Looking at the beef bones in front of me, they smelled so good that my mouth was watering. Okay, thank you, classmate Han. I sat down, facing a top beauty, but my attention was all on the bones. The sauce was fragrant and the meat was tender. I enjoyed the meal very much. The only 2 words left in my mind were delicious. At this time, Han Yinling spoke again and said to the bodyguard at the door, Let the takeaway boy come in and get the food. Yes, miss. The bodyguard on the left immediately went to execute it. I couldn't help but look up and glance at Han Yinling. This person is really cruel. Han Zhong was still kneeling there, trying to use emotional appeals to save the situation, but she simply let the delivery guy in, completely destroying Han Zhong's last bit of dignity. Just kneel down in front of so many people. The The bodyguards didn't dare to look at him anymore. Miss, I have followed you for 5 years. Are you going to let me leave just because of one sentence? Han Zhong's voice was pleading, even a little heartbreaking. Han Yinling didn't look at him, but just tapped her index finger on the table lightly, as if she was thinking. After a while, she said lightly, "You are Han Zhangxiu's person." Han Zhong's face turned pale in an instant. He slowly stood up and strode out the door. I lowered my head and bit off a piece of bone, thinking to myself, this guy seems to be a completely hopeless tool. The delivery guys came in one after another. Their movements were quick and efficient. They picked up the food and left. Although everyone couldn't help but glance at Han Yinling from the corner of their eyes, no one dared to stay for too long. I was happily chewing when Han Yinling suddenly looked at me and said something that almost made me spit out the beef bones. "Su Xian, you will be my housekeeper from now on." I looked up, and the bone in my hand almost fell to the ground. "What?" "Butler," she repeated, her tone serious. My heart was filled with alarm bells. Could this young lady really have some problem? We had only exchanged a few words. Were we that familiar with each other? "What exactly does a housekeeper do?" I asked, ready to refuse outright. "Looking for delicious food." She thought for a moment and added. I almost couldn't catch my breath, lowered my head, and continued to chew the bone, complaining in my heart. Looking for delicious food is called a butler? Is this how you rich families define positions? When I walked out of old Lee's house, I could hear the takeout guys talking in low voices. Fuck, Brother Xian is so awesome that he was favored by a rich girl. Some delivery guys also said, "Is this the benefit of being the Order King? I will take more orders, and I will definitely be the Order King next month." I felt a headache after listening to this, so I walked away quickly and ignored their imagination. Butler? Gourmet food? Never mind, I still don't understand why I ended up sitting at that table. Chapter 11. Psychic Power Surges. The broad-minded security guard sister. After the delivery guy picked up the meal, seeing Su Xian eating so happily, Han Yinling was also quite tempted and ate 2 large beef bones with extra ingredients. This is the benefit of being a warrior. No matter how much ordinary food she eats, she can digest and absorb it quickly without worrying about her body being deformed. This is also one of the motivations for her to be promoted to a warrior quickly. Although she did not plan to save the human race in this rebirth, she was still concerned about improving her own strength. For example, the 4th level spirit crystal on her chest is the highest resource she can apply for. Using high-level spirit crystals to attack low-level warriors would result in a considerable waste of spiritual energy. But the benefits are also obvious. Get promoted faster. She knew her physical condition very well. With the accumulation of the 18 years before awakening plus the 4th level spirit crystal, she successfully reached the 1st level warrior in one night. Before the age of 18, forcibly using the talent detector will affect your bones and is not cost-effective. So it's not surprising that Han Zhong failed. After all, he never imagined it in his dreams. Han Yinling's promotion speed has broken all his cognition. Apart from the young geniuses from the top cross-domain families in several other domains, I have never heard of anyone in Huayu being able to be promoted to a level 1 warrior overnight. However, in order to obtain this 4th level spirit crystal, she had to sign a gambling agreement with her increasingly selfish mother. Half a year later, he became the singles champion of the GU University Martial Arts League. Otherwise, the resources will be doubled back and the right to choose marriage will be surrendered. In a wealthy family, even a biological daughter with superb talent still talks about exchanging interests. After all, talent is not strength, and dying early means nothing. But she is fearless. With an understanding and martial arts experience far beyond her time, it should not be a problem for her to sweep through the younger generation of Blue Star in half a year. As for marriage rights, when I become the empress, who would dare to force me to get married? Han Yinling's black pupils reflected Su Xian's handsome face and continued, Su Xian, and becoming my housekeeper is just a figurehead. This young man is courageous and has a clean background. The most important thing is that the food he recommended is really good. I am socially anxious, but I don't feel any psychological pressure talking to him, just like talking to a good friend. It's too difficult to find another one. Well, I know a lot about folk cuisine. Thank you for your care, classmate Han. Su Xian's face was calm, without any signs of ecstasy, which made Han Yinling's evaluation of him even higher. One more advantage. Not arrogant or impatient. Su Xian agreed simply because he had considered the pros and cons. What happened to Chun Li yesterday made him realize that the powerful families in this world have enormous power, so powerful that they can take the lives of ordinary people at will. He could leave the city and go to the ferocious beast area. The Yi family couldn't do anything to him, but Uncle Yang and Aunt Yang couldn't do that. He didn't want to leave any regrets. With the support of the Han family, he can get through this period quickly. After eating, get in the car and go to the Warrior Guild. Han Yinling stood up and walked towards the light shuttle. Her tight jeans outlined the perfect curve of her hips, and the trouser legs were slightly narrowed, revealing her slender ankles just right. The high-heeled sandals added a touch of freshness to her look, revealing her white and tender toes. Da-da-da. Every step she takes reveals a lazy and comfortable temperament. Su Xian was delighted when he heard this, as he didn't need to take bus number 11. I didn't have a penny in my pocket, and it was tiring to run there. Han Yinling stopped at the door, the sunlight shining on her feet, making her snow-white skin even more dazzling. She blinked her thick eyelashes, her eyes revealing a bit of playfulness. Butler Su, remember to pay. Suwan, isn't this the boomerang that pierces itself? Brother Li, Han family's housekeeper Su is coming to your place for dinner. How about you treat me? Su Xian rubbed his hands with a sincere look on his face. Old Li and Little Li. Is this human language? On the light shuttle, Su Xian glanced at Han Yinling, who was reading quietly after getting in the car. With such a huge family business, is it reasonable to fleece yourself? Revenge, definitely revenge. He didn't know the treatment of being Han's butler yet, and looked at the system panel silently. Name, Su Xian. Age, 18. Level 2 warrior. Talent, spiritual heart, unique. Psychic power, 1313. Martial arts, level 1 Lingbo step, perfect. Level 1 Dialing palm, perfect. Huh? How come my spiritual energy increased so much in such a short time? As a warrior's rank increases, more spiritual energy is required for advancement. If you don't absorb spiritual crystals, your level won't increase by much in a day. Before going out this morning, he hid the junk containing spirit crystals in the garbage dump in advance. Some of the garbage was so smelly that it would be obvious if he carried it with him. It is said to be hidden, but in fact it is just thrown away casually. At this moment, there is only a 4th level spirit crystal hidden in the jade pendant on his body, and the growth rate of spiritual energy has slowed down a lot. Closing his eyes and concentrating, Su Xian analyzed the anomaly. Through spiritual heart, Su Xian clearly realized that the spiritual energy emitted by the 4th order spiritual crystal that was pressed against Han Yinling's skin under her white shirt was actually moving towards him. This is the reason why his spiritual power is growing rapidly again. 1314. Good job. Is the spiritual energy content of the external spiritual crystal effect so strong? He took some time to check this morning. 4th level spirit crystals can only be produced in intermediate and higher level caves. It is usually used by level 3 warriors who advance by relying on the huge spiritual energy within it. Although the spiritual energy contained is enough to enable a level 1 warrior with superb talent to advance to level 3, few people do so. Too expensive, too money-burning. Moreover, without a family background, who would dare to wear high-level spirit crystals and walk around like this? If you dare to do this yourself, you will be put in a sack in minutes. Therefore, Han Yinling's image in Su Xian's mind has changed greatly at this moment. How can she be called a rich woman? This is clearly my mobile psychic treasure. Who says that once you enter a wealthy family, it's like entering a deep sea? They're all fucking lies. It feels so good to marry into a wealthy family. I must get back the money I paid for the meal on credit 100,000 times. The light shuttle left a gorgeous psychic tail in the air, driving towards the super building of the Warrior Guild. This super skyscraper is like a giant sword piercing the sky, towering into the clouds. The word warrior on the top of it shines brightly under the sunlight, as if it can lead directly to another world. Wait for me to come back. Han Yinling closed the book with her slender and white right hand, gave the order, and got out of the car. Su Xian seemed very interested in the futuristic surface of the building. He has never been here, or to be more precise, he has never been within the Second Ring Road. So I didn't expect that the Warrior Guild building would be so magnificent. The Warrior Guild is not only a gathering place for warriors, but also a focus of competition for many wealthy families. Inside this building, many wealthy families have purchased properties and stores. Its interior has been built into a comprehensive high-end space that integrates trading, communication, discussion, and living. It is a behemoth that does not belong to the official federal system. However, each chairman is recommended by the federal top brass and focuses on managing civilian wild warriors below level 4. Su Xian saw Han Yinling get out of the car and enter the side door, then got out and headed for the main gate. This time he has to complete the warrior registration and officially become a formal warrior. After he walked away, the two bodyguards in the car finally couldn't help but whisper, "Fifth brother, don't you really need to tell Housekeeper Susu?" "Forget it, Lao Lu. Stop meddling in other people's business. It's normal for a young person to be curious about this place. And when we open our mouths, it seems like we were looking down on others. We were stopped by the security guards, and we pretended not to know. Don't you understand that if you keep your mouth shut, you will live longer in a wealthy family?" Yeah, fifth brother is wise. The entrance to the Warrior Guild Hall is bustling with people. Su Xian didn't know how thick the bodyguard's chest muscles were in the car, but he knew that the young lady at the door was really attractive. If she took a deep breath, her bright red tight reception dress would burst open. She is quite pretty. Even with all the makeup, she can still be considered a beauty. As he thought about it, he walked forward and prepared to inquire about how to register as a warrior. Before she could speak, she heard this broad-minded young lady say coldly, "Delivering food through the back door." Chapter 12. Sign up for the Masked Warrior Conference. I'm here to register as a warrior. Su Xian smiled. He knew that this outfit would cause misunderstanding. But it doesn't matter. I have heard similar words many times in the past 3 years. His mentality is no longer that of an ordinary young person. Sorry, please follow me. The security guard apologized quickly, and a lot of powder fell off her face with fright. She receives at least 800 warriors here every day, if not 1,000. Because there are many warriors among the people, some ordinary people with outstanding talents miss the awakening test at the age of 18. But over time, they may become warriors. Given the population base, there are quite a few wild warriors. This is also the meaning of the existence of the Warrior Guild. As for Su Xian, so young, she didn't quite believe it, but she still had some professionalism. She walked across the hall and took Su Xian to an automatic monitor. Su Xian followed in and was shocked. The Warrior Guild was so huge that it was unimaginable. There were 48 floors underground, but 200 floors above ground. It is worthy of being one of Huayu's landmark buildings. "Sir, the ID card is here." Su Xian nodded and took out the magnetic card. Ding, ding, ding. Brief, basic information appears. Name, Su Xian. Age, 18. Class 8, Huayu Jingqing No. 1 High School, dropped out. The young lady was surprised. She was really young. "Please put your hand here. You will automatically be certified as a warrior." Su Xian raised his hand because he saw a depression that looked like a palm, with only a green check mark and a red cross on it. Ding, authentication passed. The magnetic card was recovered by the machine, and the next second, a gold-plated magnetic card popped out again. He is truly a warrior. The young lady was so shocked that she couldn't speak. When she looked at Su Xian's face, she felt that he was extremely handsome. Do you have a girlfriend?" "Yes, thank you. Actually, I don't mind having more girlfriends." The young lady had a serious expression. In this line of work, you have to try your best and take off directly on the list. Su Xian declined the young lady's kindness and continued to stroll around the Warrior Guild building under her reluctant gaze. "A woman? It will only affect the speed at which I become stronger." Registration is open for the Masked Warrior Tournament. First prize, level martial arts, 9 killing spear, 1 billion yuan bonus. Second prize, 300 million yuan. Su Xian looked at the holographic projection in the center and was very excited. He knew that the Masked Warrior Conference was a competitive program held by the Warrior Guild, and warriors below level 4 could participate. There are warriors fighting each other, and also warriors fighting with ferocious beasts. It is the most popular live broadcast program among the people at the moment, and ordinary people and warriors love to watch it. The Warriors Guild makes a lot of money from the broadcasting rights, gambling, and peripheral products of each conference. There is a certain casualty rate among the contestants, but of course, the rewards are also quite generous. The first is the martial arts reward. On Blue Star, every martial art is extremely valuable and cannot be bought even with money. The government encourages civilian warriors to contribute their strength. Set the exchange conditions for martial arts to points exchange. Points can only be obtained by handing over ferocious beast materials or making outstanding contributions to humanity. Otherwise, you can only learn through official channels such as colleges, the military, and competitions. Certainly, another channel is family secrets. However, these family martial arts must meet 2 conditions at the same time. The family's research and development is contributed to the federal government, and the family has direct descendants. Once the side story is discovered, the privilege of learning martial arts and the martial arts dividends will be revoked. I heard that several famous level 3 masters died in the previous rounds of the competition, resulting in very few warriors signing up this year. The Warrior Guild spent a huge amount of money this time, bringing out weapon-related martial arts, and it's at the highest level. This kind of martial arts is not difficult for even a 7th level warrior to use. The highest level of federal martial arts is level 1 martial arts. People die for money, birds die for food, and there will always be brave men when there is a big reward. Warriors above level 1 are forced to join the army for 5 years. He dropped out of high school and had no chance to attend Longhua University, which delayed his military service. Therefore, this may be the best opportunity for Su Xian to acquire high-level martial arts before he becomes a level 4 warrior. Brother, would you like to sign up? As if seeing Su Xian's eyes, a young man in uniform with a sallow complexion ran over to promote it. His name is Li Qingsu. He is in charge of the warrior registration activities and has been under tremendous performance pressure recently. We will not recruit more than 5 applicants per day. At night, I have to kneel down and give the boss a massage. The key is, this boss is also a man. It hurts. How do I sign up? Will my identity be leaked? Su Xian asked, touching his chin. Xiaoli quickly added, No, brother, the registration is all in the small dark room. He did not look down on Su Xian just because he was wearing a Bay Limo costume. Due to the popularity of the Masked Warrior Conference, there were many warriors who liked him. He just saw a big bear wandering around. What happened to the delivery guy? Warriors have many strange hobbies. Yesterday, his colleague also received a cute, lowly level 3 warrior. The key point is that this warrior uncle is over 50 years old. Unshaven beard, hairy legs, and stockings. To this day, none of his colleagues have eaten a single grain of rice. He starts retching when he sees food. Okay, I'll sign up. Su Xian looked at the wonderful scenes of the previous competition for a while, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. With such a high reward, I must participate. Although the competition will start in a few days, the promotion speed is very fast now. Great, come with me. Xiaoli was excited and didn't need a massage tonight. This guy is very young, and at first glance he's a level 1 warrior. He had no idea that non-level 3 warriors were just running along. Not to mention 1 round of travel. There is also a high possibility of injury. The building has 188 floors. Just go in and register your information. Xiaoli swiped his work card and sent Su Xian to the door of an exquisite cottage. In order to protect the warrior's information, he has no authority to enter. Moreover, there are clear restrictions on information leakage. Otherwise, the family members will be severely punished. Su Xian nodded, pushed the door open, and entered the room, where there was a black screen and a camera. An emotionless mechanical sound rang out. Ding! Welcome to the Masked Warrior Conference. Please come up with a code name. The more it suits your characteristics, the easier it will be to gain popularity. Su Xian knew. Some of the masked warriors are very weak, but the popularity is very high, and a lot of money has been made from the peripheral products, such as long-legged queen sister, big, fierce, cute girl. Does it suit your characteristics? Got it. Long out yin. The drop has been repeated. Long baddie in. It doesn't fit the character's characteristics. Su Xian understood. This system can prevent people from deliberately taking advantage of others' popularity and has basic recognition capabilities. It seems that my appearance is not domineering enough. Long Shuaiyan. The drop has been repeated. Fuck you, Masked Warrior. I've successfully registered. Chapter 13 Han Yinling's Plan. Su Xian was stunned. What characteristics of me did this name match? I'm sorry, can you modify it? Now is not the time to be stubborn. He doesn't want to fail socially. You only have 1 chance to change your name, and the system can only automatically name you after recognizing your characteristics. All right, Su Xian knew he had no choice. Masked Warrior. The takeaway boy has successfully registered. The 88th floor of the Warrior Guild building, shaded by green trees. An entire floor has been transformed into a private and tranquil courtyard style, classically elegant and filled with the fragrance of flowers. Uncle Long, I'm leaving first. Han Yinling opened her white teeth and put down the exquisite tea bowl in her hand. The purpose of this visit to the Warrior Guild was successfully achieved. Opposite, the middle-aged warrior, wearing a simple martial arts uniform and exuding an extraordinary aura, laughed. This is the first time my niece has come to me. I will definitely keep an eye on those 2 warriors. I'll leave the information about explosive boxer and crazy legs to you. Han Yinling solemnly instructed. Uncle Long is her father's good friend. He is currently the chairman of the Huayu Warriors Guild. There are several good prospects in this masked martial arts tournament, especially the explosive boxer and crazy leg. Although they are the runner-up and the third place, their talents in martial arts are extremely well matched. Previous life. It was only later that she noticed the two of them on the military's top-ranking list. Cultivate carefully. They all became powerful governors. It also confirms the combat power theory she developed in her previous life. A high-level talented warrior's actual combat power is not as good as a mid-level talented warrior who has a combination of talent and martial arts. As for the warrior levels, in fact, as long as there are enough resources, they can be stacked up. For example, Su Xian, although he only has a level 1 talent, a few spirit crystals are enough for him to become a level 1 warrior. This is also the main channel for the army to cultivate mid-level combat power in the later stage. Yinling, let me take you down. Uncle Long invited warmly. And don't be so cold all the time, or you won't be able to find a boyfriend this way. Uncle Long joked as he pressed the elevator button. Okay. A slight blush appeared on Han Yinling's cheeks. Uncle Long is a 7th level warrior with domineering martial arts. He has killed countless ferocious beasts, and his reputation remains even after he retired from the army. He has great power and extensive connections. Otherwise, he would not have been recommended by the federal top brass. It also has connections with all the major families. At this time, Su Xian was watching the highlights of the game in the hall. The holographic projection effect is so realistic that you feel as if you are actually there. He was also quickly learning and analyzing the combat techniques of the masked warriors. There were exclamations from the other side of the hall. Long Gong, why did he come down here in person? My name is Mr. Long. Is that his daughter next to him? She's so pretty. Fuck, her figure is better than long-legged queens. Wait, why is it raining? Sorry, I'm drooling. A big bear wiped the corners of his mouth. Han Yinling and Uncle Long slowly descended to the hall along the transparent ladder. Both of them looked at Su Xian, who was standing next to the holographic projection. Uncle Long was thinking, this warrior is not very old. Could it be that he has extraordinary talent? What Han Yinling was thinking was, how did he get in if he isn't a warrior? Could it be that they are using the Han family as a cover? Su Xian also saw Han Yinling. Knowing that the charging treasure was in place, he walked straight over. Uncle Long, let's stop here. Han Yinling post? Okay. Who is this young man? Uncle Long saw Su Xian coming over and knew that they should know each other. Han Yinling's eyes flickered. My new housekeeper, Su Xian. Uncle Long was stunned. Many wealthy families would secretly train death squads. First by some orphans and train and brainwash them from a young age. Then select those with good understanding of martial arts. By combining the secret techniques and the stimulation of spirit crystals, one can quickly become a warrior and protect the children of the family. But he will only be able to reach level 3 for the rest of his life. Life expectancy has been greatly reduced, with most people only living to 20 years old. This guy was quite energetic. What a pity. This secret technique is usually started at around 10 years old, and depending on the age, the child will not survive for more than 2 years. Han Yinling is cold on the outside but warm on the inside, so she probably doesn't know it yet. This practice is strictly prohibited by the federal government. Many children from wealthy families have no idea that the playmates around them are actually secretly trained bodyguards. Finally, he lied that he died of illness. After all, Han Yinling is the daughter of his best friend, trusted by him. I haven't done anything before, and this opportunity just happened. Uncle Long smiled kindly and greeted, Haha, Steward Su, you are young and promising. Su Xian didn't know what was going on in the Dragon Palace's gourd, so he quickly smiled back. Hello, President Long. The soul moves. This person cannot be offended for the time being. Here are 5 first-level spirit crystals. You should practice well and protect your young lady. Uncle Long took out a black square box from his arms. Su Xian's eyes lit up. Ouch! Is there such a good thing? Just giving away spirit crystals, 5 million at a time? Uncle Long, that's not good. Han Yinling thought that Uncle Long must have misunderstood Su Xian's identity, so she helped him to decline. Although Uncle Long has a large family and a great fortune, he can afford these few spirit crystals. But no reward without merit. Isn't Xiao Su an orphan? I see that he looks similar to my old friend in the army, so I just treat him as his junior. Uncle Long made up an irresistible excuse, showing his experience. Han Yinling was unable to refuse for the moment, and the situation froze. Uncle Long does have many comrades in arms, and they are friends who are willing to die for him. Many of them have lost their bodies, killed by ferocious beasts. And Su Xian is indeed an orphan, so it's hard to say whether they can really match up. Su Xian glanced at Han Yinling standing beside him. How could this girl even tell others that she was an orphan? Did I allow it? Because of your good looks, I'll give you a serious warning first. However, if you have no relatives or friends, it would be bad to take some things. So he said calmly, Student Han has been very good to me. Why don't you give me this box? I really like the material. This is a special material box for spirit crystals. He had just looked at the exchange table and knew that he had to hunt and kill 10 level 2 ferocious beasts before he could exchange it. He finished saying this. There are stairs down to Gong and Han Yinling. I also got some real benefits. What is this called? This is called killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Take these 3 spirit crystals. Gong took out 2 spirit crystals and stuffed the box and the spirit crystals into Su Xian's hands. Thank you, Uncle Long. Han Yinling was satisfied that Su Xian was sensible. I didn't want to talk anymore. There were so many people here. I really wanted to take Su Xian away with me. The warriors around were all dumbfounded. They were all warriors, so why was there such a big gap between them? Su Xian faintly heard a hint of discussion. I saw right. Mr. Long stuffed something into his arms. Yeah, this is such a blessing from another life. My girlfriend is like a fairy. Splash. Damn. Who poured water here? I fell down. Brother Bear, can you wipe your mouth? Han Yinling walked out of the warrior guild gate with her hair flying and a strong aura. Su Xian made way for half a body length and followed behind, with a confident and cheerful smile. I made 300 just by shopping around. This money-making efficiency is unmatched. The receptionist at the door wanted to try again and try to poach a guy with her impressive figure. So I always keep an eye on Su Xian's movements. I saw my new lover and a fairy-like woman walking out together. I was stunned for a moment, and the powder I had just applied started falling off. Who can dig this corner? True grade alloy material. Chapter 14, Leaving the City. Su Xian was standing on the other side of the Warriors Guild building and had just refused the shuttle bus's offer. Although he could gather psychic energy in the car, there were other things to do. He entered the warrior dressing room, took off his takeaway clothes, and revealed a pure black combat uniform. He put on the silver mask of the masked warrior again. This kind of dress was very common in the Warrior Guild building. However, because of her good figure, she is particularly eye-catching. Fuck, look, it's a level 1 combat uniform. Master, this dress must be worth millions. 1,800,000 per set, no discount, I just saw it. When can I afford it? Easy, just kill 10 level 2 scorpions. Fuck, if you want me dead, just say it. Su Xian returned to the hall and looked at the ferocious beast mission panel. He was penniless now. Han Yinling said that his salary was the 3 spirit crystals, and he didn't want to exchange it for cash, so the fastest way was to hunt ferocious beasts and sell the materials. Usually the materials for a Tier 1 beast range from a few thousand to 10,000, while the materials for a Tier 2 beast range from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, and so on. However, some ferocious beasts are hidden and difficult to kill, so the materials fluctuate greatly. The advanced combat uniform he was wearing was made from materials extracted from various ferocious beasts and was very expensive. Get a backpack and a regular machete. Su Xian walked to the receiving window next to the task light curtain. Ding! Successfully received. Both of these items can be obtained for free after becoming a warrior, but regular machetes can only chop down level 1 ferocious beasts. To fight against higher level ferocious beasts, they must use alloy weapons of level 1 or above. Now Su Xian has no money in his hand and can't buy anything. Set off. On the light shuttle, Han Yinling recalled Su Xian's performance. She did not specifically remind him how to use the spirit crystal because she wanted to see Su Xian's choice. Should I sell it and enjoy a lifetime of wealth, or become a warrior? He remained calm and composed in front of the 7th level warrior, and was quick-witted enough to find a way out for Uncle Long and himself at that moment. The talent is a little low, but it's not a big problem. The 2 bodyguards, Xiaowu and Xiaolu, didn't dare to speak. Butler Su never came back after getting off the car. I don't think he was really hit hard. This is just the beginning. This is a top-notch martial arts family. It's scary to think about ordinary people wanting to be a housekeeper. There is a direct highway from the warrior guild to the wild. It is convenient for warriors to quickly return after hunting ferocious beasts. This is the benefit of warriors, but also their responsibility. There are very few high-level ferocious beasts in the 9 realms. Most of them are below level 4, because the high-level ferocious beasts have been stopped by the army along the continental border. However, low-level beasts are also extremely difficult to deal with. Simply put, They have high attack power and thick blood. Low-level warriors usually hunt in teams, which is safer. As for why it is not cleaned up, because wild beasts also have the possibility of mutation and evolution. Therefore, if they cannot be killed completely, they will be left to be hunted by low-level warriors and mercenary groups. Su Xian sat on the through train, thinking about which mark point to go to. Young man, are you going to hunt ferocious beasts? The driver began to talk to Su Xian in pure Beijing accent. Su Xian closed his eyes and replied, yeah. Oh, it's great to be young. When I was a warrior, I also loved killing ferocious beasts. Why don't you do it now? Su Xian followed up the conversation, wanting to hear if he had any good suggestions. Later, our house was demolished, and we were given 10 apartments. The driver looked regretful. The upturned corners of the mouth reveal everything. Sizzle me, right? Su Xian remained calm. He knows. Many of the warriors were lying down, while enjoying intangible social benefits. On the one hand, he used the power of warriors to exploit ordinary people. The authorities don't have any good solution. The only option is to force 4th-level warriors to join the army for 10 years, although you can also lower the standards. However, for low-level warriors on the front battlefield of the Beast Tide, the side effects are greater. Killing ferocious beasts can make more money. Su Xian seemed very curious as he sat in the back row. Oh, I've already spent all my money. I can't sit still, the driver said excitedly. I just want to treat you guys to a meal and say that I earned the money. I didn't rely on my family. This driver's job must be very hard, and the salary is not much. Su Xian's breathing stagnated. You are addicted to it. The driver held the steering wheel with one hand, raised his chin slightly, and waved his hand, saying, my uncle is the director of the Warrior Union. I drive casually, and I make more than 500,000 yuan a year, which is not much more than what you earn by risking your life to kill ferocious beasts. Good. This is what I've been waiting for. Su Xian silently took out the spirit crystal box given by Dragon Palace from his arms. Aim the big dragon character on the bottom of the box towards the rearview mirror inside the car. A melancholy voice sounded. Oh, it's so sad. My uncle is also the manager of the Warrior Union. Why didn't he arrange a good position for me? The driver was delighted. What? I just want to rely on a relative. Judging from the voice, he is too young. Do you think you can handle this combo of mine that I have honed over and over again? It's you young warriors that are the ones who are suffering. You want to pretend just by wearing combat uniform? Just wanted to continue the combo. Look up. He was dazzled in the face by a dragon with a gold border. He quickly swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue and said tremblingly, I was just kidding. His face turned pale for a moment, and he felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten 100,000 flies. The entire Warrior Union. Only Mr. Long had the gold-rimmed dragon custom-made. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the power of life and death. Finished. This is a big deal. Isn't this just using a small water gun to spray the Dragon King? Oh, I might as well get a driver's license later. Su Xian was filled with emotion as he played with the spirit crystal box. I don't have a driver's license either. The driver's face turned from white to green. No conversation along the way. The driver was concentrating on showing off his driving skills. Unfortunately, the car is self-driving and automatic. All he could do was step on the brakes. Thank you, sir. The license plate is 0225, right? I'll remember it, Su Xian said with a warm smile. When the driver heard this, his face turned even greener. It's over. This beam is solid. In the afterglow of dusk, Su Xian showed his golden magnetic card and left the city. Official regulations prohibited non-warriors from leaving the city. So this was Su Xian's first time out of the city, and he had already set a hunting spot at 0514. 5 kilometers away, there used to be a small county town, but now it is deserted and has become a paradise for ferocious beasts and wild animals. It seems that we will most likely have to spend the night in the wilderness. Brother, this is your first time out of the city. It's safer during the day. Zhang Jinghao, the soldier guarding the door, reminded him kindly. Thank you, I know. Su Xian waved his hand, and his outline gradually blurred in the sunset. Alas, the beasts are more violent and brutal at night. Zhang Jiang wanted to dissuade them, but was interrupted by his companions. Are you blind? Didn't you see what he was wearing? What? Level 3 combat suit. As long as you don't encounter a level 3 beast, you'll be fine. I'm so jealous. However, it is difficult to find a vicious beast, so it is unlikely that he will gain anything tonight. Su Xian knew all this information. He just downloaded the Warrior Guild and looked up a lot of information. The ferocious beasts that roam at night are all violent predators. They are extremely hidden in the darkness and are not easily detected by infrared detection equipment. However, the materials are also more valuable. Risks and rewards are always equal. Only the mercenary groups of large families would attack at night when the rewards were generous. But Su Xian was not afraid. Within a radius of 200 meters, the movements of all ferocious beasts of all levels. Clearly understood, this is the second characteristic given by the spiritual heart talent, biological fluctuations. Chapter 15. Encounter with a rare level 2 beast, the black crystal leopard. The moonlight was like water, and its soft silver glow spread over the barren plain. Laugh! Su Xian chopped off the head of a level 1 split-claw beast with one knife, then squatted down, cut off 4 claws, and put them into his backpack. These materials can be sold for 15,000 yuan, and before selling them, he had to deliver takeout for several months. The split claw resembles a large rat and is extremely fast. Its black fur makes it extremely difficult to spot under the protection of the night. It has a keen sense of smell and hides in underground caves. Su Xian used his spiritual heart to sense the movements deep underground, then hid at the entrance of the cave in advance, waiting for the rat to stick out its head and then cut it down with a knife. The claws of the split-claw beast are considered valuable among the first-level ferocious beasts. It is one of the core materials for high-grade alloy weapons, and the warrior guild has been purchasing it at a high price for a long time. Moreover, the split-claw beasts have strong reproductive capabilities and are omnivorous. There are large numbers of them, and the wilderness where few people go is full of holes dug by them. But they are cautious by nature, and it is extremely difficult to hunt them at close range unless you have an alloy bow and arrow. It's not like no one has ever thought about using alloy hunting traps. However, most level 3 beasts have a keen sense of smell. Usually before they can close their traps, they may be snatched away by other ferocious beasts. If you encounter someone with a bad temper, even the alloy clips will be destroyed. That would be a real loss. Squeak! Just as he was thinking about it, another split-claw beast poked its huge rat head out from the cave on the other side. Su Xian's perfect level of body movement, Lingbo step, was activated instantly. A clean and neat knife once again achieved success. Spiritual heart and the perfect level body movement Lingbo step. Su Xian killed as he walked, turning this wilderness into a cemetery for the split-claw beasts. For a moment, the smell of rust filled the air. Soon, Su Xian had killed more than 20 rift-claw beasts in a row, and his backpack was filled with materials. As expected, warriors make money. Su Xian sighed. In less than 2 hours, I made more than 300,000. Unfortunately, my level is too low now, and the risk of exchanging for spirit crystals is too high. I can only kill fierce beasts to make money first. Since the skin and bones of the beast were not valuable, the body of the split-claw beast was thrown aside. Wait, what is that? It might be the smell of the large number of split-claw beast corpses that attracted some being. Su Xian put away the knife. Squinting his eyes, he looked at a small slope in the distance. In the distance, the mountains looked like crouching giants, and the skyline was looming in the night. But in the field of vision, everything is normal. But, under the induction of spiritual heart, the movement of a Tier 2 ferocious beast was very clear. It is extremely stealthy, a level 2 beast that feeds on clawless beasts. Could it be the rare beast black crystal leopard? Ferocious beasts are divided into different levels. Also divided into common and rare. Rare beasts are more dangerous than common beasts. They are rare in number, and their whereabouts are erratic. Some are mutant species among ordinary ferocious beasts and have the ability to become invisible, and some are leaders of the population. But the materials from these rare and ferocious beasts are extremely precious. The Warrior Guild's purchase price for a black crystal leopard skin starts at 3 million. It was 10 times what he harvested tonight. Su Xian suppressed his excitement. He knew that the black crystal leopard was a large, ferocious cat with extremely fast speed. Even if he had the perfect Lingbo step technique, it would be difficult to catch up at this distance. The best way was to wait for it to take the initiative to attack. Su Xian deliberately relaxed his body, turned his back to the black crystal leopard, squatted on the ground, and pretended to fiddle with the corpse of the hunting claw beast. The black crystal leopard was fooled. It was a level 2 ferocious beast and was attracted by the smell of a large number of hunting claw beasts. But it actually discovered something even more delicious. A lone human. With the ferocious beast's keen perception, it could tell that the human in front of it had a similar aura to its own. lurking silently all the way. Whoosh! Attacked suddenly, the sharp claws flashed with cold, murderous intent in the moonlight. But Su Xian was relaxed on the outside but tense on the inside. With his spiritual heart, his whereabouts could be seen nowhere. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Swish! The knife flashed, and with a bang, the regular broadsword collided with the sharp claws of the black crystal leopard. Su Xian didn't move at all, but the black crystal leopard was shaken from the air and retreated half a step. The next second, the long sword in Su Xian's hand broke into pieces with a crackling sound. The black crystal leopard showed up with fierce eyes. Damn, the quality is really bad. Su Xian couldn't help but complain in his heart. Throw away the knife handle and push the palm horizontally, which is the first-level martial arts skill, the wave palm. At this distance, you're going to die. Su Xian moved his feet and quickly approached the two emerald green eyes of the black crystal leopard. Bang! The black crystal leopard reacted quickly, but Su Xian was even faster. As soon as he raised his paw, he was hit by a palm. Double-layered wave palm. Bang! Ouch! The black crystal leopard, which was as tall as a man, was knocked away and let out a scream in midair. He fell down the hillside with a thud, struggled for a few times, and then stopped moving. So weak. Su Xian was surprised. This was the second time he used the Dialing Palm to fight an enemy, and it was a ferocious beast of the same level. He couldn't help but recall the scene on the outdoor playground when he first entered school. At that time, disciples from aristocratic families did not practice the stacking waves palm, saying it was a fraudulent martial art that should be deleted from the textbooks. Only ordinary students like Su Xian, who had no chance to come into contact with martial arts, practiced it diligently. Su Xian still remembers the scene of his palm breaking and bleeding after he used it for the first time. At that time, Teacher Li said to him very seriously, "Don't be discouraged. It's normal that the layered wave palm is difficult to practice, because many high-level warriors can't practice it to a small degree in their entire lives. After all, even their physical fitness can't bear it. But the Federation has put a lot of effort into developing this martial art. You have an outstanding talent for martial arts. Once you become a warrior, perhaps you will be able to carry it forward. Now, I just need to learn how to use my energy and try to lay a good foundation for learning other martial arts in the future." Su Xian suddenly understood. So that's how it is. It's the spiritual heart talent that has transformed my body strength so I can use it smoothly. After the death of Black Crystal Panther, the fur glows with a charming luster in the moonlight, like the brightest stars in the night sky, dazzling. That's why the price is so high. Rich and powerful families, ladies and girls, regardless of age. Kill all. The knife is broken, and I can't skin the fish. Su Xian counted the night's harvest. A backpack of hunting claws and a complete black crystal leopard corpse. The total value is at least 330. The harvest is not bad. Let's go back first. He carried the black crystal leopard on his back and returned. The sky was turning pale. The outline of the towering city wall gradually became clear in the morning light, and several level 3 ferocious beasts were encountered along the way. However, under the guidance of his spiritual heart, he chose to avoid it. The soldiers guarding the gate were about to change shifts and gathered together to chat. Brother Wang, an inexperienced warrior, went out last night. What do you mean? Alone? I guess you won't be able to come back. What a pity that battle suit is gone. There are elders who are hunter warriors, right? The backpack and long sword are the lowest level. At this time, Su Xian's figure slowly walked towards us from the horizon. Huh? He's back, carrying the corpse of a vicious beast. He must know that the body of the ferocious beast is worthless. Wang Meng, the soldier who was changing shifts, laughed. It is true that the corpses of ferocious beasts can be used to refine blood and energy pills, but they are sold by pound. The corpse of a level 1 ferocious beast can be sold for at most 1,800 yuan. For a warrior, this little money is a thankless task. It would be better to earn more as a bodyguard for a wealthy family. Amid the discussion of the soldiers at the door, when Su Xian walked to the city gate, expressions of shock gradually appeared on the soldiers' faces. For a while, I forgot about the routine checkup. "Little brother, is this a black crystal leopard?" A soldier asked stutteringly, his voice full of disbelief. The black crystal leopard is an extremely rare and valuable level 2 beast. In their impression, some top-level 3rd-level dangerous beast materials are not as expensive as it. Only the top warrior hunters, with extreme luck, have the opportunity to capture them, and their fur will definitely be damaged. Su Xian smiled slightly. Yes, I'm just lucky. Chapter 16 Han Yinling takes action. Su Xian buys a car. calling license plate 0225. Su Xian opened the Warrior Guild and clicked on the special car interface. After a while, the driver drove over with a look of despair on his face. He saw the boy go into the city from a distance and hid in the parking lot. He didn't expect to be called out after all. Hook a trailer. Su Xian and the driver put the corpse of the level 2 black crystal leopard on the back of the newly added carriage, which was a truck specially designed for warriors to transport materials related to ferocious beasts. This ferocious beast is quite valuable, right? The driver said to Su Xian to please him. He knew that the corpses of ferocious beasts were not expensive, and this kid was most likely here to show off. It's okay, probably about 3 million. Su Xian got into the car calmly. The driver was stunned. Only about 3 million? If you want to just tell me, is it worth bragging like that? What kind of ferocious beasts are there? There are more than 3 million of them. Level 1 high-level dragon scorpion? Or level 3 high-level chinks python? You don't even have a knife. Aren't you exaggerating too much? However, the driver didn't dare to say anything. After all, the lifeline of himself and his uncle's family was in the hands of this guy. As long as he is happy. The phone dinged, and a familiar and exciting sound played automatically. This is their driver chat group, where they often chat together. Fuck, did you know? A rare level 2 beast appeared today. The black crystal leopard. What? Hasn't that thing been out for 3 years? It's absolutely correct. Soldier Wang Ming personally confirmed it. This auction is definitely going to be a blast. Those ladies must be going crazy fighting for it. The driver couldn't hear what was being said in the group. My mind was full of thoughts. This guy really made more than 3 million in one night. This is not nurturing him at all. This is like spraying a fire hose in your face. Master, please keep your voice down. I'll take a nap. Su Xian raised the corners of his mouth and closed his eyes to sleep. I'm fine. Su Xian closed his eyes and rested all the way, thinking about the follow-up plans. He never thought of relying on Han Yinling of the Han family all the time. Being strong himself is the kingly way. After these materials are converted into cash, you must continue to improve your strength, earn money to exchange for advanced combat uniforms and weapons, participate in competitions, and obtain advanced gun skills. Then reach level 4. Yi Wushuang cannot touch the family members of the 4th level warriors. The wealthy are arrogant, but they are not fools, and they also care about their own interests. In the Warrior Guild Hall, at the material exchange window, Su Xian took out his worn-out cell phone and checked the messages. This second-hand machine has been used for more than 3 years and can be replaced. Inside the window, the sweet-looking teller girl was very confused. This warrior was wearing a combat uniform worth millions and holding such a broken cell phone. Rich people pretending to be poor? Drop. The black crystal leopard corpse and hunting claw beast materials are automatically scanned and stored. The little girl's eyes lit up, and she asked in the sweetest voice, Mr. Su, the black crystal panther's body has reached the auction standard. Do you want to auction it? Sell. Su Xian said decisively. It is well known that rare materials fetch higher prices at auction. Mr. Su, after evaluation, the black crystal leopard fur is not damaged at all and meets the 3-star perfect grade material standard. The system is now pushing messages to warm up, and the online auction will begin in 2 hours. Okay. Ding dong. 328,000 yuan has been deposited into your bank card. This is the price of the hunting claw materials. Ding dong. The Warriors Guild message has arrived. Rarely seen in 3 years. Level 2 rare black crystal leopard skin, perfect grade, will be auctioned in 2 hours. For a while, the group of beautiful girls in Beijing Circle were in an uproar. Yishin? Ah, black crystal leopard. Sisters, I'm crazy. Don't fight with me this time. Wang Jiani. Yishin, don't you have a black crystal waistcoat? Onyu, this is perfect. I finally have my coat. Miss Chun, even you guys want to snatch it, I'm crying my ass off. The morning light shines through the half-open curtains, and soft golden light sprinkles into the high-end and elegant bedroom. Han Yinling stretched lazily. The amber gold pajamas casually covered her body, lightly outlining her elegant figure and revealing a large area of snow-white collarbone. I practiced martial arts all night last night, constantly adapting to my young body that has not yet been strengthened. Relive the family's secret martial art, the Hanmin Whip. As your cultivation level increases, your body's control and strength increase, and your martial arts proficiency will naturally recover. Of course, she also needs to continue to hone new and more powerful martial arts. He reached out and picked up the phone on the bedside table, casually swiping the screen. His eyes went from hazy to fixed. Her eyes were fixed on the news that shocked her. The rare and ferocious beast black crystal leopard? Perfect grade? There was none in the previous life. 3 years later, with great advancement in equipment technology, researchers discovered that the fur of rare beasts contained a special active substance, which was the core material for advanced combat uniforms. More importantly, once the skin and flesh are separated, the special active substances disappear. And perfect grade means that not only the fur is perfect, the body is also intact. We must win and develop advanced combat uniforms as soon as possible. 2 hours later, the news that the Black Crystal Panther broke the Warrior Guild's auction price record for Level 2 materials became the #1 hot search. At this time, Su Xian, the instigator, was sleeping. He rented a single apartment on the 58th floor of the Warrior Guild building, and the monthly rent was 20,000. This price is enough to buy a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment in a civilian area, which is a sky-high rent. Ding dong. Bank card deposit. 5.83 million. Su Xian woke up in a daze and was startled. What purchasing power is this? It turns out that women's money is the easiest to make. Now that he was awake, Su Xian got up and went downstairs to have breakfast in the leisure area of the Warrior Guild. A serving of meat buns costs 180 yuan, made of ferocious beast meat. There is not much safe, edible meat in the bodies of most ferocious beasts, but the feeling of fullness is extremely strong. Long-term consumption can also enhance physical fitness. How much is this motorcycle? Su Xian came to the driving area and was attracted by a brand new single-seat motorcycle. The long-legged salesgirl in black stockings raised her eyebrows and was overjoyed. A big customer is coming. Judging from the combat uniform he is wearing, he must be a warrior. However, he is too young, so he uses the second set of words. Sir, this is the latest out-of-print single-person light shuttle motorcycle, only 2 million. The shopping guide smiled and then hurriedly added, you can make a reservation first and pick up the car after becoming a level 2 warrior. There is also a 20% discount. Okay, I'll buy it. Su Xian was attracted by the city's exclusive lane for the light shuttle motorcycle. This way he can get around the city quickly. Sir, I didn't explain it clearly. Only level 2 warriors are qualified to drive a light shuttle motorcycle. The shopping guide had a layer of sweat on her forehead. I thought that the order was gone, because young people who buy Guangsuo motorcycles are usually children of wealthy families and have no shortage of money. But it happened that due to the restrictions of the second-level warriors, the rich young men were embarrassed. As a result, the car has not been sold. Warriors have money. Wouldn't it be nice to buy combat uniforms and alloy weapons? The shopping guide is making the final remedy. It only costs 180,000 yuan to reserve, and it also comes with free maintenance. Without waiting for her to finish, Su Xian took out his golden magnetic card and swiped it. Ding! Purchase successful. Under the shocked gaze of the shopping guide, he said calmly, no need. I'm just a level 2 warrior. Chapter 17, Joining Forces. Sir, let's go through the formalities. The shopping guide's excellent professional qualities were immediately evident. Good. After Su Xian left, the shopping guide took out her phone and her fingers flew, chatting with her bestie. Sister, do you know what fate is? I know. I'm just heartbroken. My delivery guy left with a fairy lady. Is your methodology for having multiple girlfriends useful? The shopping guide was not ready to give up. It's useless. Some corners are too hard to dig at, no matter how hard you try. Layer equipment area. Su Xian sold his level 1 combat uniform and spent another 3 million to buy a new level 1 combat uniform. Use the remaining 1 million to buy a high-grade alloy longsword. Damn, it's so expensive. Su Xian couldn't help but smack his lips. After all this, I only had a few 100,000 left. But it's worth it. If nothing else, this level of combat uniform is definitely worth the money. At this moment, he was standing in front of a full-length mirror. The level combat uniform is unique in design. It combines modern technology and fashion elements. On weekdays, it can be worn as an exquisite black casual suit with smooth contour lines. After some adjustments, the appearance is simple and elegant, slightly cinched in waist, perfectly showing Su Xian's tall and straight figure. Brother, you are so handsome. Do you have a boyfriend? The shopping guide in the clothing section stared at him in amazement. Su Xian ignored the salesboy and his spiritual energy surged. This originally elegant casual suit underwent a dramatic transformation in an instant. The material of the suit quickly padded and thickened, transforming into a solid-looking black combat uniform. The joints and important parts are equipped with reinforcement plates, providing super strong defense. Maximizes combat potential. The transformation function is available in combat uniforms of level 1 and above. It is made from the material of a high-level, shape-shifting, ferocious beast. Meet the needs of warriors to protect themselves at all times. The driving area of the Warrior Guild building on the 28th floor. All procedures for Guangsuo motorcycle have been completed. The high-tech glass opens slowly from bottom to top. Cool air pours in. Su Xian put in the spirit crystal and activated the light shuttle motorcycle. With a whoosh, he rushed to the edge of the layer like a flash of lightning and jumped down. The airflow stirred up behind the car body, formed a gorgeous band of light. At the moment of falling to the ground, Su Xian took a deep breath, controlled the release of spiritual energy, and the light shuttle motorcycle took off into the air like an arrow. This is why only level 2 warriors can operate and drive. All the long-legged girls near the building were stunned. Such a young second-level warrior? Good sister, come on, give me his contact information. He said he has a girlfriend. It's okay to have more sisters. I don't mind. Speeding all the way, Su Xian quickly shuttled between the tall buildings. He also picked off a piece of wall tile. There is no way. Level 1 spirit crystal. Don't miss it if you pass by it. After circling a long circle, it stopped above the garbage dump. The movement of the light shuttle motorcycle was much quieter than that of the light shuttle car, so it had little impact unless the psychic tail was deliberately enlarged. After getting off the car, he crushed the garbage below one by one and put more than 60 spirit crystals into the spirit crystal box. The material of the spirit crystal box is special. It seems to have a space inside, and any number of spirit crystals can be put in it. You'd better keep this in your pocket. 535 million. Before Su Xian left, he took a last look at this place. He had been living here since dropping out of high school. He thought it was the end of his life, but he didn't expect it to be the cornerstone before taking off. Thank you. Ding. The number of spirit crystals has reached the standard, adding spirit crystal information. On the light shuttle motorcycle, Su Xian heard the system prompt and hurriedly looked at the system interface. Name, Su Xian. Age, 18. Level 2 warrior. Talent, spiritual heart, unique. Features, killing intention perception, biological fluctuations. Psychic power, 15-16. Martial arts. Level 1 Lingbo step, perfect. Level 1 Dialing palm, perfect. Spirit crystal. First level spirit crystal, second level spirit crystal, third level spirit crystal, fourth level spirit crystal. Alas, without a rich woman around me, my spiritual energy increases slowly. Xiao Han, go to Han's manor. Yes, master. The light shuttle motorcycle completed a beautiful drift in the air and drove towards the fast lane leading to Han's manor. Huayu capital, within the second ring road, Han's manor. The lake water is as clear as a mirror, reflecting the blue sky and leisurely white clouds. The rustling sound of the breeze passing through the treetops by the lake and the crisp chirping of birds are intertwined. This is the essence of a top wealthy family. Han Yuer, are you looking for death? A cold voice broke the tranquility of the lake, like a carved ice crystal, crystal clear and unquestionable. Han Yinling was wearing a black tight sportswear, her expression full of displeasure. Han Yuer, wearing a thin long skirt, sat up from the recliner. Under the brown sunglasses, the light blue eyes stared straight at Han Yinling's pair of strong and slender legs. He swallowed his saliva and said innocently, "Sister, what discouraging words are you saying so early in the morning?" Han Yinling's anger subsided by about 70% when she saw this. This girl has always been like this. As long as it's hers, she wants it and she wants to snatch it. This morning, at the end of the online auction, the two of them bid wildly. The price of the black crystal leopard has been hyped up to a sky-high price of 5.83 million. She admitted that her mentality was a little unbalanced. But the empress is also a woman. It's inseparable from this damn desire to win. Forget it. I will contact that researcher after entering Longhua University and reveal the direction of equipment reform to quickly recover funds. During this period, I have to be tight-fisted. At this time, a capable middle-aged lady came over. "Miss Han, your butler is at the door. Do you want him to come in?" Han Yinling nodded and didn't want to talk more. "Sister Wang, let him ride his bike in. The faster the better." Han Yuer suddenly said with a sly smile. "Let him ride his bike into the lake." Sister Wang raised her wrist quickly and said quickly. He cooperated perfectly with Han Yuer, leaving Han Yinling unable to get a word in. Han Yinling raised her pretty eyebrows. It turned out that he was waiting here. Big sister, second sister, good morning. Han Zhang Xiao, wearing fancy clothes, and Han Zhong, with an expressionless face, also walked over. After Han Zhong's identity was exposed, he went straight back to Han Zhang Xiao and managed to keep his status as Han's consultant. This should be the result of the operation of Han Zhang Xiao's father. For a moment, the lakeside was bustling with activity. It was obvious that everyone was waiting to see Han Yinling make a fool of herself. You change your housekeeper? I heard he was just an ordinary person. Come, let us see what handsome and talented people there are. Han Yinling tied up her long black hair that fell like a waterfall, thinking secretly in her heart. If I fail this time, must Su Xian ride in on his bike? She could imagine the funny scene of Su Xian appearing in full-body clothes and riding a yellow car. I was so busy grabbing the black crystal leopard today that I forgot about this. Han Yuer and Han Xiaozhan teamed up to set up a trap. It turns out that people in wealthy families are always troublesome. In fact, it doesn't matter if I lose face. I have seen all kinds of scenes, but Su Xian is an ordinary person and has done nothing wrong. Sister, I heard that your new butler is very young and very handsome. Han Yuer blinked her eyes and seemed very expectant. Yes, second sister, I heard that we are classmates and must be very outstanding. Han Xiaozhan found a reclining chair and sat down, smiling and said, Sit for a while, eldest sister. Our house is big. It will take a while to ride there. Han Yinling's face was as gloomy as water. She had little support in the Han family and was not good at socializing. The previous butler was Han Zhangxiu's man, but at this moment he seemed a little weak. Just as he was thinking about it, a dazzling spiritual energy came from a distance. Buzz! It was the unique roar of a light shuttle motorcycle. With exquisite control, it made a beautiful braking arc and hovered behind Han Yinling. Su Xian is here. Chapter 18, I like to watch. The light shuttle motorcycle has a unique shape and hovers in the air. The surface is coated with a striking silver-gray paint finish. The lines are smooth and the design is avant-garde, reflecting the dazzling but not blinding light on the lakeside. Su Xian took off his narrow black sunglasses, revealing a pair of clear eyes, his gaze confident and sharp. He walked a few steps behind Han Yinling and said with a hint of relaxed smile, Morning, Miss Han. It blends perfectly with that casual temperament, showing a rare affinity. Han Yinling turned around and her eyes met Su Xian's. He nodded slightly, revealing his innate coolness and calmness. But the light in her eyes betrayed her inner joy. Han Yuer next to him was completely stunned by Su Xian's handsome appearance. Isn't he a delivery man? So handsome? It's completely different from those sloppy, dissolute children of wealthy families. His expression was dull, but his eyes became more and more fiery, and he had a strong desire to possess her. No, I must take it away. In fact, the one who was most shocked and envious was Han Zhangxiu. He knew this light shuttle motorcycle. I also want to buy it to show off, but it requires a level 2 warrior to drive it. Therefore, Dad's guess was correct. Su Xian must be the death warrior left behind by Han Yinling's father. After his sister awakened her talent, it was activated directly. I didn't expect that person to have such a deep foreshadowing and deceive everyone. He is worthy of being the martial arts champion of that year. Targeting Su Xian. I haven't thought about it. Who would want to fight with a dead man who only has a few years to live? This is obviously just a useless chess piece that will be discarded after Han Yinling grows up. So at this time, Han Zhang Xiao kept his mouth shut. Not a single word. This will open your mouth. The face will only hurt more. Sister Wang and Han Zhong are both level 3 warriors. They look at the nose with their eyes and the heart with their nose. My guess was the same as Han Zhangxiu's. This boy is crazy. Wouldn't it be nice to buy 2 spirit crystals with this money? He definitely won't live for many years. Don't mess with crazy people. Han Yinling breathed a sigh of relief and leaned leisurely on the lounge chair by the lake. Her 2 slender white thighs swayed in the sun, making Su Xian's eyes hurt. She didn't know that being able to ride a light shuttle motorcycle meant that one was already a level 2 warrior, because she never paid attention to this kind of information. She guessed that Su Xian exchanged the spirit crystal to buy it. It's not her fault. In the previous life, I had been striving for martial arts and cultivation. In the wilderness and on the front lines, people rely on chariots, while in the city, people ride on light shuttles. They rarely pay attention to the things that the children of aristocratic families like to play with. After all, there are not many reliable people around her. Most resources are obtained through one's own performance. Otherwise, he would not have chosen Su Xian after Han Zhong left. Although her relationship with her mother was strained, the mother, the clan leader, treated her the same as her younger siblings. If it weren't for this advanced talent being revealed, her family will not allocate these resources to her. Sister, can you please lend me your housekeeper for 2 days? Han Yuer suddenly spoke. That's just how she was. She always snatches all the good things from her sister. Malice? I can't really say, because she is a fan of Han Yinling. The confrontation is the confrontation. Most are within a reasonable range. Never did anything out of the ordinary. So Han Yinling also understood and didn't want to bother with his sister, who looked 34% similar to her. But this is definitely not okay. If Su Xian really stayed with her for 2 days, he would probably be exhausted. Besides, after he came, I felt better about being uncomfortable in a crowd. Before she could refuse, Han Yuer raised her pretty face, the beauty mole on her eyebrow jumped, and said to Su Xian, Xiao Su, come and rub my shoulders. Here is 200,000. With a snap, an anonymous bank card was slapped on the table. She has nothing else. Just have money. Who makes her father one of the richest men in Beijing? Sister Wang, standing by, couldn't help but adjust the delicate frame. Miss, I can do it too. Why don't you ask me? I worked hard for a year, and the bonus was only 200,000 yuan. Han Yuer's move made Han Yinling furious. She is short of money now. Isn't this just rubbing salt into Han Yuer's wound? Let her butler massage her shoulders in public? It's over if he dares to agree. Han Yuer, half an hour and 500,000. Han Yuer interrupted Han Yinling and raised the bet again. Han Yinling was so angry that she laughed. Okay, giving money is also good. Just think of it as a benefit for employees. So he raised his chin and asked Su Xian coldly, Butler Su, what do you think? Su Xian stood upright behind the recliner, staring at Han Yinling's slender, white legs. In fact, it is a practice of madly shearing off spiritual energy. I feel so happy. At this time, the psychic energy value, 1,518, starts to rise again. This is a great thing. No one disturbed him. He could see that something was wrong, and he would pull it out all day. As for the conversation between Han Yinling and Han Yuer, he didn't hear it clearly. The girls quarreled. There's nothing to get involved in. While looking at the legs, while casually saying, how do you watch it? I like to watch it. Han Yinling? Han Yu. Butler Su is really funny. Han Yuer covered her mouth and chuckled. Interesting. So funny. Like, Butler Su, my sister's legs are also beautiful. As she said this, she lifted up her skirt, revealing a section of her smooth calves. Cold sweat broke out on Su Xian's forehead. Oh shit. What kind of cadre is this who can withstand layers of tests? Fortunately, my heart is sealed with titanium alloy. Ahem, I actually don't know how to give a massage. Su Xian quickly found a way out. If you don't know how, you can practice, right, sis? Han Yuer found things even more interesting. Han Yinling knew that this would not end. Her sister was just like that. A piece of toffee. You can beat her up, it's not worth it. Ignore her? I don't know what trick she's going to play on you. Alas, it was all because of Uncle Gong who spoiled her. Su Xian, massage your legs. Han Yinling pointed at her smooth thighs and gave a direct order, silencing Han Yuer from speaking. Su Wan. Han Sheng. Su Xian was speechless. Sorry, who are you? Do you want me to massage your legs? Don't I want to save face? Tap. Bang. Han Yinling picked up a book of information about contestants in the Masked Warrior tournament next to her and covered her face with it. No way. Blushing. I practiced martial arts all night last night. My thighs and calves are extremely sore. A little sensitive. What's more important is, you're such a good presser. Su Xian looked focused. With one hand, he gently supported the slender white ankle, trying his best to block out the impact of the delicate touch of the skin. The other hand flew. First slide, then knead, then pinch, roll, squeeze, and knock. Finger, palm, and wrist combos are frequently used. Quickly help Han Yinling relax deep muscles and promote local blood circulation. Han Yuer was envious when she saw this, and whispered to Sister Wang, who was massaging her shoulders. Sister Wang, I want this too. Sister Wang looked at Su Xian, who was standing aside seriously. It seems like a strange thing has sneaked into the house. Su Xian, what kind of move is this? Han Zhong couldn't help but ask. You should know that being Han Yinling's housekeeper comes with such benefits. You must be a die-hard fan. The famous skill of the champion of the 5th Pingqing District Massage Competition, Summon Massage. Su Xian didn't even raise his head. Massage. He's a professional. Chapter 19, Han Family Dinner. Han Yuer was so angry that she was shivering. Is this what you mean by not being able to massage? This fairy is so angry. Su Xian actually didn't think that much. He worked in many jobs before delivering food. Work and study all the way. The hardships that everyone has to endure cannot be told to outsiders. I was originally considered a top masseur in Pingqing district. The income is also good, but she is too beautiful. After each massage, I can't tell if I pressed it more. It's still the Annies who touch it more. Later I got really tired of it. I had to change lines. Being handsome is also a trouble, especially when you don't have the strength. Let's attend the dinner together tonight. Han Yinling's voice came from under the book. Okay. Her complexion has now returned to normal and her legs are relaxed. With Su Xian's help, the fatigue in the thighs was swept away. I wish Su Xian could massage my feet again. But, anyway, he is the steward of his own treasure, so he can find a place with few people to make it. As for Su Xian spending money on buying cars and clothes, never mind. It's a salary anyway. Spend it however you want. The requirements are not high. It would be nice to be a warrior. Treat like a professional. We have to lower the standards. Sister, my dad will also come to the celebration party tonight. Han Yuer and Han Yinling chatted casually. Uncle Gong spent money, Han Yinling said lightly. Tonight is a dinner to celebrate her awakening talent. It was the same in the previous life. He said it was a celebration, but in reality, he was suppressing himself to prevent himself from bullying Han Yuer after awakening his talent. In fact, it doesn't matter. I'm almost helpless in the family. I don't have much aversion to Han Yuer and Han Zhanxiao. Not a person of the same world. But Gong Guofu never came empty-handed when he came to Han's. High-level ferocious beast ingredients are delivered in truckloads. Otherwise, this girl wouldn't be so arrogant. Who can blame his father for being rich? Sister, please let me go. I will definitely pay for the meal next time. Han Zhangxiu pleaded. He was really bored these 2 days. If not for this, I wouldn't be able to join forces with Han Yuer. He wanted to take revenge. As a result, my face became extremely swollen. He is not very old, 3 years younger than Han Yinling, and is at the age when he is very playful. Talk to Uncle Zhao. Han Yinling flipped her jade hand, and the latest information of the contestants in the Masked Warrior Conference flashed through page by page. Han Zhanjiao's father is a high-ranking officer in the military, and the two of them rarely meet. Quite harsh on him. If I knew that he was eating and drinking without paying in Beijing, a beating is inevitable. Fortunately, although Han Zhanxiao was a playboy, he had never done anything too outrageous. Awakening level talent from the previous life. Sister, are you still watching the Masked Warrior Conference? Which contestant do you think will win? Han Yuer said for small talk. At every conference, she would go to watch the competition with her sisters. But as far as I can remember, her sister has never been interested in this kind of competition. Why you seem to be so serious this time? I think Long-Legged Queen is pretty good. I've given her a lot of popularity. Han Xiaozhan said confidently, with a smile. Han Yuer rolled her eyes, turned around and asked, Sister Wang, who do you think is good? Sister Wang is a level 3 warrior and has participated in a Masked Warrior Conference before, so she naturally has a sharp eye. I think this explosive boxer is pretty good. Her talent and martial arts skills match well together. Sister Wang told them all like she knew them all, fully demonstrating the vision of a housekeeper in a large family. I'm more optimistic about Crazy Legs. He lost in the last round, but this time he's polished his skills and has the potential to be a champion. Han Zhong responded, although my master is not in tune, but being a housekeeper requires you to take a step forward. Han Yinling thought that these two housekeepers were indeed very sharp-sighted, but she did not reply. Continue to flip through the information of the contestants in the Masked Warrior Tournament. Some players do this to increase their exposure. We'll reveal talents and martial arts in advance. After all, finish a round. All the basic information is known. There's no need to hide it. Be famous and make money. Why not? Brother Su Xian, who do you like? Han Yuer pouted and asked Su Xian, who was still concentrating on the massage. This brat. Aren't you tired after kneading for so long? Don't you know how to rub it for me too? Let me show you some color. Han Yinling happened to put down the information and looked at Su Xian with her beautiful eyes. She also wanted to know who Su Xian was optimistic about, although it is a martial arts competition. However, ordinary people are more enthusiastic about the discussion, and many professional commentators are not warriors. Su Xian was speechless. Ask me what you want. I'm doing fine here and haven't caused any trouble for anyone. Completely immersed in the joy of the surge in spiritual energy. Besides, I'm a contestant. There is no reason to destroy your own ambition and enhance the prestige of others. So he pointed to the last orange-yellow figure on the profile page and said confidently, "Take away, boy." Everyone. "Good job. Is it so casual? Just click wherever you want." "Brother Xian, why is the delivery guy so good?" Han Zhangxiu asked hurriedly. He suddenly had a better impression of Su Xian. Just now, he felt a little embarrassed. Su Xian's answer was like a ray of light. "Make yourself look less stupid." Su Xian thought about it and realized that he really didn't have any particularly outstanding advantages, so he could only say, "Because I run fast." There doesn't seem to be anything wrong. After all, the cover created by artificial intelligence also says, "Masked Warrior, the delivery guy, personal signature. The speed is incredible, it's simply a miracle." Thump, thump, thump. A pair of black velvet high heels came down the card staircase. The slender heels elegantly extended the lines of Han Yinling's legs. The evening gown was made of deep black silk, showing off her perfect curves, and the long skirt shone with a low-key luster under the light. The makeup is delicate and elegant. Su Xian had a faint smile on his face. "Constantly strengthen your mind. My psychic treasure is back." Originally, he didn't want to attend the dinner party, as he knew it would be filled with intrigue and scheming. But the glittering fourth-level spirit crystal on Han Yinling's chest is still so fragrant. You can also absorb your own low-level spirit crystals, but it's never as happy as getting them for free. Just ignore it for a while. Growth is the most important thing. Psychic energy, 1792. The two of them walked into Han's luxurious banquet hall together. Cause a commotion. "Han Yinling is here. I heard that she agrees to the marriage." "Don't even think about it. You have a top talent. You will join the army in the future." "It's a pity who this guy is. He looks so cool in a suit. I'll need a link later." "It seems to be her new housekeeper. The housekeeper looks so young. Isn't she a warrior? Isn't she afraid of being kidnapped? I think I'm growing faster." "You're so young and already looking for a lover?" "I don't know what special abilities he has, but his appearance is okay." Han Yinling heard it clearly. Those present today are all peers from aristocratic families who are here to help out, and I don't know any of them. Fortunately, I brought Su Xian with me, so it was a little better to have an acquaintance with me. Maintaining a cool expression and suppressing the nervousness of becoming the center of attention, he walked straight to the large table in the center of the hall. That's the core area. Her family was waiting for her to take a seat. Han Yuer, Han Xiaozhan, Uncle Gong, Uncle Zhao and her mother, the clan leader. Han Shuangyi. "Please sit down, Yinling." A cold voice sounded. Su Xian saw Sister Wang and Han Zhong gathering on the other side. I know that the butler is not allowed to sit at the table, so he turned around and prepared to leave. At this time, Han Yinling's cold voice sounded. "Su Xian, sit down." Chapter 20. Han Yinling's father. Quiet. The originally noisy hall suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Han Yinling's words were brief, but the amount of information is huge. Han Yuer and Han Zhanxiao lowered their heads like quails, acting as if it's none of my business. Uncle Gong and Uncle Zhao remained expressionless. There was a hint of a smile in his eyes. Su Xian's eyes moved slightly. "What does this girl mean? Isn't this like putting me on the fire? I am crazy, though. But the big guys here are no lower than the Dragon Palace warriors in rank, especially the main seat. An elegant and luxurious natural silk nightgown, embroidered with exquisite ice flower patterns, faintly gleaming with a silver luster. The face remains quite youthful. The fine lines at the corners of her eyes and the fatigue in her eyes could not hide her authority and exhaustion. 78 points similar to Han Yinling. But there is more indifference and less vitality. Su Xian couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This family's genes are really excellent. No wonder she has so many uncles. But not as pretty as Xiaoan. Their eyes met briefly. Su Xian behaved neither arrogantly nor servilely. A cold and lazy voice sounded. "Xiao Su, sit down." Boom! The surroundings became noisy again. It seemed as if the silence just now was just an illusion. Han Yinling's beautiful eyes flickered, and she was surprised. She asked Su Xian to take a seat, intending to take advantage of the situation to cause trouble. "Don't you have a lot of admirers? Then I can also let my butler take a seat. I am both a daughter and a warrior with superb talent. I'm not your tool. Your love is too suffocating and hypocritical." But unexpectedly, my mother refused to accept the challenge. "Do you think Su Xian is your boyfriend?" Wrong. There was no way she would allow herself to make friends privately. Before it grows up, everything I have belongs to her, including my life. Because That's just the kind of person she is, a woman who can take advantage of everything for the sake of snobbery. Previous life. Become an empress. He used his supreme power to find his father's whereabouts in the military's confidential files. Learn your parents' secrets. It turned out that after the mother became a level 8 warrior, she was accidentally hit by the level 8 beast, the flame demon lord. There are always hidden dangers in the body. The father was looking for an antidote for his mother. When she was just 3 years old, she sank deep into the ocean of Blue Star and has never been heard from since. You know, some of the ferocious beasts in the deep sea of Blue Star are so powerful that even she, who has broken through to level 9, cannot fight them head-on. And the woman his father protected with his life. 3 years later, she found another man, and more than one, from a top businessman to a strong man in the military. The Han family grew bigger and bigger. My status is getting lower and lower. And the funniest thing is, her mother had always lied that her father had died in battle. When she revealed the truth in her previous life, her mother still played the emotional card with her, saying that it was necessary for her growth. This life, she has seen through it. Everything is just an excuse. Under that cold body is a cold and ruthless heart. For profit. For status. Even his own daughter's marriage rights were to be exchanged. As if in line with her thoughts, Han Shuangyi raised her finger slightly and adjusted the position of the tableware on the table. The blue eyes met Han Yinling's pupils and said coldly, "Don't forget what you promised me." Han Yinling remained silent, seeming ready to explode at any moment. For a moment, the air froze. As a top-level 8th level expert, Han Shuangyi noticed Su Xian's cultivation level beside her eldest daughter. Combined intelligence information. He was once a classmate of Han Yinling. Level talent. Level warrior. Take the initiative to find Han Yinling and become her personal butler. The Dragon Palace gave spiritual crystals as gifts. Is this the backup plan he left for his daughter? I really don't trust myself. Such a young assassin must have been an act of one of his subordinates who voluntarily sacrificed his son. Doesn't he hate this kind of behavior the most? In the end, so did I. Ridiculous. Give my share to Xiao Su. Han Shuangyi seemed tired. There was a trace of pity in her eyes. She waved her hand and stood up to leave. The gorgeous nightgown dragged across the floor, leaving the whole room in shock. What? Chief Han actually left to share the dinner to this kid? Isn't he the butler? Check quickly. What is his identity? Han Yinling was stunned. What's going on? Lift high and put down lightly? How come he left when I hadn't even exerted any strength? Also, what's with that glimmer of pity? I, a dignified empress, need mercy? Shouldn't it be an accusation? How come the punch hit cotton? Which link went wrong? On the main table, behind each person, there is a dedicated servant and a car. One exquisite dish after another was served. They are all the essence of high-level ferocious beasts. Try the dragon seeds of the demonic shrimp dragon. It took me a lot of effort to get them from the Yinghan area. Uncle Gong said with a laugh, showing his extravagant confidence. Zhao Qingshan's face was grim, but his words were sincere. Thank you for your trouble, Brother Gong. This level 4 beast is notoriously difficult to catch. This meal must cost several million. It doesn't matter, they're our own children. Eat whatever you want. Uncle Gong waved his hand nonchalantly and looked at his daughter Han Yuera lovingly. Dad, Uncle Zhao, you guys eat too. Han Yuera muttered. She was finally relieved that her mother had left. No way. Every time my sister and mom are present at the same time, the atmosphere is very tense. The two of them look like they have been shot. What a pair of enemies. Eat. Han Yinling encouraged Su Xian, worried that he might show his timidity. Although she didn't understand why her mother's attitude changed drastically. But there was nothing she could do now. Can only grow fast. Develop your own core strength. Establish a new Han clan that is completely loyal to you. Su Xian nodded and started showing off his fandom. I thought I made a lot of money this time. This chick is really good to herself. The main table and the buffet next to it are two completely different levels. They are all made per person. It was worth it that I pressed it for so long in the afternoon. My hands are a little sore. He ate all the lobster roe, marbling beef, and Japanese fish sashimi. As for maintaining good etiquette while dining, feel sorry. For me, it doesn't exist. Treat yourself to good food. The best attitude is to get rid of it quickly. Wotapiti. Although delicious, the quantity is too small. It's a big plate, just put a piece of meat and a few leaves. Is this for human consumption? If you give food to a cat, you will get scratched. After seeing that the car behind him was empty, Su Xian's eyes were fixed on the self-service food pickup area nearby. Go ahead and get one more. Han Yinling on the side suddenly said. She wasn't full either. This damn sense of ritual. I've lived my life again, but I still don't enjoy the food. Fortunately, Su Xian was found. Or you can go get it yourself. There is still some. Empress. It's also about saving face. Su Xian happily accepted the order. He had long been eyeing a delicious meal. Why did he go to the self-service area? I don't know. I just checked. He's an ordinary guy. A local dog wants to try everything. It's so funny. He doesn't even seem to know what to take. No way. He went to get the body of the heavenly demon shrimp. Ah, that thing isn't just a decoration, so it can't be eaten? Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter, you country bumpkin who has never seen the world. Han Yinling heard the discussions around her and felt that something was wrong. Turn around and found out. Su Xian came back happily carrying 2 large plates. It is filled with the bodies of demon lobster dragons. The sky blue lobster shell is covered with bright red sauce. It looks extremely tempting. Xiaohan, try this. Su Xian put down the plate and even changed his address. Han Yinling choked. But looking at Su Xian, who had a handsome face and a sincere smile, the shame in his heart faded away. Yes, he doesn't know. Just pick the best for yourself. We are all family. What's wrong with making a fool of ourselves together? He smiled and said, Okay, put it down. Chapter 21. Overlapping Waves. Brother Xian, I can't eat this. Han Zhangxiu suddenly spoke. He didn't want Su Xian to make a fool of himself. In his worldview, this kind of ridicule is a bit too much for a warrior. And, with Su Xian around, he would seem less stupid. I have 2 older sisters. Each one is better than the other. To the point that he often suspected that his father beat him too much. Beat him silly. This time, I finally met a close friend with similar level. What should he do if he gets angry and leaves? Su Xian frowned. Why can't he eat it? It's not like he didn't hear the discussion just now. I didn't take it seriously at all. This demon lobster looks very similar to the crayfish in the previous life. There must be plump shrimp meat under the shell. Paired with a spicy sauce, it tastes delicious. I heard it's a 4th level beast. It's definitely a great tonic. Once Brother Su Xian's heavenly demon lobster dragon dies, its shell becomes extremely hard. Han Yu at it. She also likes Su Xian very much. Although he came from a humble background, anything her sister approved of must be excellent. It takes a lot of strength and special skills to open the lobster shell, said Uncle Gong with a smile. Uncle Zhao was closer to Su Xian. He raised his hand and picked up a lobster dragon. He demonstrated while saying, if you use too much force, it will easily break and explode like this. Pinch with your left hand. Under the strength of the warrior, the shrimp shell burst open and the juice splashed. But fortunately, we were prepared. A light cover with the right hand. Gather together the crushed shrimp meat and shells. Just put it here, it looks nice. Han Yinling didn't seem to mind. Her jade-like fingers, as white as scallions, also touched the sauce on the shrimps in the dish. Into the rosy lips. It seemed to be in this way, silently supporting Su Xian. Let me try. Su Xian picked up a lobster shell and looked at it carefully. His behavior made the children of the noble families around him even more disdainful. Boss Gong and Captain Zhao both gave him a way out, but he still wasn't satisfied. I just checked. He is a warrior. This is what a poor warrior looks like, full of pride. Su Xian was focused at this moment. He has figured out the shape of the demon lobster's shell. The interlocking shell makes it impossible to break it by force. You must master extremely precise force. Only in this way can you crush the shrimp shell while ensuring that the shrimp meat does not fall apart. Try pinching it with both hands. The shrimp shell did not move at all. Not strong enough. Su Xian understood. In this case, spiritual energy is surging. A wave of overlapping fingers. What he had comprehended was the perfect level dialing palm, and he had become extremely proficient in how to use the power of the dialing palm to reach the state of returning to nature. Ding! Comprehension level martial arts skill, wave finger, perfect level. The system voice sounded in my heart. A confident smile appeared on Su Xian's lips. All martial arts in the world are integrated. Fingers, palms, fists, and legs. Wherever the body is, it can be used as a weapon of attack. This is the perfect level. Su Xian paused for a moment. Everyone thought that he was going to give up and retreat. There was an uproar, and all kinds of unpleasant words were heard in low voices. Even a rank 7 warrior can't handle it. If he can do it, I'll be doing a live broadcast of myself eating shit while standing upside down. The tipsy Wang, Songyue shouted loudly. His family is considered a small, wealthy family. He was quite disdainful of warriors of Su Xian's background. A hint of annoyance also appeared on Han Yinling's perfect face. Such words. It's a slap in her face. But Han Yinling didn't look at Su Xian either, as if he didn't care at all. This is to avoid him from being under too much psychological pressure. She understands. Usually, the people who hurt others the most are not others. It's the casual words and looks of your companions. Su Xian exerted force with his fingers. Double overlapping wave finger. Triple wave finger. For overlapping wave fingers. Crack! The snow-white lobster meat fell into the plate with a plop. The whole body is snow-white and crystal clear. Under the lights of the banquet hall, it sparkles with alluring brilliance and emits a fragrant aroma. Done! Han Yinling, Uncle Gong, and Uncle Zhao. The children of the noble families all looked at Wang Songyue, who was drinking heavily. Wang Songyue. The demonic lobster dragon is indeed a fourth-level ferocious beast. The meat is chewy and has a rich texture when dipped in a special sauce. Although the body of the demon lobster is for presentation, but the sauce was still prepared with great care. Su Xian nodded with satisfaction. It turned out to be just as I expected. After all, delicious food needs to be persisted. Is it delicious? Han Yue swallowed her envious saliva. Uncle Gong and Uncle Zhao both smiled, but said nothing. Everyone secretly sighed that Su Xian was lucky. The force required to open each shell of this demon lobster dragon is different. It has nothing to do with the size of the lobster. It all depends on fate, just like a lottery draw, although some high-level warriors can guarantee a certain success rate. But how can a high-level warrior do this every day? Of course, Han Yinling also knew this. So she stretched out a jade finger, tapped the table lightly, and then shook it gently, signaling Su Xian to stop. That's just right. If this continues, we will lose face. Su Xian understood instantly. Still want to eat? One isn't enough, right? I'm sorry to say that I need to make a gesture. Reserved. Okay. This time I'm able to come here thanks to Xiaoan. What's wrong with helping to peel a few shrimps? They're all good friends. He picked up another demon lobster dragon. Han Yinling was confused. Is my hint not obvious enough? Next second. Crack! Uncle Gong and Uncle Zhao's eyes gleamed with brilliance. Second consecutive hit? What kind of fucking luck is this? Su Xian's hands did not stop. Click, click, in the shocked eyes of everyone. A plate of smooth, white, and tender lobster meat was piled up on the plate. Su Xian stood up. I walked through the silent hall and returned with some sauce. Pour over the lobster meat. Then, pushed in front of Han Yinling. Eat first, then peel it after you finish eating. The corners of Han Yinling's mouth curled up into a beautiful arc. Pick up a piece of lobster meat covered with sauce and put it into the cherry mouth. His eyes revealed satisfaction. It smells good, Su Xian said with a smile. Gurgle, gurgle. In the hall, there was a sound of swallowing saliva. Plum, do you want to eat too? No, Brother Su, I'm full. Didn't you just get here? How come you're full already? I'm full of dog food. Butler Su is very skillful. I'm sure many high-end restaurants will pay a large sum of money to buy his shrimp peeling skills. Uncle Gong and Uncle Zhao still can't believe it. This handsome young man actually peeled shrimps with his bare hands. He must have mastered some special force-generating techniques. This time I made a mistake. I'll have to study it carefully when I get back. Dad, I want to eat too. Han Yue looked at Gong Guofu eagerly. Gong Guofu had no choice but to pick up a heavenly demon lobster dragon and crush it easily with his level 7 strength. Bang! The juice burst out and sprayed all over Han Zhao's face next to him, who immediately looked embarrassed. Han Zhangxiu? Han Yue knew that her father was unreliable, but looking at the snow-white shrimp meat, she drooled with envy. Brother Xian, I want to eat it too. While carefully peeling the shrimp, Su Xian responded. Are you sure? I didn't wash my hands. Han Yinling's legs trembled under the table. The cheeks stopped. Chapter 22. Impact on becoming a level 3 warrior. Han's manner. Han Yinling and Su Xian stood by the lake at night. You become a warrior, Han Yinling said with certainty. Su Xian didn't want to deny it. That's right. Really? Han Yinling was still shocked. Although the talent level of some humans awakened was extremely weak. However, there are plenty of adventures and means, and one can still quickly become a warrior. Using a spirit crystal to dash is one of the easiest ways. It's just that the price is too high. Previous life. After the Star Gate opened, psychic energy surged. Some ordinary people ate unknown food in the wild. He instantly became a 4th-level warrior, and his talents were greatly enhanced. The universe is so vast that there is nothing strange. So from the Empress's perspective, she accepted it very quickly. I just thought that Su Xian had a special physique that could absorb spiritual crystals quickly. After all, there is no casual layout of your own. Su Xian was also unable to touch the spirit crystal and discovered something was wrong with his body. That being the case, Han Yinling's bright eyes lit up with a strange color, and she turned to Su Xian and said, "Go take the college makeup exam and go to college with me." "Is there any benefit?" Su Xian asked while absorbing spiritual energy. His biggest reliance is still relying on his talent to upgrade quickly. He doesn't care about going to college. Not to mention, this girl is so beautiful. She must be surrounded by a lot of trouble. If it weren't for the purpose of fleecing the psychic energy, he didn't want to get too close. It doesn't mean that I'm completely insulated from beautiful women. Only, men need to get stronger quickly. Otherwise, everything is empty talk. Han Yinling thought for a moment and said, whether it is a wealthy family or a university, they all have coordinates and exploration experience of special caves and secret realms. You must know how much of an advantage this is in obtaining resources. Also, follow me, and I will take care of all your promotion resources. Han Yinling directly stated the conditions. Su Xian was moved for a moment. The most important thing in this world is cultivation resources. Although spiritual heart can help you quickly harvest resources. But most high-level spirit crystals are produced in the secret realm of the underground cave. These caves and secret realms are unique spatial rifts that have appeared since the revival of spiritual energy, wandering between reality and fantasy. The location is not fixed at all. It is possible to be in the sea today, tomorrow in the mountains. Specific instruments are needed to record specific coordinate points. To enter, the coordinates of these secret underground caves are completely controlled by top universities and wealthy families. The wild warriors and mercenary teams were nowhere to be found. This is also what he learned from looking up the warrior guild. Just at this moment, the spiritual energy emanating from the 4th-level spirit crystal in Han Yinling's chest. It is enough for you to quickly reach the 3rd-level warrior. The importance of high-level spirit crystals can be imagined. Okay, Su Xian agreed decisively. Is it a deal? Han Yinling stretched out her fair and tender little hand. Su Xian held the boneless little hand. The Tao heart that had just been calm suddenly trembled. It's a deal. Han Yinling turned around, looked towards the lake and smiled, and the depression in her heart was relieved a little. Great. I finally don't have to be alone anymore. It's so hard to find a friend. The important goal of this life is to preserve the human race. Even if I escape from Blue Star, it would be too lonely to be alone. At least find a few people who can talk. Then I'll be leaving first, Miss Han. Seeing that there was nothing to do at the moment, Su Xian prepared to go back and attack to become a level 3 warrior. I have almost exhausted all my spiritual energy. Just call me Xiaoan from now on, that's fine. Han Yinling responded with a smile. The light shuttle motorcycle next to it suddenly lit up and made a mechanical synthesized sound. Master, I'm here. Han Yinling. Warrior Guild building. Su Xian was in his single apartment. One of his legs was a little lame. System. By name, Su Xian. Age, 18. Level 2 warrior. Talent, spiritual heart, unique. Features, enhanced physical fitness, biological fluctuations. Psychic, 1928. Martial arts, level 1 Lingbo step, perfect. Level 1 Dialing palm, perfect. Level 1 Dialing finger, perfect. Spirit crystal, 1st level spirit crystal, 2nd level spirit crystal, 3rd level spirit crystal, 4th level spirit crystal. Su Xian was also under a lot of pressure today. Han Shuangyi, Uncle Gong, and Uncle Long need not be mentioned. Others may not feel it, but he has a spiritual heart. Even if they showed no ill intentions, the invisible aura of high-level warriors made him walk on thin ice. As for the warrior stewards in the banquet hall, each of them is a warrior above level 3. Extremely indifferent. Looking at myself is like looking at an ant that can be easily crushed to death. This feeling. He is very unhappy. I will strive to become a level 3 warrior tonight. Su Xian took out the spirit crystal box. He took out a few 1st-level spirit crystals and held them in his hands. Close your eyes and concentrate. Feel the growth of spiritual energy in your body. After 10 minutes, the psychic energy slowly increased to 1929. No, The absorption speed of low-level spirit crystals is too slow. I missed the time with the little rich woman. Although my legs hurt a little and my hands are a little sore, I am growing very fast. Su Xian discovered. It turns out that the growth rate of psychic power is not linear. To put it simply, the closer you get to the critical point, the higher the concentration of spirit crystals required and the longer it takes before becoming a warrior or a level 1 warrior. I didn't notice it. Maybe it's because my level is too low. In that case, speed comes first. Su Xian took out all the level 3 spirit crystals. For a while, the concentration of psychic energy in the apartment surged. The brilliant color of the first-grade spirit crystal began to fade. This is a manifestation of a massive overflow of spiritual energy. The value of such a level 3 spirit crystal will be greatly reduced in the market. Fortunately, with the talent of spiritual heart, he absorbed all the dissipated spiritual energy crazily. Such strength improvement. It's really wonderful, until I heard a loud bang in my ears. Level warrior. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new feature, killing intense sense. First, a warm current surged through my body. Physical fitness improves rapidly under the impact of spiritual energy. His basic attributes such as strength, speed, and stamina increase significantly. A layer of dirt floats on the surface of the body. This is the elimination of impurities from the body. Another auxiliary trait? Not bad. It's a good trait to protect against villains. Take a shower, then go to the martial arts studio and try your hand. Su Xian entered the shower room of the apartment. It's a single apartment, but this warrior apartment is at least 200 square meters. It's not luxurious at all, but the various high-tech materials still make people feel happy. That's the power of money. This is the world of warriors. In the dilapidated wooden house from a few days ago, there is simply no comparison. While washing up, Su Xian did not forget to look at the system. What he was most concerned about was the spiritual energy value column, wondering how much spiritual energy is needed by a level warrior. When I saw this, I was shocked. Psychic energy, 2,000. It is 5 times the total psychic energy value before. No wonder. Many warriors can only reach level 3 in their entire life. It turns out that the resources consumed are enormous. If you want to get these resources, in addition to working for the family, is there any other way? Join the army. The army has abundant resources, and level 1 talents can also be promoted to become a 4th level warrior. This makes level 4 warriors numerous. But the cost is also direct. Once you become a warrior in this way, one has to serve in the military for 15 years before he can retire. After joining the army, the death rate in each beast-tide battle was 60. Chapter 23, Martial Arts Training Ground. 55th floor of Warrior Building. Martial Arts Training Ground. The entire first floor is connected, with various training grounds and fitness equipment scattered throughout. The ground is made entirely of memory metal, and it is where warriors practice and hone their skills. Su Xian stepped into the venue in a white tights. He did not wear a wear-level combat suit because he needed to quickly master his advanced body. Polish until the body and mind are united. Life and death fights are prohibited in the Warriors Guild to ensure the safety of the warriors. On the training ground, a middle-aged man was practicing swordsmanship with a knife. His movements were as swift as the wind, attracting constant attention. Many martial artists watching at the training ground could not help but sigh in admiration. TSK. Chun Fan's knife is getting faster. I'm afraid it's almost mature. I was born to play with knives no one can compare. Su Xian also stopped and looked for a while, his heart burning with excitement. Although his perfect level, Lingbo Bu, and Dailing Jin make him invincible in close combat with his peers. But the biggest advantage humans have over beasts is the use of weapons. No matter how strong his body is, he can't withstand a few claws from a high-level ferocious beast. Last time, he had to show his weakness to kill the black crystal leopard. Without combat uniform and spirit heart, how could he dare to make such an attempt? And at the upcoming Masked Warrior Conference, weapons are allowed. Therefore, whoever has weapons and corresponding martial arts will have a great advantage. What's more, humans are more intelligent, and fighting with ferocious beasts is 2 different concepts. If you have weapons, anyone who doesn't use them is a fool. Bang, bang, bang. Su Xian quickly punched and kicked sideways at the anti-collision board in front of him, and the light screen above showed the strength of his punches. Card. The card is the power limit of a level 3 warrior. Only the top-level strength-enhancing talent combined with martial arts can break it. This record was set when the human emperor was at level 3, and no one has surpassed it since then. After Su Xian briefly adapted to his body, he gradually mastered the condition and the intensity of his strikes continued to increase. Card! Card! The loud sound of the blow attracted the attention of people around. Wow, this kid is good. He looks young, but he's already a level 3 warrior. What's the big deal? My nephew has reached the 4th level in the army before he was 30. I guess it was because of the spiritual crystals from the big family. Besides, it's useless to have realm without martial arts skills. You're just like those useless young men. Should keep your voice down. Su Xian felt that it was almost time, so he concentrated his energy and wanted to test the increase in the power of the dialing force. A palm of overlapping waves. Bang! Card! There was an uproar all around. What? 50. Could it be a strength-related talent? I don't know, but this strength is enough for our mercenary team's minimum standard. Su Xian was stunned. Something was wrong. The increase was so low. Hearing the surprised voices of the people around him, he realized that the higher the numerical strength, the harder it is to do. 50 might be a watershed. Double overlapping wave palm. Bang! Card! There was silence at first, and then an uproar broke out. What? Did I see it right? It's 53 cards. This is almost the peak strength of level 3. This kid's talent is definitely at the top level, a young genius. Su Xian stopped the test. He roughly estimated the upper limit of his strength. Under the skill of the layered wave palm, at around the 9th level, it would exceed 100 calories, and at the 12th level it should be 150 calories. Fortunately, after becoming a warrior, his body was constantly transforming, and with every bit of spiritual energy that grew, his blood and physical strength also increased. Otherwise, even if he was familiar with the practice of dialing Jin, his body would not be able to bear it. At this time, Chun Fan, who was standing on the ring, had his eyes light up. He put away his knife, jumped off the ring, and said, "What's your name, little brother?" He is the deputy leader of the Rattlesnake Mercenary Group. He practices swordsmanship and martial arts in this place when he is free and also looks for some potential wild warriors to join the group. Su Xian, are there any mercenary groups? Would you like to consider our Rattlesnake Mercenary Group? When the warriors around the training ground heard this, they were filled with envy. The Rattlesnake Mercenary Group is great. There are many experts in it. The leader is beautiful and has long legs. I applied before, but they refused to accept me. The minimum requirement for joining the group is to have achieved minor success in martial arts, right? Can this kid do it? I guess they like his talent and want to train him in advance. The discussions around him made Chun Fan's eyes change. In fact, his thoughts were guessed by the people around him. They really wanted to train Su Xian in advance. As for martial arts, it is enough to confirm that this kid has good talent and loyalty. After signing a long-term contract, we could devote all our efforts to helping him develop personal martial arts. I refuse. Su Xian frowned and shook his head. He didn't want to join the mercenary group. What? Chun Fan didn't expect that he would be rejected outright. You have to know that the Rattlesnake Mercenary Group is one of the best wild warrior mercenary groups, and there is a mortality rate when they go out hunting. But compared with other wild warrior mercenary groups, it is already at the ceiling level. Our regiment has very good treatment, a low casualty rate, and we also provide exclusive martial arts skills when signing a long-term contract. Chun Fan quickly added, "My sword and the advanced combat skill, Frenzy Blade, were provided by the mercenary group." Su Xian's heart moved. He had not expected this kind of treatment, because the ferocious beasts hunted by the mercenary group can be exchanged for points together, which makes the accumulation speed much faster than that of individual hunting. Many mercenary groups recruit warriors in this way. It is equivalent to taking out a loan in advance, acquiring martial arts, and then repaying the debt by going out hunting together. Certainly, the points earned from this are definitely less than those earned from going out hunting by oneself, but the risk is low. With each trip in and out, the mercenary group has accumulated a large amount of points invisibly, becoming a major player in exchanging martial arts. Can we try it? Su Xian pointed to the training ground nearby. Chun Fan was stunned. This kid wanted to try out his swordsmanship. He has been practicing the War Mad Sword for more than 10 years, and his martial arts is about to reach perfection. Wouldn't a sparring match with him be just a matter of one sword strike? Okay, sure. Chun Fan nodded in response. The warriors around were also confused and had no idea what Su Xian was thinking. Ah, he's sparring with sword maniac Chun Fan. He wanted to save face. He probably regretted it after hearing about the treatment. He wanted to join the group, but was too embarrassed to say so. How many moves do you think he can hold out? If you don't have weapons, you can use one martial arts skill. If you have weapons, you can use 3 or 5 martial arts skills. Su Xian and Chen Fan walked towards the training ground, and both of them picked up an ordinary long sword. Although such knives are somewhat dangerous, warriors have higher physical strength, so the danger is controllable. Besides, sparring is not a life and death battle, so you have to be careful when you attack. Brother Su, I never let you go with my knife, so be prepared. Chen Fan held the knife, and his whole demeanor changed. An invincible momentum is upon us. It's okay, come on. Su Xian was impressed by Chen Fan's swordsmanship. He wanted to know how many moves he could take against such a master without any weapons or martial arts. Chen Fan growled. Man and sword become one. Heading straight towards Su Xian. The first move of the level 1 martial arts War Mad Blade. The tiger comes out of the mountain. Chapter 24 Stealing Skills. Inside the brightly lit training ground, veins bulged on Chen Fan's arms, and his long sword drew a perfect arc in the air, heading straight for Su Xian's face. The knife's wind was so sharp that it seemed to split the air in two. Here it comes. Su Xian took a deep breath and stayed calm. Under the sword-like eyebrows are a pair of sharp eyes. This knife seemed swift, but in Su Xian's eyes, it was a knife that moved fast and slow, making it difficult to track its movements. Just as the blade was about to touch his face, clang! Su Xian raised his sword with amazing reaction speed to block the attack. Chen Fan flicked his wrist, soft yet firm. Then he used the second move of the Berserker Blade, Dragon Leap. Buzz! The long sword in Su Xian's hand was actually knocked away. In an instant, the defensive goal was wide open. But Chen Fan's knife also stopped. I lost, let's try again. Su Xian's eyes lit up, as if thinking about something. Chen Fan laughed and said, okay. He could clearly see that this boy didn't know how to use a knife. Even the way of holding the knife was learned from me 2 seconds ago. But such a novice was able to take his first move. What is talent? This is talent. If he is brought into the group, he will most likely become the backbone of the group in the future. More and more warriors gathered around, and many warriors from other mercenary groups also came over. The leader of the King Kong Cat's mercenary group, Wang Gang, squeezed in and patted Zhao Hui, a member who was watching the fun. Old Zhao, who is Chen Fan sparring with. Has he mastered the War Mad Blade? No, Brother Wang, he's a guy with good strength, and I wanted to recruit him into the group. What kind of swordsmanship does that kid have? Level 1 Chaotic Wind Sword or Level 1 Thunderbolt Sword? I didn't see him use any fighting skills. He just blocked it and the knife flew away. Chen Fan must have let him win. Su Xian picked up the knife. The reason he didn't dodge just now was that Chen Fan had no intention of killing him. After reaching the level of warrior, his spiritual heart, talent has been upgraded again, and he can now detect the murderous intentions of people around him. Very easy to use. Back to the training ground. Su Xian and Chen Fan confronted each other again. Chen Fan had already made a decision in his mind. Let this kid do some tricks later. Young men all want face. After the discussion, just a little bit of blowing, and this talented person will join the team. By then, the leader will definitely reward himself. Think of the reward. Chen Fan's eyes changed. Looking at Su Xian, the more he looked at her, the more comfortable he felt. However, Su Xian didn't care about that. This time, he moves first. The long sword in his hand chopped out. Then Chen Fan's eyes widened. This is the tiger coming out of the mountain. He will understand it after reading it once? No, it's still a little off. He shook his arms and raised his hands to block Su Xian's knife. Bang! Chen Fan actually took a step back. Shit, I almost forgot. This kid is very powerful. We can't hold back any longer. For a moment, the sound of knives striking knives was endless, echoing throughout the entire training ground. Chen Fan is letting the opponent go a little too far. How come the fight is going back and forth? This is such a simple truth, just give this kid a way out. Although Chen Fan is practicing the crazy blade, he is really careful. Otherwise, how could Rattlesnake become bigger and bigger? Really? He has scooped up all these good talents. Don't you agree, Brother Wang? Wang Gang is also a level 3 warrior. He doesn't practice swordplay, but he had practice with Chen Fan. I know Chen Fan didn't hold back. The layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. This guy is fast and powerful. There's a saying that goes like this: kill the master with random punches. In the face of absolute power, all skills are useless. What's more, this kid's knife looks more and more like the real thing. There is even some shadow of Chen Fan. Bang! Su Xian's mind was wide open, and he was knocked away by Chen Fan with the back of his knife. However, he twisted his body in midair and landed on the side of the training ground. Said it was shot and flown. It would be better to say that Su Xian was leveraging the force. Thank you, Brother Fan, for holding on. Come again. Su Xian was very excited. No, no, no. Chun Fan wiped the sweat off his forehead and waved his hands repeatedly. What the hell? This guy is very fast and slippery. I have a total of 5 sword techniques, and he either catches them or dodges them. The key is that the power is not weak. A sparring match is not a life and death battle, and many combos cannot be used. So it's really tiring. Brother Su Xian, would you like to consider the King Kong Cat's mercenary group? The salary is definitely higher than what he offers. The burly Brother Wong grabbed Su Xian's hand and said sincerely. He saw it. This kid is definitely a good candidate and must be picked up. Old man Wong, get the hell out of here. This guy belongs to me. Chun Fan said angrily, and he managed to squeeze in while taking a breath. Wang Gang glanced at Chun Fan, raised his thick eyebrows, and said disdainfully, What do you mean, your man? He hasn't joined the group yet. Get out of here, or I'll cut you. For a while, the two of them quarreled fiercely. Su Xian didn't say anything, because he was looking at the system. The battle just ended and a beautiful system sound was heard. Ding. Learn the level 1 martial arts war mad sword technique, beginner. Su Xian knew. This is not a system bonus. It's his innate talent for martial arts. Warriors need martial arts skill books to learn martial arts. In fact, it is a metal disc combined with biology. Stick it on your forehead. Not only will the key principles and techniques of the martial arts emerge in your mind, but electric shocks will also trigger muscle memory. After use, it will directly reach the entry point and automatically destroy. So it's quite valuable. It's not like there aren't people who have learned it secretly and try to teach it. The key is that I learned too slowly. For the same move, I can achieve the effect by using 50% of my strength, but you may need 80% of your strength. You have to keep correcting your actions. It takes 2 to 3 years to master a certain level of martial arts. This is a two-way time cost. It would be better to use this energy to kill more ferocious beasts and exchange them for martial arts more quickly. Not to mention advanced martial arts. It is possible that it may take 10 or 8 years to get the basics. The low-level warriors around were still discussing. Is this kid so strong? Why does the leader of King Kong Cat want to snatch him? I don't know, but Chun Fan has always had a good eye. Youth means potential. That step seems to be Lingbo's step. Has he mastered it to a small degree? Fuck. Did you practice this since you were in your mother's womb? Da-da-da. A powerful and rhythmic sound of crisp percussion rang out. A tall figure full of exotic charm walked over slowly. She has a curvy figure. The long golden hair fluttered in the air, exuding a strong aura. The light golden eyes and high-nosed bridge indicate that he is of Chinese and Russian descent. However, the most eye-catching, it was her slender legs, wearing a pair of pure gold alloy special over-the-knee high-heeled boots, with a foldable design near the knees, which was convenient for bending and completing difficult tactical moves. The people around seemed to recognize her identity and made way for her. A very magnetic and recognizable contralto voice sounded. Chun Fan, what's going on? Chapter 25, Reward. After the spiritual energy revived, the human race united. There is a mixture of races from many different continents. Su Xian was not surprised by this kind of mixed-race face. One can also see a little bit of the shadow of beauties from various countries in her previous life in Han Yinling's brows. The real classes are still warriors and ordinary people. Wealthy warriors and ordinary warriors. Chun Fan was overjoyed. Captain Selena is here. It's safe this time. Captain, this kid is a talent. Chun Fan hurriedly stepped forward and winked, completely lacking the detached calmness of the swordsmanship master just now. What talent? Have you ever had hunting experience? What is martial arts? Selena turned her head and looked directly at Su Xian, who was of similar height to her. There was a hint of scrutiny in those golden eyes. Su Xian, seeing that Chun Fan had just given him some pointers, replied generously, Level 1, 1 hunt, Level 2 Lingbo step, Level 3 dialing palm. The warriors around burst into laughter. Huh? Is this kid kidding? He has a superb talent. What kind of heavenly treasure did he eat? I've only hunted a ferocious beast once. No wonder I don't have any equipment. Isn't this martial art something that is taught in high school? I can do it too. Are you kidding me? Selena's tone was a little angry. I thought Chun Fan was really going too far. Last time he insisted that a little girl was a top hunter. As a result, he fainted when he saw the blood. This time it's even more outrageous. Bring back all the level talents. I have to punish him tonight. Let's go, Chun Fan. Selena turned and left without waiting for Su Xian to reply. Chun Fan hesitated to speak. He understood that the leader had misunderstood. If I had watched the video of my fight with Su Xian just now, she would never think that Su Xian was teasing her. But there are so many people now. It is unwise to deny the leader to his face. So he quickly whispered to Su Xian with a wry smile, "The leader is just too straightforward. I'll tell her later that you must wait for me. It's okay. We'll have a chance to fight again in the future." Su Xian put down the knife and patted Chun Fan on the shoulder. "Treat yourself kindly to others. He always returns kindness. The gratitude and resentment are clearly distinguished. This is his life principle. That's no problem. I'll be there whenever you call me. Just wait for me." Chun Fan admired Su Xian even more when he saw that he didn't show any anger at all. After hurriedly adding the contact information, he followed Selena and left. The leader of the King Kong Cats mercenary group never came over again. Their overall strength is not as good as the Rattlers. And he heard Su Xian's reply clearly. Although this guy has a good foundation, the mercenary group is more pursuing long-term interests. There's really no need to invest in advanced talent. Let's go. It's not that easy to join the Rattlesnake mercenary group. It's useless to have great strength. You also need to have amazing martial arts skills. Chun Fan made me see everything. Su Xian didn't care. Since my comprehension of martial arts is so high, just come to the training ground more often to observe and learn. If you don't have many martial arts skills, just watch more and practice more. Seen too much. They are all yours. After training alone for a while, I returned to the apartment. He took out his latest mobile phone and browsed the Warrior Guild forum. There are many experiences and exchanges among warriors here. The most important information. There is also information and locations of all kinds of strange and bizarre ferocious beasts. Preparations that a warrior must make before hunting a ferocious beast. Fine. Combat uniforms, and combat uniforms. Without protection, everything is in vain. How to quickly improve martial arts. Fine. It is well known that constant practice is necessary, but life and death combat is the key to sudden enlightenment of martial arts talent. No matter how talented you are, it's useless if you practice against a wall. Floor, great God. Lu, damn, it took me 3 years to practice my combat skills to a small degree. Lu, forget it, one of my great combat skills can beat 10 of mine. Su Xian wondered, are combat skills that difficult to practice? Why do I feel like I can understand it after watching it twice? Click most popular channels. Shocking. Rare black crystal leopard that is rarely seen in 3 years. Perfect grade material. Complete guide from discovery to hunting. Su Xian's eyes froze. When did I send it? How come I don't remember? Click in and take a look. The content is specious and is basically a patchwork of existing information. The black crystal leopard likes to hunt claw beasts the most. After hunting a large number of claw hunters, the corpses were piled up into a mountain. Hide behind the corpse and wait for the black crystal leopard to get close and kill it with one strike. The following comments are all. Lu, swindlers don't die well. Lu, first you have to kill a lot of split claw beast corpses for me to see. Lu, that's outrageous. Why don't you say he was killed with one slap? Lu, the last warrior who died from a sneak attack by a black crystal leopard said, I believed you, and now the grass on my grave is 3 meters high. Su Xian thought that this author was quite capable, as he had basically restored his own killing process. If it weren't for spiritual heart, I really didn't know the black crystal leopard was nearby. Later, he also looked up some information. I found that I was really lucky. All rare and ferocious beasts have super strong concealment abilities, and some are not attracted to the scent of prey at all. In other words, even if you have a spiritual heart, if you can't meet him, there's nothing you can do. The most commented post in the entire post. This author is just trying to make money by riding on the popularity of others. Don't believe him. Author, I just rubbed it. Why are you biting me? Stinky. What followed was a heated exchange of insults. Su Xian was delighted. This author was quite courageous. Click on the information. I found that there is something really good. The author is familiar with the information of various ferocious beasts, interacting crazily with some warriors on the forum. He often uses his rich knowledge to criticize people so much that they are completely disconnected. Personal profile says, Black Crystal Panther Hunter, contact me. There is a big reward. Su Xian was curious. Big reward? Add friends one by one. Friend request accepted. Hello, I am the Black Crystal Leopard Hunter. May I ask what the reward is? Su Xian asked politely. I'll give you 100,000 slaps in the face. Another scammer. A string of impolite words lit up on the screen. Su Xian was stunned for a moment. Boy, are you so irritable? What kind of mental trauma must one have suffered to type such cold words? The key is very fast. Page after page of different polite expressions appeared. Su Xian was dazzled. He thought about it and sent a photo. This photo was taken by Black Crystal Leopard in the truck bed. Of course, this is to prevent veteran drivers or warrior guilds from tampering with the Black Crystal Leopard. The screen is quiet. Great God, please accept my knees. Ah, my admiration for you is like a surging river, endless. Su Xian was speechless. He changed his attitude so quickly. Forget about the knees. Su Xian tapped the screen with his fingers. What's the reward? The other party is typing. The other party is deleting. The other party re-enters. The person on the other side of the screen seemed to be thinking and organizing his words. Su Xian was not in a hurry and replied patiently. How heavy is it? A long time. A message lights up. That one was just weighed 108 pounds. So 1. Chapter 26 New Member. Zhao Xiuyan. The 100th floor of the Warrior Building. High-end bar. You are open-minded life? Su Xian asked as he looked at the petite, plump, cute round-faced girl in front of him. Hello, great master. My name is Zhao Xiuyan. The girl excitedly took out her chubby little hands. Shake hands. The girl's palms were full of sweat from excitement. Zhao Xiuyan was only about 1.5 meters tall, and the extra weight made her black-made skirt bulge in front of her chest. She wore thick-rimmed glasses and had a slightly red nose. She looks very two-dimensional. Master, you are so handsome. Why is your name The Past Is Gone with the Wind? Zhao Xiuyan pouted the straw into the milk tea cup and asked impatiently. Su Xian picked up his lemonade and said casually, You have such a bad temper. Isn't that called an open-minded life? Master, you don't know how hard my life is, Zhao Xiuyan muttered as she took a deep sip of milk tea. So you drink triple sugar? Why do we have to meet in person to discuss the huge reward? Su Xian asked. Zhao Xiuyan sniffed and said, That has something to do with my talent. Is it convenient to tell me? Su Xian knew that warriors had all kinds of talents, some of which were his own trump cards, so it was not convenient to reveal them. Zhao Xiuyan said nonchalantly, Level 1 talent. Niffler rat. Well, I know this talent. Wait a moment, I'll message you back. Su Xian nodded thoughtfully. Then he calmly took out his phone, opened the Warrior Guild search bar, and quickly typed, What is the Niffler rat's talent? The first offline meeting between netizens. Don't appear too ignorant. Don't search anymore. This talent is a support talent. With years of landing experience, Zhao Xiuyan has been able to see the trajectory of Su Xian's fingers sliding. Ahem. Su Xian realized that he was seen through, so he put down his phone and asked calmly, Can you elaborate? Zhao Xiuyan showed a look of despair and said, You know the level 5 vicious beast, the Niffler rat. It lives in the Misty Swamp and is one of the 3 evils in the Eagle territory. My talent is the same as theirs. I can smell the excrement of prey from a very long distance and hunt in groups. To put it simply, smelling shit. Puff! Su Xian spat out a mouthful of lemonade. This talent is really disgusting, and it's on a girl. No wonder he has such a bad temper. Anyone would collapse. That's not right. This talent should be very helpful for hunting ferocious beasts. Su Xian calmed down and asked in confusion. Logically speaking, this talent should be highly sought after by all mercenary groups. With this talent, are you still worried about not being able to find a ferocious beast? The ferocious beasts in this world are very smart. When I was at a lower level than you, I ran faster than anyone else. They gather in groups and specifically bully the weak. So when humans go out to hunt ferocious beasts, they face 2 choices. 1. Group together to ensure safety and gain little. 2. Going it alone will bring big rewards but also extremely high risks. Therefore, most warriors will choose to stick together. The materials of ferocious beasts are valuable, but their own lives are more valuable. There are also a very small number of warriors who are more confident and choose to go alone. These are called hunter-warriors. Most of them are strong in martial arts and have sufficient understanding and natural ability to restrain several kinds of ferocious beasts, so they dare to advance alone. Zhao Xiuyan seemed to understand Su Xian's doubts and continued. Level 5 Nifflers and Level 4 Spotted Ants are a rare cooperative relationship between fierce beasts, you know. I don't know, Su Xian replied. Zhao Xiuyan's eyes were wide open behind her black-rimmed glasses. You don't know anything. How did you hunt the Black Crystal Leopard? Did you pick it up on the roadside? However, her years of experience as a keyboard warrior have taught her one thing. Never question God. Otherwise, the face will look rounder. So he took a sip of milk tea and continued. After the nifflers hunt in groups, they give the food scraps to the spotted ants at the bottom of the nest, and the spotted ants give them level 3 ant honey in return. After eating ant honey, the niffler's sense of smell is enhanced, and they go out hunting. My level is low, and activating my talent requires 1 grain of ant honey, which lasts for 12 hours. A grain of ant honey is worth 500,000, so Su Xian understood. Good job. In the early stage, it is a pure gambling talent. If a medium-sized mercenary group goes out hunting and divides the profits, a net profit of more than 200,000 is considered good. Zhao Xiuyan can help the mercenary group quickly find the group of ferocious beasts. But, found it. Can you beat it? Even if we find ferocious beasts that we can defeat, they will run away. How could a ferocious beast be so stupid as to rush towards your face? They are fierce beasts, but they are not fools. The situation where a level 1 ferocious beast challenges a group of level 3 humans only exists in novels and comics. Such stupid beasts would have become extinct long ago. So after all this, the value of this talent is not that high. What level of warrior are you now? Su Xian felt that Zhao Xiuyan's talent was a good match for his own spiritual heart, and he had an idea. Level 1. Do you have any martial arts skills? Yes, level 1 Lingbo step, beginner. Are there any mercenary groups? Don't mention it. I don't have any. I still owe a lot of points. Su Xian was very surprised. How can I still owe points without a mercenary group? Hey master, this is a long story. Otherwise, I can't post it to attract attention. If I maintain the attention for a month, the warrior guild will reward me with points. Forget it, are you interested in joining my mercenary group? Su Xian made a direct invitation. To others, this girl has a useless talent. But I just happen to lack such a partner. Know the knowledge about ferocious beasts. You can also find ferocious beasts. The most important thing is that she can find rare and ferocious beasts. Although only an approximate range can be determined, but with this spiritual heart, finding rare ferocious beasts in a certain area is no piece of cake. Such talent. Never let it go. Really, I do. Zhao Xiuyan was extremely excited, beads of sweat oozing out of her red nose. This is the first invitation since I was optimized. Okay, welcome. Su Xian thought this girl was pretty good, so he agreed without even asking about the salary. How about giving you 50% of the mercenary group's profits? Zhao Xiuyan was stunned. Is this appropriate? Most mercenary groups' wages are calculated based on the number of times they go on missions, distributed according to the warrior's level. For fixed salary, if the harvest is large, it will be included in the bonus pool at the end of the year. This will bring a lot of benefits to the mercenary group because there is a certain casualty rate among warriors, and once a warrior dies, the bonus will belong to the mercenary group. As for insurance, there are insurance companies that provide it specifically for warriors. Certainly, these are also one of the main businesses of those wealthy warrior families. Therefore, they dared to directly distribute the profits to the mercenary groups. It is equivalent to the company's shares in the previous life. Real benefits. No problem. Let's go register. Su Xian stood up and prepared to take Zhao Xiuyan to register a new mercenary group. Zhao Xiuyan hurriedly followed and did not forget to take the milk tea with her before leaving. This milk tea is made from ant honey that has been diluted many times, and it costs hundreds of dollars a cup. This time, I must hold my thighs tightly and don't let anything go wrong. He is so young, yet he is already the manager of a mercenary group. The future is limitless. Think of this. Zhao Xiuyan adjusted her glasses and asked seriously, Boss, how many people are there in our mercenary group? What kind of initiation gift should I prepare? No, there are only 2 for now. Chapter 27, The Youngest Level 3 Warrior. A room on the apartment floor of the Warrior Guild. Chun Fan's hands kept moving, and beads of sweat appeared on his muscular back. Selena, this guy's pretty good. Selena lay on the massage chair, frowning as she watched the video in front of her. The snow-white and smooth back was covered with bloodstains. You really didn't let it go. She still seemed unconvinced. Chun Fan smeared a layer of essential oil on the jadeite plate and said seriously, I admit that there were traces of proper guidance, but I definitely didn't let him off. This kid has a very strong knife sense, even not inferior to me. Hearing this comment, Serena said decisively, In that case, you contact him and I will recruit him personally. You can apologize. This is why Rattlers has become a top mercenary group. When it comes to talents, we are not bound by conventions and are willing to humble ourselves. Wrong? Then just admit your mistake. She pushed herself up with her hands, stood up from the massage chair, picked up the combat uniform beside her, and put it on. She didn't mind at all, and Chun Fan saw the waves on her chest. Gulu. Chun Fan swallowed. I never get tired of watching this no matter how many times I watch it. As if she noticed Chun Fan's fiery gaze, Selena smiled charmingly. Let's go. If it really works, I'll reward you well tonight. Chun Fan quickly put away the jade plate and took out his cell phone. Brother Su, where are you? The Warrior Guild's training ground, near the mercenary window. Okay, I'll be there right away. Su Xian put down his phone. Look toward the window in front of you. This is the mercenary registration window to facilitate the mercenary group to recruit new members. After all, most good talents are discovered in martial arts training grounds. Master, stop teasing me. What is the name of our mercenary group? Zhao Shuyan still refused to believe Su Xian's words. In this world, there is no mercenary group consisting of only 2 people. Isn't that just asking for death? Su Xian ignored Zhao Shuyan, took out his golden magnetic card, and asked the window staff. What are the requirements for registering a mercenary group? Any level 3 warrior is welcome. The registration fee is 100,000 yuan. The staff inside said calmly. There are too many warriors like this. If not 3 a day, there will be at least 5, especially young people. Who doesn't have the dream of calling the wind and rain? But most of them were blocked by the threshold of level 3 warriors. So young. Obviously a chick. How do I certify a level 3 warrior? The staff member raised his head, as if to confirm whether the handsome guy outside the window was serious. However, he had seen many evildoers and overconfident people, so he said politely, there is a detector on the right, and it will automatically authenticate after passing it. Su Xian walked aside. At this time, some sharp-eyed warriors around had already seen Su Xian walk to the level 3 warrior certification instrument and quickly called out to his companions. Haha, come and watch the fun, another rookie. What's going on? Another level 2 warrior is going to be beaten? Haha, what posture do you think he will be in when he flies out? Keep your voice down. Don't let him hear me. I'm recording a video. This will definitely go viral. Su Xian looked at the instrument in front of him. Completely different from a certified level 1 warrior. It's like a large weight and height measuring device. Tips above. Do not authenticate if you are not a level 3 warrior, as you may get hurt easily. This is a level 3 warrior certification instrument. The principle is slightly different from the warrior certification instrument. It uses a certain intensity of shock to fight against the warrior's spiritual energy. The strength of one's own psychic energy has reached level 3, and the certification was successful. If you fail to reach it, you will be blown away. There are often warriors who overestimate their own abilities and try to exploit loopholes in equipment by relying on their natural powers. After all, becoming a level 3 warrior has many benefits. Who doesn't want to get some wool? Let's go, Master Su. It doesn't matter if we don't have a mercenary group. Zhao Shuyan didn't know how he killed the 2nd-level rare black crystal leopard. But I also heard the discussions of people around me. Su Xian obviously didn't understand the registration rules of the mercenary group. She also knew that some level 2 warriors had used tricks to pass the level 3 warrior test. But they're a minority after all. Most of them were blown away and fell all over the place. It is too difficult to become a level 3 warrior at this age. What's more, he recognized himself. This is a favor, and she doesn't want Su Xian to embarrass himself in front of her. It's okay, just stay away. Su Xian stood still, put the magnetic card in, and clicked to start the test. Zhao Shuyan quickly stepped back. The shock waves produced by this instrument are quite large. I'm a level 1 warrior, and it is easy for me to fall. The atmosphere around became more lively, and more warriors came to watch the fun. The large crowd of onlookers attracted Selena, Chun Fan, and others who were walking forward. Here it comes. Don't forget to click record. Haha, I like watching this kind of thing. What are you doing? Chun Fan asked. You can watch it yourself. It's a traditional program. Su Xian, wait a minute. Selena and Chun Fan were just about to step forward and stop Su Xian to prevent their team members from making a fool of themselves in public. With a humming sound, the level 3 warrior detector began to operate. A violent airflow instantly blew out from the front of the instrument. The spiritual energy in Su Xian's body was surging wildly. But the body is stable. Ding! Authentication passed. The magnetic card suddenly changed from gold to purple, which is the symbol of a level 3 warrior. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the youngest rank 3 warrior in Huayu. In an instant, there was dead silence all around. Bang! The warrior brother, who was still recording the screen, saw his phone fall onto the metal ground and shattered into pieces. The surrounding warriors were all dumbfounded. They were here to see the fun, and then got slapped in the face for being laughed at? No! His head was covered with lumps. For a moment, the martial arts hall was in an uproar. Fuck! Did I hear you right? The youngest third-level warrior in Hawaii. What was the record? 22 or 23? I heard he has a top talent? That must be a lie. At least he has to start from scratch. The way these warriors looked at Su Xian changed, especially Selena. Selena pushed through the crowd and strode towards Su Xian with a bright smile. I am Selena, the leader of the Rattlesnake Mercenary Group, and I sincerely invite you to join us. Without waiting for Su Xian to answer, she quickly introduced the advantages of her own mercenary group. 5-year contract to upgrade weapon-related martial arts. 7-year contract to upgrade weapon-related martial arts. 15-year contract to upgrade martial arts. The salary is the top salary of level 3, and the year-end bonus will increase by 20%, guaranteed. What? You can give such treatment? The eyes of the surrounding warriors lit up after hearing this. Chun Fan hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Serena and whispered, Captain, the other members might. The team leader usually doesn't pay much attention to management. The treatment is so generous that the terms of all contracts have been reduced by 30. The most important thing is the year-end profit sharing. This reward is quite good, and the highest one is mostly given to people in high positions such as the team leader and deputy team leader. Once this condition is set, there is no need to think about it. The Rattlesnake Mercenary Group will go crazy. It's a very simple truth. We are all level 3 warriors. Why do you get a higher salary than us? Just because you're handsome? Su Xian smiled and shook his head, then walked directly to the mercenary group registration window. He had no interest in other mercenary groups. I don't work for anything. Seeing this, Serena thought Su Xian was still angry with her and quickly added, Don't worry, our group still has hidden benefits. Su Xian was not interested, but he also didn't want to make enemies with this beautiful and exotic female leader in public. Many friends are better than many enemies. What's more, there are many troubles around beautiful women. So as we walked, I asked, Oh, what benefits? Selena was delighted and thought there was hope. Seeing that Su Xian was young and handsome, he quickly stepped forward, puffed out his proud chest, and whispered, Our group has a late-night massage service. Su Wan, Chun Fan. Chapter 28, Rare Hunter Mercenary Group, established. If you want to join the mercenary group, please give us priority. Selena gave him a big wink, but Su Xian ignored it calmly. This woman is very realistic. Besides, not as pretty as Xiaoan. Thank you for the invitation, but I plan to register for a mercenary group myself. Su Xian went straight to the mercenary group registration window and waved to Zhao Xiuyan, who was standing beside him. Everyone around was stunned. To be honest, is this handsome guy strong? Powerful. Ridiculously strong. Break the record of the youngest level 3 warrior in Hawaii. What is the concept? Now the news is not spread. Once the news gets out, there will definitely be a rush to grab it. Major universities, wealthy families, and confidential organizations such as the military will all compete to get it. Although the information of the warrior guilds in the 9 realms is not synchronized. However, there is not much difference in everyone's level. Therefore, this kid is likely to be the youngest level 3 warrior in the 9 realms. But wanting to set up a mercenary group are 2 completely different concepts. Nothing else to say. Where do your team members come from? People follow you to make money. If your mercenary group doesn't have the strength, no one will join. Not to mention, being the youngest level 3 warrior only means that you have good talent, abundant resources, or some fortuitous encounters. It certainly doesn't mean that your combat power is strong. To hunt a ferocious beast, a level 3 warrior doesn't just stand there. The beast will just lie on the ground and be slaughtered. It's a fight to the death. If you are not careful, you might become the shortest-lived level 3 warrior in history. So it was very noisy around, and everyone's mentality was like a roller coaster. I was envious just now, but now I am laughing at you. What? You're setting up your own mercenary group. Wouldn't it be better to join the Rattlesnake Mercenary Group? It's okay to go to the mercenary groups of the deceased families. Does he think the mercenary groups are too simple? I don't know, but I know that the mercenary group needs a lot of money, otherwise they can't leave the city. You don't even have a combat uniform, and you want to go out and hunt ferocious beasts. Is this your team member? Selena asked with a sneer when she saw Zhao Xiuyan moving towards her step by step. Su Xian nodded. What's wrong? Hello, Sister Na. Hello, Brother Fan. I will pay back the points I owe you as soon as possible. Zhao Xiuyin said tremblingly. When she saw Selena, she hid aside, trying to reduce her presence, but she didn't expect to be called out by Su Xian. It's okay. I don't blame you. You will be fine slowly. Chun Fan quickly comforted Zhao Xiuyin. He knew the talent of this little girl and had recruited her to help the mercenary group find more ferocious beasts. I didn't expect that this girl would faint when seeing blood. Sleep all day. When warriors fight with ferocious beasts, there will be blood on their bodies. Go out for a while. It didn't help at all. When I counted the money, I found that I had lost 100,000 yuan. If it weren't for my good skills, the captain would have peeled off a layer of my skin. And the mercenary group wanted to improve her survivability. He also spent points to redeem the Lingbo step, a level 1 martial arts skill for her. Once you learn something, you can't go back. In the end, we can only optimize it and reduce losses. As for compensation, Zhao Shuyan herself felt embarrassed and insisted on returning the points. That's how the whole thing started. It seems that you will not go to other mercenary groups. Selena's previously eager face changed instantly. She thought Su Xian was just being polite and contacted other mercenaries to get their quotes before making a decision. I was planning to have a long talk with this kid all night long. No need to talk about it this time. He is really courting his own death. Selena is the leader of the mercenary group in the Jingqing district of Huayu, so she naturally knows the requirements for establishing a mercenary group. 10,000? That's just the price of admission. Salaries for the members, chariots to leave the city, and combat uniforms and weapons. Which one of them is not a big spender? Her rattlesnake mercenary group was also inherited from her father. The various hardships are beyond the understanding of outsiders. Moreover, once you set up your own mercenary group, you will not be able to join other mercenary groups. This is an iron rule of the industry. Since you won't die, don't stop you. Selena regained her indifference, turned around and left. Let's go, Chun Fan. Then Su Xian, I'm leaving. Be careful. Chun Fan glanced at Su Xian, sighed, shook his head with a wry smile, and left. In his opinion, this guy's self-esteem was the cause of his troubles. Want to prove myself too much. Working is not attractive, but the rich women on the list are different. You have to have some special skills. Can I get the position of deputy group leader? Seeing this, everyone dispersed. Let's go. Another one seeking death. Who is Zhao Shuyan? I've never heard of her. The only non-combatant member of the rattlesnake mercenary group that was optimized. It was even a hot topic at the time. What talent is that? I think it's the one for smelling poop. That's disgusting. Stop talking about it. Su Xian heard this and was just about to say something to comfort Zhao Xiuyan. Unexpectedly, she stared at him with burning eyes. Su Xian, I will join your group for free. I have saved tens of thousands of yuan. Let's use it as the startup capital for our group. Su Xian was shocked. What kind of magical employee is this? Not wanting salary and paying out of pocket? I admit that I am handsome, but it hasn't come to this yet. No need. Your salary remains the same. Go back and organize some documents and leave the city tomorrow. After saying that, Su Xian casually threw over a seal. This was just handled by the staff. Zhao Shuyan nodded. She did not ask whether Su Xian's mercenary group had any vehicles for going out or what grade of combat uniforms they wore. She doesn't care anymore. Many years of online confrontation. She is really tired. This time, she just wanted to confront her inner demon head-on. Otherwise, she would never get over the psychological shadow of being afraid of blood. Don't worry, I will help you get revenge in my own way. On the pure black seal on the fingertips, several golden characters were outlined. Rare Hunter Mercenary Group. A mercenary group of 2 people is indeed quite rare. What? The youngest level 3 warrior in Huayu. Gong was shocked when he heard the news. This record has not been broken for many years. The last person to break the record was that person. Mr. Long, his name is Su Xian, and he seems to be Ms. Han's housekeeper last time. The beautiful secretary in a tight black, professional suit quickly added. Gong poured a cup of tea, shook his head, and sneered. Is it Butler Su? Doesn't he trust me? It seemed that he had lost interest in recruiting people. Suppress the media news, you know what to do. Gong waved his hand, and the secretary nodded and left. The same scene happened all over the capital. And deep in the federal system, a line of instructions was suddenly triggered, and Su Xian's information was actually modified quickly. Dark Blade Command determines that the standard of a civilian genius is met, triggering the hidden development mechanism. The undercurrent surged, but quickly subsided. Han's Manor, underground training room. Han Yinling wiped the sweat from her forehead. Ding dong! The youngest third-level warrior in the history of Huayu has appeared. The phone rang with a push notification. She glanced at it and crossed it out. It's obviously media hype at first glance. There is news like this every day. As far as I can remember, it's the one that truly broke the speed limit of a Tier 3 warrior. It should be Sakura Korean area 2 months later. Even she, a discerning empress, had to admit it, that Hanazawaji, he can be considered an unrivaled genius. Pity. He died inexplicably before they even started fighting. In this life, my plans have been disrupted too many times. In particular, there is a huge funding gap. In that case, then let's leave the city tomorrow. Deploy the Han mercenary group. I remember there were a few good spots for ferocious beasts. There are many resources and low risks, so take advantage of the information and seize the opportunity in advance. No more practice tonight. Otherwise, the sore legs and feet will affect tomorrow's activities. Hateful. It would be nice if Su Xian was here. Chapter 29, Yi Wushuang's Shock. In the single apartment of the Warrior Guild. Bang! Su Xian crushed the 4th-level spirit crystal jade pendant. A moment. Manic psychic energy filled the entire room. The light is flashing. Oh my god, such a big noise! Su Xian exclaimed as he looked at the blue 4th-level spirit crystal that was gradually taking shape in his hand. Fortunately, the room dividers in this one-bedroom apartment are made of special materials. Can shield these psychic energy fluctuations. Otherwise, it would definitely be noticed by the surrounding warriors. After he discovered the level 3 warrior, the absorption speed of spirit crystals below the 1st level is much slower. Perhaps it is considered extremely wealthy for other warriors. It only takes a year or so to reach the 4th-level warrior. But for Su Xian, he was extremely dissatisfied with this speed. Resource? It's just for use. Go up to level 4 spirit crystal. Su Xian grasped the dim light in his palm and began to absorb it quickly. Rapid growth of spiritual energy in the body. 2002. The speed of this kind of cultivation is much faster than absorbing spiritual energy from the air, and it lasted until midnight. System. Name. Su Xian. Age. 18. Level 3 warrior. Talent. Spiritual heart. Unique. Psychic power. 2201. Martial arts. Level 1 Lingbo step. Perfect. Level 1 dialing palm. Perfect. Level 1 dialing finger. Perfect. Level 1 war mad blade. Entry level. Spirit crystal. 1st level spirit crystal. 2nd level spirit crystal. 3rd level spirit crystal. 4th level spirit crystal. Su Xian understood. The spiritual energy value contained in the 1st level spirit crystal is about 10,000 points. As time goes by, it will continue to dissipate. The human body does not completely convert spiritual energy when it absorbs it. Su Xian estimated that his absorption efficiency was about 70. He couldn't help but complain, "It would be better if my talent was stronger. Why is it not 100%? If Han Yinling heard this complaint, she would probably be so angry that she would vomit blood. The period of the Empress in the last world. She had spent a lot of resources to advance the spiritual crystal absorption efficiency project. The final conclusion is, even if they're talented above level, the conversion rate to spirit crystals is only 25. This does not take into account the natural dissipation effect of the spirit crystal. More importantly, the 5th level spirit crystal is basically the ceiling that can be found in all large and medium-sized secret caves. The output is still extremely low. Su Xian didn't know. Just when he smashed the 4th level spirit crystal jade pendant. In a private and luxurious mansion somewhere in the capital, a strong middle-aged man was lying on the bed resting. The jade pendant is destroyed. The cell phone suddenly vibrated. His face suddenly changed. He had implanted a micromonitoring chip in the jade pendant. He grabbed the woman lying on the bed by her hair and asked angrily, "Bitch, who did you give my jade pendant to?" "Ah, it hurts so much, Yi Qingshan, let go." The woman had a pretty face and delicate makeup. The charm in her eyebrows had not yet faded, and she was extremely angry. She is nearly 40 years old and looks similar to Yi Wushuang. Ye Vingshan Furonit. Raise your hand. With a slap, a bright red hand mark was left on the woman's face, interrupting her complaints. "Yu Qingqing, didn't I emphasize to you that the jade pendant must not be damaged?" At Yi Wushuang's place, he had his awakening ceremony 2 days ago, Yu Qingqing said in horror, covering her face. Yi Qingshan stood up and put on his clothes. "Damn it, this useless guy only knows how to cause trouble. Where is he now?" "That's your nephew." Yu Qingqing didn't care about the swelling and pain on her face, although she is also a level 2 warrior. But with Yi Qingshan's strength as a level 5 warrior, he wanted to take her life. It was also a matter of a slap. This is the result of him stopping. Shut up. I'm so fucking lustful. Why would I lend you the jade pendant? Yu Qingqing dressed along with him. Ignoring his complaints, I quickly put on some makeup to cover the red marks on my face. Turn on your phone and dial a number. After the call was connected, he asked coldly, "Where is Wu Shuang?" A precise address came from the other side of the phone. Huayu Capital. Ring Edge. Heaven on Earth. Room No. Bang. Yi Qingshan kicked the door and broke it into pieces. Entered with Yu Qingqing amid a shrill scream. The room is 200 square meters in total, half of which is the bed and the other half is various utensils. There were many women lying on the bed. The air was filled with the pungent smell of alcohol. Yi Qingshan frowned and walked straight to the center of the room. One hand grabbed the hair of the sleepy Yi Wushuang. The other hand pulled forward. Bang! Fuck, which idiot dares to hit me? Yi Wushuang's right cheek suddenly became red and swollen. Bang! Bang! Wake up! Yu Qingqing couldn't bear it anymore and shouted. Yi Wushuang's eyes finally began to focus. Inside were his uncle's extremely angry pupils. Uncle, don't hit me, what's wrong? After awakening his talent, he has been immersed in wine and sex. It's not clear what happened. Where is the jade pendant? Yi Qingshan asked. Yi Wushuang was stunned for a moment. Wasn't the jade pendant inside the clothes? He's not quite sober yet. Bang! Seeing him stunned, Yi Qingshan slapped him again. It's here with me. Yi Wushuang rolled and crawled, searching. But the bed was covered with women's clothes of various colors. Where can I find my clothes? You guys look for it too. Yu Qingqing couldn't bear it any longer and ordered the women who were kneeling on the floor under the bed. For a while, the room was in turmoil. Minutes later, Yi Wushuang's clothes were found. No jade pendant. He finally remembered where the jade pendant was. 2 days ago, he asked his subordinate Chun Li to go find Su Xian and ask for it back. A star warrior goes to take down an ordinary person with level talent. What could go wrong? I don't take it seriously at all. Ordinary people, warriors, and aristocratic families are in completely different worlds. But at this moment, I can't care about that. He immediately called Chun Li. Yi Qingshan lost his patience and kicked Yi Wushuang twice. What are you calling about? Where is the jade pendant? The anger in his heart was rising. That's a jade pendant with a guaranteed 4th level spiritual crystal. 100 million. This value is neither too much nor too little. It's with Chun Li. I put it there. Yi Wushuang only knew that the jade pendant was very valuable. His mother had told him to return it to his uncle after awakening. But the exact value is less clear. Yu Qingqing couldn't help but ask, "Where's Chun Li?" She felt that the matter was going to be serious, and she knew its value. It was precisely because she knew its value that she did not tell Yi Wushuang what happened between her and her brother-in-law. The fewer people who know about it, the better. There is still hope if we find the jade pendant now. Ding! The number you dialed is turned off. Yi Wushuang was stunned. Next second, with a bang, he was kicked away again. Half an hour later, Yi Qingshan used the Yi family channels to obtain some information. Su Xian got the jade pendant and became the steward of Han family. Han Yinling obtained the 4th level spirit crystal, and Su Xian became a 3rd level warrior. The rest of the information is easy to infer. Su Xian offered the jade pendant on his own initiative, and Han Shi helped to eliminate Chun Li. As for why the jade pendant was crushed, it's very simple. Han also has 4th level spirit crystals, which can be crushed when needed. Yi Wushuang's naked back was covered with bruises, and he knelt beside the bed, trembling. At this moment, his face was dazed and full of shock. How could Su Xian be a level 1 warrior? Yi Qingshan had just returned from the army on leave and seemed to know a little bit of information. He said thoughtfully, "The Han family is very treacherous, so I told you not to provoke Han Yinling. There's no point getting angry now. I have to find a way to get the spirit crystal back from the jade pendant. I can only move that chess piece in advance." Chapter 30. Exchange for Spirit Crystals. Yi Qingshan turned on his cell phone. Continuous orders. Keep an eye on the spirit crystal exchange point, and tell me if a 4th level spirit crystal appears. Contact the chess piece of the Han family and promise him the position of deputy leader of the 2nd team of the Yi family mercenary team. The arrangement is calm and orderly. Yu Qingqing's beautiful eyes flashed with different colors. The Yi family has been thriving in the past decade or so. Sees a lot of resources from other families. Can't live without these two men. If it weren't for this disappointing son, it's not that serious. But there's nothing I can do. The current head of the Yi clan, her husband is infertile. He could only ask his younger brother to borrow seeds. I hope Yi Wushuang can mature sooner. The crystal exchange point in the warrior guild building. Su Xian was wearing a mask and standing at the window. He planned to exchange all the spirit crystals below level 3. Because level 1 and level 2 spirit crystals are of little use to him. The speed of absorbing spiritual energy is too slow. Growing slowly wasn't his style. Sir, do you want to exchange spirit crystals? The young lady inside the window asked softly. Their income commission is based on the amount of spirit crystals exchanged. Therefore, we treat every potential customer who comes to the window for consultation with great care. Su Xian glanced at the exchange price list. The first level spirit crystals are about 1 million, and the second level spirit crystals are about 10 million. Prices fluctuate slightly. Su Xian thought about it, changed his voice, and asked, what is the maximum amount you can collect? Is there any anonymous way? Haha, sir, don't worry, this is an official exchange point, and that kind of situation doesn't exist. Miss Li Xiao responded with a smile. What I was thinking was, these warriors are rarely seen in the market. I always feel like someone is trying to harm me as long as I have 2 or 3 spirit crystals. Except for the warrior guild. There are also some underground exchange points where disputes are prone to occur. But the price of Ling Jing is also higher. This dress doesn't look very valuable. Certainly, her high professionalism still allowed her to suppress the mockery in her eyes, and she responded patiently. Sir, as long as it is not level 3 or above, the price will be directly transferred to the account. Because spiritual crystals above level 3 are expensive and their spiritual energy will dissipate, you need to evaluate their spiritual energy content before paying. As for the 4th level spirit crystal, no one will come to exchange them for money. Those are all good stuff, and the only way they appear is at the auction. When Su Xian heard this, he thought it was not bad, so he said, I don't sell tier 3 spirit crystals. Okay, how much do you want to exchange? Li Xiao didn't waste any words and directly took out the spirit crystal tray. It's almost the end of the month, and her performance is still a little short of the target. If you don't meet the standards, you can only go to your supervisor to complain. It's really annoying. I hope this warrior can give me a little surprise, preferably with 2 spirit crystals. Su Xian took out the spirit crystal box and took out a level 1 spirit crystal from it. Place on a tray. Try it first. Seeing this, the light in Li Xiao's eyes went out. Damn, my heart trembled when I saw the spirit crystal box just now. The result was only 1. Why are you buying a spirit crystal box? Ding dong. 980,000 yuan has been credited to your bank card. Li Xiao quickly completed the operation and prepared to continue watching short videos, saying perfunctorily, welcome to come again next time. Wait, give it to me, I have more. Su Xian felt much more at ease when he saw the money arrived in his account quickly. It's different when you have a warrior guild. If you're not a warrior, you'll definitely be nervous when exchanging spirit crystals. Money can move people's hearts. These are all replaced. Su Xian poured the remaining 54 first-level spirit crystals into the tray. The brilliant light illuminated the entire exchange window. Li Xiao was stunned, rubbed his eyes, and almost pulled his false eyelashes off. I don't have the authority to do that much. She has seen a lot of spiritual crystals. However, this is the first time I see so many level 1 spirit crystals put together. This level of shock, not something she could have imagined. This amount of spirit crystals was almost enough to match the amount she collected in the entire 2-month window. Did you poke the spirit crystal nest? Executive John Wu, wearing shiny leather shoes, walked over quickly. He has been in the industry for more than 20 years, and this is the first time he has seen such a scene. The spiritual crystals in the tray are in good condition. All are newly generated, with no loss. Although he was shocked, he knew the industry rules and swiped the magnetic card in his hand. Ding, 52.92 million has arrived in my bank card. Under the mask, Su Xian raised the corners of his mouth. Comfortable. So comfortable. The feeling of being rich is so damn good. Sir, your redemption amount has reached our VIP standard. This is a black card. You can reduce the handling fee next time you come. Manager Wu said politely. He guessed that maybe a big family was short of money and sent someone to exchange money. But don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Just politely say, welcome to come again next time. Su Xian took the black card and thought, what a loss. I should have asked about the criteria for obtaining a black card earlier. Besides, how does this counter do business? Why are you always asking people to leave? Wait, Su Xian said. John Wu and Li Xiao felt a chill in their hearts, thinking that he would not regret it. This has happened before. After all, if you sell so many spirit crystals slowly on the black market, you can earn millions more. These have also been changed. Su Xian put the second-level spirit crystals into the tray and pushed it into the counter. Li Xiao's brain crashed. Wu Yusen rubbed his eyes and almost pulled out his contact lenses. I don't have the authority to do so much. Su Xian was speechless. Why do I always have no permission? I haven't paid for the Tier 3 spirit crystal yet. Half an hour later, Su Xian left. The bank card account balance is 232.92 million. Outside the window, there were 3 people bowing deeply at a 45-degree angle. Teller Li Xiao, Supervisor Wu Yusen, and Department Head Wu Jiaqing. The neat movements attracted the attention of passing warriors. What are they doing apologizing? Isn't that Minister Wu? Why is he bowing too? I don't know. Isn't he a relative of the Dragon Palace? He usually looks at people like that, the warriors said, imitating an expression of not submitting to anyone. Keep your voice down. I'll charge you more money next time you exchange for spiritual crystals. I've been a warrior for 13 years, and I haven't found a single spirit crystal. What can I exchange for it? Who do you think you are? I haven't found one in 24 years. It would be great if we could go to the secret cave. I heard the spirit crystals are much older. After Su Xian left, Minister Wu received a call. Old Wu, I heard that you have a big client? Old Yi, if you have something to say, come on. Minister Wu was in a good mood. This year's targets far exceeded the requirements, and no one would say that they got to their positions through connections. Is anyone trying to exchange for a 4th-level spirit crystal? Don't ask me about this kind of thing. I'm hanging up now. Minister Wu quickly hung up the phone. The Warrior Union Exchange Point prohibited inquiring about the exchange information to prevent warriors from being silenced after seeing the spirit crystal. These are the rules and regulations. Otherwise, who would dare to come and exchange it? However, there are always exceptions. For example, a wealthy family. I didn't even say twice that I was hanging up. As for the follow-up, he doesn't care. Anyway, all the things that should be given have been given, and no one can find fault with it. Ding! Detected that the host funds have reached the minimum value. Adding fund information. Su Xian heard a familiar system voice. I felt angry. Can't you just give me some benefits? A lottery is also fine. How to display information. System. Name. Su Xian. Age. 18. Level 3 warrior. Talent. Spiritual heart. Unique. Psychic power. 2201. Martial arts. Level 1 Lingbo step. Perfect. Level 1 dialing palm. Perfect. Level 1 dialing finger. Perfect. Level 1 war mad blade. Entry level. Spirit crystal. Level 3 spirit crystal. Level 4 spirit crystal. Wealth. 23,292 million. Low-dimensional human currency. Renminbi is easy to understand. It is the currency of the human race. System. What is low dimension? Su Xian asked puzzledly. Chapter 31 Han's Mercenary Group. Insufficient permissions. Okay, by when, it's probably a low dimension. Su Xian came to the equipment area and looked at the top of the price exchange table with fiery eyes. Low-level space ring. 200 million. Click on the information. Space 10. Production. Huayu Secret Realm. Minimum requirement. Level 3 warrior. Only 1 per person. Remaining quantity, 3 pieces. The exchange window was self-service. Su Xian saw that there were not many people around, so he swiped his card directly. Ding, purchase successful. After a while, a small box popped up in the redemption window. Su Xian put it away and went straight back to his apartment without checking the scene. He knew that wealth should not be shown off. The space ring is actually a small patch made from a kind of space or in the secret realm of the cave and can be carried with you. After all, it is very valuable, and no one would really wear it as a ring, which would be telling others. I have money. Come and rob me. What is the concept of 100 million? Even these wealthy families in Huayu need to make some money. Then Su Xian clicked on redeem and entered the redemption code. Ding, the item has been delivered. This is a set of level 1 combat uniform given by the Spirit Crystal Exchange window. He was originally planning to buy a level 1 combat uniform and alloy weapons. However, there is a points threshold for exchanging high-level materials, and the price has more than doubled. This also encourages warriors to hunt more ferocious beasts. After a busy time, it was almost dawn. After becoming a warrior, there was no need for daily sleep and rest unless there was high-intensity training and fighting, which was also a big advantage. Lifespan is extended in disguise. Buy some food, water, and ant honey. Su Xian decided to go out and hunt a ferocious beast before the masked warrior competition, and try to exchange for a first-level swordsmanship skill. In the dim light of dawn, floating clouds blocked the sun, adding a bit of gloom to the morning light. Huayu capital, at the city gate. Zhao Shuyan stood beside Su Xian nervously. This was the peak time for the mercenary group to leave the city, and everyone was queuing up. Is the information ready? Send it to me, Su Xian asked. Zhao Shuyan quickly responded. Okay. I'll list different hunting locations based on the known information about the surrounding beasts, weather, and seasons. Take a look. Su Xian nodded as he read the information. Zhao Shuyan really has a deep understanding of ferocious beasts. Relying on her rich knowledge of ferocious beasts, she listed the locations of several ferocious beasts of different levels. He is indeed a talented person. While watching, a series of buzzing sounds were heard. The wide city gates slowly opened to facilitate the entry and exit of the mercenary group's chariots. An electric-powered chariot more than 2 meters high slowly drove out from the rear. Its huge figure was particularly abrupt in the light of dawn, like a small train. The surface of the tank is covered with a matte protective coating. Reduced glare went out in the field. There was a large blade logo on the front of the vehicle, and the tank slowly drove past in an almost silent manner, with only the slight sound of the motor running and the rustling sound of the tires rolling over gravel. The chassis of the tank is high to adapt to complex terrain. The vehicle body is equipped with multiple small cameras and sensors to detect the surrounding environment and ferocious beasts. The metal shell of the car body contains a small amount of alloy, can resist attacks from small ferocious beasts. Chariots were not only used for traveling, but also for storing carcasses of ferocious beasts and materials. This is also the reason why wild warriors want to join the mercenary group. Su Xian, wearing a high-level combat uniform, stood with Zhao Xiuyan, who was wearing a gray field uniform. The figure seemed particularly thin for a moment. The warrior hunters around were chatting. The Yi family's mercenary group has changed to a new car? This car must cost several million. I don't know. Anyway, I go out to pick up money. At least 100,000 per trip. Fuck, if they didn't rely on their numbers to prevent us from entering good hunting spots, I could make hundreds of thousands per trip. How much do you drink in the morning? In terms of one-way revenue, the hunter group back then was the best, with no fewer people than the mercenary group. What are you talking about when they are all disbanded? By the way, do you know these two young men? Do they also want to be hunter-warriors? At such a young age, he should gain experience. After all, it is easy for a top-level combat uniform to fail. Damn it, don't tell me, I almost got killed by a snake king last time. Although the warrior hunters were teasing in their words, there was pride in their expressions. They all have their own unique skills. Just be careful enough. The monthly income is 200,000 to 300,000. At least everyone was wearing a top-level combat uniform. Zhao Shuyan's palms were covered in sweat, and she didn't feel very comfortable. Just then, a few mocking laughs came from the top of a passing chariot. The members of the Rattlesnake mercenary group rolled down the windows and looked at Su Xian and Zhao Shuyan with sarcasm on their faces. He is the one who refused the invitation from the leader. He doesn't even have a chariot today, and he still wants to leave the city? How much materials do you think they can bring back in their backpacks? 20,000 or 30,000? Stop joking. It's good enough that you can come back alive. Every word was filled with contempt and confidence. When Su Xian heard these words, sparks flashed in his eyes. Is there anyone who dares to harass me? The last driver holding the water gun has changed jobs. Didn't you know? Zhao Shuyan's eyes are full of challenges under her thick-rimmed glasses. She thought about it for a long time last night. He believed that Su Xian must have something to rely on. Anyone who could hunt black crystal leopards would never rely on luck alone. His talent would eventually step into the wilderness. I just hope the captain can visit those hunting spots more often and find more clues about the ferocious beasts. So he chatted with Su Xian and tried to change the subject. Su Xian, do you have a girlfriend? No, I don't even want to talk about love. Su Xian responded indifferently. Zhao Shuyan's next sentence was blocked. Is this the world of the great god? It was indeed unusual. It seemed to confirm her judgment. Su Xian, why are you here? A clear voice sounded, like a clear spring in the mountains, crisp and pleasant. Zhao Shuyan looked through the glasses and saw a face as delicate as a sculpture, with skin as white as snow. It exudes an inviolable cold beauty and heroism. For a moment, I stopped breathing. So cool. So beautiful. Han Yinling ordered the Han chariot to stop. She wanted to ask Su Xian to join her this morning, but she felt that it would be dangerous to leave the city, so she did not take the initiative to contact him. After all, she and Su Xian were not compatible in the mission of finding delicious food. Unexpectedly, we met at the city gate. Xian-san, I'm going out of town for a walk. Han Yinling noticed the advanced combat uniform on Su Xian and realized that he also wanted to go hunting. That was great. She felt very uncomfortable without any acquaintances in the car. So he ordered, "Get in the car." Zhao Xiuyan was stunned. What a divine beauty this is. Also, isn't this car owned by the wealthy Han family? Invite the group leader to get on board? Is this why you don't buy a car? What is going on? Someone tell me. The hunter warriors who were standing together all had red faces, turning purple. Good job. Just as he finished saying that he was young and inexperienced, he was invited to get on board by a wealthy mercenary group. It would be a lie to say I'm not envious. My heart feels sour, as if I had eaten 100 lychees in a row. Besides, I've never heard that the Han mercenary group has such beautiful members. Su Xian thought about it. Your two legs definitely can't travel as fast as a car, so getting a ride won't affect your plans. So he nodded and got into the car with Zhao Xiuyan. Captain, what's your relationship with this beauty? Zhao Xiuyan couldn't help but whisper before getting on the car. No way. So curious. The soul of gossip is burning. Su Xian calmly replied, I am her housekeeper. Chapter 32. What kind of garbage is the rattlesnake mercenary group? What? Zhao Xiuyan was confused. Did I hear it wrong? Why is there such a confident tone, as if I am her parent? Come on. You are the butler of the Han family, and you want to be the leader of a mercenary group? Are all housekeepers so curry now? With a lot of questions in mind, he entered the carriage with Su Xian. Then his face turned pale. The third-level warriors of the Han family in this carriage are the elites among the elites. Everyone looked dissatisfied and stared at the two people who had just got on the car. Su Xian acted as if nothing had happened. Sit in an empty seat nearby. Han Yinling just tamed this group of unruly mercenary members this morning. Knowing that they were unhappy, they might take their anger out on Su Xian and the other man. So he turned around from the co-pilot seat and asked, Butler Su, how much did you rent the combat uniform? I'll reimburse you. She gave Su Xian support. Su Xian thought for a moment and said, No, it was given to me by someone else. The whole car was full of people. A gift? Who is so rich that he can give me combat uniform worth more than 5 million yuan? What's the matter? It's free to eat. Or it was the spirit crystal that jumped onto my body by itself. It's okay to brag. There has to be a limit. The air conditioner in this tank has stopped working because of you. Lao Nyo, can you turn on the air conditioner to hot air? Ding Zhuang, a muscular third-level warrior, suddenly asked in a muffled voice. Niu Tianming, who was driving, felt his hands tremble and quickly turned on the air conditioner, asking, Why are you blowing hot air in the middle of summer? Blowing cold. Everyone in the car was stunned and suddenly burst into laughter. The stagnant atmosphere became cheerful instead. Ha! This guy is quite funny. I like him. Go away. I will help him kill the beast later. We are all workers, and we can all see that Han Yinling is protecting us and taking advantage of the situation. Only a real fool would go against his boss. Only Niu Tianming was unhappy because he had just quietly unscrewed the sleeping bottle, and now all the sleep was blown away when the air conditioner was turned on. Zhao Xiuyan looked at Su Xian with admiration. What is a great god? What does it mean to turn your hand and clouds appear, and turn your hand again and rain fall? What is aura? Learned it. Next time we're in a battle online, I'll say that my team leader is handsome, strong, and has his own space ring. Anyway, you don't have to pay taxes for bragging, Seeing that the atmosphere was harmonious, Han Yinling didn't worry about it anymore. Her mind was entirely on those few hunting spots. In the previous life, a master of information on ferocious beasts emerged in the warrior guild. Use your rich knowledge reserves to infer several wild hunting resource points. No one believed it at first, until a few hunters became rich and were dug out. Only then did I realize that the ferocious beasts in those hunting spots were both valuable and less dangerous. I don't remember the specific name of that great god. What kind of life is this? Go to 7,323 points. Han Yinling said directly. When they heard the address, the laughter in the car stopped. Yinling, there seems to be no ferocious beasts in that area. Why don't we go back to our old place? Advised a quiet-looking female warrior. Her name is Zhang Jingwen, and she was the previous group leader. He has been a member of the Han mercenary group for more than 3 years and is very strong. It's okay, go first. If there's nothing to gain, I'll listen to you. Han Yinling knew that they must have doubts in their hearts. But the information is not wrong. We can just shut them up with the profits later. Okay, boss, if you are wrong, you must perform a show for everyone. This is the tradition of our troop. Zhang Jingwen hurriedly gave Han Yinling a way out. Han Yinling's scalp tingled when she heard this. Letting a socially anxious person perform a show? It would be more satisfying to kill her. After Zhang Jingwen communicated with Han Yinling this morning, she decisively obeyed the order and summoned everyone from their day off. The reason is also very direct. The eldest daughter of the Han family leads the team personally. It's so beautiful. Come quickly if you want to see it. Han Yinling's beauty is well known in the Han family and even in the entire Beijing circle. Who would miss the opportunity to see her beauty? It can be used by people aged 8 to 88. Su Xian, where are you going? Han Yinling looked at her little follower through the rearview mirror of the car window. 7323, 1065, and 8453. Su Xian did not want to hide it. This was all recommended by Zhao Xiuyan. She said there were many valuable ferocious beasts here, the danger was low, and there was a possibility of encountering rare, ferocious beasts. Everyone heard this. I thought to myself, this guy must want to get a free ride, but he doesn't say it directly. But no one pointed it out and pretended not to hear it. Han Yinling's heart moved. 1065 points was also the point she wanted to go to later. How did Su Xian know that? Did he see that post? But that post was not published until half a year later. Strangeness. But which point is 8,453? She had never heard of it, so she didn't care too much. Maybe it's just a coincidence. After leaving the city, the chariot galloped towards the northeast. Due to the excellent performance of Han's chariots, they surpassed the mercenary group that set out earlier. Just out of town, the directions are mostly the same. It is inevitable to meet. At this moment, Su Xian's eyes lit up when he looked outside the car. He rolled down the window, revealing his handsome and sunny face. Next to it is the speeding Rattlesnake Mercenary Group chariot. Someone from the Rattlesnake Mercenary Group was sharp-eyed and spotted Su Xian immediately. After all, who would roll down the window of a tank for no reason? Fuck, I'm not seeing wrong. It's that kid. Wajie. How come his chariot is so fast? You are stupid. That is Han's chariot. How can it not be fast? It can buy us 3 of them. Why did he roll down the window? To look at us? He's trying to piss us off on purpose. For a while, there was a commotion in the car. Selena's face was gloomy and her long legs kept shaking. This is infuriating. Don't you want to be the leader of a mercenary group? How did you get on the Han mercenary group's car? Is this relationship really the case? Why is he standing among the hunters and warriors at the gate? You are here to piss me off on purpose. You think we're easy to bully? She couldn't swallow this. Speed up, Chun Fan. Chun Fan could only step on the accelerator. He knew that the team leader was getting angry again, and she couldn't stand being provoked in front of him. The sudden acceleration allowed the Rattler's chariot to overtake the Han chariot. This time, the members of Han's chariot couldn't stand it anymore and started cursing. Old cow, how many fields did you plow last night? You don't have any strength in your legs, do you? What kind of mercenary group is this? Why haven't I heard of it? What the hell is that painted on the front of the car? It's so crooked. It looks like a fucking loach. The sound was so loud that the Rattlesnake mercenaries could hear it clearly. The members inside were all so angry that their faces turned red. But he didn't dare to talk back. There was no other way. This was the power of the wealthy family. At this time, a light voice came from Zhang Jingwen's mouth. What kind of rubbish are the Rattlesnake mercenaries? Why haven't they all died yet? She despised the leader of this mercenary group the most. He often relies on his long legs, and every time he meets someone in the warrior guild, he holds his head high, like a fucking mutated black swan. If I have this opportunity, I will never let it go. Su Xian was very happy in his heart. He didn't expect that there was such a master. The harshest words are said in the lightest tone, right? Today is your day. Chapter 3373, 23 Hunting Point. 50 kilometers northeast of the city. A green grassland. The Han family's chariot stopped. Han Yinling got out of the passenger seat. A set of top-grade black combat uniform fits tightly against her body, highlighting her perfect figure. Her long hair was simply tied behind her head, revealing her cool and beautiful face. The straight nose and slightly pursed red lips highlight a kind of otherworldly coolness, yet still retaining the feminine beauty and firmness. Separate the hunt. No more than 5 people per team. Gather at 9 p.m. Su Xian also got off the car with Zhao Xiuyan. Large mercenary groups will split into teams of 8 at hunting points. This way there is both care and concern. It won't scare away low-level beasts because of its strong aura. Boy, do you want to come with us? Ding Zhuang said in a muffled voice. He was one of the team leaders and led Su Xian and Zhao Xiuyan with good intentions. But his team members all looked depressed. There is no way. One more person means one less income. It was obvious that these two young men were entering the wilderness for the first time. The little girl's complexion was normal, but her calves were shaking violently. But Ding Zhuang is popular, so no one said anything. But Su Xian refused with a smile. Thank you, Brother Zhuang. We can just go on our own. Then he signaled Zhao Xiuyan to follow. Having hunted rare ferocious beasts, he no longer looks down on ordinary ferocious beasts. If we're going to kill, let's kill the valuable ones. Although I'm not short of funds. But he coveted those high-end combat uniforms and weapons. Han Yinling saw it all from the side. Although just one sentence from her could make all teams scramble for Su Xian. But, in this kind of thing, too much is as bad as too little. Everyone needs experience and growth. He is wearing a top-level combat uniform, so as long as he doesn't do anything stupid, he won't be in too much danger. The surrounding Han mercenary groups dispersed, but none of them were optimistic about Su Xian. Before leaving, he did not forget to comfort them. Butler Su, there aren't many ferocious beasts here, so it's normal that we don't get much. It's your first time, so just be safe and don't be too persistent. If you encounter any danger, just burst the smoke ball and your companions nearby will come to help you. Han Yinling also comforted him in a cold voice. Hunting down a lone level 3 red devil horn deer, Su Xian, please be careful. When Zhao Xiuyan heard such a pleasant voice, her nervousness subsided a lot. His sharp eyes quickly jumped between Su Xian and Han Yinling. Something is wrong. There is definitely something fishy going on between them. Snort. He always says he doesn't want to fall in love. Damn it, whoever believes it is a puppy. He must have secretly sent the information to Boss Han. Don't think I don't know. Su Xian and Zhao Xiuyan chose a direction where there were no people. After seeing that there was no one around, Su Xian took out the ant honey from his space ring and handed it to Zhao Xiuyan. Is one pill enough? Captain, it's not necessary this time, right? There's no problem with my deduction. Zhao Xiuyan was stunned. She had discovered this hunting spot the last time she went out with the rattlesnake mercenaries. After returning, I conducted a detailed investigation and looked at the information left by her father. It is concluded that this is the new location of the red devil deer before mating. Originally living in groups, they will now disperse to forage for food and grow, and their temperaments will change drastically due to their primitive instincts. Rush when you see other creatures. So as long as you are careful, it is a good hunting spot. Su Xian directly clarified the hunting target. It's okay. You eat first. Our target is the white devil horn deer. What? That's a rare level 3 beast. Zhao Xiuyan thought Su Xian was crazy. Although the captain's goal coincides with hers, how could they dare to cause trouble for the rare ferocious beast with such a small number of people? In Zhao Xiuyan's plan, that guy would take at least 2 or 3 groups to deal with, so they should find his trace first and then slowly plan. Su Xian activated his spiritual heart to scout the surrounding movements while pushing aside the weeds and said, "We kill the rare ones. Otherwise, why are we called the Rare Hunter Mercenary Group?" Zhao Xiuyan opened her mouth wide. Good job. So this is what it means. Is it appropriate to go so crazy after killing a black crystal leopard? I can define the range of ferocious beasts through my talent. But this range is too large. How do you know where the rare and ferocious beasts are hiding? Can they be invisible? The strength is also extremely strong. Maybe we will become a rare dish in their family. Ferocious beasts don't just eat vegetarian food. I was scared to death. Eat some ant honey to calm your nerves. Let's go in this direction. Su Xian said confidently. Spiritual Heart has detected the movement of a ferocious beast 150 meters away. Sudden, a huge red devil horn deer suddenly appeared in their sight, its huge figure looking particularly threatening in the morning sun. Its skin is a dark green color that almost blends in with the surrounding grass. Su Xian pulled out the alloy knife and stared at the level 3 ferocious beast. This creature resembles an ordinary deer in appearance. But upon closer inspection, it has many unusual features. Its mouth is full of sharp teeth that seem to be able to tear anything apart easily. The horns on its head were not ordinary forked ones, but were deformed and strangely red in color, with a distorted shape, giving off an ominous aura. Chi-Chi. After the red devil deer locked onto Su Xian, it suddenly kicked out its strong limbs and launched a fierce charge towards Su Xian. Be careful. It's a stag. Zhao Xuyin exclaimed, her voice filled with obvious anxiety and fear. Only then did she feel remorse. Su Xian's confidence successfully infected her. It made her feel that the wilderness was just like this. But at this time, when the oppressive beast attacked her quickly, she couldn't even muster the courage to run away. Cool this. Facing the third-level ferocious beast, Su Xian did not choose to retreat, and the fighting instinct in his body was fully stimulated. He drew out the high-grade alloy sword, stepped on the boots, and rushed towards the red devil deer. He only knows 3 sword techniques, but none of them involves retreating. As he ran faster, every contraction of his muscles seemed extremely powerful, and his breathing became more and more rapid. When Zhao Xuyin saw Su Xian rushing towards the red devil deer without hesitation, she almost cried out in fear. "Ah, are you looking for?" At the moment when Su Xian was about to collide with the red devil deer, he suddenly activated the perfect level Lingbo step, twisting his body at an angle that almost violated the laws of physics, avoiding the charging red devil deer, and flashing to the other side of the red devil deer. Light and fast. The tiger is out of the mountain. The edge of the high-grade alloy sword has been precisely polished, presenting an awe-inspiring cold glow. The sharp blade cut into the red devil deer's thick neck without any hindrance, and the blood instantly dyed the surrounding grass red. This blow, precise and deadly. The huge body of the red devil deer shook a few times, and then fell to the ground with a loud bang, and the surrounding weeds surged with its fall. Su Xian put away his knife, turned around, and asked Zhao Xuyin, "What am I looking for?" Chapter 34 Niu Timing's Unhappiness. The alloy knife flashed with an awe-inspiring cold light. The blood of the red devil deer dripped from the blade. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. When Zhao Xuyin saw the red liquid, her calves went limp and she quickly closed her eyes to try not to faint. But in order to make money, he gritted his teeth and said, "Captain, you should cut off the antlers first. That is the most valuable. There is a sac-like substance on the inside of the hind leg of a male deer. It is also very valuable on the black market. All the materials from a red devil deer can be sold for more than 400,000 yuan. After the mercenary group has formed a team to hunt, they will choose to transport the entire body away, as this will be more valuable. It would be great if you could kill one in a day." "Okay, done. Open your eyes." Su Xian directly put the entire red devil deer into the space ring. This is the correct way to start hunting. Zhao Xuyin thought that being single for a long time was different, so she quickly opened her eyes and flattered him. "Wow, Captain, your hands are really fast." Su Xian always felt that this didn't seem like a compliment, but he still nodded. Zhao Xuyin found that the smell of blood in the air had faded a lot. A moment. She felt like she was okay again. Grown up, the hunting instinct has awakened and is no longer afraid of blood. He couldn't help but said excitedly, "Captain, where is the beast? Let me take a look." In the space ring, Su Xian was about to take out the corpse of the ferocious beast when he heard a plop. Zhao Xuyin fainted on the grass. Su Xian was confused. "What's going on? I just know that some people faint at the sight of blood. I haven't heard of anyone being dizzy with space rings." 9 o'clock at night. Su Xian and Zhao Xuyin rushed back to the vicinity of the chariot camp. The warm glow of fire could be seen in the distance. "But my hands are empty." Only Su Xian had 3 stones in his bag. Zhao Xuyin looked at her leader with admiration. "No way. Not only rich, but also strong. Ridiculously strong. I killed 5 red devil deer in the afternoon and evening. Only, she got about 100,000 yuan. She didn't come out to hunt ferocious beasts. This is purely about picking up money. It feels so good to hug your thighs like in a dream. Did you faint this morning and still not wake up? To confirm, pinch yourself secretly. Hey, it's not a dream." Su Xian's expression was calm. For him, this gain was barely acceptable. For the entire afternoon, he ordered Zhao Xuyin to use the excrement of ferocious beasts on the grass to search for rare ferocious beasts. Pity. No trace at the moment. "Captain, what will we say when others ask us later?" Zhao Xuyin's nose was red, which was the effect of activating her talent. Su Xian thought about it and decided not to reveal the matter of the space ring for the time being. Don't show off your wealth, especially in the wild. Tell them there is no gain. Su Xian warned. Zhao Xuyin also understood this truth and nodded, saying, "I understand. Captain, keep a low profile. If someone asks me about it, just say that you picked up a few rocks to make up the numbers, and they will believe it." Su Xian was speechless. "That's not a fucking stone. Those are 3 first-level spirit crystals. much more valuable than the ferocious beast. A bonfire had been set up in the chariot camp, and the smell of meat and laughter could be smelled. "Boss, you're awesome. We have a great harvest today." Ding Zhuang's loud laughter, like thunder, could be heard from far away. "Yeah, I didn't expect these stupid deer to just charge forward without running." "That's right. We have killed a total of 4 level 3 ferocious beasts today. This is a harvest we couldn't even imagine before." Zhang Jingwen also agreed. She really didn't expect this result. As expected, the boss is the boss. Stand high and see far. Han Yinling listened to the flattery of the group members with a deep look in her eyes. "She's a little bored. I spent the entire day practicing. With the nourishment of the spiritual energy from the 4th level spirit crystal, he is now almost reaching the threshold of a 2nd level warrior. But how come this 4th level spirit crystal has become so much darker? My cold mother wouldn't give me fake spirit crystals. Oh, it would be nice if Su Xian was here. Just thinking about that miraculous massage technique. My legs are a little sore again. Damn, I must have been standing there for too long." At this time, 2 figures came from the distance. "Ha ha, Brother Su, come and eat some meat." Ding Zhuang greeted him. There was a bandage on his arm, which he had accidentally scratched during the fight with the red devil deer today. When everyone saw that Su Xian and his companions had empty backpacks, they knew they hadn't gained anything. Everyone knew it, but didn't ask. But some people are very unhappy. That was Niu Tianming. His plans were all disrupted by this kid. Now he didn't know what to do. He really didn't want to use that trick. "You might end up getting implicated yourself. Let's see if we can make it tonight." Thinking of this, he became even angrier as he looked at Su Xian, who was walking leisurely towards him. "Oh, Butler Su is here for a picnic. He has walked tens of thousands of steps today," Niu Tianming said bluntly. Everyone immediately spoke up. "Old cow, stop being so sarcastic. You don't even go hunting yourself, and you still have the nerve to criticize others. You killed a beast the first time you entered the wilderness? Besides, this is the territory of a level 3 beast. It's great to be able to come back alive." Lao Niu became even angrier when he heard this. "You guys are really good at licking. You can brag like this even though you haven't gained anything. I hope you can get more bonus at the end of the year or something. But I don't care. I'm about to fly high." So he continued quietly. "I am not talented, but I killed 3 level 1 beasts the first time I entered the wilderness and earned 28,000 yuan." Everyone choked. This was true. Niu Tianming is indeed very powerful. Otherwise, he would not have been able to join the Han mercenary group. And he is not like this usually. I don't know what happened today. He just couldn't get along with Su Xian. However, Su Xian and Zhao Shuyan both ignored Niu Tianming's words. "Sit down by the campfire." He took the skewers of meat and started eating very proactively. Niu Tianming was even more angry. "How can you eat without any harvest? Shouldn't I hide in a corner and cry quietly? And what's wrong with this girl? Does she look proud? Are you still proud of being ridiculed? This is totally off the mark. Now that you've offended me, don't be polite." "Oh, it seems that Butler Su has a lot of good things in his backpack. Are they some rare treasures?" Niu Tianming looked at Su Xian's backpack, which was obviously filled with things. Su Xian took a glance and thought that there were all kinds of wonders in this world. Some people even look for plumbing problems themselves. "Okay, hurting each other, right? Come on then." So he coughed and said, "What kind of treasure is this?" "It's just a few stones. I didn't get much, so I thought I'd find 2 rocks to make up for the loss so that the driver could find them." Zhao Shuyan was stunned. "This script is wrong, Captain. Why are you interrupting me? How can I pretend to be cool in my heart? How to feel secretly happy? Uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable to sleep at night." Su Xian was chewing on the skewers while waiting for Niu Tianming to take the bait. Of course, Niu Tianming would not miss this good opportunity. "Ha, why don't you take out the stone and let's see it? What if it's a spiritual crystal? Then Housekeeper Su will make a fortune." Chapter 35, He is not at a disadvantage, and I am not at a disadvantage. The mercenaries who were resting by the campfire couldn't stand it anymore and started making a lot of noise. "That's too much, old bull. You have great talent and are very powerful, so hunting is easy for you. You care about people picking up 2 stones. Do you think you have eaten too much grass? That's enough, old cow." Su Xian, don't pay attention to him. "Come and eat this. It's fresh deer heart meat, very tender." Zhang Jingwen handed over a string of sizzling meat and spoke out in support of Su Xian. Her talent is still that of a top-level stinging bee, with amazing bursts of power, and she is sensitive to the emotions of the creatures around her. Their hunting team completed their hunting goal early and returned with a whole red devil deer. However, She could clearly feel that her boss was in a bad mood, which caused her a lot of pressure. I thought he was dissatisfied with the hunting progress. Until Su Xian came back. The pressure that seemed to be there disappeared. She doesn't dare to talk about gossip. But his movements were definitely not slow. What kind of family is the Han family? If you hold on to someone who is as strong as you can, you will never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life. Who wants to fight with swords and lick blood every day? It's just that life forces it. This group of highly talented level 3 warriors, those who were not smart enough, had already been laid down. It's okay, just take a look. Su Xian opened his backpack with an indifferent look. Pour out 3 unremarkable stones. Niu Tianming's smile widened. Seeing that Su Xian was so confident, he was really afraid that he would take out some hard goods, such as the red-faced ghost mushroom from the grassland. But before he could continue his attack, a clear and pleasant voice sounded. That stone is very beautiful. Give it to me. Han Yinling had been sitting by the campfire. She stretched out her jade hand and pointed at a smaller white stone in Su Xian's hand. The Empress's self-esteem would not allow her followers to be humiliated. Otherwise, next time you go out, no one will recognize you. There was an uproar all around. What? The boss himself came out. This kid must have been so blessed in his previous life. I'm so angry. This skewer of meat doesn't taste good anymore. Zhao Xiuyan was the most shocked. Is this the leader's personal charm? Even Han Yinling found it hard to resist. What's so beautiful about this stone? Looking at Han Yinling again, the firelight made her pretty face red, like a red apple spread with honey, making people want to take a bite. Su Xian's body shook, his eyes flickered. At this moment, he really wanted to bite Han Yinling. This girl, it's not over yet, right? Last time, she almost took away the 4th level spirit crystal, and now she even wants the 1st level spirit crystal. Snort. Look at my methods. A wave of overlapping fingers. With a pinch of his fingers, the inside of the stone was crushed, and then with a flick of his wrist, the stone flew towards Han Yinling. The white stone drew a graceful curve in the air, under Su Xian's precise control. The stone shed its foam in mid-air, and a brilliance unique to spiritual crystal gradually condensed. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, it flew in front of Han Yinling, and just in time its force weakened, and a brand new spirit crystal floated in front of Han Yinling. At this moment, the air froze. Crackling. This is the sound of burning wood. Gurgle. This is the sound of 28 people present swallowing their saliva together. What's this? Spirit crystal? Is this stone really a spiritual crystal? The spirit crystal sparkled with a subtle luster under the reflection of the campfire. When Han Yinling saw the spirit crystal, a hint of surprise first flashed across her eyes, and then turned into a smile, like the brightest star in the night sky, instantly illuminating the entire camp. At that moment, even the light of the campfire seemed to be eclipsed. She put the spirit crystal in her arms, then looked up at Su Xian. Thank you, come over after you finish eating. Then he stood up and left, walking towards the back of the chariot. Su Xian hurriedly put down the skewers in his hand and quickly followed. What does this girl mean? I didn't tell you. This is a spirit crystal, not a stone. Can't you see that? So cold. When everyone saw the 2 men walking away, there was a loud bang and everything exploded. Lao Niu, have you ever had your mouth blessed? Ding Zhuang said in a muffled voice. He didn't understand, but was greatly shocked. Lao Niu, do you think these numbers can win the lottery? I bought several draws. Lao Niu, stop working and go set up a fortune-telling stall. I'll sponsor you. Lao Niu, why is your face so round? Niu Tianming. Can his face not be round? It's so swollen now. Can a random stone you pick up be a spirit crystal? What's the point of those guys working so hard and risking their lives to hunt ferocious beasts? Uncomfortable. I feel like all the struggle has lost its meaning. Hey Xiao Zhao, why don't you eat anymore? Zhang Jingwen asked Zhao Xiuyan, who put down the skewers of meat. Zhao Xiuyan looked at the backs of Su Xian and Han Yinling leaving and whispered, It's okay, Sister Wen, I've had enough dog food. Now it's time to start eating. Han Yinling and Su Xian sat on a small slope on the grassland, which was gently wrapped in the night. The sky is vast and boundless, and the stars are dense, shining quietly like fragments of time. Occasionally a meteor streaks across the sky, leaving behind a brief and bright streak of light. Su Xian, do you know what is above the starry sky? The beautiful night sky reminded Han Yinling of the scene before her fall. That day, a door of indescribable colors opened in the starry sky. Countless alien creatures emerged from it. She had never felt so small. But even on the eve of destruction, there are still humans who are constantly scheming and trying to pull her down from the throne. She couldn't help but ask, why are humans so selfish? Su Xian didn't know what Han Yinling was thinking. He just wants a spirit crystal back. What's above the starry sky? Is that something that someone with an annual salary of 3 million should consider? Why don't you ask me how to save the world? If I could defeat Han, I would let you see the Su's boxing skills. He casually replied, weakness is the original sin. Han Yinling's beautiful eyes lit up. She really didn't expect this answer. Indeed, too weak. But how to become stronger? I have already reached my limit. Even if I were reborn, I still cannot face those beings. Well, maybe you should enjoy life appropriately. Su Xian, massage your legs. Han Yinling took off his combat boots and ordered. She thought Su Xian must like leg massage because he massaged her legs very seriously last time. Just consider it a small benefit. Su Xian was even more angry. As the youngest level 3 warrior in Huayu, he was pinching the legs of a level 1 trash. How could this be justified if it got out? No one around? Then it's okay. The night breeze on the grassland blows gently. The grass tips sway slightly, bringing waves of cool air. Han Yinling revealed her smooth, slender calves and porcelain-white feet. In the moonlight, her skin looked even more translucent, as if it was radiating light. Su Xian encouraged himself in his heart. This must be a quality inspection of titanium alloy materials by God. A little temptation, not worth mentioning. Han Yinling felt Su Xian's attentive service and gently closed her eyes, enjoying the tenderness from Su Xian. Her face looked exceptionally peaceful and contented in the moonlight, with a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. My hands are a bit tight. This benefit should be able to offset that spirit crystal. By this calculation, he definitely did not lose out. Yeah, so comfortable. I don't lose either. Chapter 36, Level 3 Rare Beast, White Demonic Horned Deer. Captain, something's happening. Zhao Xiuyin just smelled something unusual in the camp and rushed over to report. Coincidentally seeing this scene, Su Su was helping Han Yinling put on his combat boots, demonstrating what service spirit is. Is this what you mean by not dating? Damn, is it appropriate to lie to me as single guy? Su Xian frowned and asked, which one? He thought to himself, this kid, why did he narrow the road by himself? I'll give him a good scolding later. Number 1. Zhao Xiuyin answered quickly. She felt that the team leader looked unhappy and wondered if she would catch him doing anything bad. Su Xian stood up, patted the grass on his butt and said, let's go. Han Yinling, standing aside, had no idea what the two people were saying in secret. But the cold and aloof character of the empress did not allow her to ask out of curiosity. I can only say calmly, be careful, go early and come back early. Zhao Xiuyin was stunned. What kind of tone was that? Why does my mom speak so similarly to my dad when they go out? But I feel so comfortable. It's as sweet as eating 3 grains of ant honey. Su Xian felt a chill in his heart. Damn it. This means that I should go back early to continue the massage. Why doesn't she just take my spiritual crystals but also take my labor for free? Is there nothing in my hands as a champion? Etc. The hand said it felt very comfortable when touched just now. That's okay. After all, everyone's hands have their own thoughts and should be respected. After a psychological game, Su Xian left with a dashing back and Zhao Xiuyin following closely behind him. Han Yinling looked at the two people, leaving thoughtfully. Suddenly I felt that the members behind me were all burdens. It must be an illusion. On the vast grassland, everything is quiet. The moonlight falls on the grass waves, covering them with a layer of silver gauze. Captain, judging from the wind direction, it's this direction. Zhao Xiuyin said after sniffing. Su Xian sensed that there were no ferocious beasts nearby, so he asked seriously, can your innate ability be more accurate? Okay, but you have to pay extra for honey. Zhao Xiuyin accidentally said what was in her mind. Su Xian rolled his eyes at her and said, why should you have told me earlier? Why did you have to look so hard for it? Take out 2 grains of ant honey. Zhao Xiuyin's nose became even redder after taking a sip of honey. She closed her eyes in thought and clasped her hands together, like a serious and pious witch. This way, Zhao Xiuyin said confidently. She roughly defined a range but couldn't be more precise. Besides, it's a rare ferocious beast. What good would it do if you knew its range? Sometimes, you may not be able to spot it even if you walk right by it. But you definitely can't say anything that raises doubts. The team leader spent the whole morning asking him what he was looking for. He was very narrow-minded. Why do you put your hands together? Is it a special action of your talent? Su Xian was very curious. He felt that his talent, spiritual heart, had no special action effects. It doesn't quite fit in with the uniqueness of the universe's only talent. Zhao Shuyan pushed her glasses as she walked. No, I'm a girl with a sense of ritual. So one. The two of them strolled on the grassland for half the night. Not to mention rare ferocious beasts. I didn't see any ordinary level 3 ferocious beasts. How many areas are left? Su Xian's face was calm. He asked Zhao Shuyan, who was holding a mobile phone, while replenishing water. Zhao Shuyan looked down at the map on her phone and responded, Captain, there are only 2 left. They divided the area defined by Zhao Shuyan into more than 10 small areas. Su Xian walked around these areas according to the coverage of Spirit Heart. It can be called a human radar. Minutes later, Zhao Shuyan persuaded. Why not forget it, Captain? We have gained a lot. There is no need. Su Xian suddenly raised his hand to signal. Zhao Shuyan immediately shut up and stopped. The leader seemed to have discovered the trace of the ferocious beast. This kind of collaboration continued throughout the day. Her strength was limited, and she didn't understand how the captain discovered the ferocious beast. I can only pray in my heart. You must come back alive. You haven't received your salary yet. Su Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at an open space a few hundred meters away. Visually, there's nothing there, but spiritual heart was issuing a frantic warning. There was an unusually powerful presence standing there. Su Xian did not draw out the alloy sword, slowly walked towards that direction. It seemed as if he was completely unaware that there was a danger there. It so happened that a dark cloud blocked the moonlight. The grassland in the darkness seemed like an endless, deep ocean. Sudden, an almost invisible wave broke the tranquility of the night. The grass waves seemed to be swept by an invisible force, leaving a clear trace. This visual phenomenon made Su Xian's heart tighten suddenly. The creature attacked him with its extraordinary concealment ability and swift speed. A lonely human being. For it, it's delicious food delivered to your door. Just as the invisible creature was about to arrive, Su Xian quickly took out the alloy sword from the space ring. His leg muscles exploded and he leaped up. The tiger is out of the mountain. Bang! The collision between the two was like the collision of 2 violent storms, making a deafening roar. The strong shock wave caused the surrounding grass debris to fly and the air waves to surge. Su Xian's body leaned back slightly in the impact, but his hands holding the handle of the knife were extremely steady. With the help of the impact force, he did a backflip and landed smoothly. The ferocious beast in front of him made his eyes solemn. It turned out to be a rare level 3 beast, the white demonic horned deer. The white devil's horned deer is a rare and dangerous 3rd-level beast that not only feeds on its own kind, but also dominates the surrounding area with its cruel and ferocious nature. In the afternoon, I heard from Zhao Shuyan that a team of hunters were brutally hunted and killed by it. The only surviving hunter put down his sword and never set foot into the wilderness again, becoming a bodyguard for a mid-level family. And the description fits the characteristics of the creature in front of him. The most noticeable feature is the silvery white horns. The shapes of these horns are strange and complex, like dead trees growing in an interlaced pattern and extending in all directions. Each fork is extremely sharp. These silvery white horns were full of strange beauty and extremely hard, their hardness even comparable to that of high-grade alloys. You know, Su Xian's high-grade alloy is a weapon that can break the defense of a 4th-level ferocious beast. At this time, the dark clouds dispersed and the silvery moonlight shone on the grassland again. The body of the white devil's horned deer is huge and muscular, and its entire body is covered with thick gray-white hair, which reflects a faint silver light in the moonlight. The eyes were a deep black, like the darkness in the abyss, revealing murderousness and savagery. Su Xian knew that the battle had to be resolved as soon as possible. Furthermore, no excessive damage should be done to its carcass. Otherwise, it should be worthless. In this case, hold the handle of the knife in reverse, with the back of the knife facing forward. Hit me, right? The wave of power. War-mad swordsmanship. The tiger is out of the mountain. Su Xian shouted in his heart, and activated his perfect level body movement skills. His speed was twice as fast as before. Ding! Host's self-created swordsmanship detected. Level 1 martial arts dialing, Zhan Guangdao, minor success. Chapter 37 Breaking with Force. Su Xian ignored the system prompt. The knife moves as the heart moves. Boom! Another fierce collision. The only thing in his eyes was the strange long horns of the white devil deer. The clashing air waves flattened the surrounding weeds again. Only, this time, Su Xian did not retreat. The one retreating is the white devil horned deer. The white devil horned deer is a rare level 3 ferocious beast and is usually considered a top-level existence in this area. I have never suffered such a loss. What's more, this is the breeding season. Anger, fury. It let out a roar, and a bloody light began to emerge from its body surface. Its originally deep black eyes gradually turned red, like two burning flames, appearing extremely terrifying in the night. Su Xian suppressed the surging blood and energy in his body and attacked again against the trend. Double overlapping wave force. Bang! Not enough? Continue. Triple wave power. Gripping the alloy sword tightly in his hand, he tried his best to defeat the beast head-on with his powerful force as the white demon horned deer charged. Oh no! This seems to be the sound of a ferocious beast activating a skill. The roar of the collision and the roar of the ferocious beast made Zhao Xiuyan, who was far away, feel both shocked and scared. Her hands clenched involuntarily. They were covered with sweat, and her heart beat faster. Although her mind told her that she should flee from this battle, the 2 days of getting along with each other made her develop an inexplicable trust in Su Xian. When she took a few steps closer and saw the white devil-horned deer, her heart sank into the abyss. It's over, it's gone crazy, and it's actively attacking. She knew that this was a special form of a rare beast, and its strength was more than doubled. That team of level 3 warrior hunters were killed by the ferocious beast in this state. If he hadn't been close to the city wall, the hunter would have had no chance of survival. Despair filled her heart once again. Is it true that no one can sanction it? Boom! A roar erupted on the grassland, and the strong shock wave caused the surrounding grass debris to fly everywhere, and the air waves rolled. When the two collided, Zhao Xiuyan could feel the slight vibration of the ground. She had already imagined the scene of Su Xian vomiting blood and flying. However, next second, a shocking scene appeared in Zhao Xiuyan's eyes. The huge white devil-horned deer was covered in red, and the thin black figure in front of it did not retreat even a single step. What he held in his hand was still a reverse knife. Bang! The white devil-horned deer fell sideways, and grass fragments flew everywhere. Call! Su Xian calmed his breathing. In the last blow, he used 4 overlapping waves of power. But he was sure. At this moment, the white devil-horned deer's brain had been mixed up by the shock. Zhao Xiuyan ran over. He still seemed unable to believe this scene. Tears suddenly flowed out uncontrollably. She knelt beside the corpse and slapped the motionless white devil-horned deer hard. Su Xian did not stop her and did not say anything. He just watched Zhao Xiuyan vent thoughtfully. After a while, Zhao Xiuyan suddenly turned around, wiped her tears, and said to Su Xian, "Captain, my revenge has been taken. From now on, I will be at your disposal. Go back and talk slowly." Su Xian put away the intact corpse of the rare, ferocious beast. On the way back to the camp, Zhao Xiuyan told the story slowly. Her father is the captain of that hunter team, Zhao Hai. With his unique tracking secret of distinguishing the whereabouts of ferocious beast feces, he helped the team reap great rewards and became the talk of the town. When she was a child, Zhao Xiuyan had no worries about food and clothing, and she aspired to become a famous hunter warrior like her father. Pity. During a hunting trip, they were attacked by a white devil deer. Her father died instantly. The only one who escaped was the youngest uncle in the group. At that time, the uncle was so terrified that he actually told her and her mother about Zhao Hai's tragic death. My mother fainted on the spot, became seriously ill, and never recovered. She also suffered from blood phobia. The family fell into decline. Perhaps it was obsession and the hunter's notes left by her father. She awakened a very rare talent, the sniffer rat, but unfortunately the huge investment of resources in the early stage and her cowardly character made Zhao Xiuyan stop at the first-level warrior. Until I met Su Xian. That time when she went out with the rattlesnake mercenaries, what she smelled was the scent of the white devil-horned deer. On the way, Su Xian looked at the system martial arts column. Layered wave slashing blade, minor success. It seems that the power of waves can also be integrated into weapons. Is Xiaoqing successful because he only knows 3 sword techniques? It seems that the reward of the masked warrior competition is bound to be won. I really want to know what level martial arts can reach by combining the power of overlapping waves with advanced spear skills. Zhao Xiuyan has returned to normal. He started to talk to Su Xian excitedly. "Captain, How much do you think the white devil horn deer can sell for this time? Can there be 1,000 of them? Su Xian shook his head. Not sure. Last time, noble ladies were fighting over rare furs, which led to a high price. This time, I guess the price will be average. Zhao Xiuyan sighed. Yes. When will I be able to become a lady and enjoy the pleasure of spending money without blinking an eye? By the way, Captain, I don't want the profits from the white devil horn deer this time. Zhao Xiuyan added seriously. Su Xian was happy in his heart. He was sensible. Paint a big pie. Follow me and work hard, and you will have everything in the future. Zhao Xiuyan suddenly remembered something, took out a small mirror from her pocket, and then looked up to the sky and wailed. Over. My face is getting round again. Damn the heat. Su Xian turned around and looked. Zhao Xiuyan's face really became rounder. Because ant honey is extremely high in calories, Zhao Xiuyan is at a low warrior level and cannot digest the excess energy. Zhao Xiuyan knew. I will definitely have to say goodbye to delicious foods such as ant honey milk tea, fried beast chicken, etc. for a while. I couldn't help but ask in distress. Captain, what did you say could kill people, but it has almost no calories? Su Xian thought about it and said seriously. The boss painted a big pie. Not only does it have no calories, it can also take away your calories. Zhao Xiuyan. Chariot camp. Han Yinling woke up from her nap with a bad feeling. That was her keen intuition as a former top-level expert. She said coldly, Wake up. What's wrong, boss? Zhang Jinwen asked, rubbing his eyes. Check the head count. Report to the boss. 3 people are missing. Su Xian, Zhao Xiuyan, and Niu Tianming. Sudden. A wolf howl was heard from nearby. Everyone looked out of the car window. I saw a group of 3rd-level ferocious beasts, dire wolves, more than 1 meter tall, surrounding the chariot at some point, with green fierce light in their eyes. The atmosphere inside the chariot suddenly became extremely solemn. Damn it, aren't these beasts at hunting point 2578? Why are they here? It's over. Hurry up and drive. The tank is fast, and there's still a chance of survival. What if they rush at the car? The car body material can't withstand it. For a moment, everyone in the car was filled with despair. With so many level 3 ferocious beasts, they were afraid they would all die here today. Such is the cruelty of the wilderness. Humans hunt ferocious beasts. Fierce beasts are also hunting humans. The identities of hunter and prey can change in an instant. Damn it, I'm going down to fight them, Ding Zhuang suddenly said in a muffled voice. It was not his character to just sit and wait for death. Don't move. Han Yinling looked around, her voice as cold and crisp as a mountain spring hitting a rock, reassuring everyone. Check the items to see if there are any foreign objects. She vaguely sensed that it was a conspiracy, but now was not the time to think about it. Found it. A team member with a talent for smell suddenly shouted. Everyone looked closely and showed despair on their faces. It turned out to be the concentrated blood of a dire wolf cub. Chapter 38. A pack of 3rd-order vicious beasts, the terror wolves. It's over. This is going to kill us. The atmosphere in the car was filled with despair. The 3rd-level ferocious beast, the dire wolf, is a social creature. Most mercenary groups take a roundabout approach. Dire wolves rarely attack mercenary groups on their own initiative. Their only weakness is the wolf cubs. There was once a warrior hunter with a lurking talent who tried to poach a wolf cub. That time it was successful. As a result, he was appreciated by the big boss of the aristocratic family and was allowed to join the family's mercenary group. But because he was stained with a very weak trace of wolf cub blood, they were spotted by a pack of dire wolves in the wilderness, which chased the mercenary group all the way until all of them were wiped out. At the moment, this bottle of concentrated blood of a wolf cub has a slightly bloody smell. It will cause the Han mercenary group to repeat the same mistakes. Calm down, seal the smell of blood first, and throw it away. Han Yinling knew that he couldn't panic now. Even without the stimulation of the wolf cub's blood, there is still a glimmer of hope. She was more worried about whether there would be a series of actions, and throw out all the carcasses of the red devil deer. The group members in the car showed reluctance in their eyes, as this was their entire day's harvest yesterday. But they also knew that as long as the mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. I hated Niu Tianming to death. Su Xian and Zhao Xiuyan were not under suspicion at all. It's very simple. Because everyone knows that these 2 people met by chance, how could they plan to do such a thing? Outside the car, around each corpse of the red devil horn deer, there were 3 to 5 3rd-level ferocious beasts, the the dire wolves surrounding them. Their sharp teeth were deeply embedded in the deer meat, tearing at the muscles, and blood and meat fragments splattered everywhere. The smell of blood filled the air, making people shudder. Around each corpse of the red devil-horned deer, there were several dire wolves biting and gnawing at it. But when the scent of the wolf cub's blood dissipated, the murderous aura on them seemed to dissipate. Everyone in the car breathed a sigh of relief and advised, "Boss, let's go. There is a high probability that we will leave now. Their murderous aura has weakened a lot. This is an opportunity. Yes, you can come back to hunt in a few days." Although the captains did not speak, they were strong and had their own ways to protect their lives. But they also looked quite interested. No one mentioned Su Xian and Zhao Shuyan. At this time, the night sky was covered by dark clouds, and the stars were dim. It seems to be the last darkness before dawn. Han Yinling frowned, his deep black pupils flashing with determination as he thought. There was a hint of barely perceptible worry in his eyes, but his voice was firm. Wait. She knew that without their chariot, Su Xian and Zhao Shuyan had a very low chance of survival in the wilderness, and it would be difficult for them to return to the capital alive with only the limited resources in their backpacks. This decision made the group members in the car feel a chill. They exchanged anxious glances. Han Yinling's eyes swept across everyone. The former empress's unparalleled dominance gave her undisputed authority. The beautiful face carries an unmistakable aura. She knew that the situation was not that bad now. In the near future, thousands of alien races will pour in from the Stargate. In my previous life, there was basically no one I could trust. She doesn't want to face this life alone anymore. Even if you are in a desperate situation, at least you should feel less lonely. Then wait a little longer. Su Xian and the others will be back soon. Zhang Jingwen also spoke to comfort everyone. She had vaguely sensed her boss's temper, although it was not a good thing for them at the moment. But in the future, who would want to be with a cold-blooded master who doesn't care about his relatives? The ruthless imperial family. It's not just the emperor we're talking about. There's nothing to be afraid of. The worst that can happen is we can just kill a few more dire wolves. Ding Zhuang's voice sounded like thunder. Save some energy, Lao Ding. When Brother Su comes back soon, you will have to take the lead. Fuck it. I must crush Lao Niu if I get back alive. You dare to play dirty tricks on me. The atmosphere inside the car was slightly more relaxed. But everyone knows that there will definitely be a bloody battle next. They have to fight their way out of the wolf pack to pick up Su Xian and Zhao Shuyan, even if you are in a very bad mood. However, the fault was not caused by Su Xian and his partner after all. They're all adults. You have to find the right person to lose your temper with. Otherwise, you won't live long. It was getting light. Beyond the distant horizon, two figures seemed to appear. The quiet dire wolves around them became anxious again. Team 2 will take the lead, with Ding Zhuang at the front, clearing a path, and Team 1 will be the substitute. Han Yinling began to arrange the tactics in an orderly manner. Receive! Zhang Jingwen and Ding Zhuang responded at the same time. Teams 3 and 4, follow up. Pay attention to the attacks from both sides. Don't aim to kill them, just disrupt them. Team 5 will be the backup. Receive! The other 3 team captains shouted in unison. No, boss. We have to leave a team to protect your safety. Zhang Jingwen stepped forward quickly. Although there was nothing wrong with Han Yinling's tactics, she was the weakest one in the team at the moment. Han Yinling simply refused. I'll be with you in the car. The Valkyrie's talent is about to explode. Okay. Zhang Jingwen then realized that Han Yinling was gifted. In the Valkyrie state, her physical fitness was more than doubled, and her overall strength was effectively doubled. Don't underestimate this explosion. It is extremely difficult for a warrior to improve his strength in the later stages. Therefore, you can imagine how popular this type of amplification talent is. Her mother relied on the name of the Queen of Ice Element to repel 2 beast tides. The Han family that founded this behemoth. Han Yinling's talent is definitely not worse than her mother's, and may even be stronger. Everyone began to wait, waiting for Su Xian and the other person to get closer. At the same time, pray in your heart. This kid must hold on until they arrive. Su Xian discovered the abnormality near the chariot camp early on. Ling Xin told himself that there were dozens of ferocious beasts lurking there. He had intended to leave straight away, but I didn't expect it. There was actually a chariot among the ferocious beasts. The thought of his spirit crystal still being in that girl's hands. I'm so angry that my hands are itching. Are you still afraid of blood? Su Xian suddenly asked. Zhao Shuyan hesitated for a moment and whispered, Maybe a little bit. Su Xian took a deep breath. Why question? Then we can only use our wits to outwit them. The people in the chariot began to get off one after another. They deployed their formation and were ready to charge at any time, just waiting for Han Yinling's order. Everyone was mentally prepared for a bloody battle. Damn it, it's delaying things. Ding Zhuang even tore off the bandage wrapped around his arm, looking like he was ready to die. Unexpectedly, this group of ferocious dire wolves seemed to smell some danger. Suddenly, their tails retracted and they all flew away in unison. There is a hint of hasty escape in the running figure. Everyone was confused and puzzled. Why did you run away? Don't you know you were scared by me? Come on, your calves were shaking like that just now. Don't you have any idea what's going on? You're strong? Look at your sword. Are you holding it upside down? Near the camp, the tense and solemn atmosphere gradually dissipated amidst the jokes. At this moment, someone exclaimed, "Damn, get ready for battle. It's a rare third-tier beast, the white devil-horned deer." Chapter 39, Hit to Death. It works, it's pretty good. In the dim light of morning, Su Xian appeared in front of everyone carrying a complete white devil-horned deer. Because the body was well preserved, the golden light of the morning sun shines on the hideous and strange silver-white antlers of the giant deer, reflecting a hint of ferocity. Bang! I don't know whose alloy sword fell to the ground. Old Li, am I seeing things? Captain Wang said tremblingly. Lao Wang, you are not mistaken. It is the world that is wrong. Captain Li responded tremblingly. What went wrong? Because you are not handsome enough. You are out of tune with this world. The rest of the people said nothing, staring at Su Xian's handsome face under the morning sun. I actually felt that what Captain Li said made sense and reasonable. Su Wan, what's going on? Why do you always look at me like that? Everyone gathered around the body of the white devil-horned deer and pointed and talked. Look at this corner. It's so sharp. It can cut a hole in my combat uniform. Ding Zhuang said in a rough voice. He made a bet with Captain Wang that this corner would not be able to cut his combat uniform. Although he was slapped in the face, he was still gesticulating excitedly at this moment. Zhang Jingwen is a woman and is naturally defenseless against fur. She squatted down and kept stroking the fur of the white devil-horned deer, with an obsessed smile on her face. This fur is so beautiful, I can't stop my hands. Zhao Shuyan laughed secretly on the side. She was like this at first. If it wasn't for the fact that this was the ferocious beast that killed her father, she would have kept touching it. Old Li, take a picture for me. Does this posture make it look like I was the one who killed him? Captain Wang squatted beside the corpse and posed. Snap! Xiao Su, Xiao Zhao, where did you pick it up? Some people surrounded Zhao Xiuyan and asked where the white devil deer was found. No one was thinking about killing him. Because the body was so intact, there was not a single sign of battle. Although the white devil-horned deer was killed by Su Xian in a mad state, its body automatically returned to its original state after death, which was quite magical. Just at this moment, Han Yinling opened the car door and strode forward. Without saying a word, he grabbed Su Xian's hand and pulled him aside. The big black gemstone eyes were full of shock. Su Xian, what's going on? It's nothing. It's all thanks to Zhao Shuyan. Maybe it ate too many mushrooms and crashed its head into a tree and died. Su Xian said nonsense. The touch of his palm made his mind drift away involuntarily. Han Yinling's fingers were slender and soft, and her skin was as smooth as the finest silk. Su Xian felt waves of subtle touches in the palm of his hand, as if all his senses were magnified at this moment. Han Yinling's face was full of disbelief and disbelief. How could I believe your nonsense? The white devil-horned deer is a famous rare third-level ferocious beast. In the previous life, after this hunting spot was exposed, a large number of wild hunters and warriors were brutally hunted and disappeared, and it came into the public eye. Not only was he extremely difficult to detect, but 3 years later, several large family mercenary groups joined forces to encircle and suppress him, and finally succeeded in capturing and killing him. Then, in order to obtain the complete corpse of the rare and ferocious beast, many good hands were lost. It is precisely because of this complete third-order rare beast that the door to high-grade alloy materials is opened. Others don't know what's going on. Don't you know it yourself? There is definitely something wrong with this kid. I have to keep him by my side and observe him carefully. At the moment, we still need to maximize the use of corpse resources. As long as I can significantly advance the speed of material research and development, I will definitely not lose out. Su Xian, you are the steward of the Han family, and a share of the harvest must belong to the Han family. Han Yinling said, Hear this. Su Xian almost blurted out, "I quit." But Han Yinling's next words made him hold back. "That doesn't exist with me. However, this body is extremely important to me. If the price is the same, you must give priority to selling it to me. Okay?" Su Xian nodded. "This is quite reasonable." Han Yinling thought about it and made a promise. "This corpse has great scientific research value. I promise that you will have priority in using the research results, and you will get more points." Su Xian didn't rush to reply. At this moment, the brain is working rapidly. After all, the corpse of this ferocious beast can be exchanged for points. If he had the Han family's channels as a cover, he could reduce a lot of risks. After all, the corpses of rare and ferocious beasts had been auctioned twice in a row, and even a fool would know that there was something wrong with him. So you can agree to this, chick. This wave is worth it. The four looked at each other, each with their own thoughts flowing, and there was a moment of silence. After a while, Su Xian responded, "Okay." Han Yinling rolled her eyes and said, "Can you let go now?" Very far away, Niu Tianming put down the telescope in his hand. The plan failed completely. The mercenary group is an important industry of the Han family. Han Yinling is not the only one. So Han Shuangyi would never let me go. He didn't understand what the problem was. Why didn't the dire wolves attack? How could they be so greedy that they could be satisfied by eating only 3 or 5 red devil deer? Shouldn't the fight end in a loss for both sides? At that time, I crushed this Yi family smokeball. The Yi family's mercenary convoy was 5 kilometers away, waiting for the signal. Now, that's not necessary. I can't go to the Yi family. If I make a mistake, all of them will go wrong. It's too late to regret. I can only return to Beijing secretly and live a miserable life. On the way back to the city, the members of the Han mercenary group looked as if they had drunk ant honey. First, the entire white devil horn deer was posed and fixed in the truck bed that was transporting the beast's corpse. Several people also pulled a lot of wild grass and placed it in the car, creating a hunting scene. Don't say that. After doing this, a murderous aura came over me. The original hunting plan was for 3 days, but after what happened with Niu Tianming, Han Yinling lost interest in hunting. Go back and report the situation first. Captain Wang, do you know where the rattlesnake mercenaries are located? Zhang Jingwen asked casually while driving. When everyone heard this, they were instantly shocked. Yes, Lao Wang, didn't you sleep with that guy? You should know. He must know. If he doesn't tell me, I will definitely drink him to death tonight. Lao Wang shook his head and smiled bitterly, knowing that these group members were holding back their farts. It should be 4,653 or 4,752. These 2 points are very close. The tank turned the steering wheel and chose to make a big circle. Captain Serena, there's a chariot coming over there. It seems to belong to the Han family. When Selena heard this, she was overjoyed. Their group had a very good harvest during this hunting trip. In 1 day and 1 night, he hunted down 5 third-level ferocious beasts and 2 second-level ferocious beasts. This harvest, in the aristocratic mercenary group, these are all extremely profitable and are just enough to accumulate the points for the martial arts skills that one needs. If they dare to come, it's a good opportunity to let them see it. Open one side of the truck bed, expose those ferocious beasts, and show them off. Do you hear me? Selena sneered. All the members of the rattlesnake group gathered together. They were also preparing to return to the city. When they heard this, they couldn't help but feel a sense of pent-up energy in their hearts. Chun Fan has a lot of experience. Looking at the chariots approaching slowly in the distance, he said confidently, "Captain, there is not much dust behind their chariots, so the harvest must not be great." Serena posed next to her car with her chin raised. Want to kiss her? Definitely not today. Chapter 40, City Tour. The closer the Han chariot got, the slower it went. When the 2 cars were parallel, they almost stopped. At this moment, there was a bang. One side of Han's truck bed unfolded, revealing the scene inside. Rattlesnake mercenary group. Is this the white devil horn deer? Damn it. How could someone dare to keep a rare level 3 beast in captivity? Run! I don't know who shouted first. The members of the rattlesnake mercenary group were so scared that they ran away in all directions, covering their heads. The scene was very funny for a moment. Ha ha ha, I can't hold it in. This is too funny. I can't hold it anymore, Lowly. Help me up. I'm laughing so hard that I'm out of breath. Ha, you're so ignorant. The people on the Han family's chariot laughed so hard that they fell down. A smile also appeared on Han Yinling's lips. This group of members were walking on the line between life and death every day. Although I earn a lot, my nerves are always tense. It would also be good for them to relax a little. I didn't expect that the crazy legs turned out to be her, Selena. After the Han chariot drove away, Selena's long legs were shaking the whole time. The specially made alloy combat boots were almost making a buzzing sound. From childhood to adulthood, she had never been treated like this before. But what can we do? I can only bear it. Forget it, Captain. Don't take it too seriously. After all, they're a family mercenary group, and we can't afford to offend them. Chun Fan patted her shoulder and consoled her in a low voice. The other team members also spoke up with a relaxed attitude. Besides, they did get a rare level 3 beast, so it's not unfair for us to lose. No way. This creature is difficult to encounter and even more difficult to kill. Being beaten only means that the gap in strength is indeed too big. Serena curled her lips and hummed. Chun Fan, is a rare level 3 beast so easy to kill? Why don't I see a single wound? Chun Fan frowned and thought for a moment. I don't know, maybe you picked it up? He's damn lucky. Suddenly, a member of the Rattlers whispered, Brothers, who is Su Xian? As soon as Selena heard the name, she felt angry. It was all this kid's fault. I've been ridiculed every day because of this. Now I really want to crush him under my feet. What? Wasn't that guy in the car just now? It's written on the inside of the car door. Su Xian picked it up. Rattlesnake member. The 88th floor of the Warrior Guild. Surrounded by green trees, grass, and flowers. Long Gong and Han Yinling sat opposite each other. He stood up and poured a cup of tea for Han Yinling himself. The aroma of tea was fragrant. Niece, you must agree to me this time. I beg you. Han Yinling pursed her red lips. Uncle Long, I have other uses for the corpse of the white devil-horned deer. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in Long Gong's eyes, but his tone was still cordial. How about this? The Warrior Guild will use the body for 3 days. I will pay you 2 million for the loan. Han Yinling tucked her hair up, which was a movement she made when she was thinking. After a moment, Uncle Long, what are you going to use it for? A smile appeared on Long Gong's lips. Niece, the Masked Warrior Tournament will begin the day after tomorrow, but the ratings have dropped drastically recently. The reason is simple. On the one hand, there were third-level warriors who died in the previous few rounds, which brought a lot of negative impact. Many popular contestants had to withdraw from the competition. On the other hand, the Underground Casino organized an unlimited life and death fight live broadcast, which was very popular. So, I want to use the corpse of a rare beast to do a citywide parade to attract attention. After all, in order to respond to the intentions of the federal government, the Masked Warriors Tournament also has a segment where people fight ferocious beasts, and a certain rate of casualties is allowed. Han Yonning knew did. This is a good offer, but I'm short of money right now. But he couldn't make the decision for Su Xian. So he looked at Su Xian, who was wandering around without any professional qualities as a housekeeper, and asked coldly, Housekeeper Su, what do you think? Long Gong was shocked, thinking that Su Xian was going to ask for help, so he politely refused. The Han family really doesn't lack this little money, but his own warrior guild really needs the popularity of rare and ferocious beasts. What's more, the body was preserved so well. If those crazy scientific researchers in higher education institutions find out about it, it will definitely not be saved. Just when I wanted to add money. Su Xian suddenly replied, without even turning his head to look at the flowers and plants. You decide. I'll be at ease if you do the job. Han Yonling. Dragon Palace. Who is the housekeeper? Outside the 5th Ring Road of Beijing. The first floor of Building 33, Area 12, Tinglongwan. Zhao Xuyan pushed open the door. The room was simple, with only basic furniture. Mom, I'm back. The light inside the house is very dim, and there is no solution for low-rise residences. Logically speaking, as a warrior, even if Zhao Xuyan worked as a tutor for a wealthy family with the lowest income, she would not have to live with ordinary people. However, Zhao Xuyan didn't care. In the room, the woman who was lying on the bed watching TV struggled to get up and said excitedly, Yin, you're back. That's great. Are you hungry? Mom will cook for you. Zhao Xuyan's mother was Wang Fengrui, who was also a little beauty back then, with a pretty face and figure. But due to the long-term illness, he has begun to show signs of fatigue and aging. After Zhao Xuyan became a warrior, she also sought out a professional doctor. The doctor said, this is a heart disease. Thinking of this, she quickly helped her mother sit up and held Wang Fengrui's dry hand. Mom, no need. Look how round my face is. I'm not lacking in nutrition. Also, Mom, I have good news for you. You have to promise me that you won't faint later. Wang Fengrui looked at her daughter's face carefully and indeed saw no signs of hardship, which made her feel much more at ease. Silly child, your safe return is the best news for Mom. Zhao Shuyan took out her cell phone and found a photo. Mom, I have avenged my dad. Look at what kind of vicious beast this is. Wang Fengrui took the phone with trembling hands after a moment. She couldn't help but close her eyes, tears streaming down her face, unable to speak. Her daughter was lying to her. The daughter knows her own heart not. That is a hurdle that I cannot overcome. Even though she was not a warrior, she knew that it was impossible for a ferocious beast to die so completely without any scars. There is only one possibility, that is yes. But how could she bear to expose her daughter's sincerity? Wang Fengrui took a deep breath and wiped away her tears. Okay, that's great. Mom is happy. Zhao Xiuyan has been with her mother for a long time, and she knows that her mother definitely doesn't believe it. Just when I was about to dig out more photos as evidence, the TV in the room suddenly switched screens. This is the Warrior Guild channel. What was just played was a love story between a warrior from an aristocratic family and an ordinary civilian girl. The heat is high. Click, the picture flashed, and a huge, ferocious beast with a gray body filled the entire TV screen. The ferocious antlers seemed to be extending from the TV. The sonorous and powerful voice of the broadcast sounded at the right time. It's rare to see this in a decade. The Han family mercenary group successfully hunted down a rare third-level beast, the white devil-horned deer. We will be touring the whole city. Please remember the following route for those watching on TV. The above activities are exclusively sponsored by the Masked Warrior Conference. We are warriors who defend the human homeland. A new round of Masked Warrior competition is about to begin. Wang Fengrui was stunned. Her daughter did not lie to her. What she said was true. Girl, can you tell me how you killed him? Zhao Shuyan breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, my captain is so handsome. He killed him with one sword. That sword technique was so shocking. Wang Fengrui interrupted. Is your group leader married? Does he have a partner? Zhao Shuyan. Chapter 41 Alumni. Is he worthy? Huayu, capital city, central section. A spectacular parade is taking place. The sky was dyed light gold by the morning sunlight. The early morning air was a little cool, and the streets were already crowded with people who were eagerly waiting. From time to time, the screams of children broke the silence. A huge exhibition stand towed by a hovercraft slowly passed by, on which stood the corpse of a huge white devil-horned deer, became the focus of everyone's attention. The complete corpse was placed in the center of the booth, surrounded by several specimens of red devil deer, charging proudly like a king. Even though it was dead, it still exuded an indomitable momentum. On the unique antlers, each antler branch sparkles with a silvery white luster. The sunlight shines down from the sky, and the golden light intersects with the silver-white antlers, creating an incredible visual impact. Many of the onlookers saw the rare and ferocious beast up close for the first time and exclaimed in amazement. Many people took out their mobile phones or cameras to capture this rare moment. Fuck, Dad, so handsome, worthy of being a level 3 beast. This is a rare level 3 beast. It is incredible that it is so well preserved. If you don't understand, just ask. Can't rare beasts become invisible? You can't be invisible when you're dead, but it's really scary to watch. The children's eyes were wide and full of curiosity, while the adults were talking about it. Above the booth, several lights projected huge words. Han's mercenary group Masked Warrior Competition. In a prominent position on the booth, a smaller sign clearly read, Owner, Su Xian. But no one noticed because it was not important. It is obviously impossible for such a ferocious beast to be hunted by one person. It's probably some rich young man who sponsored it with money. Zhao Xiuyan and her mother Wang Fengrui were also squeezed in the crowd. Their moods were very different. But Wang Fengrui's complexion was obviously much better. The originally pale face now had a hint of redness. Zhao Xiuyan knew that this was because her mother's heart knot had been untied. Perhaps in a few days, the stubborn illness would be cured. He didn't expect that Su Xian was also hiding in the crowd. The corpse of a mere rare level 3 ferocious beast could cause such a sensation. After pondering for a moment, I clicked on the round-faced avatar of open-minded life. Help me check what other rare beasts are around, at least level 2. Ding dong, a special message has been sent to you. Please check it. Zhao Shuyan's cell phone rang. Wang Fengrui was facing the sky booth, but her eyes were secretly glancing at her daughter's cell phone. Hateful. It turned out to be a privacy screen. Ding dong. Shahan sent you a message. Su Xian opened his phone, and a pleasant and clear voice came from it. Su Xian, where are you? Accompany me to school. How dare this girl order me around openly? Just when I was about to reply arrogantly, I have something to do, don't bother me. Ding dong. It's a long voice message. Suddenly, all the noisy sounds within a few meters disappeared. Su Xian was puzzled and looked at his elder brother beside him in confusion. He drooled and stared blankly at the exhibition stand that was floating by. He kept muttering, it sounds good, so good, I want to listen more. Suswan. There are really all kinds of things in this world. This is the first time I've seen someone look at a specimen and say, it's nice looking. There's a pervert. Run away. At the gate of number 1 middle school, a streamlined light shuttle car slowly stopped. Han Yinling got out of the car. She had changed into a beige sportswear. The top had a zipper, and the hem was slightly tightened, highlighting her slender waist. The trousers had simple lines, showing her well-proportioned long legs. Her hair was simply tied into a high ponytail, with a few strands of hair lightly fluttering in front of her forehead. There was not much exquisite makeup, only a light lip color and natural eyebrow shape. But she was still the most beautiful scenery. Come with me. Han Yinling spoke. Her voice was human-like, beautiful but cold, as if all emotions were tightly sealed. Only a hint of tenderness occasionally flashed across her eyes as she looked at Su Xian, revealing her true inner world. Suswan Falov. Han Yinling told him on the phone that this incident was related to the corpse of the white devil deer. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to come here. It's a complete waste of time. On the playground, a group of high school graduates were resting and chatting under the shade of a tree. They are deeply training their bodies to increase their speed of absorbing spiritual energy. Try to become a warrior within a month. Impact on the higher education institution in China, Longhua University. Have you seen the white devil horn deer? So damn handsome. The Han mercenary group is really awesome this time. Students gathered in groups under the shade of the trees, chatting about the big news that had shocked the city this morning. At this time, Han Yinling and Su Xian happened to pass by. Isn't that Han Yinling? There's no one else as beautiful as her. Fuck, is that Su Xian behind her? Which Su Xian? The one who hunts rare beasts? How is it possible? It's our schoolmate. Go away. Is he worthy of being my schoolmate? Yi Wushuang wore a mask and stared at the two of them, but did not move. He is a young master, but not a fool. Han Yinling and Su Xian are no longer people he can deal with at his level. The last time, he was forced by his family to attend special training at school. I heard that the mercenary group's operation also failed yesterday. It is definitely impossible to have no resentment in your heart. You know, his original plan was to change flowers every day in heaven and earth. It is said that the place is extremely white and tender. There are literally thousands of beautiful girls from different professions for your enjoyment. When I think about this, I felt even more angry. Mr. Wang, you are about to become a warrior, right? Yi Wushuang asked the man beside him. Wang Xuanhe. He is the eldest grandson of the head of the Wang family, one of the 4 major families in the capital, and is the same age as them. He is tall and strong, has Awaken level talent, and calls himself a fanboy of Han Yinling. I feel it's almost done, just this week or so. Wang Xuanhe snorted and looked at Su Xian with an expression full of envy and jealousy. That was the position he had always dreamed of. Yi Wushuang said quickly, Master Wang, look at that kid with such talent. He dares to follow Han Yinling. If you ask me, you just lack a little courage. Maybe Han Yinling is just like that because no one dares to provoke her. What you said makes sense. Wang Xuanhe was about to become a warrior, which gave him great courage. So he stood up and walked towards Su Xian and the other two. Upon seeing this, the students around hurriedly placed small chairs and tables, waiting for the show to begin. Master Wang. He finally mustered up the courage to confess his feelings? Bullshit. If he had the courage, why didn't he say anything in the past 3 years? Fuck, don't you know the saying in the wealthy circle? If anyone touches Han Yinling before the age of 18, I will exterminate his entire family? Who said that? So arrogant. Her father, 8th level martial saint. Isn't the martial saint dead? Her mother said so too. I think he's going to cause trouble for Su Xian. Wang Xuanhe is tall, and his height of about 1.9 meters gives off an oppressive feeling. At this moment, he stops Han Yinling and Su Xian. Su Xian, I want to duel with you. Su Xuan stopped. I wondered if this kid had trained his muscles too much and his brain had become stupid. An ordinary person challenges a level 3 warrior? If you had eaten a few peanuts, you wouldn't have been so drunk. But it's a good thing that comes to your door. Definitely not to be missed. How do we fight? What are the stakes? Chapter 42 Bet. I win, get out. Don't follow Miss Henin anymore. When Wang Xuana saw Han Yinling's cold eyes, his voice trembled unconsciously. He suddenly felt a little cold. I feel a little regretful at this moment. But the words have been spoken, and I have to confront them now. Su Xian nodded and asked with a half-smile, "What if you lose?" Wang Xuana thought about it. "Then I'll give you 200,000. Su Xian thought about it. This appearance fee is a bit low, so he took out a small box from his arms. Take out a level 3 spirit crystal. If there is no bet of this level, don't ask. The light blue level 3 spirit crystal kept flickering in Su Xian's palm, emitting waves of spiritual energy. Wang Xuanhe was stunned. Is this a level 3 spirit crystal? We have been training here for a month, and our family has given us a few second-level spirit crystals for us to become sprint warriors. You just pick it up and it's level 3? Why do you use your ultimate move right away? No flat ones? The students around were also shocked. What the hell? Is that a level 3 spirit crystal? Am I seeing things? The Han family is so rich? How can Su Xian deserve a tier 3 spirit crystal? There won't be any exchange. After all, it's their family tradition, several girls complained unhappily. Everyone can accept being pretty, but why do you have to be too beautiful? It doesn't give others a chance to survive. The temperament is still very cold. So during those 3 years of high school, no girl made friends with her or even talked to her. Wang Xuana's face turned red. After a moment, a decision was made. Good. Although his personal assets plus the second-level spirit crystals awarded by his elders in a few days were not worth enough for a third-level spirit crystal. This guy is obviously using money to shut himself up. But why should a level 1 talent fight against a level 2 talent? Rely on your face? Even if he lost, would Su Xian dare to ask him for money? Does he have this ability? What family is the Wang family? And what family are you from? Then he turned and walked towards the battle stage in the center of the operation. The students from noble families who were watching the scene suddenly started arguing. This is a big deal. It's a 100 million gamble. We, a small family, can't even think about it. Shut up. You're also a small family? Didn't your father just take over a business worth hundreds of millions? It would be great if the profit could reach tens of millions, but why is Wang Xuanhe so confident? The level 1 talent Sky Ape has a strength bonus. I don't know how I can lose. Where did that kid get the 3rd level spirit crystal? Yi Wushuang's face also turned red, and the swelling from the slap from his uncle had not yet subsided, but became swollen again. He knew where Su Xian's spirit crystal came from. He must have exchanged my jade pendant for a lot of good things. Level spirit crystal. Han family's protection. I'm a big idiot, pure and simple. But soon someone was as stupid as me. What's up with feeling a little excited? On the battle stage, Wang Xuanhe is full of confidence. Level 1 talents can be used even before becoming a warrior. There's also a certain strength bonus after activating the talent. Just hold back a little and don't kill him with one punch. But when dealing with the enemy, you must never be careless. Especially, Han Yinling was watching the fight on the side. Next, it's my turn to perform. Sky Ape. A white ape shadow emerged from Wang Xuanhe's body, squatting slightly with his fists clenched, a sign of a sprint. The teachers and instructors standing in the distance were all shocked. They also noticed the farce, but no one intervened. This group of students have all graduated, and now it is at most extracurricular training. Wang Xuanhe is serious, using his ultimate move right at the start. This is completely different from sparring. I didn't let anything get in the way. That kid won't be beaten to death, will he? At this moment, Wang Xuanhe pushed the ground with his feet, leaving faint cracks on the floor tiles. Take my punch! In the sight, Su Xian did not move. It must be because I was too fast, and he couldn't react. Punch! The strong fist wind attacked Su Xian's chest. Then, click! A figure flew backwards with 2 crisp sounds of broken bones. Bang! Wang Xuanhe fell heavily to the ground outside the fighting stage, wailing continuously. There was silence for a moment. The students from aristocratic families opened their mouths wide. The teachers and instructors widened their eyes. Only Han Yinling and Su Xian looked calm, as if they were not surprised by the result. Su Xian raised his feet and walked down the stage step by step. He helped Wang Xuanhe, who was wailing nonstop, and asked, "Mr. Wang, how are you? Are you coming?" The advanced combat uniform he was wearing could not be broken by ordinary level 3 beasts. "Why do you punch me?" Wang Xuanhe's forehead was covered with beads of sweat, and his whole body was trembling. You cheated. You were wearing combat uniform. Su Xian's expression changed, and he quickly said, "Oh, it's my fault. How about I take off my combat uniform and we play again, still with the third-level spirit crystal? This time I'll let you have both hands. How about that?" His expression was very sincere, as if he deeply regretted his actions. The teachers and instructors standing by couldn't stand it anymore. "Is that a problem with the combat uniform? This kid is obviously a warrior, and his level is not low. Just keep acting. Get out of here. Don't even think about me paying you, damn it. Just wait for me," Wang Shuana said harshly. Joke. How could he afford the first-grade spirit crystal? Han Yinling frowned slightly and walked to Su Xian. Before Su Xian could speak, a sweet voice like a clear spring sounded. "Please transfer the money to my card." She couldn't stand this bunch of young masters even more. He usually acts arrogantly and bullies ordinary students by relying on his prominent family background. In her previous life, she became an empress and ordered a strict investigation into bullying in schools. But it was useless. The aristocratic families were protecting each other and had become too powerful to be eliminated. The only person who can restrain him is his younger brother Han Zhangxiu. "I'm tight on money these days." Su Xian doesn't dare to ask for it. She dares. He looked down at Wang Xuanhe, who was lying on the ground, then turned and left. Before the students around him could react, a more domineering voice rang out. "Su Xian is mine." Su Wan. Classmates around. "Teacher Li, Su Xian is in your class, right? He is a warrior now." The teachers asked Su Xian's former class teacher. Teacher Li was also stunned. He wasn't a warrior a few days ago. Did he just awaken his talent? And it's level 1, you've all seen it. Several instructors invited from the army suddenly spoke up. Normal, the army also has many secret techniques to quickly become a warrior, and you can use level 3 talents, but you will only be able to reach level 3 for life. So that's how it is. The army still has a lot of talented people, otherwise they wouldn't be able to stop the tide of ferocious beasts. An experienced old teacher sighed. He also trained many students. For some children from civilian families who wanted to counterattack and become warriors, the only way was to join the army. But I haven't heard of anyone coming back alive yet. The scene fell silent for a moment. The officers didn't say anything else because there was one more thing they didn't say. That is, with this kind of secret technique, even if one uses the treasures from the secret realm to prolong one's life, one will not live past the age of 25. Chapter 43. Wan Hong. On the way to the principal's office, Han Yinling suddenly said, "Lend me the money from Wang's family first and pay me back later." She was a little nervous. It was the first time in her life that she asked for money. Su Xian seemed absent-minded and interrupted. "It doesn't matter. Take it and use it." He also knew that although Wang's family was wealthy and powerful, how could they just give the money honestly? The main reason why he did this was to directly block subsequent disputes, so as to avoid the situation where the big one comes after the small one is beaten, and the old one comes after the big one is beaten. Sometimes, getting a status is very simple. Either you have to show your strength or your financial resources. Or, both are bright. What I said just now, what I meant was, Han Yinling walked in front, her beautiful face slightly flushed, and her voice was cold. What she wanted to say was, "Although you are the housekeeper, I will not restrict your freedom." Su Xian interrupted frankly. "I understand, no need to explain. You are not my person. It's my money." Han Yinling. Principal's office. Principal Qi invited Han Yinling into the spacious reception room. "Student Han, what's the matter?" Han Yinling went straight to the point. "President Qi, do you have Wan Hong's contact information? The one from Longhua University Research Institute." If Su Xian hadn't been with her, she wouldn't have dared to speak. Just like meeting Crazy Legs earlier today, even though he was a familiar subordinate in the previous life, he still didn't know how to say hello. Most of the research institutions in the entire 9 regions are located in the highest institutions of learning in the region. And, to avoid interruption, the research is funded directly by the federal government and universities. Most scientific research projects are kept very confidential. Therefore, it is difficult to obtain the contact information of its internal researchers. Principal Qi pondered for a moment and said, "Yes, but you also know the rules. Outsiders are not allowed to contact the institute on their own initiative." Wan Hong is an extremely talented scientific researcher. His situation was similar to Su Xian's back then. However, at that time, Principal Qi still had a relatively large say in the school. Against all odds, he allowed Wan Hong to finish high school in the liberal arts class, and she eventually entered Longhua University with the first place in liberal arts. He specializes in the study of alloy materials for ferocious beasts and has made many achievements. She is a loner with a bad temper, and therefore has offended many powerful people. Assigned to a small research room, however, she would still give herself some gifts during festivals. Having her contact information is also her way of repaying her. I have never used it. Han Yinling nodded. Sure enough, if she found the right person, things would go much faster. I had originally planned to contact him after entering university, but now it's too late. The carcasses of the beasts must be studied quickly to improve the progress of human scientific research. Principal Chi asked her if she needs 2 complete rare beast carcasses. Principal Chi's heart moved. It turned out that the complete rare and ferocious beast materials that were rumored to be in the Han family were in the Han family. The student's research progress had indeed stalled. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number on the spot. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, an extremely impatient voice sounded from the other end of the phone. Old Chi, why are you looking for me? I am studying. Principal Chi grinned. His student was outspoken and talked about the research progress on the phone. If there were spies from other domains around here, they would probably steal a lot of secrets. He interrupted hurriedly and said, Wan Hong, do you want the rare beast materials? The professional terms that kept popping up on the other end of the phone suddenly stopped and asked anxiously, What level? What's the grade of the material? If it's too high, the equipment won't be strong enough. If it's too low, the concentration will be too low. Han Yinling added, Level 2 rare black crystal leopard, perfect grade. Level 3 rare white devil horned deer, perfect grade. What? Perfect level? Where is it? I want it. The phone was suddenly hung up. The next second, a video call came in. Principal Chi answered the call, and the phone screen lit up. Wan Hong's face appeared excitedly in the center of the screen. There was a little bit of oiliness on her simple, narrow-rimmed glasses. Her chestnut hair looked a little messy, with a few strands of scattered hair falling on her forehead from time to time. Although he was middle-aged, he looked good. His first words stunned the 3 people present. Huh? Old man Chi, your illegitimate daughter is so beautiful. This is not scientific. Principal Chi was furious. She had said something that he had warned her about many times. Wan Hong, how many times have I told you that you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want? This is Han's eldest daughter, Han Yinling. The materials for the ferocious beast are with her. Wan Hong looked embarrassed. She was so excited that she had forgotten about this matter. But then his face turned cold. How much? We don't have much research funding. Once the materials have entered the pockets of the noble families, they will have to spend a lot more money and points to circulate again into the research institutes. The funds I have are simply not enough. More importantly, the efficiency of information transmission in research institutes is very low. By the time news of many materials reached research institutes, they had already disappeared or had become priced sky high. I have given feedback many times, but to no avail. Black crystal panther, 5 million. White devil horned deer, 10 million. Han Yinling directly bid a price, which was much lower than the auction amount. But she didn't care. What she cared more about was developing advanced alloy materials as soon as possible to resist the next wave of ferocious beasts. Wan Hong was quite tempted as the price was much lower than she had expected. However, my own funds are still not enough, and I need to work together with other research laboratories to purchase it. I need to discuss this with other colleagues. Han Yinling frowned slightly. She didn't expect Wan Hong's research funds to be so tight. I'll give you the materials in 3 days. You could pay me first if you have any money. But I have one condition. I must have priority in using the research and development results. Wan Hong was delighted. This was a good condition. Once she had the materials, she could negotiate with other research laboratories, and it also complied with the regulations. The most important thing is to have a large degree of leadership in research and development. This wave of huge profit, this incredibly pretty little girl, is so easy to talk to. You're not trying to trick me. Then I have to see the materials first. Han Yinling was puzzled as to what the images of her black crystal leopard and white devil horned deer were like on the internet. Why is there no news from the research institute that should be the most concerned? There is something fishy about the efficiency of information transmission. Go search for black crystal leopard and white devil horned deer. There are pictures of them online. Wan Hong hurriedly turned on the computer next to her, entered a bunch of passwords, and filled out several application forms. After a busy half an hour, Su Xian was looking at the system interface at this time. I was standing next to the rich woman's spiritual energy treasure and was sucking up the spiritual energy of the 4th level spiritual crystal. He didn't care much about how much the materials could be sold for because he could also earn points by selling them to the research institute, which was also applicable to the warrior guild. System. Name. Su Xian. Age. 18. Level. Level 3 warrior. Talent. Spiritual heart, unique. Psychic power, 24-23. Martial arts. Level 1 limbo step, perfect. Level 1 dialing palm, perfect. Level 1 dialing finger, perfect. Level 1 dialing crazy blade, minor success. Spirit crystal. Level 3 spirit crystal. Level 4 spirit crystal. Wealth. 34.82 million, low-dimensional human currency. The additional money was obtained from the corpses of 5 red devil deer. Su Xian turned on his cell phone. Warrior Guild. Personal Center. My points, 145 points. Countdown to Chapter 44 one day. The points accumulated by my martial arts guild are 145 points. Level 1 Beast, 1 point. Level 1 Beast, 5 points. Level 1 Beast, 25 points. A first-level martial arts skill requires 500 points. The redemption threshold for the latest Metal Gear Solid is 1,000 points. This is basically the ceiling for level 3 warriors. Therefore, the rewards of the Masked Warrior Conference are very tempting. Level 1 Spear Skills. 9 kill spears. Exchange price, 4,500 points. However, Su Xian's comprehension of the swordsmanship has reached the advanced level. Does this mean that the dialing gene can be further integrated with other martial arts? When Su Xian thought of this, he was secretly excited. Because level martial arts, the Warrior Guild does not sell it. It takes 10 points to obtain a level 1 martial art, which basically tells you how difficult it is to obtain these points. Give up. Not possible. Holy crap. So awesome. Wan Hong was extremely excited when he finally saw the materials of the ferocious beast. He must get such a top-notch materials research institute. Our own research and development progress will be faster. She was almost the last person to know the news. This beautiful girl is simply my god of wealth. Sign the video agreement quickly. Wan Hong quickly typed out an electronic contract and sent it to Principal Qi. Principal Qi handed the phone to Han Yinling. Ding! Facial recognition failed. Principal Qi and Wan Hong were stunned. What was going on? Is there still a time when facial recognition fails? The next second, Han Yinling turned around, raised her cell phone, and smiled brightly. Ding! Certification passed. Wan Hong on the other end of the video was dazzled and blushed. I have never seen such a beautiful smile in my life. Worth it. Han Yinling was speechless. When recording the system's face, the staff asked her to smile so that she would look better. From then on, the system was like going crazy. You must smile every time for facial recognition to pass. It seems that the system thinks that laughing and not laughing are two different people. Su Xian also felt his heart beating violently, almost shattering the titanium alloy heart armor. The moment she smiled, right facing me, titanium alloy materials are once again facing extreme tests. Fortunately, her smile faded quickly. Next time I have to ask Wan Hong if there is any material stronger than titanium alloy. Only Principal Qi saw nothing and looked at the contract seriously. Student Han, did you forget to sign? Why is there only one copy? Wan Hong also frowned. The most crucial thing was this rare level 3 beast. Her research and development speed can be much faster. Moreover, this contract is connected to the entire network and will automatically identify the property information under the name of an individual. Not signing it means that she does not have this information. Damn, you are not lying to me. Wan Hong was anxious. Hey, beauty can't lie. Why didn't the white devil horn deer sign it? Han Yinling said nothing and handed the phone to the unknown Su Xian beside him. It's your turn. Su Xian took the phone and said, Ding, face recognition passed, contract signed successfully. Principal Qi? Wan Hong? Is this the real god of wealth? Before leaving, Han Yinling specifically reminded Wan Hong. Priority research, extraction of active substances from rare beasts. There was a hint of astonishment in Wan Hong's eyes behind her glasses. This was the direction she had always been thinking about and had never told anyone else. How does she know? Can you read minds? Finished. I wonder if she has noticed some of the inappropriate thoughts in my mind just now. No wonder she always has a cold face. Wrong. As a scientific researcher, I must believe in science. It must be a coincidence. At the school gate, in front of the shuttle bus. On the cool and beautiful face, the red lips slightly parted. We will also organize an online auction for the rare Tier 3 beasts. If the Research Institute doesn't have enough money, I will give you the money. After returning home, Han Yinling discussed the whole story of the mercenary group with Han Shuangyi. and use several good hunting spots to exchange a lot of resources with the mother. Keep your hands loose. Besides, I can still get some money from Wang. The Han and Wang families also had many business frictions. Her mother would definitely step in for something like this. After all, there were so many people watching in the school, and if Wang didn't give any money, the impact would be even greater if the news got out. Su Xian nodded. He was more interested in points now. By the way, the Masked Warrior Conference will be held the day after tomorrow. Do you have anything to do? Han Yinling asked. She wanted to watch the live broadcast after practicing martial arts. Su Xian could not only bring her some delicious food, but also help her relax her muscles. In this way, your martial arts proficiency can be increased rapidly. Who knows, you might be able to touch the perfect level that you never touched in your previous life. But I was too embarrassed to speak directly. So I asked Su Xian's schedule tactfully first. Su Xian thought about it, raised his hands and said coldly, I have something to do. I can come to you later. Let's have a deep relaxation. Of course, money is secondary. This is the industry norm. You know, after all, it's the champion's hand, so there must be an appearance fee. Han Yinling's face turned red. Damn it, she was seen through. Where is the dignity of the empress? Snort. He turned around and got into the light shuttle, too angry to speak. The backs of Xiaowu and Xiaolu in the car were all wet. Boss, you got into the car and didn't close the door. Should we go or not? Torture, the ultimate torture. Butler Su is really awesome. Such things are actually said to each other's face. And what is deep relaxation? Is this the same project as the place we went to after get off work? Isn't this a good thing? Why do they have to charge a fee? We don't understand the world of the rich. Su Xian closed the car door for Han Yinling. He waved his hand and watched the light shuttle leave. Cut. Every time they call me, they either massage my legs or feet. The only person in the universe who possesses such talent has no respect for himself. If the hands hadn't told the brain, this job can be done. Give her a taste of her own medicine. A whole day. Su Xian was practicing in the single apartment. I also went to the training ground during the process to try to learn from them. However, it was discovered that very few warriors possessed advanced weapons and martial arts, and even fewer could master them to perfection. There are even fewer people like Chun Fan who are willing to learn from others and give advice. So the plan to steal the skills failed. We can only hope for the Masked Warrior competition. It has been a big deal these past 2 days. Many popular contestants have announced their return. The Warrior Guild Forum was also very lively. First floor, brothers, who do you think will win the championship? Second floor, I have already invested heavily in the crazy Blade Man. I don't believe that his sword skills have not been fully developed. Third floor, your odds are too low, there is no profit, and it has to be crazy legs. Fourth floor, third floor, that leg is really powerful, much more comfortable than that long-legged queen. It's obvious that he's a martial artist. I don't believe he doesn't have a minor level leg technique. Fifth floor, now there is a new third round of fierce beast battles in the competition, so we can't just look at the strength on paper. Su Xian also found it quite interesting. Keep checking the player's information and odds. There is no limit on the number of people who can register for the Masked Warrior Conference, and many warriors have re-registered because of the hype over the past 2 days. The various masked images have also aroused widespread discussion among netizens. Ha ha, I didn't see it wrong. There's also a food delivery guy participating in the competition. Really? Does he think the martial arts competition is about who can run faster? Ha, I'm laughing so hard. There are still idiots betting with him. Why don't you give me this one? This can't be a crowdfunding by the delivery guys. I'm crying. The odds are 1:800. Can they be lower than this? Will I get rich if I win? The odds of 800 times have reached the limit. It can't be higher. Su Xian was very excited. If he came first, wouldn't his assets increase 800 times? Just at this moment, a joyful voice came from the phone. Ding dong. Longhua University Research Institute Transfer. 870. Chapter 45 officially begins. In the delivery guys group that Su Xian quit. Brothers, have you guys chased the investment today? I'm a new member of the group. If you don't understand something, just ask. What should you invest in? A new member asked weakly. Masked Warrior Tournament contestant. Takeaway boy. Remember to only invest $1. For love. Received voted. Is this our group member? I don't know, but I've never heard of a warrior who was also a food delivery guy having a peaceful life. Su Xian was not in a hurry to place a bet. First, I searched for an article online. Masked Warrior Tournament Betting Guide. The core idea is, this is a formal activity allowed by the government. The income is subject to 15% income tax. The prize pool amount is managed by the central bank of the entire region and is directly transferred to the account without any hidden dangers. Su Xian nodded and said it was okay. Although the 9 regions are decentralized, there is a global central bank, managed using the latest artificial intelligence. Prevent governments in various regions from printing money indiscriminately and causing inflation. However, there is still some time before the betting ends. It can wait. If you bet now, there will be many people following suit, and the organizers of the Warrior Guild will also quickly adjust the odds. Let's look at other information first. Captain, I have sorted out the information and sent it to you. Who do you think will be the best masked warrior? After Zhao Xiuyan resolved her mother's concern, her voice became much more cheerful. Su Xian tapped the screen of his mobile phone. By all takeaways, a dark horse. Trust me, the villa will be by the sea tomorrow. Zhao Xiuyan replied immediately. I don't trust your grandma. I was eaten by a beast in the sea. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go. Su Xian, Uncle Gong has brought a batch of heavenly demon lobster dragons. Come quickly. Han Yinling's emotionless voice sounded. She had no choice but to find Su Xian if she wanted to eat lobster meat. Su Xian, no, I'm practicing martial arts. Eat less, or you'll get fat. Han Yinling was very angry after seeing this and threw her phone away. Han Yuer, who was watching eagerly at the side, picked it up quickly. Sister, how about I give it a try? In fact, she was the one who wanted to eat the lobster. She was so greedy last time that she kept begging her father to get some more. Han Yinling didn't want to talk at the moment, and she didn't know what the problem was. She was the empress, and once she said just one word, she attracted countless subordinates to flock to her. After Rebirth, I can't even command a small warrior? I don't understand. Is the world I'm reborn into different from the previous one? But when she thought of the delicious food last time, she could only say coldly, okay. After a while, Su Xian received the message. Brother, come on. Su Xian's scalp tingled. What the hell was this move? Taboo technique? Are you going to let people live? What's the tone of Han Yinling, saying this with a face that could be pierced by artificial intelligence? I dare not think about it. Even the Mahayana stage's Tao aspirations would be shattered. I still have to go. I want to become a stronger man after all. This little bit of time can be wasted. So I replied, okay, I'll be there in 30 minutes. After thinking for a while, he added, don't post it next time. Han Yuer was so happy to see Su Xian's reply that she couldn't help but shout, nice. My unique skill as a fairy girl has not failed yet. Kill all. But the next second, I was stunned. Han Yinling felt something was wrong and snatched the phone. Ah, help, my sister is going to kill someone. The Han family manor was in chaos. 30 minutes later, Han's luxurious entertainment hall. As the lights come on, the air is filled with the scent of the heavenly demon lobster dragon and a light aroma. In the center of a large sofa, made of pure white real beast skin, were Han Shuangyi and Uncle Gong, discussing in low voices the Masked Warrior Conference. Many of the Han family's industries were related to this event. Han Yinling and Su Xian sat on the left. On the right, although Han Yuer and Han Xiaozhan were sitting on the same side, the distance between them was a little distant. Han Yuer kept lowering her head to play with her ring, seeming a little absent-minded but was hurting. Han Xiaozhan looked at the center of the screen with excitement. He was still in solitary confinement and was extremely bored every day. He was very happy to see so many relatives at home, especially since his biological father was not around. Brother Su, your delivery boy is really good. He even made it to the 500th place in terms of betting amount. Han Xiaozhan came over and said excitedly. Su Xian was stunned. Is there anyone who praises others like you? Also, you are really good at finding things to talk about. I couldn't find where I was on such a big screen. How did you know? Oh, which player do you think is good? Uncle can help you place the bet. Uncle Gong started the conversation. With his strength as a 7th-level warrior, he was able to become a top businessman in the Beijing circle, so he naturally had a good eye for people. He felt that Su Xian was not simple. Although he is of humble status and is a low-level warrior, his calmness is definitely not fake. A truly strong person never relies on pretending to win applause. A lot like that man. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Han Yinling again. Han Yinling was eating lobster meat quietly. While peeling shrimp, Su Xian replied, I prefer the delivery boy. Okay, Uncle will bet 5 for you. Uncle Gong took out his mobile phone and completed the bet. This amount of money is not even enough to buy a few shrimps. Su Xian's hands shook and he almost peeled a shrimp. Uncle, if you are really betting, please don't raise my odds. The bonus pool has now reached more than 20 billion. According to his assets, he can receive a maximum of 32 billion in bonuses. Of course, in the final stage, many people will also add bets according to the time. As the delivery guy's betting amount became higher, many people became extremely excited. There was a lot of heated discussion in the takeout group. Brothers, the boss has increased the bet. Let's cheer up and deliver a few more orders. If you don't understand, then ask. What does this have to do with delivering more orders? Oh, I'll add 1 yuan for every 5 orders I deliver for my dream. Okay, I'll send more too. +1. On the roadside, Xiao Wang, who was delivering a takeaway, was dumbfounded. Why was the competition for the single king this month so intense? What's wrong with me? No, I have to fight. As for betting, he was dismissive, but he also invested $1. Because that figure reminded him of someone. An opponent who is worth pursuing and respecting even in dreams. The betting for the warrior contest is coming to an end. On the large screen that stretches from ceiling to floor in the room, some well-known actors are singing and dancing on the stage. The sound is transmitted throughout the hall through a high-quality sound system, cheering for the upcoming game. The atmosphere of Huayu's annual masked warrior competition was also heated up to the extreme. The highest bets have been placed on several masked warriors, Flame Spear, Crazy Legs, and Explosive Fist, which have already totaled billions. Everyone chooses to bet on the first 10 numbers because the winning rate is higher. Some people also bet on some unpopular players. But most of them are those whose relatives participate in the competition and whose families are not short of money, or those who participate to pursue their dreams. After the 20th place, the betting amount dropped sharply, and even the combined bonus amount of all the warriors ranked later was not as high as that of the 20th place. This is the benefit of high exposure. 19.8. The prize pool soared rapidly as if it had been injected with chicken blood, and many people began to bet on their favorite players. Su Xian wiped his hands calmly and clicked on the betting interface. Select Delivery Boy. June 54th. Select Maximum Bet Amount. 4,352. Confirm your bet? Select Yes. 3, 2, 1. Ding, the bet is successful. Now, the screen also blooms with dazzling colors. The Masked Warriors Tournament officially begins. Chapter 46 Family Group. The takeout group was in an uproar. Brothers, why can't I find a delivery guy? You open your phone, select camera, and then the front camera, and you can see the delivery guy. No, I mean the warrior delivery boy. Look, he's disappeared. It was number 478 just now. If you scroll down, you might be squeezed out. No way, I just raised the bet by $1. It's over. I really can't find it anymore. Me too. My dream is gone. Where is the reporting channel? Are you crazy? Han Yinling asked in a low voice. She watched Su Xian's betting throughout the whole process. She saw Su Xian concentrating on operating his phone. I just couldn't help it. I just took a sneak peek. Su Xian doesn't have a privacy screen. Han Yinling regretted it very much. How come you are so rich? Why are you such a spendthrift? If you want to place a bet, why don't you ask me first? If I hadn't known that the number 1 Flame Spear player in the previous life died in the last round, I would have definitely placed a bet as well. Reborn, isn't this prize pool for all? Su Xian put down his phone and continued to peel shrimp. I'm not crazy. I have confidence in myself. Han Yinling was speechless. It was over. There was no hope for him. Shouldn't he value the hard-earned money more than anyone else present? Han Xiaosan suddenly exclaimed, "Fuck. Look, the delivery guy is the 20th one." Because the previous number 20 was his favorite long-legged lady. Now it's a new person, still a familiar one. Which young man? Han Yuer quietly ran to Su Xian, grabbed a lobster, and asked while running. Her sister is very protective of her food. If you don't take action, it will be eaten by her sister soon. Uncle Gong was confused and quickly checked the balance on his card. I just added 5 more and was thinking of asking Su Xian to help my daughter peel 2 lobsters. Is your fucking hand shaking? Add a few more zeros. That's great. Nothing wrong. Han Shuangyi stared at the screen, a faint smile appearing on her cold face. She is an 8th level warrior, and her facial features have evolved to a new level. Just heard the sound of 2 successful bets. Since it's not Lao Gong, it must be him. Interesting. It's rare to see a gamble of tens of thousands of dollars. He looks so confident. He doesn't seem like a pure gambler. Observe first. Brother Su, don't you think highly of the warrior boy? Han Yuer finished eating a shrimp and came over again, trying to divert everyone's attention with words. Lobster meat is so delicious. If I were my sister, I would eat it all the time. Suswan Nadith. Yes, I think he has the potential to be a champion. Han Yuer picked up a shelled lobster and said nonchalantly, Brother Su, add me as a friend. If you win, send me a red envelope. Adding friends is secondary, getting Lobster Dragon is the core. This tactic is called making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. I want to join too. Han Xiaozhan also shouted from the side. At this moment, only Han Yinling was extremely angry. She really wanted to pull Su Xian out and beat him up. With so much money, why not do something else? You can even lend it to me. Why are you so strapped for cash? Han Yinling, add Su Xian to the group and add him as a friend. Han Shuangyi suddenly said. Everyone present was stunned. Han Shuangyi is the mother of the family. Although she doesn't speak, her aura is there. If the relationship between Han Shuangyi and Han Yinling hadn't been so strained recently, they wouldn't have been able to get together today. Join the group? Which group? Han Yinling didn't think too much about it and just pulled it. Ding! You have joined. Han family. Su Xian glanced at his phone. Wow. Isn't this a family group? Shouldn't the name of this group be a loving family? So formal? What? There's no love at all. The next second, someone changed the group name to Han family and Su Xian. Su Suan. Old Zhao. Late at night, at the entrance of the Han family's mansion, Han Yinling suddenly spoke. The voice was clear and cold, forcibly suppressing the nameless anger in the body. Tomorrow night at 9 o'clock, there will be a rebroadcast of the Warriors Conference, and exciting duels will be selected. Having a senior warrior give comments will be of great benefit to improving martial arts. It's a paid channel. The meaning is very clear. Since Su Xian is a warrior, he must learn martial arts in the future. This is a great learning opportunity. Su Xian also thought that it would be good if an expert could analyze his martial arts problems, so he nodded in agreement. Besides, this chick has been having a bad attitude since a while ago. Seems very angry. I really don't understand. Can't the demonic lobster dragon eat too much? Bad for breasts? Okay, I'll bring you some honey coconut milk. I know a store that makes it by hand. It tastes great. Han Yinling raised her long eyebrows, and her anger subsided a lot. He thought, forget it, it's his money anyway. There's no need to be angry. For those who are reborn, there are still many ways to make money. Huayu Capital. Warrior Guild Building. Underground floors 30 to 35. This is the site of the Masked Warrior Conference. Designed specifically for the competition, the huge circular arenas are surrounded by dozens of giant screens, each of which displays the progress and situation of the game in real time, allowing the audience to clearly see the precise details of each attack no matter where they are. The lights above the arena shuttled across the ceiling like meteors, illuminating the entire venue as if it were daytime. There are also rows of auditoriums. Only at this time will the Warrior Guild building be open to ordinary people for sightseeing. The tickets are not expensive, so the flow of people is huge. Thousands of warriors and ordinary people gathered together, and the cheers and applause merged into a huge wave, constantly echoing throughout the space. The rules for qualifying in the first round are simple. According to the number of participants, they are divided into 32 groups, each with 25 people, who play 12 consecutive games to select the 48 participants with the highest total points. The top 32 popular players on the betting list will be divided into different groups to avoid meeting each other in advance. Unpopular contestants also have a chance to break through successfully. It's just that you have to play an extra round with warriors with the same points. Allows the use of grade alloy weapons. They are wearing grade A alloy combat suits, but the suits are equipped with sensors to ensure the safety of the players and record injury data. If hit in the vitals, he will be forced to retire immediately. A duel between warriors. Life or death depends on a moment. Since many warriors are level 1 or 2 who come to join in the fun, strange costumes are everywhere. The entire warrior preparation area was like a huge scene. On the high platform, Gong was dressed in white clothes and looked elegant. This time, the warm-up effect of the city-wide parade of the corpses of the third-level rare beasts was extremely good. Human beings are still hostile towards ferocious beasts. Therefore, this Masked Warrior Conference not only has a large number of participating warriors, but more importantly, the popularity is extremely high, and the betting amount has doubled compared to last year. If the plan goes well, you will definitely make a lot of money. I declare that the Masked Warrior Conference has officially begun. Chapter 47. The first match, instant kill. A huge cheer echoed throughout the arena. The warriors at the preparation seat also became excited. This is a great opportunity to make a name for yourself. Live broadcast of the entire process. There is a share of the live broadcast fee. If a wonderful game becomes popular, You can become rich overnight. This is also the reason why people wear strange clothes. Everyone is wearing masks, so they can only attract attention with their clothes. Su Xian wore a pure black mask and a bright yellow battle robe. There's no way around it. This is the requirement of the Masked Warrior Conference. Dress code must be consistent. Waiting for the call from the Warrior Guild broadcast system. He is number 1 in Group 20. While I was waiting, suddenly a soft and weak voice sounded beside me. Brother, where did you put the milk tea? I can't find it. Su Xian looked up and saw a masked female warrior in a dinosaur costume asking him. Damn it. This is the third warrior who asked himself where to put the takeaway today. He is very angry. I am also a warrior. But are you wearing a full-body outfit? The girl seemed too nervous and a little naive and didn't understand what Su Xian meant at all. The surrounding warriors burst into laughter. It seems that they can't act rashly. It will really affect the preparations before the game. Su Xian was speechless. The next second, the counter in front of you on the right, the 4th cup of milk tea from the bottom. Go and take a look. Thank you, brother. The dinosaur girl hopped away. Warriors around. Are you really not the delivery man? Group 20, number 1, please get ready. You will be on stage in 3 minutes. Your opponent is cute relied. Su Xian stood up. I will definitely win this round. After all, my sword doesn't care about the gender of my opponent. Just do it. Go on stage. The audience below the stage were a group of excellent delivery guys dressed in bright yellow. The publicity department of Baalim planned the event overnight and sponsored a batch of tickets, showing a keen business sense. The opponent on the stage was a burly warrior with very cute clothes, but his chest and thighs were covered with thick black hair. Needless to say, the live broadcast room was extremely hot. I have never loved the delivery guy so much before. Kill him, and I will give you a boost. Brothers, I'll spit first as a sign of respect. I actually invested 1,000 yuan in a cute lowly. Damn liar, give me back my lost youth. The cute little girl is a tier 3 warrior, one of the upsets in the last competition. This delivery guy can't beat her. There is no commentary for the less popular matches in the auditions. However, this competition was too contrasting due to the cute lowly's look, and the delivery guy rushed into the top 20 at the last minute yesterday. So 2 professional commentators were assigned, Jin Jing and Wang Duoxiao. Dear viewers, welcome to watch this game. Let's get to the point. Jin Jing, as a contestant in the previous session, what do you think of this game? Hello everyone. Although the cute lowly has a unique appearance, he is indeed a solid 3rd-level warrior. I am very optimistic about him. I agree. Judging from the information, this is the first time the delivery boy has participated in a martial arts competition. The important thing is to gain experience. If I were him, I would choose to admit defeat and save my strength to prepare for the next competition. The 2 commentators quickly introduced the situation. This kind of martial arts competition is extremely fast. Once the martial arts are unleashed, the results will be produced within a few seconds. The atmosphere quickly became more lively due to the commentary. Su Xian held the alloy sword in his hand with a serious expression. This was his first time fighting against a level 3 warrior. What's more, the opponent's aura is quite strong. What they are fighting for may be martial arts and burst. Boom! The cute lowly stomped the ground hard, her alloy boxing gloves flashing with cold light, and rushed towards Su Xian, her fists making a hissing sound in the air. The delivery guys in the audience exclaimed, "So fast and so big a fist." It seemed that they were about to see their compatriots on the stage wearing the same uniforms as them flying backwards. Next second, bang! The cute lowly flew out backwards, falling to the ground outside the arena. The commentators are still quickly filling in the live action. The cute little girl rushed towards the delivery boy at lightning speed. Not surprisingly, the delivery boy flew out backwards. No, it was the cute lowly that flew out backwards. Oh my god, this is incredible. Am I seeing things? One strike, just one strike. Let us congratulate the delivery boy for his first victory. The 2 commentators seemed to be unsatisfied, but the game had already been broadcast to other venues. There was deafening cheering from the audience. Every yellow figure was extremely excited. They won, although they didn't know how they won. But worth it. Totally worth it. It's worth it. I've been giving you the king of singles for so many years. The audience in the live broadcast room seemed unwilling to believe the result. All they saw on the screen was, "I bought it. I definitely bought it. If there is something fishy going on, report it to the company." "Go away. The draw is random. How can you buy it?" I watched it again, and it seems like it was the back of a knife that flew away. What kind of martial arts is this? Su Xian calmly stepped down from the stage and waited for the next game. Once the match is started, betting is still possible. However, odds can change drastically based on player performance, often adjusted quickly by artificial intelligence based on a player's match performance. In the invisible studio lobby on the 88th floor underground, a large screen records the changes in the player's odds. Sudden, a yellow image, the odds change super fast. It quickly adjusted from 1 hours, 80 minutes to 1:36. What is the concept? This means that the player has the possibility of reaching the top 36. It caused a little commotion instantly. Another dark horse appears? Plan 2 quick hype. Very good. We need a dark horse player like this. We should promote his potential to be in the top 8 and motivate the audience to place bets. Marketing team, pay attention. Increase the popularity of his game video. The action was carried out quickly. This was one of the tactics of the Warrior Guild. They would first promote a dark horse player as being extremely powerful, then reap the benefits through odds. Most people don't understand and will just follow the trend blindly. So when the dark horse encounters a truly strong but unpopular veteran player, it will be eliminated directly. Otherwise, how could wealth accumulate so quickly? Next to them, several high-level warriors were watching the competition video repeatedly. Prevent the Warrior Guild's analysis system from crashing. This step looks familiar. Maybe it's Lingbo's step? Impossible. I saw the Desheng Lingbo step 20 years ago. It was different. And is this a sword technique? I can't tell. Let the system search and analyze it. Ding, no similar knife skills detected. That's fine, it's probably a strength-type talent. Only Long Gong on the side frowned slightly. This figure seemed familiar. Was it Su Xian? Impossible, even though he has worn this outfit before. But his strength can't be that strong. What's more, his talent had just awakened a few days ago. Even with the use of military secrets, it is impossible to reach level 3 quickly. Under the influence of mysterious power, Su Xian's game video quickly ranked in the top 10 of the video popularity list. At this time, Su Xian, who had just stepped down, received a notice. Contestant number 1 of Group 20, please prepare. You will be on stage in 3 minutes. Your opponent is Brother Bear. Chapter 48, First Round, all in seconds. Arena. Su Xian's second match of the first round. The audience has been replaced by a new group. No way. Baalim only sponsored 1 round of movie tickets. Because the company's publicity department believes that the delivery guy will most likely be eliminated in the first round. Moreover, seriously injured players cannot continue to compete. However, the popularity of the live broadcast room has increased again. Brothers, let me tell you, I heard from experts that he has the potential to be in the top 8. Come on, the last player who said that didn't even make the top 20, and his leg isn't fully healed yet. It's better to believe me than the experts. He'll be lucky if he can make it into the top 30. Isn't he number 20 on the popularity list? I heard it was sponsored by Baalim. Chun Xing, who was lurking in the live broadcast room, was stunned. When did their company sponsor any players? Besides, wasn't the sponsorship budget just applied for yesterday, and it's only 2? Turn off the live broadcast and confirm again with the CFO. Just at this moment, the familiar commentary voice sounded again. Hello, audience. It's us 2 who will explain this thrilling game to you. Brother Bear is a rank 3 warrior. His talent is the familiar Earth Bear, known for his strength. Many people don't know that Brother Bear's image is not a costume, but a change in his bloodline when he awakens his talent. Before Wang Duoxiao finished introducing the contestants' information, Su Xian took a step. The game has begun. What kind of match will this be? The delivery guy chose to take the initiative, which seems a bit irrational. Next second, bang! Brother Xiong flew out of the ring. Let us congratulate the delivery boy for his victory. The audience was silent. Damn, I spent $100 and that's it? What happened to the agreement that Brother Bear would fight with real punches? Why don't you throw a punch? You are so weak. What's the point of watching it? Fuck your mother. Refund the ticket. Refund? The commotion in the audience was quickly quelled, and the game continued. The cute little girl helped Brother Bear up from the ground. Through 2 layers of masks, the 2 sides looked at each other and felt a strong sense of sympathy. Too strong, ridiculously strong. Who the hell is this genius coming to this low-end game to fish? Why are you still wearing full clothes? Nothing wrong. We were both well fed. The odds for the delivery guy continued to drop to about 1 to 20. However, this fluctuation did not attract attention because the change in odds between 20 and 30 is normal. Except for a few popular players, the first place in the first 32 groups has almost the same odds. The marketing program is also continuing to be promoted. The popularity of Su Xian's game videos continues to rise. He even crushed popular and powerful players such as Crazy Legs and Explosive Boxer at one point. It triggered heated comments from netizens. One knife or the back of the knife. I'm a fan, you can do whatever you want. I watched the first game over and over again, and there are only two words to describe it. Absolutely beautiful. I didn't watch the game. Did the cute loli show her face? Did the knife break the mask into pieces? My opponent is too weak to comment on. Crazy Legs is number one. If you don't agree, come and argue. Have you watched the Flame Spear competition? That's the real king of cold weapons. Su Xian continued to wait in the reserve seat. He just wanted to finish the game quickly. I also have to buy coconut honey juice for Han Yinling in the evening because if I go to the store too late, it will be sold out. Contestant number 1 in Group 20. Time passed quickly, and the first round of 13 games ended quickly. Without a doubt, Su Xian won all the games and advanced directly. And all finished with one knife. He was given a nickname by netizens, Brothery Dao. Except for the Flame Lance team, which won all the games, the other teams fought back and forth. Every year, there are always a few dark horse players who emerge from the competition. It is also because of this that the popularity of Su Xian's game videos dropped rapidly after the third game. It ends with one knife, too boring. Su Xian changed his clothes, walked out of the building, and sped away on his light shuttle motorcycle. 88 underground floors. A group of high-level warriors felt their scalps tingling and sweat dripping from their foreheads. They watched Su Xian's game videos over and over again. My heart was filled with shock and incomprehension. Watch it again. This kid takes 2 steps in every game. And no matter what the distance is, the time from starting to striking the sword is the same, in milliseconds. How did you do that? I've never practiced Lingbo step, so it's hard for me to understand. Master Gu, you have achieved the minor level of Lingbo step, and your student has achieved the major level. Can you do this step? Elder Gu pondered for a moment and said, my student is from a martial arts family. The new martial arts skill Lingbo step that was introduced a few years ago was deduced by their ancestors from ancient martial arts. However, even if he has mastered it, he can only control the distance of each step to be the same. It is basically impossible to control the time to be the same. Unless it's perfect great, everyone present was shocked. It is said that every martial art that is practiced to the perfect level has the magical effect of returning to basics and simplifying the complex. But it took more than 300 years for the spiritual energy of Blue Star to revive. No one in the 9 realms has ever heard of anyone practicing a martial art to that level. Xiao Wu, you asked the battle analysis system to further refine the time by 4 units and compare it with his 12 games. I don't believe it. Got it. Followed by a series of keyboard clacking sounds. Ding, the time is consistent. Confirm. Long Gong came over. He heard all the analysis just now. Frowning. Xiao Wu, let the battle analysis system deduce. What is the probability of the takeaway boy winning the championship? Ding, the probability of the delivery boy winning the championship is 74. What level is his talent? Ding, I refuse to answer. During the Masked Warrior tournament, it is forbidden to investigate the contestant's background information. How much did the delivery guy bet before the game? Was it more than 10? Ding, the delivery guy placed a bet of 4,400 before the game. Ryugu clenched his fists. Damn, with these odds, if the delivery guy wins the championship, the Masked Warriors competition will definitely not make any profit this time, and will even lose a lot. But he has been able to manage the Warrior Guild for such a long time, so he must have his own methods. The marketing team lowered the popularity of the delivery guy and guided public opinion, with the goal of actively getting him to withdraw from the competition. Planning team, the difficulty of the second round of competition will be increased to purgatory level, and the funds will be deducted from the reserve pool. Special operations team, the third round of Extreme Showdown will use the military technology. Gu Lao couldn't bear to listen any longer and interrupted. Boss Long, this is not good. Long Gong raised his eyebrows and said, shut up. Where does your annual salary come from? All risks must be nipped in the bud. Also, don't you know how you got into the Warrior Guild? Don't pretend to be merciful in front of me. From now on, no one in this hall is allowed to leave. Eat here, stay here, until the game is over. After Long Gong finished speaking, he left the hall quickly without waiting for anyone else's reaction. Before leaving, he waved. A guard team composed of level 5 warriors firmly guarded the entrance and exit of the hall. From this moment on, this place became a truly closed place. Mr. Gu hesitated to speak and sighed. Of course, he knew how he got into the warrior guild, if it weren't for the huge efforts of the Dragon Palace and his family. I'm afraid he is still fighting ferocious beasts on the front line of the army. Now that you have chosen comfort, there is no turning back. We can only pray that the boy will voluntarily withdraw from the competition. At least the body can be left intact. Chapter 49, Han Yinling's Plan. Han's underground martial arts training room. The walls are covered with various alloy weapons, which is the heritage of the big family. In the center is a spacious training area. The mat has been worn by countless footsteps, showing marks of varying depths. But it will be replaced with a new one tomorrow. Han Yinling was wearing a black vest and sports shorts. Every punch and kick was accompanied by the whistling of the wind, strong and powerful. The air was constantly cut by her movements, making a low echo. "Miss, your butler is here." An electronic voice sounded from the side. Tiny beads of sweat hung on Han Yinling's face, and her skin had a healthy blush, revealing an indescribable beauty. "Let him down." She grabbed a towel from the small stool next to her and gently wiped her forehead and neck. Sweat slid down her perfect neckline. A few drops of sweat even splashed into the air, catching the faint light and sparkling like broken diamonds. "Yo, hardworking Xiaoan-san." Han Yinling heard some noise at the door, looked up, and saw Su Xian standing there. Seeing the bag of milk tea in his hand, she smiled and waved for him to come in. Su Xian walked into the martial arts training room. The air was mixed with the salty smell of sweat and the unique faint fragrance of Han Yinling. This unique combination made his heart beat faster. Damn, it shouldn't have come in. There is poisonous gas. Almost got caught. The two walked to the rest area. Han Yinling took the milk tea, raised her jade hand, and the opposite wall opened, revealing the screen inside. At this time, a video of the Masked Warrior Tournament competition was being played. There are still some group matches that have not been completed. She looked at the cup of delicious honey coconut milk in her hand. The delicate texture of the nectar was faintly visible in the transparent liquid, while the coconut milk brought a slightly milky hue. Han Yinling took a slight breath from her bright red lips, and the first thing she smelled was a refreshing coconut scent, pure and natural, as if it could immediately take her to the beach in the AOC area to feel the alluring sea breeze and sunshine. Then, the sweetness of unknown nectar came quietly. This sweetness was not a single accumulation of sugar, but had a slight floral and fruity aroma, which slowly unfolded in the mouth with rich layers. This refreshing taste, after intense exercise, completely sweetened Han Yinling's heart. Delicious. He has a real eye for good food. Su Xian sat down and watched the game on the screen. The flowers grown by this boss have mutated, and the nectar production is not high. If I hadn't made an appointment in advance, I wouldn't have been able to get it. Han Yinling nodded and glanced at Su Xian's clean palm. "You watch first. I'm going to take a shower." If everything goes well tonight, those high-level martial arts can all reach minor success. Although the martial arts experience can be directly inherited after rebirth, some techniques cannot be used due to insufficient physical strength. She is also growing every minute and cannot take the 9 Regions University League next year lightly. I didn't participate in my previous life. Because he had just entered university for half a year, no matter how talented he was, he could not fight against senior students who were level 3 warriors. So her mother's condition clearly required her to give up her right to choose her spouse. Take up this challenge yourself. He was absolutely confident that he could reach the level 3 warrior within half a year with the help of this level 4 spirit crystal, and then rely on the martial arts experience accumulated in the previous life. There is a considerable chance of hitting first. Those young monsters from the 9 realms families cannot be underestimated at this time. Therefore, my only advantage is still martial arts. To practice martial arts quickly, you need a muscle relaxation therapist. The relaxation therapist I hired must be my mother's spy, and she would never let me get what I want. Han Shuangyi is extremely ambitious and wants the Han family to become a large cross-domain family. The breakthrough point for cross-domain cooperation must be to form an alliance with oneself. So, the most important thing at the moment is to tie down Su Xian. After a moment, Han Yinling returns. It was still the same outfit, but all changed into brand new clothes. Su Xian didn't look back, but only smelled a fragrance coming from the side. He guessed it must be the smell of some top-notch shower gel. I felt a surge of anger in my heart. Damn it. Why did they change to a new gas attack? Be sure to wear a mask next time you come. Han Yinling's cold voice reached his ears. Su Xian, massage your legs. Su Xian smiled slightly. He would become super rich after winning the championship. So rich that his cash flow would be almost as rich as that of the Han family. Why do you order me? The year-end bonus will be doubled. Han Yinling's voice sounded a little tired, as if the training and bathing just now had taken a lot of effort. Without waiting for Su Xian to refuse, two shiny thighs suddenly appeared in front of him, catching his attention. Han Yinling's legs are long and graceful, and her skin is as delicate and smooth as porcelain, reflecting a soft and warm luster. The long toes are delicate and eye-catching, with light pink nail polish on the tips. There were still a few drops of water between the toes that had not been completely wiped off, shining with crystal light. This one is good. Keep buying me some drinks tomorrow. Han Yinling adjusted her sitting position and stared at the game video on the screen. She is socially phobic and actually hates socializing in public situations. Even though she became an empress in her previous life, she still couldn't adapt. Especially if you force yourself to chat with someone you don't know well, you will feel very anxious. But I am so beautiful that I am the focus wherever I go. In the later stage, it can only serve as the military force of the 9-Domain Federation. The current space made her feel very comfortable. She and Su Xian are already familiar with each other. Besides, Su Xian said that he liked his legs. Win-win. Su Xian thought about it. Just tolerate her for a while and wait until you win a championship. Let her know what the power of money is. This time, just treat it as a training of Dailing Gene. Really, a man who wants to become stronger will not miss any opportunity for extreme stress testing. Before Su Xian finished thinking, he heard a lazy voice beside him. It can be heavier. We still have training tonight. Wait a moment. Why did my hand move by itself? Sure enough, it has thoughts. Humph, I caught you. Su Xian, what martial arts do you want to learn? Han Yinling suddenly asked. On the screen was a battle scene between masked warriors with flaming spears. The spear is like fire and extremely aggressive. Within a few moves, the opponent would either be swept off the field or hit directly at the vital point with the tip of the spear. The main theme is a free and easy style. Your gun skills are pretty good. Su Xian looked at the screen with approval. This guy is really good at gun skills. There is a chance to learn something from him. There were also various praises from the barrage above. This is the true master, the true champion. So handsome, family, who knows, where can I buy his autograph photo? His strength is overwhelming. After verification, he is 10,000 times stronger than the takeaway knife brother. Brother Dao only used one knife. How many shots did he fire? The delivery guys are all rookies. They just got lucky. I can do it too. The barrage suddenly changed its tone. It turned into a quarrel between a large number of Flame Lance fans and Delivery Boy fans. Of course, the delivery guy is at an absolute disadvantage. Su Xian was speechless. What was there to argue about? When we meet in the next round, we will know the result after a fight. Be gentle, it hurts. Han Yinling groaned and gave Su Xian an angry look. Why does this kid seem a little absent-minded? But it is really comfortable. Gunmanship and martial arts? This kid has quite high standards. Unfortunately, the mercenary group does not have enough points now. It has to wait until Wan Hong's research results come out before the points of material contributors can be significantly increased. At that time, he would combine his points with Su Xian's points. Exchange for a high-level gun skill. Learn it yourself first, then teach him. If he doesn't agree, by exchanging martial arts skills, I can let him see the difference in understanding of martial arts. In this way, he could be tied to his side with justification. Although he has a good talent in martial arts, can he compare with the Empress herself? A young warrior with no money, no martial arts skills, and no resources can only follow himself to have a way out. Isn't it? Chapter 50, Round 2. Escape from the Cave. What happened between Su Xian and Han Yinling in the underground martial arts training room? Passed to Han Shuangyi. But she didn't care. Her daughter had no chance of turning things around. He has already contacted several old cross-domain families in the Eagle Domain, European Domain, and Black Domain. Once the 9 Regions University League is over, Han Yinling will be arranged to get married immediately. Only then can the Han family truly stand firm. But at this moment, she was on a video call with the chairman of the Warrior Guild, Ryugu. What's wrong, Ryugu? Chief Han, the raccoon cat's actions have changed. I suggest that this session be cancelled. Han Shuangyi raised her indifferent blue eyes slightly and thought for a moment. Zhang Xiao is under house arrest recently, so forget it. Long Gong continued. Then Han's sponsorship. Han Shuangyi interrupted. Half the amount. You can contact the Yi family. They might be more interested. Long Gong's face changed. The second and third rounds of the competition required huge investment, and they needed sponsorship fees from several large families to be completed. The warrior guilds in each domain were very wealthy, but all the money had already been divided up, and much of the remaining money was subject to tax. There isn't much to spare. Otherwise, the federal government's financial system would have collapsed long ago. This adjustment to the competition plan has incurred some additional expenses. More importantly, it conflicts with Han's goals. Gong knew Han Shuang's character well, and once she made a decision, she would not change it. Okay then, I'll contact the Yi family. Gong hung up the phone. Anger rose in my heart. It's all because of that delivery boy warrior. The foolproof raccoon cat plan actually ran into an accident. But now that things have come to this, let's keep moving forward. He said coldly to the secretary beside him. Continue to exert pressure through public opinion. Receive. The Warrior Guild is a semi-official organization. So many things cannot be done too obviously. Must be within the rules. Han's underground martial arts training room. The sound insulation effect is excellent. Several spotlights were projected into the center of the training area, casting Han Yinling's figure onto the cold and hard wall, forming a series of dynamic silhouettes. Flexible movements are required when practicing the Hanmin whip and several level martial arts such as the stabbing kick. Although he has extensive experience in martial arts, his body is still immature and needs to be redeveloped. The slender legs thrust out suddenly, and the air seemed to be split in two, making a slight sound of breaking through the air. This leg technique combined with alloy combat boots can not only increase close combat damage, but also increase burst speed at critical moments. Han Yinling's expression was serious and meticulous. She knew that Su Xian was looking at her. This was the moment to showcase her martial talent and understanding. Su Xian was lying on a chair and browsing his phone, his peripheral vision also paying attention to Han Yinling's movements. No wonder my calf muscles are a little tight. It turns out that my posture when exerting force is wrong, and I need to make some minor adjustments. I also found the cause of Achilles' tendon sensitivity caused by pushing the ground too hard with the sole of the foot. I have mastered this leg-based martial arts technique, but I think it is not as good as Lingbo's step. After evaluating it, he already had an idea in his mind. Although this girl doesn't say it, she is really nice to me. Next time when her muscles are relaxed, you can use the stacking force to help her make slight adjustments. Now, I can't watch it anymore. Titanium alloy materials are reaching their limits. First, study the information about tomorrow's Masked Warrior Conference. In the distance, Han Yinling caught a glimpse of Su Xian starting to play with his phone seriously, and her strength couldn't help but deplete a little. Suddenly, I felt that training was a bit boring. Maybe it's because my martial arts skills are too advanced, so he can't understand it. But I haven't lowered my demands on myself. Su Xian opened the Warrior Guild and entered the lively forum. I heard that the second round will include level 3 top beasts. I know. They were imported from Eagle Territory. I saw the Eagle Territory's chariots. Killing turns into escaping. I advised those warriors with weak strength to withdraw from the competition, especially the delivery man Idao. The long-legged lowly and the fierce cute girl all withdrew from the competition and became a hot topic. It's not surprising that they both quit every year. I also suggest that why my Idao brother quit the competition. I strongly request that the delivery guy Idao withdraw from the competition. That group is indeed weak. I suggest that he keep the fire and continue to deliver food for us. The power of public opinion is huge. The Delivery Boys fans also left messages in their own martial arts circles, calling on the Delivery Boy to withdraw from the competition. Some of them were led by public opinion, while others were really worried about the Delivery Boy's death. Su Xian was puzzled, so he clicked on the introduction of the second round of the competition, Cave Escape. There are more than 40 contestants participating in this round. These are all the masters from various groups who fought today, and they are very powerful. Even so, 8 contestants voluntarily withdrew from the competition after watching the content of this year's competition. The contestants need to enter an abandoned cave to hunt ferocious beasts. It was a small cave developed by the Warrior Guild in its early days. The spatial location was relatively fixed, but the resources had been drained out. It was finally transformed into the venue for the second round of the Masked Warrior competition. Many level 3 ferocious beasts were released into the cave. The content of this round of competition is to compete for the number of ferocious beasts hunted, commonly known as hunting points. The top 8 teams with the highest points advance to the next round. Because the core of human warriors is to fight against ferocious beasts, the confrontation between warriors is only one part of the Masked Warrior competition. The competition is short, only 36 hours, because most of the signals are isolated in the cave. Therefore, special sensors are used to collect information about the corpses of ferocious beasts, and the audience outside the cave can watch the progress of the contestants in hunting ferocious beasts through the list. However, since it is a solo hunt, you're not allowed to wear combat uniforms. Therefore, the top-level level 3 ferocious beast is the real ruler of the entire cave, and it is hard to say who hunts whom. This shows that everyone's concerns are not unfounded. This time, a new level 3 top-level ferocious beast was added at a huge cost. It is said to be more ferocious and terrifying than the level 3 top-level ferocious beast in Hawaii. After all, the concepts of transporting and escorting living ferocious beasts and dead ferocious beasts are completely different. But the competition has become more exciting, and the popularity continues to rise. Who can kill other level 3 beasts and break through successfully while being hunted by the top level 3 beasts will be the biggest highlight of this round. Su Xian tried to reply, I am very optimistic about the delivery boy because he is very fast. Unexpectedly, as soon as the message was sent, countless replies were received. Get lost now. You have no vision. Can you escape to the 8th place? Can you outrun a top-level 3 beast? I beg the delivery guy not to be a disgrace to the martial arts world and to withdraw from the competition immediately. 10,000 people signed a petition in blood, strongly demanding that the delivery guy quit. Su Xian smelled a conspiracy, and many of the comments were brainless. Not only that, there are even some posts that say, I like the delivery guy too much. If he quits the competition, I will give birth to a baby for him. Rational analysis. Takeaway delivery guy's withdrawal is a win-win choice. A warrior family is looking for a takeaway boy as the new corporate image consultant. The prerequisite is to withdraw from the competition to ensure safety. This type of post is also very popular, causing many fans to believe that they will be killed if they participate in the competition. Participation ruined. Withdrawal. Fame and fortune. Guiding public opinion? Su Xian already had the answer in his mind. Want to mess with me? Force me to withdraw from the competition? Don't fucking dream. I'm going to enter this cave. Chapter 51 Preparation. How is it? Have you received his application for withdrawal? Every hour, Gong would ask the secretary. I haven't received it yet, Mr. Long. The secretary was also very nervous and kept an eye on the phone message. But the amount of money bet by the delivery boy in the prize pool has stopped increasing, and many people are asking for a refund. After hearing this, Gong was delighted. Then we will refund the bets in full, saying that the experts made a mistake in their judgment, and use this news to hype it up again. Receive. Really. As soon as the news of the refund came out, public opinion against the delivery guy went to another extreme. The post, experts say it was a misjudgment. The delivery guy's skills were extremely poor, and he has voluntarily resigned, became popular immediately. But at this moment, Su Xian was no longer paying attention. His goal is to win the championship and obtain the top-level spearmanship skill, 9 killing spears. I don't care about the obstacles from public opinion at all. Conspiracy will be crushed in the face of absolute strength. Moreover, he also specially consulted the information. The rewards for the Masked Warrior tournament are mortgaged to the federal bank. Just win. The betting amount before the game will be automatically credited to your account. As for gun skills and martial arts, you can redeem them directly at the offline redemption points of the federal bank. I'm leaving first. Su Xian said goodbye to Han Yinling. He was going to go back and continue using the 4th level spirit crystal to attack the 4th level warrior. Although I can also get some of Han Yinling's spiritual energy from his neck here. But the speed is still a bit slow. Okay. Han Yinling didn't turn around because she was very unhappy. If Su Xian left, her martial arts training progress would decline, but she could only say coldly, come again tomorrow. Su Xian has received a notice to start the competition. You will have to enter the cave tomorrow morning. The competition will last at least 2 days. No, I have something to do tomorrow. Han Yinling didn't say anything. She didn't know Su Xian was going to the competition and just thought that he didn't want to accompany her. Actually, practicing martial arts by herself was her daily routine in her previous life, and she never felt lonely before. Keep comforting yourself in your heart. It doesn't matter, I'm just practicing alone, so it doesn't matter if I'm a little slow. Su Xian stopped before going out. Spend many days together. He knew that this absolutely beautiful girl was actually socially anxious, and her aloofness was just her instinctive defense. In this huge family, she probably doesn't even have anyone who dares to tell the truth. Otherwise, with her status, what could she not get? She's just a little girl after all. Just like this underground martial arts training room. It is spacious and bright, covering a huge area, but the solitary figure practicing inside is like a light butterfly, dancing in the empty space. Behind the beauty lies a deep loneliness. Su Xian thought for a moment before leaving. Forget it, I'll try to come earlier tomorrow. He originally wanted to take first place and give the ignorant netizens a slap in the face, but since time was tight, he just wanted to get into the top 8 as soon as possible since there was still a third round. After Su Xian left, Han Yinling was still practicing martial arts with concentration. At some point, the corners of her rosy lips curled up into a charming arc. Warrior Guild Building. Luxury apartment. Su Xian held a 4th-level spirit crystal in his hand and sat cross-legged in meditation. System. Name. Su Xian. Age. 18. Level. Level 3 warrior. Talent. Spiritual heart. Unique. Psychic power. 2638. Martial arts. Level 1 Lingbo step. Perfect. Level 1 dialing palm. Perfect. Level 1 dialing finger. Perfect. Level 1 dialing crazy blade. Minor success. Spirit crystal. Level 3 spirit crystal. Level 4 spirit crystal. Wealth. 0. Low-dimensional human currency. Too slow. Su Xian sighed that the speed of upgrading from level 3 to level 4 warriors was much slower than he had imagined. Although I don't have much time to practice seriously. However, relying on one's own talent, the higher the level of the spirit crystal, the better the effect on the growth of spiritual energy. Unfortunately, high-level spirit crystals are indeed difficult to find on Blue Star. Even through my own channels, I can't find out the production of high-level spirit crystals. Now, no matter how many low-level spirit crystals I have, they can only be exchanged for money. But money can't buy high-level spirit crystals. This is the current situation. First, check the information about the secret realm of the catacombs. Click on the Warrior Guild and search for information related to the secret realm of the underworld. The top trending post is Summary of the rules and precautions for the caves and secret realms. The core contents are as follows. 1. The caves and secret realms are divided into 3 levels: small, medium, and large. The small one is equivalent to a small town, the medium one is equivalent to a town, and the large one is equivalent to a continent. 2. The underground cave contains unknown fog, and there are many ferocious beasts which are cruel and bloodthirsty, and their levels are not high. 3. The climate in the secret realm is extreme. There are few ferocious beasts, and the beasts have a certain degree of intelligence and are of high level. 4. The spiritual energy content of the underground caves and secret realms is high, and it is easy to find spiritual crystals or other scarce resources that are not available on the blue planet, such as space raw stones. 5. Entry threshold for underground caves and secret realms. Warriors above level 4 cannot enter small underground caves and secret realms, and warriors above level 7 cannot enter medium-sized underground caves and secret realms. No limit on fierce beasts. 6. Restrictions on the use of the ring in the secret space of the underground cave. It can only be put in, not taken out. Su Xian watched with great interest. It turned out that the cave and the secret realm were the same as the dungeons in the game. There are still many requirements. Quite interesting. There are also a lot of comments below. Lu, thank you for the invitation. I am fortunate to have the opportunity to enter the Yi family's small cave. In one word, it's so good to be alive. Lu, I am an eagle domain, just came out of the secret realm. The harvest this time is average, only a few tier 3 spirit crystals. I have quit my job and am preparing to travel the beautiful land of the 9 domains. Lu, if you want to be rich, go down to the cave. If you want to get rich overnight, go to the secret place. Floor, if you encounter a cave in the wild, do not enter it rashly. Please call 132 to help you remotely identify the quality of the cave. Floor, the person above is a liar. Everyone be careful. Lu, my grandfather entered the cave 20 years ago, my father went to the cave 10 years ago, and now I am about to enter the cave. Everyone wish me to return rich. Su Xian clicked on the author's avatar on the 6th floor and found that this was the message he left 3 years ago. All the messages were, "Are you still there? I believe that there are a lot of resources in the secret cave, but the danger level is also extremely high. It seems that I need to be more vigilant. This cave of the Warrior Guild has been developed for a long time and is not very dangerous. If the contestants value their lives, they can just avoid provoking the ferocious beasts released. But even so, many high-level warriors are still injured or killed among the participating warriors every year. Because it is not allowed to wear combat uniforms when entering the cave during the Masked Warriors Conference. In particular, there is a level 3 top-level ferocious beast this year. Ding. All participating warriors please gather at the B2 floor of the Warrior Guild building in 30 minutes. The phone received a notification. Su Xian put on the Baolim costume and put on the mask. Directly to the meeting point. The second underground floor is a huge garage. There are many brand new tanks parked inside. The top of the central assembly platform is covered with various live broadcast equipment, and the spotlights emit bright light, illuminating the area below. Su Xian came out of the elevator door. With his hands in his pockets, he walked into the crowd of more than 30 contestants present. The appearance of this orange-yellow color immediately attracted widespread attention, both inside and outside the venue. The popularity of the live broadcast of the Masked Warrior competition has increased dramatically. It's the delivery guy. He didn't withdraw. Chapter 52, The Taste of a Strong Enemy. Bang! Long Gong slammed the table angrily, and the sound echoed in the closed space, seeming particularly abrupt. The documents and cups on the table trembled slightly. Although he is the chairman of the Huayu Warrior Guild and has enormous power. But at this time, he also cannot access the detailed information of any contestants in order to ensure the fairness of the competition. So, at this moment, all the contestants' information is blank in the Warrior Guild building system. He had already deployed personnel outside the Warrior building. Once a masked warrior wearing a Baolim costume is discovered, they will contact and communicate with him privately. Be prepared to use power to order him to withdraw from the competition if necessary. But Su Xian was either in the Warrior Guild building or changed his clothes and went to find Han Yinling. This meant that Long Gong's men gained nothing. Miraculously, he is the chairman of the Warrior Guild. The only thing you can't do is use direct force against the contestants in the Warrior Guild building. Once discovered, they will resign immediately. All measures must be based on the premise of treating all contestants equally. For example, increasing the difficulty of the game. Long Gong suppressed his anger and sneered in his heart. Since you have chosen to die, then taste the wrath of the Eagle Domain's level 3 top-level ferocious beast, the Tyrannosaurus Rex. But it likes yellow food the most. There was a lot of cursing in the live broadcast room. Fuck, the delivery guy really doesn't know how to live or die. I'm so sorry that I still sympathize with you for a few seconds. Why are you participating in a martial arts competition instead of delivering food? I'm so angry that I won't order any food today. Many people chose to wait and see calmly. They had already seen that someone was deliberately trying to discredit the delivery boy. In the takeaway group, a group of takeaway delivery men were chatting with wry smiles. Brothers, I don't know what happened today. There are not many orders. Me too. Many people say it was caused by the delivery boy. I don't really believe it. Don't mention it. The company issued a notice today. Did you notice? It clarified that the delivery boy warrior has nothing to do with Baolim. It seems like they are making new delivery uniforms and asking us to pay for them again. I have to spend money again, but I hope the delivery guy can return safely. Most of the people in the group were comforting each other. Although they were also very angry, there was nothing they could do. In the face of public opinion, they have little influence and can do very little. What's more, they don't have the time or leisure to post all kinds of messages and quarrel online. Looking at your phone while riding a bike. Don't you want to live? The remaining 37 contestants all get on the bus and head to the cave. A broadcast sounded above the central assembly hall. Su Xian got in the car and sat in his seat following the message on his mobile phone. As the departure time approached, 3 warriors still deserted the battlefield. You should have assessed your own capabilities. After departure, the roar of the chariots cut through the quiet air. The alloy structure inside the car is a bit simple, but it is strong and can mainly withstand the impact of ferocious beasts from the outside. The chariot passed through the winding mountain road, surrounded by desolate mountain landscape. Occasionally, 1 or 2 ferocious beasts could be seen fleeing, frightened by the roar of the chariot and the dense crowds of level 3 warriors on board. Su Xian's gaze lingered on the 3 eye-catching warriors one by one. First is the crazy legs on the left. She is tall and wearing a pair of glittering alloy combat boots. You can tell at a glance that it is Selena. Her long golden hair was simply tied behind her head, showing her heroic figure. Her goal should also be the high-level combat skill reward. Moreover, this round is particularly friendly to players who have been hunting ferocious beasts in mercenary groups for a long time. This is also one of the ways the Federation encourages warriors to hunt ferocious beasts. Next is the skinny woman on the right, who is wearing a pair of alloy boxing gloves that are shining with cold light. The eyes beneath the golden mask are sharp, and although the body is thin, he exudes a powerful aura that should not be underestimated. This is also a popular contestant, the explosive boxer. His boxing skills are fierce, and every punch is full of explosive power. Level talent Sea Mantis. In the previous 2 sessions, they were eliminated in the quarterfinals due to their young age and lack of proficiency in martial arts. This year, there's also a great chance to win the championship. Finally, it was the young warrior sitting opposite, with an alloy spear broken into 2 parts, quietly carried on his back. The real favorite to win the championship, Flame Gun. His name became known to everyone after the first round of the competition. Sudden, crazy legs, Selena stood up and walked to Su Xian. He said to the other masked warrior beside him, "Change positions." "Okay, Captain." The masked warrior was a member of the Rattlesnake mercenary group. In this competition, 3 contestants from their group entered the second round. Needless to say, the other one was the knife-crazy Chin Fan, who was sitting on the other side of the carriage. "We'll go into the cave later. Come with me, and I'll keep you safe," Selena said directly. Several confrontations with Su Xian. With a woman's natural sensitivity, she recognized that the delivery boy was Su Xian. Although he was filled with hatred, Su Xian had already clung to the Han family's thighs. According to one of the female members, Han found several good hunting spots. She wanted to take the opportunity to do a favor and find out some information about the hunting spots. No one can resist money. No need. Su Xian refused. This woman is too realistic. She just means well. Chun Fan and another team member will obviously hand over the corpses of the ferocious beasts hunted in the cave to Selena in exchange for hunting points. Selena clenched her cheeks tightly under her mask. This guy always rejects himself. Have you never seen your own face? This is the first time in my life that I've been rejected by a boy. And not just once. Is it because I'm not pretty enough? Or my legs are not long enough? Could it be that he doesn't like women? I'll give you another chance. Think it over before you speak. Serena said coldly. Thank you, but I really don't need it. You know my strength. Su Xian's confident words attracted the attention of the surrounding warriors. Serena's solicitation is common. The warriors around are used to it. It happens every year. Some warriors are very ruthless when fighting people, but their legs become weak when they see a ferocious beast. At this time, forming a group will only reduce the competitive pressure for a while. The same thing, fierce beasts are not stupid beasts. If there are too many people, they will run away. There are only 2 days left, and there are so many ferocious beasts. First come, first served. Several masked warriors nearby couldn't stand it anymore and tried to provoke Su Xian with words. You are not old, but you have a big mouth. Being good at beating people doesn't necessarily mean you're good at beating ferocious beasts, and being good at beating ferocious beasts doesn't necessarily mean you can find them. 2 warriors died last year, about your age. Su Xian knew that they were swearing and that fighting was not allowed in the carriage. Whoever takes action will be eliminated. Everybody is trying to take advantage of the situation when there is an opportunity. Su Xian remembered these figures. They were not very strong and liked to talk trash. Still called Hunter Brother? If you can kill a level 3 beast, I lose. Selena did not change her seat. Her eyes were deep. She suddenly remembered the words in the bed of the Han family's chariot, picked up by Su Xian. Perhaps, if he really has something to rely on, then we'll have to wait and see. On the opposite side, the young man with a gun on his back had a gleam in his eyes. He smelled the smell of a strong enemy. Chapter 53, Cavern's Blood Devil Cave. Huayu, 50 kilometers southwest of Beijing, the top of Mount Taiwa. The early morning light has not yet completely dissipated. On the tops of the mountains along the way, the gravel road was cut by countless wheel tracks, which were the traces of a large number of third-level ferocious beasts being escorted into the cave this morning. In the distance, the army had set up a tight cordon around the top of the mountain. This is the small underground cave of the warrior guild, the Blood Demon Cave. The flickering cracks in space looked like the gaping, bloody mouth of a giant beast. The air nearby was filled with a fishy smell, a mixture of earth and blood. There live a large number of level 2 blood-sucking beasts, blood bats, in this cave, whenever they appear in groups in the wilderness. It would be a catastrophe for other ferocious beasts and humans. Therefore, every contestant who enters the cave is required to hunt and kill at least 5 bloodbats. Only then are you allowed to leave the cave. Under the live broadcast cameras of drones all around, the contestants poured into the cave. At this moment, the screens in all the live broadcast rooms switch to a huge scoreboard. Behind every contestant is hunting points and information about the dead beast. There is no doubt that the delivery guy was deliberately placed last. When all players have entered, let us hope that these masked warriors will return with glory for humanity and covered in blood. The second round of the Masked Warrior competition, Cave Escape, officially begins. All the people in Hawaii who were watching the live broadcast of the event became excited. Do you think the delivery guy can advance? He's so weak. I hope he can come out alive. Didn't he win that group by a landslide? You don't know, that's a special group. The players in it are very weak. Can the system be divided like this? I don't know. Everyone says so. So it must be true. The interior of the cave was filled with a light mist, and vision only extended to about 10 meters, after which everything became blurry. The bracelet of each warrior shows the guidance to the exit of the cave to ensure that they don't get lost in the fog. Like other contestants, Su Xian entered the cave, took a deep breath, and disappeared into the mist of the cave. The density of spiritual energy here is indeed high, and the space ring can be used normally. Su Xian looked at the system and guessed that it was Master Tong who was making efforts in secret. Outside the cave, the growth rate of his spiritual energy was already very slow. If you don't absorb high-level spirit crystals, it will take about a day to increase by 1 point. But now, he could clearly sense that it increased by 1 point almost every hour. This shows that the spiritual energy content in the cave is more than 20 times that of the surface of Blue Planet. As the saying goes, people die for money and birds die for food. Many of these masked warriors knew that they had no hope of advancing, but they still risked their lives to enter the cave. Isn't the purpose to absorb more spiritual energy in the cave? Although such caves are dangerous, they also contain opportunities. In previous sessions, many contestants found Tier 1 spirit crystals in the caves. If you are luckier, you may even pick up a level 3 spirit crystal. Without such temptation, how many warriors would be willing to enter the cave and kill the bloodbats? The air in the cave was moist and cool, and you could hear the sound of water droplets under your feet with every step. Faintly, one could hear irregular noises in the distance, which might be the sounds of dormant bloodbats or other warriors. A smile appeared at the corner of Su Xian's mouth under the mask. It's my turn to perform. Spiritual heart. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, adjust your mindset, and concentrate on feeling everything around you. The level talent, Spiritual Heart, endows him with extraordinary perception ability, and he can know the dynamics of all energy creatures within a radius of 400 meters. Damn it, there are so many! This perception surprised Su Xian, who was usually calm. The grotto is like a natural cave underground, and above the fog is actually a large rock wall. Within the range of perception, there were countless blood bats hanging closely on the ceiling of the cave. Weak bioenergies mean they are in a resting state, but that dense presence made Su Xian feel oppressed. He knew that humans were still too confident when facing ferocious beasts in caves. Because of the fog, many technological equipment cannot be used, so they had no idea that there were so many bloodbats in this cave. Perhaps, each time the bloodbats go out, only a small part of their population is dispatched. The most important thing is that none of the contestants are wearing combat uniforms. This is undoubtedly walking on the edge of a knife with one's life. Fortunately, some of them were alone, so killing them was not as difficult as we imagined. Although there were difficulties, Su Xian was not too nervous. Reperceive other creatures. Within 100 meters, except for warriors, Su Xian could also sense several level 3 ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts were distributed in different directions of the cave. Although they were hidden in the fog, they were as clear as thunder under Su Xian's spiritual heart. Promotion for him, as easy as drinking water. However, the direction of his footsteps was not towards any third-level ferocious beast, because the corners of his mouth beneath the mask were already laughing uncontrollably. Spirit crystal? It is true that there are many spiritual crystals in the secret cave. Su Xian felt the spirit crystals that were emitting strong spiritual energy fluctuations. There are also the long-lost 4th-level spirit crystals in the 2nd level. The existence of the 1st-level spirit crystal is like the brightest star in the night sky, emitting a light that cannot be ignored. The emanating spiritual energy fluctuations sounded like the melody of music in Su Xian's heart. Warrior Guild, you are really good people. Bang! Bang! A regular sound spread in the fog. Explosive boxer. Peng Lily lights up her alloy boxing gloves and approaches carefully. She already had 3 bloodbats in her backpack. Pretty good luck. However, this round was really unfriendly to her. She had no idea how to find the ferocious beast. Whether you can advance, it all depends on luck. So she speculated that this sound might be the movement of a high-level ferocious beast. When I got closer and took a look, I was greatly disappointed. It turned out to be a delivery guy in orange clothes who was chopping the wall with a knife. What are you doing? Peng Lili was really angry. Isn't this a waste of precious time? Su Xian put away his knife and responded calmly. Dig a hole. Peng Lili's voice was like her punches, short and powerful. Why are you digging a hole? She also watched the delivery boy's competition video. An expert knows that this boy is definitely one of the top warriors. Because this method can attract high-level ferocious beasts. Su Xian was just talking nonsense. Of course, he couldn't say that it was because there was a 4th-level spirit crystal hidden in the wall 10 meters away. Peng Lili really didn't know how to track the ferocious beast. She wandered around for a long time, but found nothing except a few blood bats lying on the wall. If the delivery guy has a way to attract ferocious beasts, she really wants to try it together. Really? The tone of the explosive boxer under the mask was tight and full of surprise. If I help you, how about the beast splitting in half? After saying that, he also showed off his alloy boxing gloves. As the mechanism moved, sharp spikes emerged from the gloves, making it easy to pierce the skin and bones of the beast and hit its internal organs. So what? I'm just saying this casually. Are you serious about this? Chapter 54. How long does it take to walk around the cave? The ground is full of spiritual crystals. Su Xian thought about it and felt that her boxing gloves should be able to dig holes much faster than a knife. Okay, welcome to the digging team. Bing Lili. Shouldn't it be a hunting team? But no more words were spoken. Walk to the wall and punch it again and again. It's true that the digging efficiency has improved a lot. The continuous sounds did not attract any ferocious beasts, but instead attracted the attention of several warriors nearby. For safety reasons, they decided to hunt blood bats together in the early stages, and then disperse when the target number was reached. What are they doing? I don't know. Did he eat some poisonous mushrooms and have hallucinations? They must be digging for spirit crystals. Stop joking. It's not that easy to find a spirit crystal. At least it has to have some unique features. I'm willing to pay a high price for a method to identify spirit crystals. Do you want some? No. Is it the one that originally cost 458 yuan and is discounted to 58 yuan? How do you know? Because I've been cheated before. Peng Lili is a straightforward person. She dug for a long time, but didn't see any ferocious beasts. Why is there no ferocious beast? Su Xian evaluated the progress and thought that it would be fine if he worked harder, so he pretended to be profound. Success usually comes to those who are patient. Peng Lili choked. She is indeed the most impatient person, and her teacher often says this, especially when hunting ferocious beasts. Damn it. How come I can still hear the same words when I come out to participate in the competition? I really lack patience. Otherwise, I would have gone out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts long ago. I'm angry. When I think about this, he swung his fists harder. Bang, crack, crack, stirring up a cloud of rubble. Su Xian was covered with stones and was speechless. Damn it. Does patience have anything to do with effort? Why do you suddenly seem to have a grudge against this stone wall? Not long. Almost reaching the location of the 4th-level spirit crystal. While the explosive boxer was not paying attention, Su Xian threw a level 1 spirit crystal out of the cave. Then he shouted, Boxer, look, there's a spirit crystal? Peng Lili was stunned. Sure enough, I saw a flashing blue light outside the cave. He hurried over, took off his gloves, and picked up the spirit crystal. I was very happy. It turned out to be a level 1 spirit crystal. I'm so lucky. At this time, Su Xian had already put the jade containing the 4th-level spirit crystal into the space ring. We discovered it together. I'll give you half. Peng Lili said directly. She is also a wild warrior who was adopted by a teacher to learn boxing since she was a child. Participation is a last resort. Her teacher was old, and in order to support her to become a warrior, he had worked hard to go out hunting ferocious beasts. I had an accident not long ago. Although his life was saved, the daily expenses of being paralyzed in the hospital are astronomical. To this end, she has been boxing in underground, no-holds-barred fighting arenas. He is quite famous and his appearance fee is as high as hundreds of thousands. Still not enough. She is young and well protected by her teachers, but she doesn't have much social experience. He was deceived into borrowing a large amount of high-interest loans. As a result, the interest rates kept rising. In this competition, only by getting the top 3 places can the prize money be used to pay off all debts. She is a level 3 warrior, so it doesn't matter if she defaults on her debt. But her teacher is not good enough and is now lying in bed. If she leaves, one can imagine what will happen to the teacher. Therefore, the price of a level 1 spirit crystal is not too high. But it really helped her solve her urgent problem. But even so, she didn't want to keep all the gains for herself, so she just held the spirit crystal tightly in her hand. It's okay, take it. I'm not short of money. Su Xian glanced at the explosive boxer's short hair soaked with sweat and waved his hand indifferently. Peng Lily gritted her teeth and said firmly, "No, the harvest must be divided in half." Su Xian was shocked. "Damn it, you are not hinting at me. That's not okay. Directly release the explosive information. I am a rich second generation, not short of money. What family are you from?" Peng Lily's skinny body shook violently. Tears almost came to my eyes. "This delivery guy is such a good person. He must know that I need money more. Otherwise, you can't say that. It looks like this set of clothes has been given away for at least a few years. Otherwise, how could the corners of them be torn like this? Suwan, what's going on? I'm showing off my identity and also showing off my gratitude to you? You don't have any improper thoughts about me. I am a man with a family. Pooh, I want to be a stronger man." Su Xian continued to wander in the cave with the explosive fist, avoiding all the ferocious beasts along the way. After his investigation, he found that this small cave was about the size of a small town with a radius of 1 kilometer. With the coverage area of Spirit Heart, Su Xian would need to move about 6 to 7 times to fully explore the entire cave. Based on the current movement speed and the speed of mining spirit crystals, a round trip takes about 30 minutes. Therefore, it took more than 3 hours to pick up all the spirit crystals. There are 4 hours left to hunt the ferocious beast. So, you can go to that store before dark and buy 2 cups of limited edition hand-beaten lemon honey tea. You have to drink it in front of Han Xiaoyo. Drink 1 glass and pour 1 glass. She's so greedy. 3 hours later, explosive boxer Peng Lily knows that there is a high probability that she will miss the 3rd round this year. Ever since I believed this kid's lies. Strolling for almost a morning, except for a few first-level spirit crystals. No ferocious beasts were found, not to mention the level 3 beast. Not even a hair of animal was to be seen. Even though I actively looked for them, I couldn't find many. But the boy in front looked very confident. The problem is he is not as good as himself, and he doesn't even have a few blood bats in his backpack. Where does he get his confidence from? I don't understand. Peng Lily punched the wall for a long time and couldn't help it. She said unhappily, "Hey, delivery boy." "What?" "I told you to be patient," Su Xian said seriously. "Take these blood bats for a while. Kill 2 more, and you'll have 5. Peng Lily pulled out several red bat corpses that were larger than ordinary chickens from her backpack. "Take these spirit crystals with you as well, and transfer the money to me after you get out. If I don't get out, transfer it to my teacher, Peng Gaowei." Peng Lily also has a unique martial art that can attract siege from bloodbats. A large amount of points from the corpses of level 2 ferocious beasts might help her advance to the next round. But without combat uniform, there is a great risk to one's life. For the teacher, I have to fight. In fact, the harvest this time is not small, and the few first-level spirit crystals are not in vain. If it weren't for the debt problem, she would be willing to stop and leave the cave right now. Su Xian did not take the bloodbat corpse. Pointing to the wall beside him, he said, "Don't worry, there will be bloodbats and level 3 beasts. You should break through 3 meters of this wall first." Peng Lily really wanted to punch the silver mask, but when she thought about how hitting the wall would always yield a level 1 spirit crystal, she decided to hold back. For the last time, Su Xian looked at the working fist with a smile. "Okay, one last time. I call out in my heart. System. Fight. Name. Su Xian. Age. 18. Level 3 warrior. Talent. Spiritual heart. Unique. Psychic power. 2673. Martial arts. Level 1 Lingbo step. Perfect. Level 1 dialing palm. Perfect. Level 1 dialing finger. Perfect. Level 1 dialing crazy blade. Minor success. Wealth 0. Points. 145 points. The key point is the column of spiritual crystal. Spirit crystal. First level spirit crystal. Second level spirit crystal. Third level spirit crystal. Fourth level spirit crystal. Chapter 55. Unrest in the Dragon Palace. Excited. What is the harvest? This is a huge harvest. It turns out that this is the correct way to open the spiritual heart. There are too many level spirit crystals, and I can't pick them all up. You know, this is a cave that has been extensively developed by the Warrior Guild. 50 years ago, a scholar proposed to dig out all the stones in the cave to search for spirit crystals. A considerable amount of warrior manpower was mobilized at that time. Tons of stone were carried out of the cave and crushed. The cave where the experiment was conducted was the Blood Demon Cave. That time, a large number of low-level spirit crystals were indeed harvested. But the rash action resulted in a mass rampage of bloodbaths in the cave, and also resulted in the loss of a large number of warriors. The amount of spirit crystals seized was just enough for compensation. After this, the spiritual crystals in the secret realm of the underground cave still depend on warriors to obtain them at random. What are you laughing at? We are all going to be eliminated, Peng Lily was puzzled. Although the delivery boy's face was covered by a mask, his eyes were full of joy. Just now, I did find another spirit crystal. The last time I entered the cave, I only picked up one, and my teacher praised me for a long time when I got back. She said she was the chosen one and had great luck. It turns out that my real strength is good luck. Picking up spirit crystals? If the teacher knew that he had picked up 6 first-level spirit crystals, I'm afraid his illness would be half cured. This kid is really lucky to follow me. Warrior Guild Hall. First floor. There was a huge list on the holographic projection. Many players have already handed and scanned carcasses of ferocious beasts in the caves and obtained hunting points. On the side are the rules. Level 1 beast, 5 points. Level 1 beast, 10 points. Level 1 beast, 125 points. Level 1 top beast, 500 points. If the points are the same, the level of the beast and the value of the materials will be compared. The first place in the standings is Crazy Legs, which is far ahead with more than 300 points. The second place is Flame Gun with more than 100 points. The third place only had 125 points, obviously because he only killed a level 3 beast. Most of the points behind are dozens. Although the images cannot be seen in the live broadcast room, the discussion remains heated. I told you the delivery guy is not good. Look, he hasn't touched his points. He can't be dead already. No, the bracelet is still lit, which means he is not dead. But why is the explosive boxer also 0 points? That shouldn't be the case. She should be quite capable. By the way, didn't she say last time that she couldn't track down vicious beasts? This round, that's her weakness. I see. What happened to several people who withdrew from the competition? They've made a fortune. What do you know? Outside the Blood Demon Cave, several masked warriors were chatting excitedly. Haha, I'm lucky this time. I picked up 2 first-level spirit crystals. That's amazing. How did you find out? The density of spiritual crystals in the cave is high. If there are many fierce beasts in that area, there will probably be some spiritual crystals. If you drive away the fierce beasts and then knock on the surrounding building stones, the probability of obtaining spiritual crystals is very high. Me too, I picked up a 2nd-level spirit crystal this time. It's really the blessing of Buddha. Fuck, I'm so envious. You're awesome, man. You can save 10 years of hard work. The soldiers stationed outside the cave looked envious. Every year, there are a few lucky warriors who enter the cave and pick up spirit crystals. Although I couldn't make it into the top 8. But the gains are real. There is no way. After all, the underground cave is different from the Blue Star. It is a fact that the output of spirit crystals is higher. If it weren't for the restrictions on the warrior levels, the small caves and secret realms would have long been emptied by this group of high-level warriors. There is no chance for low-level warriors to take action. These European emperors are really annoying to look at. How many points does the delivery guy have? Is it still 0? Ryugu asked the secretary nervously. Ever since the delivery guy entered the cave, he has always had a bad feeling for the past 3 hours. Although he had completed multiple arrangements, he even spent a large sum of money to purchase the Eagle Domain's top-level Level 3 ferocious beast. But there is no surveillance in the cave at all, so it is still unclear whether the ferocious beast can encounter Su Xian. Luck is something unpredictable. Mr. Long, don't worry. The quality of the beasts in our Warcraft mercenary group is guaranteed. The one who interrupted was Rost from the Eagle Domain. He is tall, but extremely thin, giving people a sharp feeling like a sharpened arrow. The most prominent feature of his face is his big hooked nose, which is curved and protruding. His hair is a typical dark brown color and is cut very short, almost close to his scalp. Are you sure that the Tyrannosaurus Rex is extremely sensitive to the color yellow? There is fog in the cave. Ryugon questioned uneasily. Rost touched the dark brown hair that was close to his scalp and said confidently, Haha, Mr. Long. You don't know that our Eagle Domain's latest scientific research report has found that the cave fog actually has no effect on the ferocious beasts. What's more, the Tyrannosaurus Rex is also a rare top-level beast near the Eagle Territory City. You are a level 7 expert. You have your own judgment on the strength of the beast. Long Gong's frown relaxed slightly. Ross was right. A top-level beast of level 1 and an ordinary level 3 beast of level 1 are two completely different concepts. This time, we have actually taken a considerable risk. If the giant lizard went crazy and killed people in the cave, it would be difficult for him to do anything. It's all the fault of this delivery guy who secretly hid his abilities. Damn it. Fortunately, I know the leader of the World of Warcraft mercenary group, otherwise I would not be able to do anything to the delivery guy. Patted Rost on the shoulder. Go back and tell your captain to invite him to drink at Eagle Territory some other day. Hasn't he been nagging about my 2 bottles of dragon grass? Ross showed a standard smile on his face. The captain will definitely be very happy. Long Gong felt much more at ease, as the Warcraft mercenary group was also a first-rate mercenary group in Eagle Territory. However, the main business is not to kill ferocious beasts, but to use the talents of some members to capture and escort low-level ferocious beasts to earn a lot of wealth. The technology is also unique in the 9 realms. Because the other domains were even more chaotic, underground fighting arenas often saw life and death battles between ferocious beasts and warriors. Huayu has strict management. At this time, Ra suddenly asked, Boss Long, is your warrior guild interested in selling the small cave? The price is negotiable, and the lack of resources doesn't matter. A trace of dissatisfaction flashed across Long Gong's eyes. Forget about it. No matter how scarce the resources are, we can still have more than 21st level spirit crystals every year. Ra seemed to have guessed the result and continued. What if we are willing to exchange 22nd level spirit crystals for 10 years of development rights? Long Gong was shocked. This price was not low, and he could get a lot of kickbacks. I'll consider it. Secretary Wong, please make a note of it. Okay, Mr. Long. Secretary Wong stared at his phone and wrote down the itinerary. Ross smiled slightly once the deal was done. He is expected to obtain a large amount of resources and become a level 5 warrior. What a bunch of ignorant Chinese people. They had no idea that Eagle Territory had already developed a new technology for cyborgs to develop caves. Are you satisfied with more than 21st level spirit crystals a year? As long as there are enough human lives in Eagle Domain, a small cave can easily produce 51st level spirit crystals and 5 second level spirit crystals a year. Chapter 56. Level 3 Ferocious Beast, Fierce Tiger. Let's separate, Su Xian said to the explosive boxer Peng Lily. Okay. Peng Lily turned and left. She was ready to release her martial arts to attract a large number of level 2 blood bats in order to get a chance to advance. Wait a minute, go in this direction. There is a level 3 Ferocious Beast. Su Xian pointed in a direction. This girl helped herself to dig the ground in hole and worked for the whole morning. We have to help. If we go in this direction, we can at least encounter a few level 3 ferocious beasts. After he spent the whole morning exploring, there are a total of 108 level 3 ferocious beasts in this cave. One of them has a very strong aura, but is weaker than the rare ferocious beast white demonic horn deer. If you want to advance successfully, at least you need to kill more than 10 level 3 beasts. But what Su Xian didn't know was, most masked warriors would not be able to kill so many level 3 beasts. The reason why there are so many. The purpose is to increase the concentration of ferocious beasts. Without combat uniforms, who would dare to be so reckless? Is advancement more important, or is life more important? I'm leaving now. Remember to kill the blood bats. Otherwise you won't be able to take the spirit crystal out. Peng Lily warned and turned to leave. Her punches are fast, but her defense is not good. Once besieged by blood bats, injury is inevitable. Since he is so confident, I'll give it a try. It doesn't matter to me anyway. As for how Su Xian knew where the ferocious beast was, she didn't ask. Everyone has different talents. What if it's a level 1 psychic exploration technique? In this environment, it is possible to have miraculous effects. After the explosive boxer disappears in the fog, Su Xian took out a high-grade alloy longsword. Wake up! Time to hunt! Bang! Chun Fan slashed the back of a level 3 blood shadow wolf with his sword. The blood shadow wolf let out a roar and pounced with its blood-red claws. Chun Fan, who was prepared, dodged. Selena on the side took the opportunity to kick the wolf head to stop the blood shadow wolf from chasing. On the other side, a warrior who was also a member of the mercenary team quickly added another wound to the blood shadow wolf's body. The 3 of them cooperated very well. The goal is also quite clear. Make every effort to ensure Serena advances to the top 8. Last year, they also made it to the second round. Unfortunately, Selena has not yet exchanged for the appropriate martial arts, so she was eliminated in the top 8. This year, there is great hope. Lu Jiaoyang, is your injury serious? Selena asked the team members after the level 3 Blood Shadow Wolf fell to the ground. Lu Jiaoyang shook his head, bandaged the wound on his thigh, and said, "It's okay, Captain. It's all my fault for being too careless." The Blood Shadow Wolf is a ferocious beast from the Eagle territory. It's normal that you are not familiar with its outburst before death. You should stand back a little for a while. Chun Fan patted Lu Jiaoyang on the shoulder. This year, the levels of the ferocious beasts have suddenly increased greatly, and many level 3 ferocious beasts are even stronger than the masked warriors. The Blood Shadow Wolf was the 4th level 3 ferocious beast they had hunted since entering the cave. But their physical strength was also declining significantly. The same scene actually happened everywhere in the cave. In previous years, you just needed to be lucky enough and kill a few more level 2 beasts to have a chance to advance. But this year, you may lose your life if you are not careful. Seeing this, many masked warriors negotiated terms and decided to team up to hunt down the level 3 beast. Some will give up their chance to advance, but will share part of the winner's prize money. The masked warrior alone, at this moment, into a new crisis. In a corner of the cave, a flame gun and a level 3 desert scorpion were fighting. The desert scorpion's huge body occupies almost every corner of the cave. Its shell is dark red with deep scars, which are the marks left when it was captured by the Warcraft mercenaries, making it even more hard and ferocious. The claws and long tail kept waving, and the stinger at the tip of the tail flashed with the light of death. Fenshin, the flame spear, stood with his spear in hand, his movements swift and precise. The alloy spear gleamed with cold light in the dark cave, and every swing left a silver-white trail, like a sharp blade cutting through the darkness. Soon, the desert scorpion was pierced through the head and lay motionless. Heavy breathing sounds came from under the mask. "We must rest for a while," in the direction pointed by Su Xian. Explosive boxer Peng Lily is fighting with a level 3 wind leopard. The wind leopard's fur still shines with a gray-blue luster in the mist of the cave. Its body lines are smooth, and every movement is full of elegant and deadly beauty. The sharp claws are even sharper. After Peng Lily entered combat mode, her skinny body suddenly became strong, and the muscle lines on her arms looked as if they were sculptured. The alloy boxing gloves emitted a faint metallic luster, and every punch was accompanied by a whistling sound of the wind. Using boxing and footwork, Peng Lily varied the distance between herself and the Fengxing leopard. After dodging the Fengxing leopard's pounce, she counterattacked fiercely and punched the leopard's side, making a dull thumping sound. After several turns, Fengxing Bao finally fell to the ground and couldn't get up. It also wanted to escape, but its internal organs had been shattered by the force of the punch during the fight. Explosive Fist famous martial arts. Level 1 Explosive Fist. That kid is finally reliable for once. Peng Lily wiped the sweat from her forehead. But Explosive Punch really puts a lot of strain on the muscles. Killing 3 more will be the limit. Su Xian also encountered his first level 3 ferocious beast, the Fierce Tiger. A huge, ferocious beast covered with flame-like stripes walked out of the fog angrily. There was a scarlet light flashing in its eyes, showing that it had just fought with humans and was extremely angry. "Oh!" when Liehu roared and rushed towards the yellow in front of him. "The battle is about to begin." "Huh? You're looking for death?" Su Xian's figure shuttled through the cave like a phantom. He avoided when Liehu's first pounce and used his self-created martial arts, Dialing Zhengquangdao. The alloy sword was like a bolt of lightning that split the sky, accurately slashing down on Wen Liehu's neck and killing him in one blow. The enormous force and the sharp blade combined into one, instantly cutting off the tiger's head. Blood gushed out and was avoided by Su Xian. He put the corpse into the space ring, picked up the huge tiger head, and turned and left. An ordinary tier 3 ferocious beast. In front of him. It's really not good enough. "Boss," that's the roar of Wen Liehu. "Should we go and take a look?" Li Qing, a member of the King Kong Cat's mercenary group, asked the group leader Wang Gang. They had just fought with the Wenlai tiger. However, after evaluation, it was considered too difficult and a decisive retreat was made. Unexpectedly, it hasn't gone far. I heard Wen Liehu's roar and felt uncomfortable. It feels like someone is picking persimmons. "Go ahead. If you're not strong enough, I can still lend a hand." Wang Gang's eyes flickered. The idea is very simple to see if there is any benefit in reaping the benefits. In this year's competition, he also made it to the second round, but he only had one team member by his side. There were two other team members who were quite strong, but unfortunately, one of them encountered the flame gun during the grouping and was seriously injured, so he was unfortunately eliminated. The other one encountered a delivery boy and was killed by a knife, so he withdrew from the competition. He said he had lost his ambition and wanted to retire and return home. Therefore, he and his companions just cursed the delivery guy in the carriage. After the two men walked to the vicinity based on the sound, there was no fierce fighting or confrontation. There was only a large pool of blood on the ground. Wang Gang felt regretful and sighed. I came too late. The warrior was eaten. Chapter 57, The First Masked Warrior to Die. Su Xian carried the tiger head and returned to the entrance of the cave. There is a special device here. It can scan the materials of vicious beasts, record the points of warriors, and serve as a transmitter of warriors' life characteristics. The manufacturing materials are extremely rare, and there are only a few in the entire Huayu. Because everyone's backpacks in the cave are limited, they are unable to take things out through the space rings. Therefore, this is the only method we can use. While submitting the materials, you can also take a break. Fortunately, you only need to obtain the iconic parts of each ferocious beast. For example, scorpion tail, leopard skin, tiger head, and so on. The entrance to the cave. I ran into an acquaintance who was also returning with third-level materials. You're lucky, kid. Crazy-legged Selena had just entered the blood shadow wolf's claw materials when she saw Su Xian coming over with a fierce tiger's head. Not bad, Su Xian replied. Serena turned and disappeared into the mist. Two of her team members were still waiting for her to continue the hunt, leaving only a cold remark. But luck is limited after all. Good luck? That is only temporary. Only mercenaries who have been hunting ferocious beasts for a long time can grasp the whereabouts of these ferocious beasts. When the density of ferocious beasts decreases, all you have to fight for is experience. In this round, she is sure to take first place. Su Xian put down the ferocious beast materials and took a look at the scoreboard on the special device. I moved up to 15th place, 125 points, although there are a lot of level 2 bloodbaths. But there are relatively few people left alone. If you don't want to cause a siege, don't try to provoke a large number of bloodbaths easily. Just when Su Xian's points changed, a discussion broke out in the live broadcast room outside the cave. I didn't see it wrong. The delivery guy's points moved 125 points, 15th place. Don't get excited, he just killed a few bloodbaths. Shit, are you blind? The material is Flame Tiger. What level of beast is the Relied tiger? It sounds pretty powerful. It's a level 3 beast from the Eagle domain. He has very little experience in competitions. Even if he kills a beast like this, even if he doesn't get hurt, he will still be exhausted. That's basically all his points. That's right. Why would it take so long to get points? That's really stupid. Most of the audience were still not optimistic about the delivery guy because it took him such a long time to hand over the materials of a ferocious beast, presumably because the battle lasted too long. This even included Zhao Xiuyan, who was watching the live broadcast. She had a more detailed understanding of the information about the ferocious beasts. The striped tiger was one of the more difficult to kill level 3 ferocious beasts. Great strength, fast speed, and high defense. She believed Su Xian's words and invested too on the delivery boy. Now she is very nervous, especially when she learned that there was a level 3 top-level ferocious beast in the cave this year. The Tyrannosaurus Rex. She regretted it even more. In search of comfort, she pulled out her cell phone and sent a message to her team leader. Team leader, I guess the delivery guy is going to be fired. What should I do? Can I use the group fee to reimburse the two I invested? Automatic reply. I'm not here. Signature. Dogs who lick and gamble will not die well. Bang! After hearing the news that the delivery boy's points had increased, Gong crushed the teacup in his hand. His eyes were as cold as an emotionless machine. Ha ha ha, Mr. Long, if the previous plan had only a 50% success rate, it's now 100%. Rost adjusted his collar, let go of Secretary Wang, whose makeup was stained with tears, and said confidently. Gong narrowed his eyes. Why do you say that? This Rost is really a bad guy. He has been sitting in the room for less than 2 hours, and he has already made advances towards his secretary. However, there are plenty of secretaries, so just change one tomorrow. The Tyrannosaurus Rex in Eagle Domain likes to eat the tiger the most. Ross straightened his clothes. With the color and blood stains, it's hard to survive. His heart was filled with contempt. This group of Huayu warriors had no idea how to research and develop information on ferocious beasts, although many of them were quite powerful. But they're all accumulated resources. Basic science is not developing nearly as fast as Eagle Domain. In recent years, the overall strength has declined significantly. If there weren't a few domineering 8th-level martial saints in the Chinese army, standing at the forefront of the tide of ferocious beasts, the Eagle territory would have already occupied a large amount of territory within the region. This nation is really strange. When things seem hopeless, there will always be a few talented people who emerge at the critical moment to turn the tide. I heard that this year there is a new talent. Gong waved his hand and sent away Secretary Wang, who was in tears, just as he was about to open a bottle of wine to relieve his depression. Secretary Wang stumbled in again and spoke the latest news with trembling lips. Boss Long, a masked warrior, has been confirmed dead, but it's not the delivery boy. Crash. The limited edition European imported variant wine worth 5 shattered. Red wine spilled all over the ground. In the air filled with the aroma of wine, Gong stared at Rost, who seemed to have heard nothing. Why so fast? Rost waved his hand and said, Mr. Long, a large amount of blood from the tiger will stimulate the Tyrannosaurus Rex and cause it to go berserk. Isn't this a good thing for you? Gong took a deep breath, feeling that things were out of his control, but there was nothing he could do now. I can only say in a deep voice, I hope it's as you said. Rost smiled slightly, but didn't say anything else. All the tigers sent into the cave were injected with a violent factor. Once a tiger died, the Tyrannosaurus Rex would be greatly stimulated and go crazy. A mad level 3 top-level ferocious beast, and a group of level 3 warriors without combat uniforms. Let more of them die. These are all potential warriors in Huayu. A covert operation to weaken Huayu's power. It was started 20 years ago. This time it's just a small step that goes with the flow. Although Gong did not care much about the death of the masked warrior, the Federation allowed a certain casualty rate. But the audience who were watching the score changes in real time were caught off guard. Am I seeing things? A masked warrior with a black name. Brother Shirtu is dead? Is the second round of fatality rate so high? Could it be that they were besieged by bloodbats? I was scared to death. It turns out that people will really die in the second round. He must be too greedy. He deserves it. Many ordinary viewers had an expression of gloating, as if they would not care if the person who died was not their own relative, showing an ugly face. And inside the cave, King Kong Cat leader Wang Gang is running for his life. His face was full of fear and anxiety. His clothes were torn by claw marks, and his back was covered in blood. Not far behind, a huge Tyrannosaurus Rex was chasing at an astonishing speed. The monitor lizard's skin was dark green, covered with hard shells and sharp scales. Every step it took made the ground tremble, and there was a manic light in its eyes. Wang Gang felt a deep pain in his back. Damn it, if he wasn't wearing combat uniform, how could he have been injured so easily? Also, why didn't it eat Gao Yan's corpse? Wang Gang was extremely confused. The two of them were guarding near the blood, intending to use the smell of the blood to hunt down the ferocious beasts that came to look for food. Unexpectedly, what I waited for was a giant lizard. The masked warrior stone brother Gao Yan, who was not wearing combat uniform, couldn't even resist one of its tails. The sound of bones breaking seems to still echo in my ears. You know, Gao Yan is a level 1 talented stone lizard, and his skin has a certain ability to withstand blows. Run away. There is still a chance to survive if you escape to the entrance of the cave. Chapter 58. A level 3 top-level ferocious beast is blocking the door. At this time, Su Xian was walking towards the other end of the cave. He discovered that level 3 ferocious beasts also come in different sizes. It would be too inefficient for him to go back to the cave entrance to hand in materials every time he killed one. The easiest way is, first kill the relatively smaller level 3 beasts and put these small materials into the backpack. Then kill the larger level 3 beast and collect the large materials in the space ring. As long as you hunt enough ferocious beasts, even if I get out of the cave early, I can guarantee to be in the top 8. Very good. Just do it. Then at the other end of the cave, a massacre began. Su Xian easily found the ferocious beast with his spiritual heart talent. In the face of such a high burst, no small level 3 beast could stop him. The 3rd level spiny hedgehog, the 3rd level venomous fong spider, and the 3rd level blood shadow wolf were all slain by the sword. The materials were placed in the backpack, and the corpses were not wasted and were placed in the space ring. Happy. Su Xian discovered that the warrior guild was truly his god of wealth. Hunting ferocious beasts in the wild is not that efficient. Even with the help of spiritual heart, it would be considered good luck if you could find 5 or 6 level 3 ferocious beasts that were not grouped together in a day. A level 3 beast is worth between 30 and 50. Although it was far less than his spiritual crystal income, the frugal Su Xian did not mind it. The density of level 3 ferocious beasts in the cave is decreasing at an alarming rate. The warrior guild certainly won't be a good guy. These living ferocious beasts were purchased by the guild at a huge price. Of course, the materials have to be recycled, but they really didn't expect that a weirdo wearing a space ring would sneak in this year. Although space rings are rare, they do exist. The warrior guild had not expected this situation. However, just because you have a space ring doesn't mean you can slaughter ferocious beasts at will. The space ring can only store dead objects. Although mid and high-level warriors with space rings can achieve the same combat power as Su Xian, their level cannot enter the small cave. What's more, even for a high-level warrior, it would take time to find the ferocious beasts fleeing in the fog. Besides, how could low-level wild warriors have top-level resources like space rings? You can't save that much in your lifetime. Which one of these people is not the apple of the eye of a big family? Do we still need to fight this group of wild, masked warriors? Level 1 martial arts are tempting, but for top families, that's all they can do. Young people in Chaoyang should go to the top universities in the 9 regions for further studies. How could he enter the cave and risk his life without any protection like these old warriors with no hope of promotion? Do you really think the sharp claws of ferocious beasts are just decorations? Why haven't we encountered a ferocious beast in such a long time? A member of a team of 4 masked warriors wondered. They were walking right behind Su Xian. I was very nervous along the way. There was no gain along the way. I don't know. How about changing direction? One of the warriors suggested. The core of the team is the masked warrior, Hunter Brother. He promised these masked warriors that if they helped him advance successfully, he would not only split the prize money for the quarterfinals, but also give them a fortune. The top 8 will receive a cash reward of 1 million. But what he wanted was fame. As a hunter warrior with rich hunting experience but weak personal strength, he was finally assigned to a weaker group and advanced to the second round. His plan was to use the popularity of this masked warrior competition to hype himself up and create a teaching studio to impart experience in hunting and tracking ferocious beasts. In this way, you can make a lot of wealth without leaving the city. Thinking of this, the hunter touched the hair on the rock wall and said with certainty, "Let's take this road." This hair is from a level 3 ferocious beast, the rock elk. Several other teammates questioned, "Brother Hunt, is it reliable?" "Brother, that's what you said just now when you were touching the feces, and now you can't even see its shadow." "Brother, there won't be someone intercepting the ferocious beast ahead, right?" The hunter brother replied confidently. "As a top hunter in the Beijing area, I still have this confidence. There must be a lot of level 3 beasts in this direction. Unless there is a warrior ahead who kills all the beasts at a very fast speed and collects the bodies with a space ring. How likely do you think this is?" After hearing this judgment, the team members shook their heads. Of course not. How can a level 3 warrior wear a space ring? Yes, a level 3 warrior wouldn't be able to kill a vicious beast so quickly. Besides, how could he find the beast faster than Brother Hunter? Seeing that the effect was achieved, the hunter clapped his hands and said, "Let's go. Victory is just ahead. I have never made a mistake in my judgment." The mature man's confident words infected the surrounding warriors. Everyone nodded and continued to move forward carefully. In the entrance to the cave, 5 level 3 warriors are already confronting the aggressive Tyrannosaurus Rex. Wang Gang was lying at the entrance of the cave, covered in blood, his chest heaving slightly, and one of his thighs was missing. The wound at the base of the leg was tightly wrapped with a strip of cloth to stop the bleeding. He is still alive, but he is already dead. However, I feel more grateful. Fortunately, the judgment was correct, and I waited for the masked warrior, who came to hand over the materials of the ferocious beast. This saved his life. This tyrannical lizard in eagle territory is too ferocious. The warriors who were confronting the Tyrannosaurus Rex were also feeling bitter. They were now in a difficult situation, having just had a brief battle with the Tyrannosaurus Rex. There is no protection from combat uniforms and no coordinated teamwork. There is no way to deal with this thick-skinned guy. Either quit or kill it, because hatred has been planted in the green vertical pupils of the huge beast in front of him. Once the order is placed, he must be just like the masked warrior lying on the ground. His life or death is uncertain. It's all this kid's fault for leading this guy here. It's over now. They no longer had the chance to enter the cave to kill the beasts and gain points. The second round of competition has limited time, only 32 hours left. Nowadays, we can only wait for more contestants to come back. Together they drove away this ferocious level 3 top beast. I really don't know what the warrior guild is thinking. Having brought this thing in, I must vent my dissatisfaction when I get out. Whoever participates in the competition next time will be a dog. As time goes by, more and more contestants gathered at the cave entrance. But none of them organized a complete attack. After all, everyone is an opponent, and if anyone gets hurt accidentally, that's really a bargain for others. Now, the top-level ferocious beast Tyrannosaurus Rex achieved the highlight moment of its life. It successfully blocked the door of more than 10 level 3 warriors. Wang Gang's miserable condition serves as a constant reminder to everyone. This is the real prisoner's dilemma. Finally, a viewer discovered something unusual through the standings. What's going on? Everyone's points aren't increasing? Is there a problem? It's increasing, but for warriors whose points have increased, they won't change anymore. And they're all alive. Are they going to have a group dinner? What the hell is going on? It's really boring. Ratings began to decline. But in the Warrior Guild building, Dragon Palace was as stable as a rock. As long as the delivery guy's points don't increase, it doesn't matter. The ratings for the second round of games were not as high as those for the first and third rounds. So a slight decrease is okay. In previous years, the second round of the competition was completed through post-production of some special effects. After all, the scene cannot be broadcast live in the cave. The stalemate at the entrance of the basement finally took a turn for the better after a figure arrived. In the fog, a man in red tights walked out, carrying a 3-meter-long alloy spear on his back. Flame gun. Burning sky. Chapter 59. There are 108 level 3 beasts in total. I killed 88 of them. The flaming gun burns the sky. Holding a piece of desert scorpion's tail tip, appeared in the sight of everyone at the door. His brows furrowed slightly beneath the mask. His hunting efficiency was not slow, but he still needed to submit the materials one by one. This process can both restore your physical strength. You can also view your ranking on the list in real time. Hunting ferocious beasts is secondary. Promotion is the main thing. He is determined to obtain the top-level martial arts, 9 killing spears. At the moment, the Tyrannosaurus Rex blocking the entrance of the cave became a new obstacle. While recovering his strength, he thought about countermeasures. 10 minutes later, Flame Gun waited for several figures to appear. Send 2 more people to hold it back. I have a gun technique that can break its defense. His sharp eyes swept over strong players such as Crazy Legs and Explosive Boxer. If you kill them, the points will be divided equally in exchange for materials. Selena walked out of the crowd. With the cover of her teammates, she was in very good condition. I can do it. I'll do it. Peng Lily responded. She was annoyed and felt very depressed that the door was blocked by such a thing. The people on the side also got ready to provide support at any time. I felt relieved. Although the Tyrannosaurus Rex has a high score of 500, anyone who has fought against it will know it. If you want to get these points, you have to consider whether you have the life to spend them. Moreover, the environment in the cave is narrow, and rushing in will only cause more chaos. A round of fighting is about to begin. Hours later, Su Xian quickly killed all the level 3 beasts on one side of the cave. In addition to the materials of 5 or 6 small ferocious beasts in the backpack, all the remaining corpses of ferocious beasts, big and small, were placed in the space ring. The harvest was fruitful. There are quite a few level 2 ferocious beasts, bloodbats, on the rock wall above his head. The materials of one of them can be sold for tens of thousands of dollars, but Su Xian no longer cares about them. Killing too many bloodbats will easily cause the group to go berserk, which is not worth the effort. Time to go to the other side. But he was also puzzled as there were so few warriors in the cave. But it just saved him from having to take a detour. A few hundred meters behind. Brother, let's change direction. This is really hopeless. The members of the hunting team finally couldn't help but persuade. The hunter brother also knew that his judgment must be wrong. Let's go, change direction. He decided to let go of his obsession and no longer be stubborn. As a mature man, you must learn to bow your head at the right time. Moreover, if there are no ferocious beasts nearby, there is another possibility. That is, there are more powerful ferocious beasts. They moved quickly and turned back, heading in the same direction as Su Xian, the other side of the cave. In the thick fog of the cave, the humid air was filled with the stench of ferocious beasts and the smell of dust brought up by fierce fighting. The huge figure of the Tyrannosaurus Rex swam in the cave like a moving city wall. Its skin is as rough as ancient rock, with dark green markings. The tail was like a huge iron whip. Every swing of it created a sound of wind that rumbled and echoed in the enclosed space. Finchen, Peng Lily, and Selena moved quickly, wandering around the Tyrannosaurus Rex. After a short period of adjustment, the movements gradually became coordinated. Peng Lily and Selena used their speed advantage to constantly turn around the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The warriors watching from afar discussed in low voices in the tense atmosphere. The explosive boxer's punches are faster. Fortunately, I was not assigned to the same group. Otherwise, I would definitely not have a chance to enter the second round this year. Selena's martial arts are also brand new. If it weren't for the Overlord Lizard blocking the door this time, we would have to wait until the finals to see her. She herself is the leader of a mercenary group with a strong background, but it's hard to say this time. The three of them are quite close in strength and all have explosive skills. While depleting the lizard's energy, we cooperated smartly. Once the kill is successful, the top three will be basically locked in. Every punch of the explosive boxer Peng Lily is accompanied by the sound of air explosion, and Selena's leg skills are like a storm, fast and fierce. But the goal of the three people is to first familiarize themselves with the basic attributes of the ferocious beast. Sweat flowed down his cheeks under the Finchen mask. Suddenly, he adjusted his breathing, seized the momentary opportunity in the battle, thrust out the alloy spear, and activated his signature skill, the level 1 gun technique spiral gun. The tip of the gun brought up a gust of distorted air and pointed directly at the forehead of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Good opportunity. The hearts of the people standing by were in their throats, as the timing of this attack was extremely cruel. Just at the moment when the Tyrannosaurus Rex turned its head to look for crazy-legged Selena. But the next scene was interrupted by the reaction of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. A hint of teasing flashed in its cunning and ferocious eyes. At the moment when the spear tip was about to hit the target, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's tongue popped out like a spring, knocking the alloy spear away with incredible force, causing the fatal blow to deviate from its trajectory. It's a French kiss. The heart of Finchen, the flame gunner, sank. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's forelimbs with sharp claws quickly slashed towards him, and he could even feel the cold wind brought by the claws passing through the air. Critical moment. Bang! Peng Lily flashed out. He used both fists to attack, and the alloy fist pressed against the sharp front claws of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The masked warriors in the distance were terrified if it weren't for the explosive boxer's quick reaction. The flame lance will probably be eliminated immediately. The three of them looked at each other, feeling bitter in their hearts and their physical strength decreasing significantly. People in the distance also noticed something. It's too difficult. You can't kill him without risking your life. Let's change people first. The beasts are much stronger than humans. Several powerful masked warriors volunteered to replace the three flame spearmen and fight with the Tyrannosaurus Rex again. The advantage of this is that once you kill the enemy, you may be able to advance directly. As the game progresses, the density of ferocious beasts decreases, and they become more difficult to kill. There are many ferocious beasts. If we divide them up, there will be only a few left. However, the Tyrannosaurus Rex seems to have infinite strength, which is also an advantage for the ferocious beast. The battle returned to a stalemate. Hours later, Su Xian secretly counted in his heart. When I first entered the cave, I discovered about 108 level 3 beasts. 85 have been killed so far. Ling Xin has only the last 3 ferocious beasts left in his field of vision. After killing them all, submit the materials in the backpack and basically lock in the top 8. This way you can exit the cave early. The rules of the competition state that as long as you kill 5 bloodbats, all the spoils in the cave will belong to you. But the materials for ferocious beasts are 50% off. In this case, we cannot hand in too much material. It requires careful calculation. In the fog, the figures of several level 3 ferocious beasts vaguely appeared. They are all tiger tattoos. They actually hid together at the other end of the cave. Be the last lucky one. Su Xian didn't expect to encounter groups of level 3 ferocious beasts in the cave. If the Tyrannosaurus Rex's aura wasn't too terrifying, they probably wouldn't have huddled together. Wotapiti encountered another pervert in the cave. 3. If it were other warriors, they would probably have retreated by now. The difficulty of hunting 1 and 3 at the same time increases several times. The fragile human body is destined to have no room for error. But Su Xian was not afraid. He squatted slightly and said in a low voice, The third move of the crazy wave slashing blade. Dragon and Phoenix playing. Chapter 60. Su Xian clears the field. The terrifying Tyrannosaurus Rex. There was some kind of luminous fungus growing on the ceiling of the cave. Provides weak light, but will wither immediately if you leave the cave. The pale and moist rock walls of the cave were occasionally filled with the sound of dripping water, breaking the space. The three tigers are large and powerful, covered with distinctive black and red stripes. The rage factor has also taken effect on them. When Liahu's eyes flashed with a cunning and hungry light, and his tail swayed restlessly, stirring up clouds of mud. They are afraid of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, but not afraid of tiny humans. But now, this weak delicacy actually dared to take the initiative to attack. Roar! Accompanied by violent roars, the Wenlai tigers roared and pounced on Su Xian. The huge tiger claws and fishy fangs tried to tear Su Xian's unprotected body apart. However, with the help of the perfect level, Lingbo step, Su Xian shuttled through Liahu's attacks like a phantom. His movements were smooth and precise, and every dodge seemed to be walking on the line between life and death. Swish, swish, swish. The broadsword drew sharp arcs like a dragon that had broken free from its restraints and cut open Liahu's neck like lightning. Blood gushed out, staining the floor of the cave red. The wild smell of blood mixed with the smell of rust filled the air. When Liahu fell to the ground, Su Xian stood in a pool of blood, recalling the battle just now. The sword technique of Dragon and Phoenix is continuous and as agile as a swimming dragon. But he only knew 3 sword techniques, all of which he learned from Qin Fan. This is also the reason why the advanced martial art, Dailing Zenkido, has only achieved a small success. It seems that I have to find Brother Chun to exchange ideas when I have time. Su Xian made up his mind. I wonder what he likes. What kind of small gift should I give him? Collect the bodies of the 3 tigers. Su Xian glanced at the bracelet and prepared to leave the cave. He searched for a long time, but couldn't find the powerful beast he discovered in the morning. I hope he won't be killed early by some lucky warrior. The entrance to the cave. The skin of the Tyrannosaurus Rex began to turn an unhealthy red under the dim light, and the red light in its eyes was like 2 burning fireballs, revealing its anger and madness at the moment. The violent factor in the tiger's blood penetrates the fog and stimulates its nerves. Now, it just wants to taste the fresh blood of the Wenio. But these lingering insects around dare to stop me. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's attempt to leave stimulated the surrounding warriors. Oh no, it's trying to escape. My energy is almost exhausted. Good opportunity. Swordsman, stop it. At Selena's command, Qin Fan focused his eyes and used the 6th move of the advanced sword technique. War Mad Sword. Cutting mountains. He chopped down with all his strength, with the force of moving a mountain, trying to stop the giant lizard in one blow. Bang! The Tyrannosaurus Rex's body shook and its tail swung violently, making a whistling sound as if a heavy hammer was passing through the air with a terrifying momentum. Collided with Qin Fan's knife. Oh no! A huge force came from Qin Fan's arm. He didn't expect that this attack would double the power of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Puff! The next moment, Qin Fan was swept away. His body drew an arc in the air and then hit the rock wall of the cave hard, blood spurting out of his mouth. Qin Fan. Selena was shocked and did not try to intercept the Tyrannosaurus Rex, but rushed towards Qin Fan, who was standing aside. Captain, I'm fine. I just need to take a rest. Upon seeing this, the Flame Spear and Thunderbolt Fist could only look at each other and shake their heads slightly. At this moment, only if the 3 of them work together can they stop the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Selena's giving up ruined the best chance to keep the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The huge, dark red figure disappeared in the heavy fog. The only sound left in my ears was the fading footsteps. All the warriors breathed a sigh of relief. Great, it's finally gone. Are you still hunting? I'm ready to give up. It's not easy to come here once. It's good to absorb more spiritual energy. I will practice here for a while. After all, this round of competition is about escaping the cave, and I still want to give it a try. Although several masked warriors were frightened, most of them were still ready to enter the fog to find their own opportunities. They are all wild warriors, and they hunt ferocious beasts in the wild. Danger is always there. What's more, the rewards for this competition are extremely generous. If you don't try hard, even if you are a warrior, you will never succeed. Among all the participants, who doesn't want to live a better life? There is only one Tyrannosaurus Rex. As long as it doesn't block the door, the chance of encountering it is small. After everyone disappeared in the fog, an injured masked warrior carried Wang Gang out of the cave. Next to the scoreboard in the live broadcast room, their miserable figures appeared in the split screen at the entrance to the cave. The military medical team quickly stepped forward, took over Wang Gang's body, and sent him into the tank for emergency treatment. The drone interview also asked a key question. What is the situation inside the cave? The masked warrior seemed particularly excited when he saw the sunlight outside the cave. He murmured, "It's too scary to kill, Overlord." Before he finished speaking, the screen switched to a beautiful host announcement. The injured players in the game out of the cave are in stable condition and are not in danger of life for the time being. Don't worry. The dissatisfaction in the live broadcast room also reached its peak. He obviously didn't finish what he said. What's so terrible? I want to know the truth. Is the Warrior Guild manipulating the competition? Why aren't the points increasing? Everyone continue watching and don't make any noise. Inside the luxurious office, Ross still had that indifferent expression, and Long Gong seemed to be hesitant to speak. The Tyrannosaurus Rex is more powerful than you think. However, this year's competition had already seen one death and one serious injury in the second round. This has a big impact on his plans for the third round. But there is no turning back now. I just hope the Tyrannosaurus Rex can be a little more powerful and get rid of that guy. Inside the cave, the members of the hunting team collapsed collectively. Brother, there are no ferocious beasts in this direction. Except for the bloodbath above my head, I didn't see a single third-level beast. Brother Hunter, are you really a hunter-warrior? You are not lying to us. Hunter Brother didn't say anything, his face flushed red and purple under the mask. He was already thinking about whether the decision to open a teaching studio was correct. He was really looking for the ferocious beast seriously. But there wasn't one. Occasionally, there were a few bloodstains on the ground, which seemed to be traces of fighting. But the others saw nothing. What's going on? Someone tell him. But at this moment, he couldn't give up. A firm voice sounded. Believe me, brothers, we will definitely find the level 3 beast. If you can't find any, I'll pay for it. This is a battle in which he is betting his dignity and honor as a hunter-warrior. He cannot and will not lose. He didn't believe that he couldn't find a single level 3 ferocious beast. Sushin stopped and drew out his high-grade alloy sword. Within the detection range of Spirit Heart, a ferocious beast was rushing straight towards him. 10 seconds later, the heavy footsteps broke the silence of the cave, and the dark red figure of the Tyrannosaurus Rex rushed into Sushin's sight like a gust of wind. Finally found you. Chapter 61. Furious Tyrannosaurus Rex. Out of the cave. A hint of yellow appeared in the pupils of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. That's the color it hates most. Not to mention, now its emotions are completely out of control. Tear up. Tear it all apart. Every step was accompanied by a heavy thud, as if each step was hitting the heart, and the sound echoed in the narrow cave, deafening. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Tyrannosaurus Rex opened its wide mouth, revealing its sharp teeth, and there seemed to be a trace of flesh and blood still left between its teeth. The red light in his eyes revealed his brutal nature. Instinctual hatred and madness drove it to charge faster. Amid the flying dust, a mixed smell of blood and the body odor of ferocious beasts wafted in its face. Since you are willing to die, I will help you, Su Xian said silently in his heart. Although no sound was uttered, the determination exploded in his body like thunder. The next second, he rushed forward like an arrow, leaving deep marks on the ground with every step. The speed is extremely fast, like a flash of yellow lightning. The distance was rapidly shortened, and the blade drew a perfect arc with his strength and speed. The dragon leaps in the sky. The blade coordinated with the body's leap, slashing from bottom to top, like a dragon ascending to the sky. Clang! The moment the high-grade alloy sword came into contact with the sharp claws of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the blade paused briefly. Then an astonishing force was released. Strength surged out from his bulging muscles like a tide, and the overlapping waves piled up like ocean waves, ruthlessly cutting through the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body defenses. Phew! The two giant claws were chopped off, and blood gushed out like a fountain with a pungent smell. The Tyrannosaurus Rex roared in pain. Its huge body curled up slightly due to the severe pain, and a trace of disbelief and fear flashed in its eyes. This human's power is even greater than my manic self. In pain, the Tyrannosaurus Rex used its unique skill, tongue kissing. With his mouth opened, a tongue like an arrow shot out, trying to reverse the situation in this desperate situation. But what the tongue hit was actually the blurry figure of Su Xian. After a successful sword strike, Su Xian used the perfect level Lingbo steps agile body movement to instantly appear behind the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Bury the head. Amid the whistling wind, Su Xian launched a double wave of power. His long sword was like a mountain, slashing down from the air with overwhelming momentum. The blade drew a dazzling silver track in the thick fog, slashes violently into the target's body. Boom! The surrounding muddy ground trembled slightly due to the fall of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the soil and gravel were compacted more tightly. Blood briefly gushed out like a fountain, but the moment Su Xian put the corpse into the space ring, everything was quickly frozen. The special ability of the space ring stops the flow of blood almost instantly. It ensures that the essence and blood in the ferocious beast's body will not be lost. This precious blood is an important material for refining blood-chi pills. Su Xian suddenly realized something. In the battle just now, I was inspired and comprehended new martial arts, dragon leaps in the sky, and buried head. Presumably, if one more move is created, the Dailang's Kwang Dao can be advanced to the highest level. Now, harvest a few blood bats, and you can exit the cave. Half an hour later, Su Xian was on his way towards the entrance of the cave. Encountered several groups of masked warriors. They were very cautious in the fog, and every tree and bush seemed to be an enemy. Su Xian's clothes are brightly colored and distinctive. When passing by a group of masked warriors, someone suddenly spoke up. "Brother, did you meet them over there?" Su Xian was stunned. What happened? A Tyrannosaurus Rex? But he didn't wait for his reply. Another person in the team coughed dryly. If he were alone, would he still be able to talk to you if he met you? Ha, that's right. They passed Su Xian and continued on their way, although Su Xian's backpack was bulging. But no one took action. The reason is very simple. Unless they are sure of a one-shot kill, once Su Xian escapes, they will face the military suicide squad directly after leaving the cave. A person with a bulging backpack is at most a bloodbath, so there is absolutely no need. The rewards for the top 8 in the masked warrior competition are good, but not worth taking risks for. Su Xian also understood this truth. But at this moment, he was looking at the system to take stock of the gains from this trip to the cave. Ding! Ferocious beast material detected, adding material information. The system prompt sound was clear and pleasant, just like Su Xian's mood at the moment. Name, Su Xian. Age, 18. Level 3 warrior. Talent, spiritual heart, unique. Psychic power, 2644. Martial arts, level 1 Lingbo step, perfect. Level 1 Dailang palm, perfect. Level 1 Dailang finger, perfect. Level 1 Dailang crazy blade, minor success. Spirit crystal, first level spirit crystal, second level spirit crystal, third level spirit crystal, fourth level spirit crystal. Wealth 0. Points, 145 points. Materials, level 3 beast, level 2 beast. Su Xian made a rough estimate and found that the net profit of one trip to the cave was as high as 10.12 billion. Even this is a cave with scarce resources. I couldn't help but take a deep breath. The spiritual energy in the air has faded a lot. It shouldn't be entirely my own problem. That Thunderbolt boxer also got 6 level 1 spirit crystals. A special device at the entrance of the cave. Su Xian began to hand in the materials. After his calculations, just hand in 5 level 3 ferocious beast materials and 5 bloodbaths. The total score is 675 points. Although this point is only the 9th place last year. But all the 3rd level ferocious beasts in the cave were killed by him. Therefore, it is basically impossible for the remaining warriors to catch up with him. Although there are a lot of level 2 ferocious beasts bloodbaths, but no one dared to kill indiscriminately. It really triggered a collective counterattack from the bloodbaths. It is difficult for this group of warriors to come out alive. As Su Xian handed in the materials, his points ranking increased rapidly. Within 1 minute, he actually jumped directly to the top of the list. It caused an uproar in the live broadcast room outside the venue. Fuck, am I seeing right? The first player has been replaced. Who is it? I'm at work and can only watch the text live broadcast. The delivery guy? Didn't he withdraw from the competition? How did he come in first place? Damn, did he spend money to buy materials for the fierce beast? Reporting the shady dealings in the competition, demanding the takeaway, boy be disqualified. The Lion fan, will be the first one to object. I agree. Crazy Legs fans also don't agree. The live broadcast room was instantly filled with noise. The few comments that spoke for the delivery guy instantly sank into obscurity. At this time, Zhao Xuyan was lying on the bed, covered with a quilt, full of regret. Why did I suddenly become obsessed and believe what the team leader said? I was too arrogant. You could buy anything else with that $2. You can even move to a house with better lighting for your mother. Well, uncomfortable. Never mind. First, study the traces of rare and ferocious beasts in the surrounding area and see if you can make another big profit with the team leader. Suddenly, the door was pushed open and Wang Fengrui rushed in. She pulled back the quilt, revealing Zhao Xuyan curled up inside. Daughter, did you buy a takeaway boy? Zhao Xuyan rolled her eyes and said with despair. Stop talking, I was wrong. I will never gamble again. It's all the captain's fault for giving blind orders. She has rehearsed this speech many times. Just for this moment. Pass the buck. Chapter 62, Dragon Palace Speculation. My dear, your captain is a handsome young man with unique vision. Wang Fengrui said with emotion. Do you think I have a chance to be his mother-in-law? Zhao Xuyan. Wang Fengrui glanced at her daughter lying on the bed and sighed. Don't eat tonight. Your face will be thinner. Alas, your father, and I don't have round faces. Zhao Xuyan ignored her mother and picked up her cell phone. My dear mother, you really don't know how perverted your competitors are. Is that a round face problem? His finger slid across the secretly photographed screensaver of Han Yinling's profile. Check out the Masked Warrior tournament standings. I was pleasantly surprised to find that the private money that had once flown away had come back flapping its little wings. Following behind her was a group of cute little sisters glittering in gold. Zhao Xuyan covered herself with the quilt and said to herself excitedly, Captain, if your prediction is successful, I will help you chase her. Su Xian sneezed just as he was about to step out of the cave. Damn it, there won't be any girls secretly thinking about me, right? I don't have a relationship. You can go now, Mr. Luo. Long Gong had a very bad attitude and almost said the word get lost. Ra's face was also livid when he stood up. The bonus for field work is gone. Big loss. I should have known not to watch this fun. He didn't know what the problem was. Did the boy go in and change his clothes? Now we just have to wait for the Overlord Lizard to go crazy quickly and kill a few more Chinese warriors. It won't be a wasted trip. There are no masters among the wild warriors in Huayu this year, and the identification has been completed. The top-level beasts are just second-rate stuff in the small cave hunger games and Eagle domain. Fortunately, we made a lot of money from the sale of the ferocious beasts this time. I hope the project to purchase the underground cave development rights will not encounter any obstacles. Oh, these weak and stupid Chinese people. Warrior Guild building. 88 underground floors. The entrance was guarded by several level 5 warriors. The door opens. Long Gong walked in quickly, in a bad mood. Ross, that bastard, really talks nonsense. The delivery guy is not only alive and well in there, also got first place in the standings. Do Tyrannosaurus Rex hate the color yellow? Are you sure it's not the Tyrannosaurus Rex that likes yellow? As expected, he has to rely on himself. Based on the beast materials he submitted, deduce the probability of the delivery boy advancing to the top 8. In the close hall, the staff quickly carried out Mr. Long's orders. In the 12 hours before each round of competition, artificial intelligence will be used to calculate the probability of players advancing. This includes the materials and time spent by the players in killing the ferocious beasts. The calculation is based on data from previous years. The accuracy is extremely high. It is an important highlight of the second round of competition. Mr. Long, after calculation, the probability of the delivery boy advancing to the top 8 is 78. A staff member quickly informed the analysis results. Long Gong felt even more depressed. Damn it. Nothing went smoothly at this year's Masked Warrior tournament. Originally, one could make a lot of money from the hype about rare, ferocious beasts. The sudden appearance of this guy disrupted all plans. If the delivery guy's points don't increase, what are the chances of him advancing? Long Gong asked the key question, clenching his fists tightly, wanting to smash everything here with one punch. Mr. Gu, who was standing by, was shocked. Dragon Palace is going to use its private forces? Bury the delivery guy completely in the cave? Is it really worth it once this matter is exposed by other masked warriors? There will be no next episode of the Masked Warrior competition. The experts around him all advised, Boss Long, think twice. If things get out of hand, the Federation will definitely send a special envoy to investigate. Although the Warrior Guild is only a management organization for wild warriors, the people inside will also be implicated and held accountable. Long Gong remained silent. These subordinates had no idea how important the betting amount of the martial arts competition was to him. His promotion is inseparable from high-level spirit crystals. A master of this level. Either accept your fate and be stuck at this stage your whole life, enjoying wealth and glory, but only having a short lifespan of 100 years. Or choose to fight with ferocious beasts and fight for resources outside the 9 realms. Once promoted to level 8, lifespan increases exponentially and become the top group of existences in the 9 realms. But he has retired from the front line. I no longer have the courage and determination to fight those ferocious beasts from outside the domain. So now, only by accumulating huge wealth can one exchange it for high-level spirit crystals through certain channels. After a while, the central screen showed the conclusion. If the delivery boy does not gain any more points, based on the number of level 3 beasts remaining in the cave, his chance of advancing to the top 8 is 15. Gong took a deep breath and calmed down again. He carefully observed the ferocious beast materials of the delivery boy, and his brain kept thinking. After 7 or 8 hours, the delivery guy only killed 5 level 3 beasts, and they are all small ferocious beasts. This means that he has assessed his own strength and only attacks weak beasts. In fact, this is extremely smart behavior, because it is indeed much easier to hunt small ferocious beasts than large ferocious beasts. But the number of such ferocious beasts in the cave is extremely limited. Even if he is gifted, he only has these few. Moreover, if my guess is correct, the delivery guy's physical strength should be greatly overdrawn at this time. It seemed to confirm his idea. A hint of yellow appeared at the entrance to the cave. After Su Xian handed over the 5 bloodbaths, he got on the return chariot. This marked the end of his trip to the cave. As the top of the standings, he was the first to exit the cave, sparking heated discussions across the internet. The delivery guy is out? Damn, it was just a false alarm. It turns out I didn't have enough energy. Can he maintain his top 3 points? Don't dream. He can't even make it into the top 8. The competition is only a quarter of the way through. Think about it yourself. The lowest score for the 8th place in previous sessions was 800 points. He only has over 600 points. There is no hope. I told you he can't do it. Gong also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, my guess was correct. Wotapiti. The financial investment in this round of competition can only be made up through the Civic Cat plan. Notify the Yi family, and the plan will proceed as normal. Receive, Mr. Long. A few hours later, Han Shuangyi received a message, thought for a moment, and picked up her phone. Ding dong. Han Yinling's cell phone rang. It's a group message. Han family and Su Xian. Han Shuang. Everyone, let's have dinner together tonight, at the old seats. Lao Gong. I have a few fire chickens from the Black Territory. They are level 4 ferocious beasts. Bring them here tonight. Lao Zhao. Brother Gong, thank you for the expense. I am on a mission in the army and won't be back home recently. Han Zhangxiu. Dad, you've worked hard. I'll help you eat your share. Lao Zhao. You little brat. You were waiting for me to come back, and yet you dare to eat for free? Can you learn from your 2 sisters and save some money for me? Han Yuer. Dad, I want to eat sea bream. Lao Gong. Okay. Place the order now, and it will be delivered tonight. Han Yinling silently looked at the messages in the group. She had none of these mundane daily communications and interactions. Click on the group avatar. There's a man inside. The sun is shining, and the smile is clean. There was a piece of grass in the corner of his mouth, and behind him was the huge corpse of an 8th-level ferocious beast Tyrannosaurus Rex. Wotapiti. The name is Gray. This is a state that has not been logged in for too long. She was reborn too late, and at this point in time, she still couldn't see him. I really don't want to attend such a party. Waste of time. Han Yinling, I have something tonight, so I can't go. Han Shuang, Su Xian, Butler Su is coming over here, there is something. Su Xian, I'm having dinner. I'll be there later. Han Yinling? Chapter 63, Su Xian's Turkey Noodles. The chariot returning to the capital. Drive directly into the Warrior Guild building. Su Xian got out of the car and took out his cell phone. There is no signal in the wilderness and the caves. The phone is offline for a long time. Reconnecting to the network is an important moment to test a person's social value. If society doesn't need you, it makes no difference whether there is a signal or not. Su Xian decided to take the test. The phone screen lit up with a message. Nice. Sent from Zhao Shuyan. Really? Only employees are the ones who truly care about whether their boss is doing well. Somewhat touched. Next time you hunt a rare beast, you can give her a little bit of the money. Zhao Shuyan. Can the group fee be reimbursed? Su Xian directly crossed out the message. Damn it. This is the first time I've heard of someone asking their leader to reimburse gambling expenses. What the hell did you do? Change clothes, go buy some milk tea, have a big meal, and then go find Han Zionv. Next to the 5th Ring Road of Beijing. Chinji Noodle House. Su Xian ordered one of the restaurant's signature dishes. This is a small restaurant. The boss ancestors have been making noodles with unique flavors, and I heard they were once wealthy. Unfortunately, after the revival of spiritual energy, warriors' strength is respected. Many delicacies are gradually lost. The small shop is run by a couple and doesn't even have a proper sign. According to these two people, if the group becomes big enough, it will be easy for gangsters to collect protection fees, so they maintain it this way. If I hadn't been extremely hungry while delivering a takeaway and happened to pass by here, I wouldn't have been able to find it at all. Old Qian, give me a serving of turkey noodles less spicy. Su Xian went into the cabin. Lao Qian was playing the live broadcast of the Masked Warrior competition on his phone. When he saw the visitor going into the kitchen to get busy, he chatted with him. Xiao Su, what are you busy with recently? Have you changed your job? Well, Lao Qian, who do you like in the Masked Warrior competition? I think the delivery guy is good. Su Xian wanted to help Lao Qian make some money. Lao Qian paused briefly and said seriously, I like mature women and cute women. Su Xian gave up decisively and picked up his phone. There is a reason why you can't open this store. Lao Qian? Ding dong. Group message. Su Xian didn't know why Han Shuangyi wanted to talk to him about this, but after all, she was an 8th level boss, so he had to be polite to her. But then, Han Yinling replied in the group, Su Xian has something to do tonight, so he won't go. Su Xian was confused. What's going on between you two? Am I okay? Should I go or not? There was a brief silence. Neither Lao Zhao nor Lao Gong responded. This kind of situation often happens in the group. They all knew about Han Yinling's resistance to her mother. Can't intervene either. The only thing that can be done is to place a chess piece next to Han Yinling. It was also pulled out. This little girl inherited all the good looks of her parents. Her personality is even colder than her mother's. But she also awakened a very strong talent. It makes Han Shuangyi love and hate it. Even a warrior of this level cannot exert much strength in front of his own daughter. Moreover, before Han Yinling turned 18, she had a powerful force protecting her. The influence left by that man is felt in both the military and the academy. Can't move at all. In the past few days, there is a new housekeeper named Su. Level talent. The youngest 3rd level warrior in Huayu. Who would believe that she is not that man's pawn? Han Yuer felt something was wrong, knowing that her mother might get angry. So she tried to change the subject. Su Xian, brother Xian, what are you eating? At this time, Lao Qian came up with a bowl of authentic turkey noodles. Su Xian took out his cell phone and took a photo. Su Xian, turkey noodles photo. A bowl of steaming hot, authentic turkey noodles is placed in a pure white porcelain bowl. The golden noodles are shiny, and the slightly browned edges reveal traces of high-temperature quick frying. A handful of fresh scallions and a few slices of red pepper were sprinkled on top of the turkey noodles to add a touch of color. 2 slices of lemon lie on the edge of the bowl, adding a touch of rich flavor to the whole picture. Han Yinling, bring one over and have it with us. Han Yuer, I want one too. Han Zhangxiu, brother, where is the chicken? Suwan. He looked up and asked, Old Qian, is there chicken in the turkey noodles? Get out of here. You want to eat chicken for 15 yuan of noodles? I'll stew a ferocious beast for you. Lao Qian waved his hand and continued to replay the video of the Masked Warrior Conference. Han's banquet hall. Pure white light pours down from the crystal chandelier on the top, and every ray of light reflects dazzling light on the intricate crystals. Today there is no toasting and clinking of glasses among the children of wealthy and powerful families. It appears luxurious and spacious. Xiao Su, come in and sit down. Old Gong called. He was very tactful and seemed not to notice the 2 simply packaged turkey noodles in Su Xian's hands. Han Yinling was obviously trying to save face. This silly boy actually took it seriously. Su Xian nodded, his eyes swept across the corner, and sat next to Han Yinling. He placed 2 servings of turkey noodles on the table. The cheap packaging box doesn't match the tableware. Su Xian was very calm. There's no way being a rich person means being low-key. Although I am richer than everyone here, but I still blend in with you. The net assets of the 4 major families in Huayu are only a few hundred billion at most, because high-level warriors also need resources to practice. My average net assets are really not as good as mine at this moment. Get close to a rich woman? Sorry, Han Shuangyi's cash flow is not as much as mine. The table was filled with various dishes made from the fourth-level ferocious beast, the fireflower chicken. The dishes glow golden under the light and exude a mouth-watering aroma. There were still the same people sitting at the dining table. Han Shuangyi changed into a bright red nightgown, looking elegant and luxurious. Han Yinling and Han Yuer were both wearing evening gowns. This was her mother's request. It is a manifestation of power and status. I can dress casually, but you can't. Han Yuer chose the lavender evening dress, which made her look younger and more lively. Han Yinling beside her was wearing a silver-white evening gown with fourth-order spirit crystals sparkling on her snow-white skin. Her hairstyle was simple and elegant, just like her calm and dignified temperament. Her thin-strap high heels made her calves look long and straight. Su Xian was thus feasting his eyes. Han Yuer and her mother are already considered top beauties, each with their own unique temperaments. But even so, Han Yinling still has the upper hand just based on her looks. It seems that some people are born to be the darlings of this world. In terms of temperament, her mother is obviously an 8th-level expert, but her demeanor is more like that of an empress who holds power for thousands of years and makes decisions for eternity. Damn it, why is my Tao heart feeling a little unstable again? This noodle is good. Han Yinling opened the package, took a bite, and made her comment. She had just been promoted to a level 2 warrior, but it is still a long way from level 3, and it will take at least a few months. With the catalysis of high-level spirit crystals, it is easy to become a level 2 warrior, which is more like a result of accumulated strength leading to a breakthrough. But it would be difficult for her to continue to improve quickly. There is also a lack of advanced resources. Han Yuer frowned and said in a coquettish voice, "Brother Xian, I want to eat too." She has a trick that always works. All the young talents in Beijing Circle are fascinated by her. Su Xian smiled. 300 yuan, cash or transfer? Han Yu. Chapter 64 Wang's compensation has arrived. Gong Guofu, you accept me as your godson. Han Yuer was so angry that she was shivering. I, the second daughter of the Han family. Do I need to transfer money to eat a bowl of turkey noodles? You. But he still took out his cell phone and sent a red envelope. Ding dong. Your red envelope has been received. I opened the turkey noodles and took a bite. Tasty. Not a loss. Han Shuangyi closed her eyes and didn't care about the scene in front of her. All the information about Su Xian was quickly filtered out in my mind. She couldn't quite understand this young man. Or say, she didn't know what that man wanted to do for her daughter? Is it your own tyranny and ambition that makes you stop believing in love? Only then would he leave behind more than 40 million and a backup plan when he left. This amount of money is not much nowadays, but it is just right. If my daughter has poor talent, I can let her leave the family, and it will be enough for her to be rich for the rest of her life. But you couldn't imagine it. My daughter is also a super talent. Your little pocket money is not enough. Even, your daughter's ambition is greater than mine. No, this trend must be nipped in the bud. The Han family will only have one voice. That's my voice. Han Shuangyi opened her mouth without any emotion. Su Xian, if you had money, what would you like to do? She came clean. The bet between Wang and Su Xian was compensated under the influence of Han. Although only 7,000 was paid, Han Yinling still cannot get the money. The eldest daughter grows up too fast and is easily out of control. As for the stakes of the masked warrior competition, the delivery guy has a certain chance of winning, but since he's already out of the cave, there's no need to worry. Su Xian was stunned when he heard his name being called. What do I do with the money? What does it have to do with you? But spiritual heart told myself. This is a genuine level 8 strong man, so terrifying. Your answer should be perfect and your outlook should be open. Su Xian thought about it, his expression serious and sincere. If I had money, I want to donate to Project Hope. Let this cold world have more love and warmth. Let everyone have turkey noodles with chicken on them. Frosty. Han Yinling raised her eyebrows slightly, forming a perfect arc, and her big eyes were crystal clear with a hint of astonishment. Is this what he really thinks? As a reborn person, am I too narrow-minded? Although she was once an empress, she was not a saint. Whether or not they can save the human race depends on whether they work hard enough. She has been thinking very clearly these days. In this life, when the star gate opens, I can find a few like-minded friends and escape from the blue planet together. Because after becoming a level 10 warrior, one can cross the void in the flesh. It is possible to have no partner, but you really can't be without a companion. Otherwise, even if you leave the blue planet, you will gradually go crazy in the endless loneliness. Su Xian, You must bring him with you. We also have to think of ways to help him improve his talents as soon as possible. Otherwise, unable to withstand the pressure of the force field she created in the void. Mother, I only want 2/3 of Wang's compensation. Han Yinling's bright red lips were inadvertently stained with a little bit of oil left from tasting the turkey noodles just now. This unintentional flaw actually adds a sense of worldly life. It makes her nobility no longer seem so out of reach, but rather adds a touch of warmth and reality that is within reach. Han Shuang didn't respond and suddenly asked Gong Guofu, Guofu, don't you want a son? How about Su Xian being your godson? Gong Guofu. He thought to himself that he was the richest man in Beijing, had assets worth tens of billions, and was a big shot in the business world. But at this time, he really didn't understand what these two women were talking about. How come there is suddenly another son? Is it a son I want? What I want is to have a son with you. Old Zhao always keeps saying that Brother Gong spent a lot of money and worked hard. If he didn't rely on having a son, would his nose be so high up in the sky? Even though Han Zhanxiao is not serious every day, his grandfather is an 8th-rank martial god in the army. As long as he doesn't make any big mistakes in the future, he will have a great chance of becoming the head of the Han family. But for now, we cannot go against Han Shuang's thoughts. I could only cough dryly. What does Su Xian think? I have no opinion. Su Xian was also confused. Although I am an orphan, I am not lacking in love. Han Yinling pursed her lips, trying to wipe off the greasy look. I don't agree. Her mother wouldn't even let go of this little bit of money. Godson? Once Su Xian becomes Uncle Gong's godson, she will have the right to interfere in the use of Wang's compensation. He just assigns Su Xian a few projects and spend the money. Absolutely not. Su Xian, if you follow Guofu, you can get a return of 200 million yuan from Wang's 7,000 yuan compensation in less than 2 years. Han Shuangyi made it general. I don't need the money, but I want it all to be given to Su Xian. Even chess pieces have their own demands. She didn't believe that Su Xian wouldn't be tempted by such a huge sum of money. Han Yinling bit her lower lip lightly with her pearly teeth. Her mother was right. Uncle Gong really has this ability. Money ability. Otherwise, the Han family wouldn't have become so big. She couldn't make a decision for Su Xian. Because her mother clearly gave the money to Su Xian, she really couldn't interfere. Su Xian is his butler, but it is an employment relationship. Money can move people's hearts. Even she was moved. With this money, Su Xian could buy some rare treasures from the secret realm, which might really improve his talent. Although Han Yinling was born into a wealthy family, it does not mean that she has the right to use all the wealth of the wealthy family. You can only spend what is given to you. Not for you. You can't move a penny. Giving you the first-level spirit crystal is for the long-term benefit of the family. Not obedient? Sorry, nothing. The brother and sister Han Yuer and Han Zhanxiao shrank their heads again and obediently played the role of two harmless little quails. Oh my God! Why is there a fight over a meal? Compensation? Did you break the blue and white porcelain that has been passed down for 18 generations? You have to pay so much. They have never had such a large amount of pocket money since they were young. Uncle Gong just takes some high-end ingredients when he has nothing to do. But that is normal consumption. High-level warriors also need to replenish their energy by eating food from ferocious beasts. The most important thing is, from the sound of it, this money all belongs to Su Xian. Han Yuer felt very regretful. She knew that although her sister didn't talk much, she had a very good vision. If I had known earlier, I would have secretly used that trick and I would have been able to defeat Su Xian easily. Although her legs are not as smooth as her sister's, they are also very smooth. I'm not short of money, but what I want is excitement. My sister's housekeeper knelt in front of me. Just thinking about this scene makes me excited. It's too late now. Su Xian might become his brother. Can't play at all. Han Zhangxiao is younger, about 3 or 4 years younger than Su Xian and the others. Because of his family background, he has never been able to find his place in the Han family. Under the influence of my father and grandfathers, I want to be a tough guy and achieve great things. So he has always had a dream of being a big brother in his heart. But the reality was crushed to pieces by my 2 sisters and mother. You can only make your presence felt among your friends in the aristocratic family. At this time, Su Xian smiled. Clean, tidy, and textured clothes. He is not surprised by praise or criticism, and has an unfathomable look on his face. He always talks about business worth tens of millions. It perfectly fits all his imaginations of an older brother. Ah, this is the fucking man I want to be. Su Xian just felt it was troublesome. This little money was not worthy of me having him as my godfather. He held his forehead and said, "How about donating this money? Han yinling, Han shuang yi and Gong guofu. Han yuer and Han zhanxiao. Good job. Are you fucking serious?" Chapter 65 donated. Wang's new small secret realm. Frost moth. The silver-white hair color adds a sense of majesty, and every strand of hair seems to be placed in its right place. At this moment, his lips were tightly pursed, and his usually expressionless face finally showed a hint of fluctuation. His eyes were deep and gleaming with calculation. She began to look at the boy again. Is he really indifferent to wealth? A chess piece with a mere talent that is about to be discarded. 100 million yuan. You can buy a lot of things, including lifespan. There are plants that can prolong life in the secret realm. There are, of course, limits on purchases. But the prerequisite must be money. Wouldn't it be nice to live 2 more years? His eyes swept over his eldest daughter. Good move, my dear daughter. Han Yinling's delicate face, set off by the noble evening gown, looked even more radiant. He has a high nose bridge, a soft chin line, and a faint smile on the corners of his mouth. He wasn't just saying that casually. He really put his oath into action. Must cultivate well. It has only been a few days since my rebirth, and my strength has increased even faster. There are also 4th-level spirit crystal resources. The most important thing is to get to know Su Xian. Although he wants to give up, he actually has plenty of strength, resources, and connections in this life. Although the mother is strong and snobbish. But she never imagined that he already knew all the secrets she had tried so hard to hide. Although my father left nothing for me. But I just want to speak up for him. What can you do to me? I am your daughter. You can't kill me. She knows best how valuable my life is. But precisely because of this, why do you want to manipulate me, given my great talent? Planning my life? Bang, bang, bang. Gong guofu heaved a sigh of relief and clapped his hands in praise. Ha ha, good boy. Uncle was right about you. Xiao Su, just give me your money and I'll help you manage it. It won't be a problem to increase it to 300 million in 2 years. For someone of his level, earning a few small goals is as easy as drinking water. But it is difficult to make a lot of money now that Han Shuangyi has spoken. This must be done. Su Xian shook his head again and refused. Thank you, Brother Gong. I will donate it to the Hope Project. You know I come from a humble background. This amount of money sounds like a lot, but there won't be much left if I divide it up. After a pause, Su Xian continued. There are many military orphans like me, and the welfare homes are overwhelmed with people like me. If I can do my best to help, my life will be worthwhile. Su Xian's tone was sincere because he was indeed thinking about his childhood. Who doesn't want to live a life of luxury? Who doesn't want to have a good family? But you can't choose where you were born. Sometimes you just have to accept it. Not to mention, this money is too much trouble for him. He was too lazy to think about what Han Shuangyi and Gong Guofu were planning. Whether Wang's compensation will be deposited into the account as scheduled, and whether there will be any small actions. He doesn't care either. I just made a small profit of 10 billion during the day. It is both safe and low-key. Why take new risks? I heard there are a lot of secret realms in the catacombs, so just go explore. He never intended to take this little money from the beginning. He really didn't value it. Not to mention, he is only a level 3 warrior. Now we must seize every opportunity to improve ourselves. He has no time for these outdated things. At this stage, it's just a matter of providing shade under a big tree. Since there is shade, why do you have to go outside in the sun? That's not courage. That's stupid. Gong Guofu did not try to persuade her again. As a veteran in the business world, he vaguely sensed something was wrong. Didn't he just praise me for being young? Frosty was a sophisticated egoist and stopped pestering her. Okay, I'll donate it. With a flick of his finger, an ice bead condensed in the air and hit the wall. A shadow stood up in the corner of the wall. This appeared in the Han family banquet hall. The banquet continued, but no one present had an appetite. Han Yinling suddenly stood up. I'm full, Su Xian. Su Xian just picked up the chopsticks and put them down again. Okay, I just wanted to try what Huohua chicken tastes like. Just wake me up. You were sincere, right? Don't even think about drinking the milk tea I bought for you later. Han's reception room. The murals and sculptures appear particularly vivid under the soft lighting. Every corner reveals the family's history and artistic taste. Next to the fireplace stands an ancient sculpture of a level 6 ferocious beast, a bronze bone deer. The previous patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Shouqing, is sipping tea. The cup is clear, with only a crisp green leaf inside, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. the product of Han family's small secret realm, Han Shanzui. A small piece is worth tens of thousands. There is only one effect: slightly increase the speed of spiritual energy absorption. The room was empty, but Wang Shouqing suddenly spoke up. What did Patriarch Han say? A female voice came from the corner, as soft as mist. 7,000, plus 2 places in the Wang family's newly discovered small secret realm. It was the shadow that appeared in the banquet hall. Wang Shouqing put down his teacup, thought for a moment, and added, we must add 2 more places for the Han family to explore the small secret realm. The new secret realm will bring great rewards, and the Han family will definitely not lose out. Wang recently discovered a new small secret place. However, the development phase requires a large number of low-level experts, and it can only be developed by joining forces with several large families. He knew about Wang Xuana's affairs. Small things. I can take this opportunity to ask for some benefits from the Han family. The Han family's small secret realm is known as the richest small secret realm. Han Shuangyi is so lucky. Shadow. She is Frost's personal secretary and possesses the top-level talent Shadow Cat, which makes her presence often as mysterious and silent as her name suggests. She stood by the wall and thought for a moment. Take out your cell phone. She has no say in this matter. After a while, I received a message. Okay, deal. Wang Shouqing smiled slightly and asked, where did you transfer the money? The next step is to cut your losses. That boy's name is Su Xian, right? It's not shameful to transfer the money to Hans. But who are you, kid, to dare to touch Wang's money? Some money is not so easy to earn. Shadow, call the Ho Project and note that it is a donation from the Han family and Su Xian. Wang Shouqing. The Han family is actually richer than I imagined. A breezy evening. Han Yinling and Su Xian walked leisurely along the gravel path in the Han family manor. The manor is full of luxuriant flowers and trees, and the fragrance is intoxicating. The oak trees beside the road are lush and leafy, and occasionally you can hear birds singing happily on the branches. I'm sorry about this. The breeze blew through Han Yinling's hair. Her expression was apologetic and thoughtful. She looked elegant, yet a little helpless. In the end, Han Shuangyi not only did not pay the money, even the exclusive naming rights of the donation were taken away. The huge disparity in power caused her to be smashed to pieces. The only injured person was actually someone close to him. She only hated that the time of rebirth was too short and she was too weak. But she also knew that this matter had little to do with her attitude. Even if she behaves as a good girl, she will still do what her mother tells her to do. It's okay, we're good friends, we just help each other. Su Xian joked, pointing to his light shuttle motorcycle parked not far away. He was going to pour a cup of cappuccino before going back to the warrior guild to practice. The pressure from Han Shuangyi is a little bit greater, so bully her daughter first. Han Yinling's eyes lit up. Does he treat me as a good friend? Very good. After being reborn, I finally have a good friend. My depressed mood has improved a lot. Su Xian led Han Yinling to a light shuttle motorcycle parked beside the trail. As the last rays of sunset faded, the sunset glow dyed the sky orange-red. When Han Yinling saw Su Xian take out 2 cups of milk tea from the trunk of his motorcycle, her eyes suddenly lit up. The golden light of the afterglow was reflected in her beautiful pupils. Su Xian stopped his hand as he was about to pour it out. Oh no, I've been hit by the pupil technique. Next second, there is 1 less cup in my hand. Han Yinling opened the package and took a sip. Sweet. Chapter 66 Han Yinling's Counterattack. Blood Demon Cave. A River of Blood. Su Xian, the registration for adult warriors at Longhua University is open these days. Don't forget to participate. Han Yinling sat sideways on the motorcycle and added, if you don't have enough tuition, you can come to me. She had always wanted Su Xian to go to Longhua University with him. Because Su Xian is also a warrior, as long as his strength is not too bad. If you spend some money, you can still enroll in an adult warrior class. Although I have 1 less graduation certificate than regular students. But as long as the money is in place, you will have the education and resources you deserve. She could still afford this amount of money. Su Xian nodded. After today, he realized that the secret cave was a treasure trove. All the resources you need are included in it. Therefore, we must look for every opportunity to enter the secret realm of the catacombs. This is the only way to grow quickly. Spiritual heart is the only talent in the universe, and the speed of promotion is extremely fast. Although the talent tends to be auxiliary type. But when I become a level 10 warrior, you are only a level 5 warrior. How can you fight me? Besides, Su Xian thought that every time a warrior's level was improved, Spiritual Heart has new features, such as improved physical fitness, identification of warrior levels, and fluctuations in killing intent. Extremely practical. In terms of combat power, as a martial arts genius, he only needs to collect martial arts. The high-level martial arts skill, 9 killing spears, is obtained, which is enough to use up to level 7 or 8. And he was extremely looking forward to what new changes would come from the fusion of 9 kill spears and layer power. While thinking about it, he casually asked Han Yinling, "Xiao Han, besides the university, what other channels can we use to enter the secret realm of the underground cave?" Han Yinling's beautiful eyes lit up. "Yes. How could I have forgotten about this? The Han family has a small secret realm. Although it has not been fully developed, a safe area has been opened up inside. The psychic energy density is extremely high. My younger brothers and sisters and I often wait until the climate is stable to go in and moisturize our bodies. However, the condition for entering is that one must be a member of the Han family or a highly loyal servant. But Han Yuer often takes her sisters from aristocratic families into secret realms to soak in spiritual hot springs. In exchange, she will also visit the secret realms of other aristocratic families. Of course, I have this power. She had no friends in the past, and she ignored it. Now, she is fully qualified to bring people in. Besides, as a reborn person, she knew that there were several places in the secret realm with good output, so it was a good time to harvest them in advance. It's a waste not to shear the wool of your own farm. Her mother couldn't do anything about this kind of thing. At most, she could confiscate a few % of the proceeds. It's a pity that I don't have a space ring at this time. Otherwise, I would have gained more. It can also be considered a way to fight back against my mother. Su Xian can also take this opportunity to absorb more spiritual energy from inside. By the way, find a precious material to improve his talent. We have a secret realm in our home, but there are conditions. Han Yinling said after thinking for a while. When Su Xian heard this, his heart moved. He patted his chest and said confidently, "What are the conditions? Do I have to spend money?" He is not short of money now. With Spiritual Heart, can he lose money by taking this trip? It's free, but you have to be a member of the Han clan. Han Yinling's face flushed, as if it was the afterglow of the sunset in the sky. "You can come in if you want. I'll just say you're my friend." Su Xian didn't say anything. "There are only doubts in my heart. What level of friend must be called a member of the Han clan? Is it a bit too much for me to sacrifice in order to become stronger? But men, you have to give something. Just bear with it for now. Well, I'll leave this matter to you. I'll reward you handsomely if you succeed." Su Xian clasped his hands together. I was about to ask Han Yinling to get out of the car, but she leaned here, and I didn't know how to walk. If it's a little later, I'll have to recite the Sutra of Becoming Stronger for another half an hour when I get home. Isn't this a waste of time? Han Yinling didn't move. She looked at Su Xian with her thick eyelashes blinking. She could see that Su Xian wanted to leave, but she didn't want him to leave, because his housekeeper's work today has not been completed. She practiced martial arts at home for a whole day. "My legs are so sore." Although your martial arts experience is not lost after rebirth, many moves cannot be used just because you know them. This period of adjustment is extremely important. What to do now? Suddenly, I couldn't open my mouth. Can good friends still be ordered around at will? Waiting online, very urgent. Late at night, Su Xian returned to his apartment in the Warrior Guild building. Holding 2 4th-level spirit crystals, he silently recited to the wall for an hour. Although he has 6 4th-level spirit crystals, but if you take them all out, the amount of psychic energy in the vicinity surges. It is easy to attract the attention of nearby warriors. Just maintain this concentration for now. Under the stimulation of 2 4th-level spirit crystals, the spiritual energy value in the body increased rapidly. This is the beneficial effect that the high-level spirit crystal has on him. However, this is far from enough, and Su Xian plans to build a training cabin tomorrow, specifically for one's own practice. During rest time, he glanced at the Warrior Guild. It's all about the second round of the Masked Warrior competition, Cave Escape. The most popular posts are prediction posts. The probability of the top 3 of the flame gun is 78. The analysis is as follows. Crazy Legs ranked first in this round, with detailed data as shown in the figure and historical performance. Explosive Boxer's strong counterattack may become the strongest dark horse in the current competition. Su Xian took a look and made a very clear analysis, making predictions based on the content of the ferocious beast materials submitted by the contestants, the time consumed, and their physical strength, combat skills, and talents. Quite professional. At this time, he saw a post related to himself. How long can the delivery guy stay number 1? Challenge post. Su Xian was curious and wanted to take a look. Lu, the rules of the challenge are as follows. Predict how long the delivery guy will stay at the top of the standings. The one with the closest time wins and gets a certain amount of warrior guild points as a reward. Su Xian guessed that this should be some kind of marketing method. No matter who becomes the first, similar posts will appear. When I scrolled down and flipped, I found many talented people. Lu, 3 seconds. Lu, 1 minute. Floor, 1.5 minutes. Lu, 4 hours. Challenge successful. Lu, damn. I was just that close. Lu, I'm 250, oh yeah. Lu, I'm curious why their points haven't increased much. Good man, don't you trust yourself so much? A good post turned into a timer. Later on, the discussion turned into why the cave points were not increasing. There are many speculations. Some people said that the cave collapsed and all the contestants were buried. Some people also said that it was a group of ferocious beasts going berserk. The most outrageous thing is that some people speculated that the ferocious beasts dug a hole and ran away collectively. He also specifically emphasized that among the third-level ferocious beasts, there is a ferocious fanged wild boar with extremely strong digging ability. This greatly increases the credibility of the originally absurd speculation. Even the officials of the Warrior Guild got involved personally. It is claimed that this may be due to a brief delay in the signal, actively troubleshooting the problem. Inside the cave, the leaders of several teams of warriors gathered together. Crazy Legs, your team has a lot of experience with ferocious beasts. Have you found any level 3 ferocious beasts over there? Asked the leader of a team of warriors. No, we didn't meet in the whole afternoon and evening. This damn fog. Selena was very anxious. Behind her, Chun Fan was pale, but he was still holding on for her dream. Except for the blood bats, we didn't see any other ferocious beasts. The hunting brother said in a low voice. His dream of teaching had been shattered. Flame Gun also came over. This won't work. I suggest we split up and search. His suggestion had a certain effect, as some level 3 ferocious beasts were agile and good at hiding. When warriors gather together, they may stay away from it. But by doing so, the masked warriors once again faced attacks from ferocious beasts, especially the level 3 beast hidden in the depths of the fog. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Chapter 67 X-Level Racial Skills. Unified Force Wave. Now, the worries of everyone in the cave were unnecessary. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was lying quietly in Su Xian's space ring. Su Xian knew that this batch of ferocious beast materials definitely could not be sold or traded in the Warrior Guild in Huayu. Wouldn't that be a reveal? What kind of behavior is this? This is a typical act of stealing from home. He didn't believe that the Warrior Guild was so kind. If things go wrong, these aristocratic organizations might arrest me and take a closer look at me. Install it first. He replied on the forum using the alias of a delivery boy. I am a food delivery boy. The cave is too difficult. I almost died. I wanted to give up in the 3rd round. His remarks instantly sparked heated discussions among netizens. Some people even moved his post to the live broadcast room of the competition. The delivery guy wants to quit the competition? Everyone go and see. The cave is actually very difficult. It's normal that the points increase slowly. Think about it. Warriors are not iron men. They also need to rest. That's right. How could my flame spear lose? Let us pray for the warriors in our hearts, and for the reputation of the delivery boys to improve. The delivery boys' official statement was also noticed by internal staff such as Gong. On the big screen, the success rate of delivery boys advancing to the quarterfinals dropped by another 10 percentage points to only 5. Let the Dragon Palace breathe a sigh of relief. That's great. As long as this guy doesn't make it to the 3rd round, then the more than 30 billion bets from the game will be won. Then go back and sell the Blood Demon Cave. I can collect enough money to buy that high-level spirit crystal by myself. The name of the sale was written as Huayu and you jointly develop and research small caves. My Dragon Palace is indeed a genius. He is worthy of the masked warrior's code name of the past. Long Out Yin. How are your preparations for the 3rd round? He looked at his new secretary Xiao Wu with a smile. Reporting to President Long, preparations have been completed and the ground has been completely repaved. Okay, the surveillance equipment in that room must be adjusted. Don't forget the safe house. Long Gong nodded with satisfaction. The Civic Cat plan has been going smoothly in the past few years. Otherwise, he would not have accumulated wealth so quickly. The next day, Su Xian practiced in the apartment during the day. He used his points to exchange for some materials that could shield psychic energy. He used a full 6 square meters of materials to make a small training cabin. The extra space accommodates an oxygen tank and exhaust gas collector. There is no way. In a relatively sealed space, we have to consider the issue of air pressure balance. He filled it with spirit crystals. Bring the density of psychic energy to its limit. At super high body absorption rate, psychic energy increases rapidly, a little bit every few minutes. During the practice, Su Xian was not idle either. He tried to integrate the dialing force into his body movement martial arts. However, it was discovered that nothing was found. No, I think I'm thinking too simply. Su Xian hit a bottleneck after several deductions. He found that the layered wave force might be easier to adapt to palm and fist techniques, but it was basically impossible to reproduce the 12-fold increase in weapons and martial arts. The combination of dialing gene and swordsmanship reaches its limit at around level 6, which is why the swordsmanship has only achieved a small degree of success. Su Xian could only stop practicing and use his warrior authority to start looking up a large amount of information. Sure enough, in a database open to warriors, he saw secrets that he had never known before. Take a look at this paper. The origin of the superior martial skill, dialing palm. Su Xian quickly clicked on the information, like a diligent student greedily absorbing knowledge. As everyone knows, the reason why it is free to learn in high schools is that the creator of the martial arts is not an individual. It was a hypothesis proposed by scientists when spiritual energy was first revived several hundred years ago. When the warrior, a new species of human, emerged, basic science was still trying to make it compatible with the psychic system. There are several well-known research projects. 1. The bonus of psychic energy to strength. 2. The evolution of human innate power. 3. The limit of a warrior's lifespan. Su Xian couldn't help but sigh at the research and development spirit of these scientists. It seemed that when psychic power first broke out, human beings were united and had strong cohesion. Quite a lot of glorious deeds were performed when resisting the early beast tide. However, in recent years, the pressure from the beast tide has not been great, and humans themselves are on the decline. Su Xian shook his head and continued reading. The top physicists alive at the time focused on the first item. They concentrated all their energy and resources, exhausted their brain power, and finally calculated a formula. Grand unified spiritual mechanics. That is to say, by compressing the density of spiritual energy and then concentrating it to explode, the power can be multiplied. The maximum value calculated by the formula is 12 times. But this theory encountered obstacles in application. The human body is too fragile. Even high-level warriors are at risk of exploding after their spiritual energy is compressed. And, most importantly, theories are usually correct and concise. But the human body is complex, and each person's body has a different tolerance for psychic energy. Therefore, learning to compress and use psychic energy requires 2 conditions to be met at the same time. 1. You have a strong physical fitness. 2. High degree of mastery of the body. But such existence basically does not exist. In that era, warriors also burst into brilliant brilliance while fighting against ferocious beasts, and generations of talented warriors emerged. Create more practical and simple martial arts. Finally, after more than 10 years of experiments and countless failed attempts by martial artists, this project integrated the theory into a palm technique in Huayu that emphasizes force techniques and explosiveness. There are other domains as well, but they are no longer taught because of the extremely high failure rate. Because too many students reported that it was a waste of time. Su Xian suddenly realized something. No wonder those aristocratic students sneered at it, and no one wanted to practice it. If it weren't for my own level of spiritual heart talent that transformed my physical fitness, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to use this martial art. The principle of overlapping waves turns out to be compression explosion. Su Xian began to practice continuously in the apartment, simplifying things, giving up the interference brought by the palm techniques, and rethinking the essential use of power. Time also passes quickly and silently. Finally, at that moment when he had a telepathic connection, ding! Detected that the host has learned martial arts. Level 1 Unified Force Wave, perfect level. Su Xian was shocked when he heard this. Master Tong, what level is this? Ding! Level is a racial skill. Master Tong, what other levels are there above level 1? Su Xian guessed that his authority should be increased after he became a warrior. Levels that were previously unknown may now be known. Ding! Level racial skill, level exotic skill, level special alien skill. Level, unique skill. Su Xian finally understood. It turns out there are so many divisions above the level. The location of the blue star. Probably too remote. Maybe they are small tribes in the universe? Never mind. Don't think about these things now, just practice quickly. System. Name. Su Xian. Age. 18. Level 3 warrior. Talent. Spiritual heart. Unique. Psychic power. 3918. Martial arts. Level 1 Lingbo step. Perfect. Level 1 Dialing Zhan Guangdao. Minor success. Level 1 Unified Force Wave. Perfect. Spirit Crystal. First level Spirit Crystal. Second level Spirit Crystal. Third level Spirit Crystal. Fourth level Spirit Crystal. Wealth 0. Su Xian looked at the system and realized that when cash wealth does not exceed a certain value, the default value is 0. The layered wave palm and layered wave finger are no longer on display. No wonder the martial arts level was greatly improved after being integrated with the dialing force. It turned out that the unified force wave was too strong. It is worthy of being a racial skill. Scientists are really hard to mess with. Chapter 68. Riot in Blood Demon Cave. Dragon Palace is tricked. Cool. The feeling of this sudden surge in spiritual energy is so wonderful. Su Xian was immersed in the process of becoming stronger. He could feel that every bit of spiritual energy was nourishing his body, slowly improving your physical fitness. Who says level 1 talent isn't strong? It's explosive, okay? After the psychic energy value reaches 5,000, the speed slows down. But Su Xian showed a smile under the oxygen mask. He took out a few more level 3 spirit crystals. Not enough psychic energy? Sorry, I have plenty of spirit crystals. In the training cabin that Su Xian built himself, a small amount of spiritual energy would still escape, and it could not be completely sealed like the spirit crystal box. But as long as most of the spiritual energy fluctuations can be blocked, it is enough for him. The time has come to the end of the second round of the Masked Warrior competition. At this time, in the Blood Demon Cave, in the underground cave, an unprecedented riot is taking place. A swarm of blood bats attacked the masked warriors hiding at the entrance of the cave. Damn it, let's go, we have to get out. A hint of fear came out from under Selena's mask. Let's go. This competition is very weird. We can only accept our fate. Liang Qiang took a look at the scoreboard. He was in 5th place. Although he advanced, his ranking was not ideal. I'll retreat first. You guys do whatever you want. Seeing this, most of the masked warriors hurriedly entered the information of a few blood bats and left the cave. Don't forget to speak with one voice. Okay. Far away, there were several screams. There were a few greedy masked warriors who wanted to make a last stand, but ended up dying at the mouths of blood bats. It seems to be a team hunting brother. The results of this round of competition were extremely distorted. Among the top 8 contestants, there were several unknown warriors. Because of the last 8 hours, everyone spent their time poaching lone blood bats. There are a lot of blood bats here. It is difficult to hunt more than 10 level 3 beasts, but it is easy to kill dozens of level 2 blood bats. Runaway? As long as you kill fast and run fast, you will have a chance to advance. Eventually, it triggers the collective awakening of blood bats. The game time has not yet ended, and a large number of warriors have appeared outside the cave. They were all covered in dust and looked in a miserable state. Damn it, what kind of dog competition is this? I won't participate in it again next time. It's a bunch of junk material. It's a waste of my energy. Quit the competition to ensure safety. Damn it, the ferocious beast is so hard to find. What the hell? The drone interview microphone paused for a few seconds in front of each warrior, but all it collected were complaints. As the last living masked warrior rushed out of the cave, the standings for the second round of matches are now completely fixed. The audience was also collectively confused. Why didn't Flame Lance make it into the top 3? Why were all the ones he killed in the end blood bats? Not only him, everyone turns out to be a blood bat. I'm done with my bets. See you on the rooftop. Luckily Crazy Legs is first, so I still have hope. Why is the delivery guy second? Didn't he withdraw from the competition early? I didn't retreat. I just left the cave early. My youth is back. The experts didn't lie to us. He is really in the top 8. Experts are still submitting resumes now. Warrior Guild Building. 88 underground floors. There was deathly silence. The second round of the competition is over. For the remaining 5 hours, Gong said nothing. He kept staring at the delivery guy's promotion rate on the screen. When there were only 6 masked warriors left alive in the cave, the promotion rate of the delivery boy has been increased from 5 to 100. This number seemed to jump out of the screen, transformed into a huge palm and slapped Long Gong hard in the face. Long Gong looked pale. Why? It shouldn't be. What about the evil beast? What about the Tyrannosaurus Rex? Why are you killing only blood bats? Could it be that all the level 3 beasts in the cave have escaped? Some catacombs have multiple entrances. But there is only one blood demon cave. He wanted to find Ross to check the situation, only to realize that he had already driven him away. We can only send the private guard reserve team to go in and take a look. These people are low-level elites that they raise at their own expense. Although their strength has not reached level 4, they all have good talents. You guys go in and check the situation. Try to disperse as much as possible and do it quickly. Long Gong gave orders on the phone. He simply ignored the inquiries from several members of the Federal Organizing Committee. Needless to say, the death toll in this Huayu masked warrior competition was quite high. In the second round, 7 or 8 people died, which caused some social unrest. His palms were sweaty. Half an hour later, the phone screen lit up. Report to Boss Long, the blood bats in the Blood Demon Cave are rioting. Only 1/3 of the brothers have come out. The specific losses are still being counted. Long Gong has been a 7th level warrior for so many years. This is the first time I have experienced so many emotions in one day. From excitement to uneasiness, to confusion, and finally to anger. Damn it, this group of masked warriors actually ganged up on me. No one said anything about the blood bat riot in the Blood Demon Cave. The swarm of blood bats did not rush out of the hole in the space rift. The reason is simple. Now is not their breeding season, and they are not strong enough to face the powerful forces of high-level human warriors. But a large number of blood bats besieged the level 3 humans in the narrow cave. Even if you are wearing combat uniform, it is easy to get injured and die. Deficit. What a loss. Long Gong's mind was in a mess and things were completely out of his control. But he is not yet at the point of sitting still and waiting for death. Special Operations Team, the 3rd round will start early the day after tomorrow. Inject that drug. Xiao Wu. Ask the Yi family to pay more money, saying they have a large shipment. He plans to leave office immediately after completing this vote, as he only has a year and a half left in his term. The money has been almost earned. Yi family meeting room. Patriarch Yi Qing-song and his younger brother Yi Qing-shan were having a heated conversation. Qing-shan, this matter must be finalized before returning to the army. Yi Qing-song is a rank 7 warrior, with a hideous wound on his face extending all the way down to his neck, which was left behind when he fought a ferocious beast in the army a few years ago. Under the clothes, the scars spread all the way to the lower abdomen. Brother, I don't agree. It will cost too many resources. Yi Wushuang only has a level 1 talent. Yi Qing-shan shook his head and refused. He had something else to say. With Yi Wushuang's personality, he doesn't deserve to enjoy so many resources. If it weren't for his stupidity, how could his jade pendant have fallen into the hands of the Han family? I will be returning to the army tomorrow. This huge investment will hurt even the Yi family. Yi Qing-song suddenly took a deep breath. Then he spit out heavily. You have to go back tomorrow. This time, your leave should be handled by the family. After you retire, you will be the clan leader. Yi Qing-shan was stunned. After becoming a 4th level warrior, one must serve in the army for 5 years. It is true that no one can do anything about this matter. He has a level 4 talent, so it is natural for him to become a 4th level warrior. In recent years, there have been many powerful families in the army, and the missions they carry out are not too dangerous. It wasn't a big problem to get through these 2 years, but he didn't understand what his elder brother meant. I have 5 wives, but only 1 son, Yi Wushuang. Yi Qing-song straightened up, stood up, and walked step by step to Yi Qing-shan. The momentum of a powerful man of the 1st level emerged. Yi Qing-shan felt the pressure. His brother was also a genius. Although he retired, he was still very powerful. He frowned slightly and said, Brother, you are still young and have a chance. No. Yi Qing-song looked straight into Yi Qing-shan's eyes, the scar on his face looking particularly hideous. But then his momentum weakened, and his upright figure suddenly slumped slightly. One sentence shocked Yi Qing-shan. Yi Wushuang, it's your seed. Chapter 69, Round 3. Survivor's Trial. Begin. Yi Qing-shan boarded the express tank back to the frontline army. He really doesn't know. Yi Wushuang is his own kind. What's even more outrageous is that Yi Qing-song actually knew about this. And he knew it since Yi Wushuang became pregnant. His brother lost his fertility in a fight with a ferocious beast. It was announced to the outside world that the use of the secret treasures had been restored. But actually no. In this case, he really had no reason to reject his elder brother. After all, no matter how dissolute Yi Wushuang was, he was still his son. I just hope that I can discipline him when he returns from the army. Damn it. It turns out that lust was passed down from me. What a twist of fate. Su Xian was looking at the announcement for the third round of the Masked Warrior competition. It is said that the game time is advanced. The war will begin the day after tomorrow. First, I looked at the list of qualified players. First place, Crazy Legs, 700. Second place, Takeaway Boy, 675. 3. Explosive Boxer, 475. Fourth place, Thunderwolf, 425. 5. Flame Gun, 375. 6. Iron Hammer, 300. 7. Ghost Swordsman, 275. 8. Shadow Walker, 250. Su Xian noticed that the entire page was filled with a strong atmosphere, and the title was Trial of the Survivors. He took a quick look at the rules for the third round and discovered that the Warrior Guild was truly a talented group. No wonder he made so much money. 2 rules. First point. The 8 qualified contestants will first have a 15-minute free fight without the protection of combat uniforms in the duel lobby to eliminate other contestants. Note, if one contestant's life is in danger, all 8 contestants will be eliminated. Second point. After eliminating the weak players, the remaining players will enter the back hall and collectively challenge a 4th-level beast. Surviving for 30 minutes is considered a successful challenge. Note, if multiple contestants succeed in the challenge, it will be considered a collective challenge, and there will be no first place in this competition. This means, or we can all survive together and share the prize money equally. Either you defeat 7 contestants with your absolute strength, and then survive for 30 minutes under the attack of a level 4 ferocious beast. This difficulty is almost impossible, but it is also full of variables. No wonder the first place reward is so high. Furthermore, if there is no first place, it means that the organizer of the Warrior Guild will take all the betting money. Waiting here. At this time, Han Yinling suddenly sent a message. The application for the Han family secret realm has been approved. Don't be upset. You can earn money again if you lose it. Of course, she knew the rules. I also know that the Flame Lance is a victim of this rule. In the last round, he used his super high burst skills to knock down 7 players in a row and chose to challenge the 4th-level beast. It caused a sensation in China. It's a pity that he didn't survive in the end. I heard that he was very young and was a top wild warrior. Even if she was reborn, she couldn't change this because the information of the masked warrior was kept absolutely confidential. So even if the delivery guy that Su Xian bet on made it to the second round, the result is the same. After all, it is a level 4 ferocious beast. If she becomes a level 3 warrior, she still has hope of succeeding in the challenge with her talent. So it is certain that Su Xian will lose money. The real winner is only the Warrior Guild. She also wants to change, but there is nothing she can do now. After Ryogu left office, the rule was changed, but the popularity of the masked warrior competition also declined and eventually came to nothing. Think of this. Han Yinling sent another message. Come over tonight? Su Xian took a deep breath of oxygen and replied, No, I have something to do. He didn't want to recite the scriptures anymore. He just wanted to practice and become stronger. Han Yinling refused to give up. Shouldn't good friends be together more often? What is it? Do you need help? The concentration of Su Xian's oxygen mask dropped another 3 percentage points in an instant. Thank you, no thanks. Han Yinling put down her phone as she had no way of practicing martial arts tonight. Bother? No, she couldn't stop, as she would be entering Longhua University in more than half a month. I picked up my phone again and searched, how can I get my friends to help me? The first piece of advice is, speak often. Han Yinling thought for a moment and typed a few words. My legs are sore. Can you help me? Su Xian first glanced at the system interface. Psychic value, 7878. I checked the oxygen concentration in the training cabin again. 2 left. He estimated that with this amount of oxygen consumption, he would not be able to practice for long. Go out and change the oxygen tank first. Just a small favor on the way. This little bit of time can be wasted. It is enough as long as the psychic energy value reaches 9,995 before the game. Su Xian replied, I'll go change the oxygen tank first, and I'll be there on the way. Han Yinling nodded. Although she didn't know why Su Xian changed the oxygen tank, she still prepared to change into sportswear and go to the martial arts room in the basement. She knew that Su Xian lived in the Warrior Guild building. In order to confirm his exact arrival time, she downloaded the JC.com app. Search, nearby oxygen stations. Result, 300 kilometers away from Han family. Search, Warrior Guild Building. Result, 30 kilometers away from Hans. Yinling? This doesn't seem to be going the right way. Should I tell him? The light shuttle motorcycle should be quite fast. The next evening, Su Xian rushed back to the Warrior Guild Building. Han Yinling's martial arts skills improved rapidly. I helped her adjust the position of her muscles. Fortunately, she wore a mask this time. Otherwise, it would be easy to miss the third round of the Masked Warrior competition. After a night of practice, he completed his training goals in the training cabin, and his spiritual energy value successfully reached 99.95. He knows. After becoming a 4th level warrior, the spiritual energy in the body is abundant and can be easily detected by instruments. Therefore, many places have equipment to screen warriors above level 4. This is also designed to prevent someone from becoming a 4th level warrior and not joining the army. Once discovered, the behavior of not reporting the upgrade to level 4 is discovered, sent directly to the army's suicide squad. However, the scientist who invented this instrument also suffered misfortune because of it. The murderer has not been found yet, and the Federal Armed Forces Bureau finally found 2 scapegoats. Su Xian put away the remaining spirit crystals. More than a dozen level 3 spirit crystals had already dimmed, and under his violent stimulation, they released a large amount of spiritual energy for his own cultivation. The colors of the 2 4th level spirit crystals also faded a lot. This method of increasing spiritual power can be regarded as top-level prodigal behavior. The same spiritual energy, if absorbed slowly, can give birth to multiple level 4 warriors. But Su Xian didn't care. He got up, changed his clothes, and headed to the 108th floor underground of the Warrior Guild Building. This is the bottom floor of the Warrior Guild Building, where high-level ferocious beasts are imprisoned. It is also the site of the 3rd round of competition. Outside the elevator were heavy alloy doors and cold alloy walls. The corridors were filled with the growls of ferocious beasts and the occasional sound of chains being dragged. The air was filled with the stench of ferocious beasts, making the place feel oppressive and dangerous. Su Xian was the 5th one to arrive. The open space was surrounded by various cameras. The grand occasion and various surprises of this year's Masked Warrior competition attracted people who originally did not watch the competition. The broadcasting rights were also sold to Huayu for the first time. Some audience members with different accents also came in. Oh my god, I love that blonde chick with long legs. Private Marseille. I prefer the girl with short hair. She's very cute. Heavy Hammer Appa. I fight for your muscles. The waiting time was very short, and all 8 participating warriors arrived. The tension in the air gradually increased as the referee spoke. Congratulations everyone for making it this far. At this moment, you are competitors. But the next moment, you are partners side by side. Confrontation or cooperation? The choice is yours. Remember, the prize money is inversely proportional to the number of survivors. Trial of the Survivors. Start now. Chapter 70 Finchen versus Su Xian. As the sound dissipated in the alloy hall, all the masked warriors present entered combat status. The atmosphere inside and outside the venue was extremely exciting. The most excited people are the audience in the live broadcast room, because this moment is often the most anticipated. The professional host also spoke at the same time. Wang Duoxiao, you have hosted many competitions. How do you evaluate this year's 3rd round of survivor qualification? A professional voice came from a female commentator. Wang Duoxiao adjusted his glasses and said, the situation this year is unclear, but after the experts' evaluation of their combat power, I am more optimistic about the 3 players, Flame Spear, Crazy Legs, and Explosive Boxer. What about the delivery guy? Many viewers in the outer regions are very optimistic about him after watching the replay. I had the honor of participating in the Delivery Boys competition. Although I don't understand his explosive skills, I think he will also achieve good results this year. Wang Duoxiao broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. My partner always brings up issues that are not relevant to the topic. They should have both received notice from Dragon Palace to try to belittle the image of the delivery boy. Wang Duoxiao is not a fool. He can feel the delivery guy's strength and crushing power better than any other spectator, but he cannot ignore his boss's words. But if I really said it, once the delivery guy got good grades, I'm afraid that after I finish commentating this game, I'll be scolded by the audience and quit the internet, so I have to play it safe for now. Oh, I have a different opinion on this. I think the delivery guy has a chance to at least be in the top for this year. Female commentator Yu Shuang smiled confidently. As the beauty of the commentary world, she naturally has her own channels. She already knew that the Dragon Palace was about to quit. A round of power struggle for the position of chairman of the Warrior Guild has begun, and she has already taken her position. Haha. Then let's look forward to his performance. The first to act is the Ghost Swordsman. He activates his talent and disappears from everyone's sight. Crazy Legs has already attacked. The opponent she chose is the Iron Hammer. It's a showdown between flexibility and strength. Is she being a little impatient? As the commentator spoke, a fierce battle began in the underground alloy hall. Serena was indeed anxious. Directly challenging the Iron Hammer is also a last resort. This is the option that consumes the most physical strength, but has the lowest probability of injury, because she had to make sure she made it to the next round. Chun Fan's injuries were more serious than they had imagined. If he couldn't get a share of the prize money from this competition to save Chun Fan, he might be ruined. She is passionate, but not cold-blooded. She knew very well how good Chun Fan was to her. He indulges in his own promiscuity and his own arrogance. But the Rattlesnake Mercenary Group can do without her, but not without Chun Fan. She has a clear understanding of her abilities. This second round of the cave competition was for her dream of becoming famous. She regretted it very much. If it weren't for her greed and reckless command, Chun Fan would definitely not have been injured. Damn it, if I can't win this time, I'll join the army. Explosive boxer Peng Lily chose Shadow Step Wanderer as her opponent. This is a battle of pace. She went to visit her teacher as soon as she came out of the cave, but her features were too obvious. Underground gangster loan sharks took advantage of contract loopholes to increase the repayment amount. The few spirit crystals she had were just a drop in the bucket. If she doesn't share the prize money, she will get nothing and can only join the army to gain a chance. The wheel of fate rolls as usual, and the choices of many people ultimately return to the eternal river of time. But the calm river surface will always produce some waves and cause ripples. For example, the flame gun Burning Sky. At this moment, his alloy gun was thirsty, and he only needed a strong opponent to vent the depression in his heart. How could he be willing to be ranked 5th in the second round? He comes from a family of martial artists, but after the revival of spiritual energy, until his generation, no one in his family had a talent above level 1. If they had not contributed a lot of martial arts ancestry to the Federation, their family tree would have been broken for several generations. It's ridiculous. 9 killing spears. Is their Fan family spear combined with psychic power and combat skills? His birth finally brought a turning point to the stagnant Fan family. Measure bones at the age of 5. His arm span is longer than the average kid. The Fan family knew that this was a rare spear training genius that was rarely seen in hundreds of years. Therefore, Finchin started practicing martial arts at the age of 5 and touched a gun at the age of 10. He had an outstanding sense of gun and lived up to everyone's expectations. All existing members of the Fan family voluntarily paid out 20% of their monthly salary to supply Finchin with blood and cheap pills. But even so, when Finchin was 18 years old, he still could not get the opportunity to test his talent awakening. But he knew that he would definitely awaken a high-level talent. Sure enough, a year later, he was successfully promoted to a warrior. After my own exploration and research, I speculated that it was due to the enhanced arm strength due to level-up talent. For others, this talent is strength and explosiveness, but for him, it is a talent tailor-made for marksmanship. Join the mercenary group in exchange for spiral gun skills. While hunting alone in the wild, he accidentally entered a small secret realm and harvested 2 level 3 spirit crystals. Absorb spirit crystals and reach level 3 warrior. Use your spare money to exchange for an alloy spear. He has all the foundation, talent, and opportunity to participate in the Masked Warrior Conference. More than 20 years of obscurity, just for this moment. Use his gun to interpret his way. I am the real child of destiny. The spear was extended and pointed directly at the yellow figure in the field. Take that, brotherly Dao. Let's see whether your knife is faster or my gun is stronger. The moment Finchin set off, the pressure on the Thunder Wolf beside Su Xian was instantly relieved. He took a few steps back to look for the ghost swordsman who had just disappeared from his sight. Don't be fooled by the code name he gave, which sounds quite domineering. But he is under a lot of pressure. His promotion was full of surprises. In the previous round, I happened to encounter a half-crippled level 3 ferocious beast. It should have been fighting with other ferocious beasts or escaping from other warriors. Kill him with all your strength. From then on, he had been concentrating on killing blood bats, thinking it would be nice to harvest some materials. Unexpectedly, I was so lucky. Got promoted inexplicably. His family was overjoyed. In this survivor competition, They asked themselves to just fight casually and never fight against the level 4 beasts. Thinking of this, he felt at peace. The support of his family is his greatest guarantee. At this time, a subtle voice came from my ear. I am the Ghost Swordsman. Let's not really fight, just advance to the next round. The Ghost Swordsman and Thunder Wolf had similar experiences. With the talent of Shadow Cat, he killed many blood bats in the cave. He can't cut down the beast. The high-grade alloy sword in his arms during the last round was borrowed. In this situation, usually after a fight between strong people, a lot of physical energy is consumed. The rest just need to be in good condition. They will all move on to the next round. Thunder Wolf had an idea in his mind and was quite interested in the proposal of Ghost Swordsman. If the two of them are in good condition, as long as there are enough warriors entering the next group, the pressure from the level 4 beast will not be that great. Sharing the 1 billion prize equally sounds like a real step to success. Thunderwolf nodded slightly, and the hair of the electric catfish with explosive talent stood up. Fight against the Ghost Swordsman in the air. Since his attack has a bit of electric attribute, it makes quite a noise. The sound of thunder resounded throughout the underground alloy hall, completely ignited the entire live broadcast scene. Chapter 71, Su Xian explodes. 36 seconds. Fuck. The flame gun and the delivery guy are fighting. The explosive boxer's footsteps are so fast. What kind of reaction speed is this? Oh, I love this Thunderwolf. His hairstyle is so cool. And the whistle sound. The battle between the sexy long-legged girl and the muscular man. I can watch it 100 times. Who are you looking at? The 88th floor of the Warrior Guild building. Ryugen wasn't watching the game at this time. At the most popular masked warrior competition, he was handing over his work to the short and thin man sitting opposite him. The federal government's order to leave office immediately came faster than he had imagined. Long Gong, leave the rest of the work to me. A strong voice that did not match his body shape sounded, and the successor was Wang Dachui. He didn't say the next word. The meaning is obvious. You can go now. Long Gong nodded. All the necessary preparations and work had been completed. What happened next had nothing to do with his presence or absence. Since the federal government is unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Over the years, the masked warrior competition has contributed so much tax revenue without any gratitude. Fortunately, I planned early. Otherwise, these 5 years have been wasted. The 88th underground floor will only be open after the competition is over. This is one of the rules of the masked warrior competition. You know, Ryugu added. Once he leaves, nothing will have anything to do with him. Get up and leave this place where you have stayed for several years. Empty hands, because everything that can be carried has been placed in the space ring. There won't be any other accidents in the competition, right? Wang Dachui is also a level 7 warrior who has just been transferred back from the front line. Seeing Long Gong move so decisively, he couldn't help but ask. Long Gong stopped and said, "Without greed, there will be no accidents." His meaning is clear. If the warriors want to survive for more than 30 minutes under the attack of a level 4 beast, they must assess the difference in strength themselves. If you want more bonuses, you will have one less partner. Money or life. It's all in their own hands. This game is really deadly. Before leaving, I glanced at the screen. At this time, the tip of the flame gun was cutting through the air and stabbing at the delivery boy. Ryugu smiled. A group of small level 3 warriors are just tools. So what if it's perfect level? The gap in strength is too big. Minutes later, everything was settled. The real winners are only them. High brightness lighting equipment is embedded in the alloy walls, illuminating the entire hall as if it were daytime. Fenshin used a move called Immortal Pointing the Way and pointed it precisely at the center of Su Xian's eyebrows. The tip of the gun was like a pure white ray. The 2-meter-long alloy spear is worthy of the title of the king of cold weapons. Su Xian's gaze seemed not to be looking directly at the flame spear. This kind of neglect made the pride of the flame spear seem to be tightly strangled by an invisible hand. Anger burned in his chest, and the use of spiral force seemed to be more fierce. The rotation brought out the sound of wind, as if to tear the air apart. Just when the flame gun thought it had secured victory, Su Xian suddenly moved. His figure was as elusive as a phantom, and he moved to the front and side of the flaming gun at an unimaginable speed. The movement is so fast that it is almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. So fast. Before Lion Gun recovered from his shock, Su Xian had already made his move, delivering a fierce knee strike that accurately hit Lion Gun's abdomen, which was not protected by his combat uniform. The blow was so heavy that it knocked Flame Gun to the ground, causing it to curl up into a ball in agony. Su Xian did not stop and made an evaluation in his mind. That's all. Very good shooting skills. But it's too slow. His eyes turned to the crazy leg on the other side. This person is an acquaintance, so just knock him out. Bang! Selena's eyes suddenly went dark, and her last thought was, oh no, I was ambushed. Iron Hammer only saw the crazy legs on the opposite side suddenly stagger and fall to the side. Just as she was about to press on with her victory, she saw a figure appear behind her. He does not have the advantage of speed, and it is already difficult for him to use the crazy kick. It seems that an opponent who is more difficult to deal with than the crazy kick has appeared. How can I admit defeat without looking so embarrassed? He swung the hammer in his hand, roared, and then rushed towards Su Xian with an unstoppable momentum. Later, I felt a pain in my neck. Bang! The alloy hammer fell to the ground. Before he fainted, his thoughts were so good that he didn't need to worry about how to admit defeat. The sound of the hammer falling to the ground finally attracted the attention of the other two groups of contestants. To be exact, a group, because Thunderwolf and Ghost Swordsman had already stopped, and they stopped pretending after Su Xian kicked down the flame spear. They have already thought of the lines. Hey, a hero emerges young. Congratulations. It's a shame. The gap in strength is too big. I didn't deserve to lose. There was a bitter smile on Peng Lily's lips under the mask, but her eyes were shining with excitement. What a strong strength. What a fast pace. She looked at the shadow step wanderer opposite her, and they had the same idea. She did not choose to give up. Her body turned into two afterimages and rushed towards Su Xian together. Their respective explosive talents and famous martial arts. Level martial arts, explosive punch. Level martial arts, shadow hidden slash. There is no way to hold back. Bang! Bang! The live broadcast room was quiet. The two judges were shocked by this sudden turn of events and were speechless for a moment. In the barrage, all the comments were, Wang Duoxiao has been commentating on masked warrior competitions for many years, but this is the first time he has encountered such a situation. His brain stopped functioning. Yu Shuang was just thinking about how to set a trap for Wang Duoxiao, but now she just felt that her cerebellum was a little atrophied. What is going on? How come there are only 5 people lying there? Is this something a level 3 warrior can do? Are you sure it wasn't Long Gong who came down personally wearing your clothes? On the other side of the screen, the symbols of 8 level 3 warriors were still lighting up. This means that the detection equipment in the field is not broken. All 8 people present are level 3. But is the gap between level 3 warriors so big? Finally, a voice came from the live broadcast room. It was Thunderwolf Warrior. I give up. Me too, the Ghost Swordsman added, putting down the borrowed alloy sword in his hand to show his sincerity. Although he can become invisible for a short period of time with the help of his talent, this talent is also time-limited. He can hide for 1 minute, but not 5 minutes. The ending is the same. Su Xian raised his hand under the shocked gazes of the two. I made a heart shape with my hands. You guys know what's best for you. Then he looked up at the camera at the top of the hall. His clear eyes were directed directly at the audience on the other side of the screen. And finally, the screen full of question marks turned into complete madness. Oh my God! Is this the strong man from Hawaii? I love you. Delivery boy, please give me your heart to kids. Oh, he is my God. So powerful. A 3rd level warrior from Hawaii who killed 7 people in 1 minute. In this life, I will only be a fan of him. A mere rank 3 warrior. You're bragging like that? What? It only took 36 seconds, master. Please accept my knee. The audiences from other domains had never experienced Huayu's public opinion guidance, and they were all extremely excited. Finally, commentator Wang Duoxiao calmed down. Hello everyone, let us congratulate the delivery boy for advancing to the final stage of the survivor trial. Yu Shuang, what do you think? Chapter 72, VIP Viewing Hall, the final trial. I think the delivery guy has a high chance of succeeding in the challenge. Yu Shuang smiled sweetly, and her voice was full of excitement. We are about to witness the birth of a new legend. Okay, let's wait and see what happens next. Wang Duoxiao signaled the director to switch the screen. Is this script wrong? Why is it that every time I host a competition for delivery guys, it's always so short? I stayed up late last night to memorize the scripts for various scenes, but I didn't use any of them. Yu Shuang can make a living by relying on her looks. What should I do? Damn it. I have to quickly look through my memo to see if there is any talk about easily crushing an opponent or killing them with one blow. Han's underground martial arts training room. Han Yinling just turned on the screen. Her beautiful pupils were filled with shock and confusion. She wanted to see how the flame gun disappeared. Result: it's indeed gone, but it's completely different from the previous life. His outburst? Isn't there a famous skill called sweeping the enemy? Why are you lying here? Delivery guy? I think he was not among the top 8 in the previous life. I really can't remember because I didn't pay attention to this competition. At that time, I also practiced martial arts here hard every day. No friends, no entertainment. Consumed by loneliness. And this delivery guy is really awesome. Ridiculously strong. She kept replaying the video, and the speed seemed to be only as fast as her level for self. The ultimate burst into Valkyrie state. To achieve. What is his talent? You can't tell at all. After the competition is over, I have to find Gong to contact him. He is definitely a top talent. No, we still have to send Su Xian. If the delivery guy really gets first place, Gong will most likely resign. Wait, first place? Delivery guy? Doesn't that mean Su Xian is going to get rich? Very good. It's great that my only good friend can become rich. When my strength increases, I will have more channels and can help him buy a lot of precious materials to improve his talent. These methods were developed during the reign of the empress in the previous life. You can use it on him in advance. Besides, there was another reason to ask him to come over in the evening. Just say celebrate for him. Happy. The delivery guy must work harder. Han Yinling wiped the sweat off her cheeks. After training, her rosy face looked at the screen seriously. She decided to finish watching this Trial of the Survivors. Before long, Gong stepped out of the elevator. He received a message on his phone. The delivery boy has advanced to the final round of trials. But he didn't seem surprised at all. He walked out of the Warrior Guild building without looking back at his old workplace and directly boarded the light shuttle waiting on the side. There was only a sneer in the air. Good luck to you. Another genius? Wait for my surprise. Savor the despair of having money to earn, but no life to spend it. The silver-gray alloy door slowly opened, shining coldly and smooth like a mirror under the light. Thunderwolf and Shadow Swordsman watched Su Xian enter. They both felt sad. Fortunately, they were well prepared, otherwise they would have ended up like those people on the ground, either fainting or convulsing in pain. The pain in Lion Gunfinch's stomach had been alleviated a lot. After all, Su Xian had held back. The twitching was his silent crying. He had intended to take first place and lead the Fun family to a complete turnaround. Unexpectedly, he was kicked down just after firing a shot. He was unwilling to accept this, but there was nothing he could do. He suppressed his voice. It was too embarrassing, and he was ashamed of his former complacency. I feel ashamed of my family's cultivation of me. Those younger brothers and sisters couldn't even get enough food to eat because of me. All their hopes rest on me. Those grandparents did not have a peaceful old age. They dream of restoring the glory of their family. But I want to improve my own strength. Unused resources can significantly improve the lives of family members. Instead, he rushed to the 3rd level and challenged the masked warrior competition. I just hope to stand out and achieve a complete victory. Gain both fame and fortune. Now all broken. What to do? Attending the next one? Did the delivery guys still participate in the competition at that time? In a few years, when I am promoted to a 4th level warrior, will I still have such an opportunity to make money? Holding a grudge against Su Xian? But he didn't. Because the gap in strength is so huge, he is arrogant because he has no opponent, not because he is stupid. In this world, you won't survive long if you blindly make enemies. Su Xian is not his enemy. The weak are. But what he didn't know was the appearance of Su Xian. Change his fate of death. At this moment, this test finally ushered in a new opponent. After entering the alloy gate, Su Xian looked around first. It is hard to imagine that there is such a huge space deep underground. Directly opposite was a dark cave entrance. There is no doubt that the beast imprisoned inside is the level 4 ferocious beast. The ceiling, which is more than 10 meters high, is decorated with intricate monitoring equipment, and every corner is precisely illuminated without a trace of darkness. It is to play the images to the audience in the live broadcast room. However, what really attracted Su Xian's attention were the honeycomb-like holes covering the alloy walls. Behind each small hole is a delicate lens. These lenses are like countless pairs of eyes, quietly spying on everything here. Behind the lens, there is a depth that Su Xian cannot see. There were hundreds of special audiences sitting there. Some of them were noble ladies and young wives from aristocratic families, and some were children of the major powerful people. There is a device in front of each comfortable and luxurious seat. It allows the audience to feel the tension and excitement of the battle from a safe place. Totally immersive. Yi Xian, it's rare to see your brother crawling out from a group of women. Wang Jiani smiled with her hands covering her mouth, picking up a jewel grape and putting it in her mouth. Yi Xian frowned when she saw Yi Wushuang with a flushed face drinking with a few young men not far away. He snorted coldly. Who knows, I wouldn't be surprised if he dies in a woman's belly one day. She just found out that she was actually Yi Wushuang's cousin and was adopted by Yi Qingsong since childhood. She was suddenly told her true identity yesterday, and she still couldn't accept it. This means that she is completely away from the core power circle of the Yi family. Yue, do you think this bracelet is beautiful? I'll give it to you. A handsome young man in extravagant clothes knelt beside Han Yue and asked tremblingly. Go away, go away. I'm annoyed by the sight of you. Jiani, take care of your brother and don't let him go around being a bitch. Han Yue's expression was not right at this time. She saw the delivery boy in the competition venue through the device and felt that he was familiar with it. Wang Jiani waved her hands. If he likes to kneel, let him kneel. I'm allergic to dog hair and don't want to talk to him. Isn't it you who has made my brother what he is now? I can't control it at all. It's useless. I suggest you delete the account and start over. They could watch the match just now, but they didn't care who won or lost. What was so interesting about a group of low-level warriors fighting? Or the next excitement? And sitting here is itself a manifestation of identity. There were laughter and cheers in the viewing hall. The topics they talked about were not the upcoming competitions, but mostly business and cooperation. Although the ticket price is 100, the tickets for large families are given by Dragon Palace. Only some small families who want to save face will actually buy it. Then post it on Moments to show off your status. In their opinion, it would be better if there was blood next. At this moment, a special sound suddenly came from the device. It is the sound of cold metal and the gentle movement of machinery. Bang! Bang! A level 4 ferocious beast slowly walked out of the dark cave. The moment the ferocious figure appeared, even the box fell into a moment of silence. It turned out to be a 4th level ferocious beast, the blue-toothed dragon. Chapter 73. Level 4 ferocious beast, blue-toothed wounded dragon. All the lights on the top of the hall were focused on this huge figure. This level 4 blue-toothed dragon has a dinosaur-like body that is over 5 meters tall. Its body is covered with thick and rough scales, deep blue with fierce silver textures. Its teeth are as sharp as spear tips, and every step it takes causes the ground to tremble slightly. Because of long-term detention, the crystal blue eyes were full of bloodshot. The eyes scanned the surroundings, capturing every movement of the environment. Its huge nostrils constantly expand and contract, sniffing the surrounding odors. It loves the smell of fear and sweat from humans the most, which makes it even more excited. Tick-tock. Saliva kept dripping from the corners of its mouth because it had been hungry for 3 days. Even though they were far away from the screen, its appearance and the deliberate focus of the camera still caused the audience in the live broadcast room to fall into panic. Dad, I'm scared. What is this? Is there any expert who can explain this to me? This is so fucking scary. Can a human fight this? The blue-toothed wounded dragon is the main force in the flood of ferocious beasts on Blue Star. It has super high intelligence and extremely fast speed. My suggestion is to withdraw from the competition. You are not allowed to withdraw from the final round, don't you know? Cry loudly, my appa. I'm gonna die. Wow, 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 wow. Many new fans of the delivery boy in the live broadcast room were completely in despair. This guy is a level 4 ferocious beast. He survived for 30 minutes alone without a combat uniform? If you can survive for 3 minutes, you're fucking invincible, okay? The federal administration has received many complaints, and some enthusiastic viewers have begun to accuse the masked warrior competition of deliberately concealing information about ferocious beasts, sending warriors to their deaths. Before Wang Dachui could even sit down, he was scolded. What's going on? Shouldn't this thing be studied in a scientific research laboratory? Why is it at the competition site? Boss, I don't know either. Wang Dachui was about to prove his innocence when a voice came from the other end of the phone. I don't care, suspend the game immediately. Wang Dachui was speechless. He really had to bear the blame. He shouldn't have taken on this mess. Boss, the masked warrior competition has entered that room. It must be opened in 45 minutes. However, Ryugu said that the safe house inside will be available in 30 minutes. Wang Dachui explained that he had just learned about this rule. This setting was written into the system, and no one could change it once the game started. Get lost, this thing can only survive for 30 minutes. be ready to control public opinion. The person on the other end of the phone also knew that Wang Dachui was not to blame and could only try to minimize the impact. However, the broadcasting rights have been sold to foreign regions. If you control the Chinese region, can you still control foreign regions? Disaster. The Dragon Palace is really a mess. Wang Dachui was also very upset. He had just looked at the rewards for this competition. The Warrior Guild was a more civilian organization, and the points and prize money were all paid out of their own pockets. The level 1, 9 killing spears was actually obtained by Long Gong from a federal loan for the sake of publicity. But the reward has been put up. The delivery guy won the championship, and the Warrior Guild suffered serious damage. The delivery guy failed, the Warrior Guild was demoralized, and there was a public opinion crisis. They are all difficult to deal with. Wang Dachui rubbed his head. Although he was always careful, he didn't know how to solve the problem. He decided to see how to spend the next 30 minutes. Manager Wu, please contact the publicity department and send out the prepared apology message once the delivery guy dies. Wang Dachui waved his hand and called Secretary Wu, who was standing nearby. Okay, Mr. Wang. Xiao Wu had just worked for 1 day when his leader changed. He was very confused at the moment. She doesn't even know her leader's preferences. How can she carry out her job? By the way, remember to change your clothes. You know the rank 6 warrior in my family. Wang Dachui hinted casually that this girl had a clean background. Judging from her clothes, there are some irregularities. The stockings are too thin, the skirt is too short, and the top has too little fabric. Need to tidy up? Okay, Mr. Wang. In the box that Wang Dachui had not yet known about. These noble families were truly ecstatic, especially these small family-paying audiences. Oh shit, this time it was really worth the money. This ferocious beast, look at its skin and teeth, so exciting. Excited. See blood soon. Hey wife, do you think this is very exciting? A pale-faced young man was hugging a beautiful girl who was dressed brightly. Taking advantage of the fact that the little girl was frightened by the blue-toothed dragon, he took advantage of her and did all kinds of harm to her. He is a young master from a small family, and his name is Zhou Tsong. My family is in the construction business, and I made a lot of money by relying on my connections. People in the circle call him wife brother because all the beautiful women he plays with call them wife. Change players when you get tired of playing. This little girl was really scared. She was a small anchor who sold goods and was out to play with the top guy on the list. I wanted to post something on my moments, but ended up seeing a level 4 beast for the first time. In this auditorium, watching the ferocious beast is like being there in person. Seeing the ferocious beast rushing towards the delivery boy in the field, she finally couldn't control herself and screamed, "Ah!" Accompanied by this atmospheric scream, the blue-toothed dragon rushed towards Su Xian like crazy. It wants to tear this human being to pieces. The food is small, but it is still a piece of meat. Boom, boom, boom. Its black claws scratched the hard alloy floor. Roar! Ha ha ha. I was so scared of this food that it just stood there waiting for me to enjoy it. Su Xian did not draw his sword. He was thinking about a question that he had neglected. The rules of the competition are to survive for 30 minutes under the attack of this level 4 beast. If I killed it, is this considered breaking the rules? What if the competition officials think that I have exploited a loophole and refuse to give me a reward? This wave must be stable. That being the case, Su Xian's eyes lit up. Start. Serious and perfect level, Lingbo Bu. Amid the exclamations of the audience outside the venue. In the eyes of the excited children of the rich and powerful in the viewing hall. In the hungry pupils and open mouth of the blue-toothed wounded dragon. That iconic yellow color disappeared in an instant. Click. The blue-toothed dragon bit the air. Then it tried to chew it twice. Tasteless. Strangeness. What about food? It looked around and saw nothing. There was still a lingering smell in the air in his huge nostrils, as if he hadn't eaten anything just now. Because I'm still very hungry. Many of the audience in the live broadcast room outside the venue had just closed their eyes or covered the eyes of their children. Avoid seeing the bloody scene. But when I opened my eyes again, I saw only question marks all over the screen. Swallowed it in one gulp. Didn't you see clearly? The blue-toothed dragon has such a big mouth. Doesn't it chew it all? No blood was seen. My Apollo. Their confusion and puzzlement were because the camera had not yet switched, and only a close-up of the blue-toothed dragon's mouth was given. Only the people in the auditorium saw it clearly. It was silent here, and everyone opened their mouths wide. Because there is a familiar figure under the huge tail that the blue-toothed dragon uses to balance its body. It's Su Xian. Chapter 74, Boring garbage time. Han Yinling's commission. He's dead, wife. Don't look at it anymore. Zhou Tsong was still comforting his new wife. The little girl pointed at the screen and said tremblingly, "Brother, he's not dead. He's behind me. Look." Zhou Tsong swallowed his saliva. Although he looked lustful, he was also timid. I didn't dare to look at the center of the field just now. In his opinion, this kind of competition is as exciting as watching a horror movie. If it wasn't for taking down this little anchor, he won't come here to suffer. But the girl let him see it, so he took a look anyway. Sure enough, the delivery guy was seen standing behind the blue-toothed dragon. At this time, the camera in the hall finally captured Su Xian's figure. Let the audience in the live broadcast room breathe a sigh of relief. The delivery guy is really good at body movement. I couldn't even see clearly. Don't talk about you. The camera didn't see it clearly. Is this the real trick of Huayu's delivery boy? Hairsti. Awesome. Let's recite his signature together. The speed is incredible. It's a miracle. A fucking miracle. Speed really is an advantage. I will never say that about my husband again. The blue-toothed dragon was not full and was very angry. Its nostrils flared, and its sensitivity to human scent let it know that it seemed to have let the little bug get away just now. And it's still nearby. Where is it? Look back. No. Turn around. Still nothing. Huff huff. White air spurted out of his nostrils. Its patience is limited. I have been arrested for so long. This is a brief moment of freedom. Long-term detention caused it to lose control of its mind. It began to run in circles across the open space. Roar! The claws waved around unconsciously. But nothing found. Where are the people? As time passed, its frenzy escalated. Maybe it has something to do with what was injected before being released. The blue vertical pupils were filled with dense bloodshot. Su Xian walked leisurely, hiding in the blind spot behind the blue-toothed dragon. He even picked his ears. This guy is really noisy. Why don't you just lie there quietly for 30 minutes? You can live longer. I can harvest rewards and bets. What's this? Top win-win. However, it's not a big problem now. It's just a little wear and tear on the soles of the shoes. Anyway, after this competition, I have to change all my equipment. Avoid being tracked. Half the time has passed. The blue-toothed dragon found nothing. The paying audience in the hall also realized that something was wrong. We looked here for a long time. Apart from watching you picking your ears, I just touched your hair. Where's the promised battle? Isn't this final trial the masked warrior's desperate dance, the last brilliance of his life? That's it? 10,000? What's the difference between this and watching live broadcast outside? Big loss. Hanuera was also watching. She was not yet a warrior, but the precocious girl was thinking. The following is a bold and red line in eulogy. My sister is always right. Add a new one. My sister's people are always the best. If you grab it, you earn it. Her sister can just find a housekeeper who is handsome, knows how to give massages, understands food, and has a keen eye. The delivery guy really has a chance to win. No, it's a 100% win. Outrageous. My sister is really outrageous. Is she the reincarnation of a prophet? How can I shake the idea in my heart? That Su Xian must be snatched away. Fight for your life. Where is your brother? Wang Jiani suddenly asked Yi Xian. She was looking for her brother just now, but she didn't see Bao Yi Wushuang, who was conspicuous in the crowd. I don't know. I suggest you pay attention to the hidden corners. Maybe you can see something more exciting. Yi Xian complained casually that this competition was too boring. It would be better to hide at home with 10 bodyguards and watch a horror movie. Maybe it's too boring. The commentator finally reconnected. Yu Shuang, congratulations on your sharp eyes. The delivery guy really showed us a different style of warriors in the last round with amazing speed. Wang Duoxiao knew that he was not well prepared this time. As a professional host, he has just collected 10 wonderful comments about flash sales. Then, not one was used. Haha, the delivery boys shows us the true strength of human warriors. He is truly able to defeat the enemy without fighting. Yu Shuang was also at a loss for words, and this part of theirs did not need any explanation at all, because the competition is supposed to be quite exciting. Those who have successfully completed the challenge in the past have all suffered broken limbs and encountered many dangers. Those who failed in the challenge fled in a panic and were eventually killed by ferocious beasts. There was a lot of controversy when commenting on the last round. If I say too much, I will belittle myself as a human warrior. To say less is to say that the information is not fully presented. They were both about to get off work when they were suddenly called back. Said the game was too boring. They can only talk to each other. The time finally came to the 25th minute. Han's underground martial arts training room. Han Yinling turned off the screen. His eyes were solemn, and he was lost in thought. She was under a lot of pressure, while this delivery boy seemed to be strolling leisurely. But she was very familiar with a level 4 ferocious beast, the blue-toothed wounded dragon. With such a high IQ, how could he be fooled so easily? There is only one conclusion. That is the ultimate in prediction and body movement. Perfect level. There is no way to explain it except for the perfect level of physical skills. The power is unclear, but the speed is too fast. So fast that it's suffocating. Wild warriors may be older. But if this person can really be recruited, then the Han family's small secret realm may be conquered in advance. I will no longer be short of money. What means are used to recruit? Money? He is the champion and has the exclusive right to win the 1 billion prize. If he wants to capture him with money, he must borrow money from Su Xian. Strength? The reward also includes the top-level spearmanship, 9 kill spears. I remember that in the previous life, after being studied by a martial arts genius from the Black Domain, it broke through the level and reached the top-level martial arts level. There are also many other levels of martial arts, but the Federation has strict exchange requirements. Without such restrictions, no warrior would be willing to follow orders. Before her rebirth, she knew multiple level and 3-level martial arts, and had honed them all to great perfection. As soon as a warrior's rank is reached, they will unleash their power again. There is even a chance to go to the next level. The combination and proficiency of each martial art and talent are also extremely important. Entry-level martial arts are not as good as master-level martial arts. So, what exactly can we use to attract the delivery guys to join our camp? Beauty? She has a certain awareness of her appearance, but she couldn't make such a sacrifice. Never mind. Let it be. When the time comes, let Su Xian talk to him. Maybe they will get along well. There is definitely no chance for me. First of all, I can't talk to strangers. Secondly, as long as the two of them look at each other, the other person will either stutter or run away. Su Xian is still better. Just like me, a normal person. Alas, when will it be night? He always says he has something to do during the day. I don't know what's going on. Keep practicing. But before practicing, Han Yinling tapped the screen a few times with her scallion white fingers. Sent 2 messages to Su Xian. Congratulations on your prosperity. Come tonight and help you celebrate. There's one more small matter that I need your help with. Chapter 75, Dragon Palace's Real Backup Plan. Let's go back 25 minutes. Warrior Guild Building. 87th Underground Floor. Audience Hall. Before the game starts, I'm going to the bathroom. Yi Wushuang put down his wine glass and nodded to the young men around him. Get up and walk to the other side. Mr. Yi, the restroom is over there. Please follow me. A voice sounded. It was a sturdy male waiter. Wearing a textured smiley mask on his face is standard equipment for the audience hall waiters. He followed Yi Wushuang and walked to the corner of the hall. There's a path here. Direct access to the safe house on the next floor. This morning, his father asked him to come here to watch the game. In the car, the man dressed as a waiter explained his true intentions to himself. He was very nervous at the moment, but also very excited. I never expected that my usually cold father would be so nice to him. This is truly a chance to change your destiny. After the two entered the 5-square-meter safe house, the off-field game officially began. Different from the boredom outside, the conversation in the safe house was terrifying. Master Yi, I am Yi Qingshan's shadow guard, the Mountain King. The man picked up the long alloy knife in the safe house, unbuttoned the waiter's collar, and introduced himself. Yi Wushuang felt that the man in front of him was gradually releasing pressure and asked hurriedly, San Wang, what do I need to do later? Shan Wang smiled slightly, revealing his neat white teeth. Master Yi, you only need to make the last cut later. Is this all that's needed? Doesn't it require any other rituals or something? Yi Wushuang was still a little confused. When he heard about the cat project in the car, he still couldn't believe it, so his face kept turning red. Unnecessary. Shan Wang looked around. This was a safe house, and there were no surveillance equipment. It was prepared for the masked warrior's final escape. Therefore, he could explain it clearly to Yi Wushuang. This is a secret project of the military. After the fierce beast is injected with the potion, it is fused and refined with the corpse of the warrior who fought a life-and-death battle to produce the pulse pill. With your talent, it won't be a problem to evolve to level 1. Of course, the prerequisite is that the warrior's bloodline is at least level 1. The warriors who made it to the final step of the Masked Warrior Conference cannot be lower than level 1. so young Master Yi can rest assured. Shan Wang turned around and faced the door of the safe room. After a pause, he said, "But that warrior must die in your hands in the end. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand the backlash." Yi Wushuang was very surprised. What kind of technology was this? It can actually enhance human talents. Apart from the rare treasures in some secret realms, I haven't heard that the Federation has this ability. However, the natural treasures in the secret realm can only improve one's talent to a limited extent, at most level mentioned. So for a talent of his level, it is basically useless. Master Yi, have you heard of the project from hundreds of years ago? Evolution of human innate power? Without waiting for Yi Wushuang to answer, Shanwang continued, the Federation announced that the project was a failure, but in fact there was a direction that had a technological breakthrough a few years ago and was secretly used by the military research laboratory. It's just that the conditions are too harsh and do not conform to human morality in the broad sense. Shanwang suddenly laughed, as if he thought of something interesting. Yi Wushuang is not a fool. He finally understands the whole story. No wonder. Wang Xuana's brother suddenly broke out last year. He immediately became the top freshman at Longhua University, codenamed Rookie King. The young generation of the Qin family, the most mysterious of the four major families in Beijing, Qin Shuxing. A few years ago, he suddenly showed his dual talents and quickly crushed his peers to become the martial arts chairman of Huayu Longhua University. This year, he represented Huayu in the Jiyu University Martial Arts League. I see. You can also reach the sky in one step. Level 1 talents will grant magical elemental powers. Once the talent undergoes a transformation, there is really a chance to catch up with Han Yinling. Shan Wang, will everything be safe now? Yi Wushuang asked finally. The Mountain King closed his eyes and said calmly, I'm a 4th-level warrior. What do you think? Yi Wushuang knew it was safe, even if the masked warrior was still alive. It's level 3, in such a small room, still completely unprepared. A sudden fantasy arose in Yi Wushuang's mind. He really wanted to ride that woman on his lap, let that proud and beautiful face beg for mercy under him. Thinking of this, he became excited. This is the ultimate benefit of the top families. Ants are ants after all. The minute finally arrived. A green light suddenly lit up in the cave deep in the hall, and a yellow door frame kept flashing. Tell the surviving masked warriors that they can take shelter. Su Xian tapped the blue-toothed dragon's tail with the back of his knife. Don't sleep. It's time to get off work. Minutes ago, this guy suddenly turned red all over, rolling on the ground, scratching the wall, roaring, and slapping the ground with its tail. Perform various incomprehensible art performances. In the end, it kept banging its head against the wall. Su Xian was really afraid that it would hit him to death prematurely. However, vitality is indeed tenacious. To sum it up simply, it's crazy. This judgment is consistent with that of the audience in the live broadcast room outside the venue. They watched with great fascination and even began to predict what extremely difficult moves it would perform. The one with the most likes is the handstand. The final discussion in the live broadcast room was, if I bought a takeaway guy before the game, how many billions could I make? Rebirth. I bet on the takeaway boy in advance, and now I have many wives and concubines. A few minutes ago, the blue-toothed dragon suddenly seemed to be deflated and lay on the ground motionless. Nostrils panting, eyes slightly closed, looking exhausted. Su Xian's slap caused it to tremble all over. Damn it. Finally found you. Damn bugs. Eat my claw. Clang. Swish. The Bluetooth wound dragon's front paws fell on the alloy ground. Su Xian was speechless. Brother Long, the road is narrow. Although the live screen has gone black. But he was not really planning to kill it because he did not want to reveal that he had a space ring. The blue-toothed dragon is indeed a ferocious beast with a very high IQ. After the claws were chopped off, know the strength gap immediately. With a bang, he lay back on the alloy floor, not moving, trying to play dead to get away with it. Su Xian was happy. Looking at the blue-toothed dragon's chest that was still rising and falling slightly, he made his comment. Brother Long, with your acting skills, you won't even get a box lunch in Hongdian. Never mind. Su Xian turned and walked towards the flashing yellow door frame. The phone in my pocket rang with a pleasant voice. Ding dong. Federal Bank received 29.59362 billion. Ding dong. The Federal Bank's Valuables Management Office reminds you that a new item has been received. The pickup code is 5862-7274. Ding dong. Bonus received from Federal Bank, 1 billion. Comfortable. Under the mask, a smile appeared on Su Xian's lips. Men still have to make money based on their own abilities. There is no such thing as living off someone. The cool and arrogant rich ladies of the past are now just soft girls in my eyes. Wrong. Why am I thinking of that chick Han Yinling? What a sin. It's all my hand's fault. They never listen to me. Otherwise, why would I be so passive? Never mind. One moment he would use simple wealth to blind her eyes, so that he won't use his pupil skills on me all the time. Now, it's time to deal with those two guys behind the door. Do you want to kill me? Then kill them all. Chapter 76 New Features of Level 4 Warriors. All-Seeing Eyes. Damn it, I haven't even met him. Do you intend to kill me? Don't blame me for having a sharp knife. I know you are a 4th level warrior, although I have the confidence to fight across levels. But I don't wonder. Su Xian stood at the door and took out a level 3 spirit crystal. Bang! Crush it directly. Spiritual energy instantly filled the cave. The blue-toothed dragon in the distance raised its eyelids slightly and smelled an alluring energy. But the dissipated spiritual energy is quickly absorbed by the body. Psychic energy, 9998. Su Xian took a deep breath. Successfully reached the 4th level warrior. Just like when he first became a level 1 warrior, a huge amount of spiritual energy quickly washed over his body in an unknown way. Transform your entire body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming a 4th level warrior with a new talent trait, All-Seeing Eye. This All-Seeing Eye does not seem to be a combat feature, and it sounds similar to detection. Its specific capabilities still need to be explored. Fine. Exploring in advance means seizing the initiative. For example, now, bang! Su Xian kicked open the security door. Immediately, a streak of snow-white sword light swept across the entire safe house. The first among them is San Wang. The tiger is out of the mountain. Bury the head. Clang. Years of military experience allowed Shan Wang to block the attack in a hurry. The transfer of power caused a huge wave of shock in his heart. San Wang played out at least a few different scenarios. I just didn't expect this one. Didn't they say there was only one level 3 warrior? Under the attack of a level 4 blue-toothed dragon injected with potion, one will either die without a complete body. Either both sides will suffer. At the very least, he could accept crushing and killing a tier 4 beast. But why? The person who came in was a warrior who was also at level 4. How do you know he was in there? How do you know that I have feelings for him? Why did you attack me as soon as you opened the door? Why are you more powerful than me? Why? Puff! The Mountain King's head soared into the sky due to the impact of blood pressure. Blood spurted onto the walls of the safe house in an instant. He only managed to catch one move in a hurry. The strength has not yet been dissipated and his talent has not yet exploded. Su Xian sent him into the eternal abyss with a burial of the head. Bang! The San Wang's head fell to the ground. Before the headless corpse fell to the ground, Su Xian put it into his space ring. Su Xian closed the door of the safe house and turned to look at his old acquaintance. We meet again, Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang's face was covered in blood, and he was stunned. At this moment, he had not yet recognized Su Xian's voice. What replays in my mind are scenes from my childhood to adulthood, born into a top family. Except for the fact that his father was not very close to him, everything else was perfect. I started playing with women when I was a teenager, all kinds of women. He indulges in lust because he has the capital to do so. Now he knew clearly. It turned out that my 18-year life was about to come to an end here. No wonder I played so hard. It turns out it's because my life is too short. Any regrets? There are many, but the most unacceptable thing is that I have never spoken to Han Yinling. Another one is to throw away the jade pendant. You are Su Xian? Before he died, he finally remembered who the voice belonged to. But the next second, a flash of white light flashed in his eyes, followed by endless darkness. Life is so precious. Why don't you know how to cherish it? Su Xian muttered as he walked to the head of the Mountain King. Spiritual heart. Let yourself know that there is no surveillance equipment in this room. It is one of the abilities of the new feature, All-Seeing Eye. Take off the waiter mask on the skull. A middle-aged man with a hideous face and a scar at the corner of his mouth, as if he had been burned by something. It doesn't matter anymore. After wiping it clean, he took off his masked warrior and put it on Shan Wang's face. He put on a mask and took out the body of the Mountain King from the space ring upside down. Strip off the Warrior Guild attendant's clothes and complete the change of clothes. Because the body was collected quickly, there was only a little blood stain on the collar. He also put his delivery clothes into the space ring. Everything is done. He walked out of another door of the safe house. Why is there an ambush here? He was not sure, but there was no one outside the door who wanted to kill him. That's enough. After passing the winding path, he arrived at the viewing hall. It also answered my own doubts. It turns out that this is how rich people play. In the hall, with the conclusion of the masked warrior competition, a new round of carnival began. Men and women, women and women, men and men. The air was filled with a foul, fishy smell. It was like a pile of rotten meat rotting and stinking. It's disgusting to look at. Su Xian turned around and walked into the bathroom to clean the bloodstain on his collar. When washing hands, you can hear moans coming from the innermost part. Ignored. Get ready to leave here. Let it rot. It has nothing to do with me. The Yi family, right? Wash your necks and wait. Dare to mess with me, Su Xian. You have really been at ease for too long. Because he was in good shape, some people try to pull the rotten meat when they pass by. Don't go, come here, give it to me. Bang. Su Xian kicked the guy who tried to grab his trouser leg away. Ah! Zhou Tsong let out a scream as he was suddenly hit by a flying body. The arm was broken on the spot. But what's even worse is that the guy who flew over had at least 10 broken ribs. The pain was so severe that I broke out in a cold sweat and couldn't even scream. This is why Su Xian held back. Although he also wanted to crush these corrupt bugs. But he also knew that blindly expanding things was not a good thing. Looking around, there were no surveillance cameras, no bodyguards, and no warriors. In this case, the more chaos the better. Maybe screaming is a common sound here. His action just now did not cause any commotion. The all-seeing eye? Activate. All hidden instruments and electronic equipment inside the wall are in full view. Su Xian couldn't help but sneer. Ha! He knows that he's having fun and puts all his cell phones in a box at the door. Su Xian stepped on the phone in the box and smashed it. He walked to an inconspicuous wall, dismantled the wall, tightened the valve, and then punched the alarm next to it. Finally, he smashed a few bottles of strong liquor and sprinkled the pungent alcohol on the luxurious carpet at the door. He took out a lighter from his pocket and lit the carpet at the door. Because he had also worked as a waiter, he knew that devices like lighters must be placed in the second pocket on the right. This is also true. The flames rising from the door finally made everyone who were immersed in joy panic. But they only saw a figure who looked like a waiter walking out of the blazing fire. Slam the door shut. Now naked, they could only gather together and scream, shouting loudly. It's a pity because the sound insulation here is too good. I can't hear anything outside. Is everything all right in there? Su Xian walked out of the door for a dozen steps and saw a group of bodyguards and warriors gathered together. They had all been kicked out long ago. Guard outside the door. Don't worry about it. You know how to play tricks. Su Xian lowered his voice and shrugged. Chapter 77, the final highlight of the Bluetoothed Dragon, shielding electronic equipment. Su Xian knew that the panic inside would only last about 10 minutes. After a few minutes, water will automatically fall in the hall. Because I just turned off the water inlet valve, the water channel that was originally supposed to drip for 3 seconds was diverted to another backup pipeline. These people will eventually be rescued, but this period of time is enough time for the fire to produce a lot of smoke. Let them rush into that room and destroy the scene. This is also true. As flames burst out from the doorway, the nobles inside screamed and fled deeper into the hall. Many people stumbled into the safe house, and the blood of Shan Wang and Yi Wushuang in the room caused even greater screams and panic. But what Su Xian didn't expect was, soon the safe house was packed with people, but some were still rushing in. The door here is designed to be open from both sides. I don't know who it was, but someone accidentally pushed open another door. Pushed by the endless force, a large number of white bodies poured into the cave. I ran into a blue-toothed dragon that was returning in disappointment and licking its broken claw. The unknown medicine and wounds made it realize that its life was coming to an end. But in the last moments of its life, it experienced unimaginable highlights. Roar! One bite! One bite! One bite! Minutes later, the backup fire alarm went off. The bodyguards and waiters outside the safe house rushed into the viewing hall. After quickly extinguishing the flame, they found the survivors. The narrow passage was crowded with young men and women with terrified looks on their faces. They finally stopped crowding, because a lot of people died. The news was quickly notified to Wang Dachui. He has yet to complete the Delivery Boy Championship Publicity Project and the Warrior Guild Loan Extension Plan. Rush to the scene as quickly as possible. The once luxurious viewing hall is now in a mess. The air was filled with a mixture of burning smell and blood. Wang Dachui was shocked. Smell of blood? Why does there smell of blood here? He knew there was a viewing hall here, which Long Gong briefly mentioned. The people here are either rich or noble, so just don't bother them. How could a group of people without any martial arts skills end up in such a mess? Where are their bodyguards? Where is the waiter of the warrior guild? Do they all eat white rice? His face was gloomy as he gradually walked deeper. In order to save face, many bodyguards took off their clothes and covered their masters with them. Wang Dachui took a quick look and roughly guessed the reason. At this time, more than a dozen bodyguards had red eyes. He whispered to the people in the corridor again and again. Master Wang, have you seen my young master? Ms. Zhao, have you seen Zhou Tsong? Mr. Li, have you seen my young lady? Weren't you two together just now? The scene was very chaotic. The already narrow entrance was squeezed so tightly that no one could fit their feet. Seeing this, Wang Dachui roared. It's okay, just go wait in the fucking hall. The majesty of a powerful man of the first level rushed directly towards everyone. He felt something was wrong. Finally, he took action himself and threw out the group of people blocking the door. There's a room inside. It was also crowded with scantily clad people. They all looked terrified, as if they knew they had made a big mistake. Get out of here! Wang Dachui didn't know what this house was used for. But this slope leads to the next level. Oh no! When the creatures temporarily called humans were thrown out one by him, he noticed a head in the corner and the wall was covered with blood. But the pungent smell of blood did not come from here. But another entrance to this room, under the flickering green light. Lying there was a recently dead 4th level beast, the blue-toothed wounded dragon. One of its front paws was broken, but the blood was no longer spilled. All around were mangled human bodies. My stomach is very bloated. It's like a blown-up balloon. Until the last moment of life. It's still eating grass. Wang Dachui clenched his fists. This matter. It's a big deal. No one can escape. Su Xian had already returned to his room at this time. After carefully experiencing the new changes of the eye of all-seeing as a 4th level warrior. Just a few operations. He felt the upgrade in strength of his talent. All the way back, he can see all electronic instruments, including the 4th level warrior detector in the corner of the building. What's more, he was very clearly aware that he was fully capable of blocking the scans of these things. It's a feeling of superiority. Is it because the technical content of these devices is too low? Su Xian couldn't help but mutter to himself. But it is a practical ability. System. Name. Su Xian. Age. 18. Level. 4th level warrior. Talent. Spiritual heart. Unique. Talent characteristics. All-seeing eye. Killing intention fluctuation. Biological detection. Basic strengthening. Psychic power. 10,000. Martial arts. Level 1 Lingbo step. Perfect. Level 1 Dialing Zhan Guangdao. Minor success. Level 1 Unified Force Wave. Perfect. Spirit Crystal. 1st level Spirit Crystal. 2nd level Spirit Crystal. 3rd level Spirit Crystal. 4th level Spirit Crystal. Wealth. 30.62844 billion. Low-dimensional human currency. Points. 25 points. Really? Su Xian saw that the system had added a new talent feature. What a pity that I can no longer enter the small caves and secret realms. Su Xian was looking at the system while swiping his phone. I saw the message Han Yinling sent me. Just remembered that I am already a 4th level warrior. Su Xian felt a little annoyed. He was too impulsive just now. It would be better to try to fight against a higher level opponent. But regret is of no use because I have been playing it safe all the way. Except for the moment when he confessed his feelings to Han Yinling. He was as steady as an old dog at other times. It's all that silly girl's fault for not playing by the rules. If only the system could help. Master Tong, can you help me enter the small cave or secret realm? Ding! Spend 10 level 3 spirit crystals to gain access to a small cave. Ding! Spend 20 level 3 spirit crystals to gain access to a small secret realm once. Su Xian was overjoyed. The system was indeed powerful. All the functions have been developed. It seems that the secret realm is much richer than the cave. Master Tong, do you have any other functions? Su Xian struck while the iron was hot. Ding! The host has no authority, and the system has no energy. Su Xian nodded. Very good. Guessed it. This answer makes sense. That's fine. You're afraid that you'll become invincible, right? When I find the system developer, I will punch him first. Now, lying happily on the sofa, check out the forum. Find out those people who said they would eat shit if they won the championship. You like to eat, right? I heard there is also a handstand event. This show is definitely not to be missed. Really, the style of all pages in the Warrior Guild forum has been changed to yellow to celebrate his success in winning the championship. The first hot post is, shocking. Someone made 30 billion in one night by gambling against the sky. Chapter 78, Han Shuang's invitation and Su Xian's plan. Su Xian was very angry. This title party is too boastful. It's only 29.59362 billion. That's too much. Can you give me the more than 400 million? What nonsense. But for the sake of rounding, I won't scold him. The author of this post is an old gambler. He claimed that he had developed a strategy and procedure for betting amounts and odds. Make predictions by detecting the betting amounts of different players. The final round of pre-match betting. He received a report from the police that the delivery boy had finally placed a huge bet of 40 million. The program showed that the delivery guy had a 56% chance of winning. He originally thought it was a system failure, but unexpectedly, the delivery guy actually won the championship. At the end of the article, the author also emphasized, if the profit from in-match betting was not so low, he would have bought the delivery boy. His current address is a villa area in Aohai. The following comments are also noisy. Lou, big brother, if you have a chance to make money in the future, you must take me with you. You can let me do anything. Lou, don't believe his nonsense. His previous address was outside the 5th Ring Road of Beijing. Lou, damn it. All the money I bet on the match was refunded. Now I regret it so much. Floor, a person was on the rooftop, betting on the delivery guy in the 10th match, and was forced to refund by his family. Lou, don't do stupid things. This is all fake. This world is fake. We are the ones who haven't woken up yet. In the takeaway group, that Su Xian had quit. Brothers, did you buy too little? If I can work one day less, I'll be content. Thank God it's like picking up money today. I'm happy. Be content with what you have. I consider this money lost. Then there were pictures of bank deposits, sharing their joy and happiness. Some are priced at 680 yuan, and some are priced at 6,800 yuan. The highest one is only over 10,000 yuan. It's equivalent to working several months less. Happiness is also simple for them. 680 is enough. Mom, let's go and look at the house. Zhao Shuyan tidied herself up. Taking her mother, she walked towards a mid-range property in Beijing, where she had just received a huge sum of 13.6 million yuan. It is enough to improve the current lives of the mother and daughter. She has already thought about the next step. Follow the commander-in-chief and fight until death. Besides, help the team leader chase the cold goddess. Su Xian hadn't figured out how to spend the money yet. The phone buzzed with a message. Ding dong, transfer 68 million note, brother Gong. Then came a friend request. Gong Tongfu applied to add a friend. Su Xian was happy. Okay. Common prosperity, right? He is worthy of being the richest man in Beijing. His vision is really big. This money should be what Gong Guofu earned from helping to place a bet of 10 that day. Haha, congratulations on your prosperity, brother Su. After tax, it's 6,800. If you want to invest, please contact me. Su Xian politely replied, thanks, brother Gong. I will just deposit this little money in the bank. Gong Guofu. He was sitting in a luxurious villa near the 3rd Ring Road of Beijing. This is a luxury house that was newly photographed yesterday. More than 100 million. He has more than 20 houses like this in various areas, and he simply can't live in them all. But he just likes to buy. It could be used as an asset or as a gift. If all else fails, you can prescribe it for your daughter. At this moment, he looked at Su Xian's reply. Something always feels wrong. This kid is so excited. Can't tell the difference between Xie and Din. Su Xian thought that Gong Guofu was a decent person, and he was indeed not short of money. The money can be transferred at will. The man that Han Shuangyi likes is indeed not bad. Ding dong, a friend request was received. Han Shuangyi, the head of the Han clan of the Ice Emperor of Huayu, applied to be added as a friend. Su Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. What does it mean when Han Xiaoyo's mother adds herself? Su Xian's fingers slowly moved to the upper right corner of the screen. Reject, blacklist. This doesn't seem good, even though I have money. But if she gets angry and embarrassed, it won't be worth it. Before he could click to agree, he received another message. Han family and Su Xian 8. Han Shuangyi, Su Xian, add me and come to Han's manor. Han Shuangyi, Han Yinling, come to the bedroom. Su Xian could only click to agree. As she was a level 8 expert, he should give her some face first. My friend Han Shuangyi sent me a voice message. Come here. I have something important to discuss. My friend Han Yinling sent me a voice message. Su Xian, don't agree to anything she asks. I will give you everything she promises. Su Xian didn't reply, but was lost in thought. After the talent awakened, the goal has always been clear, to become stronger. So, it's only been a little over a week. Already a 4th level warrior. Although he was not very satisfied with the speed. After all, he was different from the children of top families like Han Yinling, who had no connections or background. I can't be like her, wearing a 4th level spirit crystal and wandering around the next day after awakening. You must try your best to fight for all your resources. For example, this time he participated in the masked warrior competition and entered the cave to collect spirit crystal resources. It was a dangerous situation, and without the help of the explosive boxer, it would be impossible to dig out all the spirit crystals. There is one last round. If this blue-toothed dragon hadn't been so stupid, it would have been easy for him to kill it by mistake and miss out on a huge amount of wealth. Not to mention, there was an ambush from the Yi family in that house. It's difficult, too difficult, startling step by step. And, if you want to get promoted quickly, you must have a large amount of spirit crystal resources. If it weren't for the accidental acquaintance with Han Yinling, he would have become her friend and housekeeper. The jade pendant made of 4th level spiritual crystal is also difficult to keep. After all, it was too easy for the Yi family to find out the relationship between themselves and Uncle Yang and Aunt Yang. Of course, this revenge will definitely be taken. It's just that the time has not come yet. Therefore, the current identity of Han family's butler is very good. The first point is on the edge of the aristocratic circle. As long as you don't do anything that would anger God and people, the big families can't take direct action against you. You can hang up this vest first. If Han Xiaoniu lets herself touch him, just endure it for now. Just think of it as doing good deeds. After all, good people are rewarded. My next core direction is 1. Explore a large number of caves and secret realms. Use your talents to collect resources and upgrade quickly. 2. Practice new martial arts and improve your strength. Su Xian opened his phone and searched. Location of the Huayu Cave secret realm. First message. The new Chali Cave is recruiting 3rd level warriors. If you're interested, please contact. Su Xian did a simple search and found out that the Kshatriyas were a large family in the Tianzhu region. Not bad, as long as I can enter the cave, it doesn't matter if I help a little, I will definitely not lose anything. So I hurriedly made a phone call. Cross-domain communication. After dialing, an interface pops up and you need to enter the warrior number officially certified by the Federation. Su Xian knew that this was a method similar to facial recognition, the core of which was to determine the identity and rank of a warrior. After I registered as a level 3 warrior, the information was synchronized to the federal administration. The more rigorous the verification of information, the more likely it is to be true. There, a sweet voice was heard. Hello, distinguished 3rd level warrior. Are you asking for advice on paying a large sum of money to have a child, or about finding a son-in-law who will come to live with you? So 1. I checked the phone number and confirmed it was the right number. I want to consult about recruiting warriors in the underground cave. What are the conditions? Su Xian felt that the business carried out by the Chali family was somewhat extensive. The sweet voice paused, then said with a smile, Okay, then that's the son-in-law. May I ask if you are unmarried now? So 1. Good job. It turns out that you have to be a live-in son-in-law before you can enter the cave. Chapter 79, Killing Intentions. Another way to use spiritual heart. Su Xian put down his phone. After a round of phone calls, it gave him a clearer understanding of the 9 realms families. Not a direct descendant. Want to enter the cave? It's basically impossible. Or spend a lot of money. Every cave discovered by a noble family is their asset. This is also in compliance with federal law. In the early days, it was done to stop the ferocious beasts from pouring out of the cave. The Federation had to enact regulations. Who can discover and solve the problem of the ferocious beasts in the secret cave? Who will this secret cave belong to? Later, as a large number of human warriors advanced, many small secret caves were no longer disasters, but rather a treasure land that produced a steady stream of resources. The federal government has attempted several times to amend the bill and revoke this order. But every time I encountered layers of resistance. The only way is to change the regulations to allow medium-sized and larger caves and secret realms to belong to the federal government, and the development rights can be allowed to multiple institutions, families, and individuals at the same time. But The development of medium-sized and larger caves is extremely difficult and far less cost-effective than small caves. There's no other way. To enter the secret realm, I have to find Han Xian or go to Longhua University. Su Xian sighed and lamented. Join the army? He hadn't thought about it for the time being. He knew that there were many high-level ferocious beasts in the tide of ferocious beasts, so there was no need for him to take the risk for the time being. Since the Federation's 4th-level warrior detector cannot detect me, then just stay here for a while longer. I heard that the highest level of ferocious beasts is only level 9. Then wait until you reach level 9 before going. At that time, with the advanced racial skills, there should be no danger to life. Su Xian changed his clothes and went down to the warrior guild building. As soon as I arrived at the parking lot, I heard a surprised voice coming from the side. Brother Xian, what a coincidence. Where are you going? It was Han Yuer. She didn't attend the subsequent party, because her father once told her with a smile that he would no longer acknowledge her as his daughter if she lost her virginity before the age of 18. She knew this was her father's bottom line, so she always abided by it. Su Xian nodded but said nothing. 2 lives as a human being. He knew that Han Yinling's sister seemed cheerful and coquettish, but she was definitely not an easy person to get along with. Different from Han Yinling, who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Han Yuer is just like her father, with at least 800 tricks up her sleeve. Less contact is better. Especially, there is a group of unfamiliar people here. Those who did not attend the banquet were more or less similar to Han Yuer, either being pawns of their families or having received strict bans. At this time, we were gathered in the parking lot chatting, trying to find a lively place to play. Who is this? You have a brother? Wang Jianyi asked as she touched up her makeup with a small mirror. This is my sister's housekeeper, Su Xian. Han Yuer looked at Su Xian with sparkling eyes. She felt that she had given him enough face. Introduce Su Xian's identity personally. You should kneel down and thank me for my gift later. You come with me. Han Yuer added that although she had no power to order Su Xian, she guessed that Su Xian didn't know such detailed rules. No. Su Xian ignored Han Yuer and walked towards his light shuttle motorcycle. Butler Su, don't be ungrateful. Butler Wang, who was standing by, came over. She had to follow her young lady's orders. The deposit must be taken away. A butler is a dog, and dogs must be obedient. Wang Longdi, who had been paying attention to Han Yuer, suddenly spoke. He was the handsome boy who was kneeling in the hall and talking to Han Yuer just now. Butler Wang's face changed. He cursed her as well. Why didn't her lady torture him to death earlier? Are you sure? Didn't you check the group? Su Xian stopped and asked back. He glanced at Wang Longdi and labeled him as someone who would die if left alone. Han Yuer was stunned. She indeed didn't look at the group. He took out his cell phone and his face changed. She didn't know that her honorable mother had given the order personally. Well, Brother Xian, you go and do your work first. Han Yuer's face changed immediately. How could she have the courage to go against her mother? She didn't want to be put in solitary confinement. Su Xian didn't move. No words were spoken either. He just simply looked at Han Yuer. The meaning is obvious. Didn't you ask me to go with you? Okay, I'll go with you and see how you explain to your mother. The invisible pressure from the warriors of the 1st level was concentrated on Han Yuer. A layer of sweat appeared on Han Yuer's nose. Brother Xian, it's my fault. Please be magnanimous and get back to work. Things are important. It's over. I'm in trouble now. Her mother's speaking style is that the fewer words, the bigger the matter. My own survival rule has always been, steal from my sister. Her sister's toys, friends, and servants were all hers. But the premise is, don't mess with your mother. Now, if Su Xian stood here for one more second, she might be seriously implicated. Butler Wang was confused. What group message? Why didn't I join this group? She has followed her young lady for more than 10 years and is one of the most important people in the Han family's housekeeping staff. What group can Su Xian join but she can't? The huge sense of gap made her unable to organize her verbal offensive for a while. Not to mention, her usually bad-tempered little master was now in complete disarray. If you dare to mess with Yuer, you're fucked. Just wait. Wang Longdi raised his shrill voice at the side. I heard 2 words. Kneel down. Han Yuer's sudden order caught him off guard, but the long-term training made him kneel down firmly on the metal floor of the parking lot with a plop, as if his nerves had reacted like a reflex. Why are you kneeling to me? Kneel to him. Han Yuer looked at Su Xian, who had a blank expression on his face, and spoke hurriedly. Ah, that's not good, Yuer. Wang Jianyi couldn't stand it anymore. Her brother could play freely in this circle, but he really knelt down to a stranger, and as his sister, I also felt ashamed. Su Xian still didn't say anything. But Han Yuer felt more and more stressed. She couldn't see through this man at all now. Very urgent. Kneel down quickly. Apologize. Kowtow and apologize. Han Yuer ordered Wang Longdi anxiously. She didn't want to care about what her good sister thought. Now, she just wanted to send Su Xian away. Otherwise, I will never talk to you again. This sentence seems to be some kind of switch. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Longdi began to kowtow seriously. Su Xian waited for a while, walked over, and grabbed Wang Longdi. With his face full of surprise, she patted his shoulder and said, "A man's knees are made of gold." Wang Longdi. Why didn't you tell me earlier? My forehead is red from the hit. Are you slow to react? Or am I knocking too fast? Shameful? It doesn't matter. It's the master's order anyway. Su Xian, right? I will kill you sooner or later. Su Xian did not continue this farce, nor did he pay attention to Han Yuer. He had important things to do. Just now, I took out my space ring and gave Wang Longdi a small gift. A level 1 spiritual crystal with weak spiritual energy. Although it is only a stone the size of a grain of rice, the spiritual heart has already memorized the spiritual energy fluctuations of this spiritual crystal. Ha, you pretend quite well. You scold me and have murderous intentions towards me? I don't ask you to kneel down and kowtow. That's outrageous. If I can't let you see the sun tomorrow, I'll admit defeat. Chapter 80, Frost Condition. Han Yuer followed Su Xian all the way. Walked to Su Xian's light shuttle motorcycle. Make sure Su Xian goes to find her mother quickly. Go to Han's manor, Shaoan. Su Xian gave the location to the light shuttle motorcycle. Owner, I am here. The first sentence is the sound of the light shuttle motorcycle, and the second sentence is Han Yuer's voice. Su Wan. Girl, do you have to be so positive? Isn't this embarrassing? Han Yuer was stunned. She subconsciously thought that Su Xian was talking to her, so I responded unconsciously. Fortunately, there was no one around. In order to avoid embarrassing Han Yuer, Su Xian got on his motorcycle and drove away at high speed. After all, she is Han Yinling's sister, so it doesn't matter if she has no intention to kill her. This is also the reason why he dares to stay in the Han family. At this moment, Han Yuer lowered her head with a ruddy complexion. Ah! The pressure that Su Xian just gave turned into some new emotion. Along the way, Su Xian reminded himself. These children of the Han family live in Han Shuangyi's special family environment. He has some character flaws, although there is not much contact. But Han Zhangxiu is a little different from normal boys. The biggest feeling is that although this child's father is a 7th-level strongman and his mother is an 8th-level boss, he seriously lacks self-confidence. Han Yuer appears normal on the surface, but she always makes people kneel down. Maybe it's because the mother puts too much pressure on me in life. She learned and imitated it unconsciously. Transform and digest through some kind of acting. Finally, it's Han Yinling. Watch the several exchanges between mother and daughter. What is displayed is the ultimate spirit of resistance. After all, how can a person with severe social anxiety become a good actor? Either explode in silence or perish in silence. All these behaviors are understandable. Even warriors cannot be exempted from the influence of their original family. If Su Xian had not lived 2 lives, he would not have been able to see through the rifts within this family. However, they're family after all. People will eventually grow up. Just don't let it affect your plans to become stronger. Han's manor. Frost bedroom. Su Xian was brought in by the shadow. There is no killing intent here. It's different from your normal bedroom. Divided into 2 areas. In front is the office area. Han Shuangyi was lying on a chair in her nightgown, her face expressionless and her eyes slightly closed. Her legs were resting on the expensive wooden table, and the soles of her bright red high heels looked very clean because of the tidiness of the room. The first sentence he said startled Su Xian. Have you figured out how to spend the 30 billion? He instantly guessed that the betting sounds that day might have been heard by Han Shuangyi. But his expression remained unchanged because the Commonwealth bank account was deeply tied to personal information. As long as the money is in the account, others cannot steal it. No matter how strong a person is, it won't work. I haven't thought about it yet. Su Xian wanted to hear what Han Shuangyi meant. Han Shuangyi opened her eyes, and in the depths of her ice-blue eyes, there was a hint of fanaticism that could not be concealed. That is the desire for huge sums of money. His usual cold expression showed a slight change, and he jokingly asked, "You're not donating this time?" "Not necessarily," Su Xian said seriously. "I was really pissed off, so I donated it. No one could take a penny from me. This is also one of his confidences. Federal currency is far less important than cultivation resources. But it's impossible for Han Shuangyi to get money from me. Although there are not many high-level warriors, there are still quite a few of them due to the accumulation of lifespan and population base. If all kinds of robbery and plunder really occurred, the Federation would have been in chaos long ago. This is also why the federal financial system is very strong. Rules that everyone must abide by. Otherwise, humans would have no cohesion at all. After all, the troops on the front line have been fighting all the time. Yinling, who was standing by, felt a surge of emotions in her heart. After joining the army, she had always been following Han Shuangyi. I can clearly feel the different ups and downs in my master's voice. This is the master's most exciting state. That's right. When Han Shuangyi learned that the delivery guy had won the championship, the first thing she thought of was the huge wealth in Su Xian's hands. That's such clean money. She wants it so much. As for who the delivery guy is, she doesn't care. He's just a level 3 warrior. Moreover, the warrior guild system will slightly adjust and process the images in all videos and live broadcasts to avoid finding the real people. Except for the masked warrior whose talents, martial arts and weapons are too obvious. Otherwise, it's hard to recognize. Are you interested in becoming the Han family's son-in-law? Han Shuangyi got straight to the point. When she goes after what she wants, she never lets go easily. Su Wan. He was very panicked. He really didn't expect that Han Shuangyi asked the same question as the telephone customer service of the Kshatriya family in Tianzhu domain. Although he refused in his heart, Su Xian knew that the boss's face was very important. I am not a socially anxious person, so I should act as I should. What if the level 8 boss is given the intention to kill him? That's a big deal. Ahem, if the conditions are in place, it's not impossible to consider it. Su Xian said seriously. What do you think of you? Puff. Su Xian almost choked on his saliva. The script was too magical, and Su Xian really couldn't accept it. Was Han Yuer sold out by her mother so quickly? Forget it, let's just come clean. Chief Han, I actually have no intention of getting married. If you need money, I can lend it to the Han family, as long as the Han family helps me get some places in the secret caves. You know, I am less gifted. If I had more spiritual energy and natural treasures, I would have a chance to go further. Su Xian added sincerely. Now the federal wealth is just a number to him. The core of high-level martial arts weapons and equipment depends on the points gained from hunting ferocious beasts and the level of the warrior. This money can be exchanged for the qualification to enter the secret cave, which is extremely important to him. Exchange money for qualifications? It's a blood loss for others. But for him, it was a super invincible and explosive profit. It would be better to spend more time in the secret caves with these 30 billion. After all, sometimes money can't buy spirit crystals. But spiritual crystals can definitely be exchanged for money. Han Shuangyi smiled slightly, and her usually expressionless face revealed a hint of joy. This kid is quite sensible. Are you qualified to enter the secret cave? Of course you can. Because each of the top families also sells some places to other large and medium-sized families every year. They only need to hand over half of their harvest, save manpower and make money. But in fact, from the perspective of the owners of these small cave secrets, many important areas and resources have been shown to be uncollectible. The remaining places are all poor resource production areas. So whether you can earn back the price of the ticket after spending money to enter the cave is still a question. Besides, this kid is a level 3 warrior. What can he do in the cave? It depends on how much money can be squeezed out. Chapter 81, Su Xian's reply. Han Yinling's promise. The Han family has 1 underground cave and 2 secret realms. Han Shuangyi tapped the desktop with her finger. If you're not a member of the Han clan, you need 1 billion to enter each time, and the harvest will be split in half. You only have 5 days. Su Xian nodded. That's the price. He had just checked and found that some people in other domains were selling qualifications on the black market. But almost no one buys it because it is too unprofitable. Unless you find 2 4th-level spirit crystals first. Otherwise, my family would suffer a loss, so the big families also exchange places with each other. If so, you can do it. Su Xian was just about to speak. Han Shuangyi continued. But if you lend Han's family an interest-free loan of 20 billion for 10 years, I promise that you can enter all the secret caves of all the noble families in the capital once. And get the full reward. She pinpointed Su Xian's vitals. This kid doesn't have much time left. So this wealth must be exchanged for precious materials and opportunities to prolong his life. The remaining money, less than 5 billion, was left for him to purchase medicinal materials at a premium. If he is pushed too hard, he might seek cooperation with other families. So this bonus is just right. 10 years. If he doesn't live past the end of 10 years, he won't have to pay anything back. Don't you like gambling? Dare to gamble again. Su Xian heard this condition. His brows furrowed slightly. This condition seems to be less favorable than the qualification to purchase a single entry into the cave. Han Shuangyi said it was a loan, but would she still value this little money 10 years later? So for him, it was simply a purchase. Are there so many small secret caves in the capital? I first want to know how many underground secret realms there are among the aristocratic families in the capital of Huayu. Su Xian responded after thinking for a while. Han Shuangyi put her feet down from the table and stood up. Slowly walked to the other side of the spacious bedroom. Come with me. Su Xian followed. When Han Shuangyi approached, the wall on the other side of the room opened silently, revealing the light curtain inside. It's a map of the entire Chinese region. There are 3 red spots flashing on it. 1 small and 2 large. The nearest one is only 250 kilometers away from the city. These are 2 secret realms in the Han family's cave. Yinling introduced. Next second, the screen refreshes. More than 20 yellow halos appeared. This is the secret cave of other families in the capital. Han Shuangyi glanced at Su Xian and stretched out her finger to draw a circle on the screen. If you agree to the conditions, you can enter any of these places. Finally, the Han clan leader also released her killing conditions. A few days ago, Wang's family discovered a new secret realm that has not yet been developed. Han's family has 2 places, which can be given to you. New secret place. Rich resources and opportunities. Su Xian counted them and found there were more than 20. This number has exceeded his expectations. So he nodded. Okay, let's sign the agreement, Sister Han. Frosty, you could really climb up as soon as you're given a pole. But which woman can resist being praised for her youth? Frosty seemed to have heard nothing. She gestured to Shadow to draft an electronic agreement, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. If it was Han Yinling, would you still consider the proposal just now? Of course, the condition for marrying into the family is that all assets belong to the Yinling family. Although it's just a joke. But if this guy really agrees, it can work. Billions of cash flow can do many things. For example, a cross-domain mercenary group. Moreover, Han Yinling was destined to have multiple husbands under her arrangement. Her appearance is better than when she was young, and she is also more talented. As long as Su Xian dies, the eldest daughter's first wife can still be sold for a good price. At that time, I believe that the Han family will definitely become a cross-domain giant. But Su Xian didn't hesitate for even a second, not considering it. The straightforward refusal stopped Han Shuangyi from saying anything further. Without any hesitation, without any intention. This extreme defense with no blind spots made even the Han clan leader, who was good at managing resources, helpless. It seems that Su Xian is indeed the guardian of Han Yinling's life. Can that person really do this level of brainwashing? Su Xian had completely opposite thoughts in his mind. What? I have to pay a betrothal gift to marry into your family? You're crazy about money. If you hesitate for even 1 second, I lose. What fairy daughter? Is she as beautiful as a fairy or as beautiful as a city? Wait, it's Han Yinling. The hand said, worth the price. That's okay, but paying money is impossible. Didn't Han Xiaoyo say that herself? She would fulfill all the conditions her mother proposed. How should I start this? In particular, she seems to be next door. Cool me out. Han Shuangyi suddenly spoke. The bedroom door opened automatically, and a graceful figure walked out of the real bedroom. Han Yinling was wearing a light pink dress, simple yet elegant, which gently brushed the ground, outlining her perfect figure. There was a slight blush on her face, as if it was dyed red by something. His lips were slightly pursed, as if he wanted to say something, but he swallowed it back. At last, her red lips parted slightly, and she said in a cold voice, Mother's conditions are not bad. I will go with you to these secret caves, and the harvest is guaranteed. Su Xian nodded and signed the electronic agreement. Walked out of Han Shuangyi's bedroom with Han Yinling. Neither of them spoke as they walked towards the Han family's basement. Along the way, Han Yinling readjusted her thinking. She is tall and slender, and her light steps seem to be walking on clouds, revealing her innate elegance and confidence. At the end of the 3rd stage in her previous life, her mother sent her to the secret caves of various families for training. So remember a lot of resource points. You will gain a lot of precious materials to improve your talents. although Su Xian suffered a small loss in terms of money. But in her opinion, this money can be repaid after she becomes a high-level warrior. At least it won't take 10 years. It's a pity that I was just reborn, and it's been less than 10 days. Many resources cannot be obtained due to the current level and strength. The mother is very strong, but it was just her choice in that position. I can understand it, but I can't accept it. Fortunately, Su Xian did not agree to that condition. But why did he refuse so straightforwardly just now? Why do I feel a little regretful? It's really strange. What she wanted to ask was what Su Xian wanted to eat in the evening, and she could ask Han's kitchen to prepare it. By the way, ask him for a small favor. Su Xian turned his head to look into Han Yinling's beautiful eyes and interrupted casually. It doesn't matter. I'm not at a disadvantage. Let's talk about it later. Take out your cell phone. Opening the chat interface, he cleared his throat and said, I will give her everything she promised. Not finished yet. The phone was snatched away. Su Xian was stunned. It's reasonable that a level 1 warrior cannot compete with a level 2 warrior, right, Xiaoyu? Han Yinling's face turned even redder, and she quickly deleted the message. So scary. How could she know that her mother had actually planned her marriage in advance? How can I give this condition myself? Paying for something? The problem is, where can I find 30 billion now? Wait, why do you care about money? Messy, very messy. Han Yinling noticed Su Xian smirk. Snort. This brat did it on purpose. I'll have to ask him to press it for 2 more hours. Punish him severely. Chapter 82 Federal Special Investigation Team. Wang Dachui's anger. The time for training martial arts is always short. Han Yinling stepped into the bathroom, filled with steam, as if she was in a fairyland. The body, like a jade sculpture, exudes a charming luster under the light. She stood under the shower, letting the warm water wash over her body. The delicate foam covered her skin like snowflakes, making her snow-white body even smoother and tenderer. It seems to be even slipperier than before rebirth. Han Yinling rubbed her skin gently, and the foam slid down her curves, adding a touch of dreaminess to her beauty. She could feel that the compatibility between her martial arts and her body was improving at an astonishing rate. It should be caused by the redevelopment of my body after rebirth. But why wasn't the improvement so fast when Su Xian was not around? What is the reason? How strange. Could it be that it's because my mood has improved? Don't think about it for now, just catch Su Xian. Damn, it hurts so much when he presses here. She washed her toes, which were as white as jade, while thinking about the next plan. In terms of personal connections, when you don't have the strength to support yourself, this character is really hard to talk to. Finding Long Gong and Principal Qi are both great improvements after his rebirth. But those talents still need to be trained in advance. Just let Su Xian make the contact. I can quietly hide behind the scenes and direct the operations. There was a glimmer of joy in her beautiful eyes. She found a new use for Su Xian. I got dressed and walked out of the bathroom without even having time to dry my hair. She came to Su Xian with the fragrance of a young girl mixed with shower gel. Su Xian is playing with his cell phone. The image on the screen flashed by, and it seemed to be something like no porn forum. Han Yinling bit her lip lightly and asked the question that concerned her most at the moment. Why are you wearing a gas mask? Under the strict and solid mask, Su Xian said in a buzzing voice, because there is poisonous gas. On Yinling. Just when Han Yinling and Su Xian were asking them to take time to contact Crazy Legs, Explosive Boxer, and Flame Gun, the Warrior Guild's affairs could no longer be suppressed. A federal special investigation team arrived at the scene quickly. The hammer, what happened? Why did it get so big? The question came from a burly, dark-skinned, mixed-race man with a deep and magnetic voice. Morgan, here's all the information. Wang Dachui wiped the sweat from his forehead and personally distributed printed photos of the scene and building plans. I arrived here as soon as I received the news. Apart from dispersing the crowd, nothing was done at the scene. Although these people in front of him are all level 6 warriors, they are special elites of the 9 Realms Martial Arts Bureau. The Federal Special Investigation Team is an organization that specializes in investigating crimes committed by martial artists, and each of its members possesses unique skills. Morgan was his old comrade in the Allied forces, but was later transferred because of his outstanding performance. This time, I heard that they were working in Hawaii. Quickly mobilize your connections and invite them over. Just a few deaths. Is it worth it for us to come here? Ellie showed dissatisfaction, adjusted her short golden hair, and looked through the information. His movements were efficient, and his eyes were cool. Hey, boss, I just dissected the body of the Bluetooth dragon and found that more than a dozen people were dead, And they were all. A petite Asian girl named Hashina Sakura leaned over to whisper in Ellie's ear. She is also one of the core members of the Special Investigation Team, specializing in intelligence work and is good at collecting and analyzing various information. A waiter. Destroy the room's communication equipment and emergency firefighting equipment. Using the Bluetooth wounded dragon to commit vicious murders? It sounds like a premeditated attack, Ellie analyzed quickly. Morgan walked to the head of the Mountain King, put on gloves, and picked up the mask of the delivery boy. The hammer. When you arrive at the scene, make sure that no one at the scene has left. Wang Dachui nodded and pointed to the nobles and bodyguards huddled together nearby and said, "They are all here. Not a single one has been released. But I promised them that I would let them go after 7 minutes. All of them." Wang Dachui pointed to the ceiling. His meaning was very clear. If so many lives weren't involved, he wouldn't be able to suppress it at all. Fortunately, these people's mobile phones were destroyed, and they were temporarily unable to communicate with the outside world. The bodyguards were all under their watch, and none of them dared to pass on the message. Wang Dachui also confronted the bodyguards of these dead masters directly. Now that your master is gone, if you tip off the enemy, a few of these people will leave. It's fine if he's not the murderer, but if he is, you are the ones who let him go. Faced with fear and absolute strength, these bodyguards could only choose to be obedient and even help keep an eye on other bodyguards and butlers. 7 minutes? That's enough. Hashina Sakura and Morgan, you can start now. Receive. Morgan activated the blood crocodile shark with a talent of level 6. Silver scales grew on his skin. His talent was similar to that of a level 6 vicious fish that lives in the deep sea near the Black Domain. His scales were hard and extremely sensitive to blood. 10,000 times more sensitive than detection equipment. It has become an important tool for finding the murderer's scent at the crime scene. On the front battlefield, Morgan used this talent to smell the fights between ferocious beasts and took advantage of the situation to become a core member of the field's special operations team. Morgan first ordered everyone in the viewing hall to prick their fingers and bleed a little blood, and then they came to a conclusion instantly. Currently, 58 people are alive, 72 people have had their blood tested, 12 people died from the blue-toothed dragon, and there are 2 more. This is the head. Morgan pointed to the Mountain King's head on the ground. He looked up at the ceiling of the safe house. Another one, his blood is on the ground and ceiling. A golden light suddenly flashed in Hashina Sakura's eyes. Look up to the safe roof. It is a level 1 talent, Eagle Dragon. This talent greatly enhances binocular vision. Not only can it see extremely far, but it can also observe subtle details that ordinary people cannot see. The bleeding was massive. It was caused by the impact of blood pressure after the head was cut off. Judging from the area of the impact, the person is not a warrior, but is stronger than an ordinary person. Another one is level 4 warrior. Ellie suddenly interrupted. She used her special privileges and finally found San Wang's information. Besides, he can't be the delivery boy. Vice Captain of the Huayu Shadow Army team, Shan Wang. How many people are entering and leaving the hall? Has it been compared with the surveillance? Ellie asked. There is only one person who doesn't match. That is Yi Wushuang, a very famous young master in Huayu. Wang Dachui wiped the sweat off his face. In the past few minutes, the surveillance equipment and facial recognition finally locked onto 2 suspicious people entering and leaving the hall. One was Yi Wushuang, and the other was the waiter. Yi Wushuang is missing. The waiter also disappeared. The last picture was a corner, and then the person disappeared from the screen like magic. Trouble. Chapter 83, The Truth is Revealed. Ellie frowned. After the revival of spiritual energy, humans were born with various talents. Some of these talents had little combat capability, but were good at lurking and hiding. There are many psychopathic warriors. It caused great unrest in society. This is also the meaning of their group's existence. The murderer has a space ring. Why did he kill these people? Revenge? Murder of passion? Or crime of passion? Ellie decided to start from the murderer's motive. After a brief silence, Wang Dachui said, "The people present said that it was that person who drove them into the room. Words are not enough. Where is the evidence?" When AI Li saw Wang Dachui's expression, she said unhappily, "Why is there no surveillance equipment in this hall? If warriors can't see it, can't ordinary people see it? If it wasn't a premeditated massacre, why were these hidden alarms destroyed? Boss, it's a one-hit kill." After carefully observing the bleeding marks and Sano's pupils, Hashina Sakura came to a shocking conclusion. Level 3 kills level 4 instantly? Her cute voice was trembling a little. Ellie's thoughts were not interrupted. Also, why is the Mountain King here? What's the purpose of driving them away? Why do you want them to take off their clothes? Are they just perverts? A string of questions came out of Ellie's mouth, her eyes slightly focused, as if she was trying to sort out the key to the matter. Wang Dachui didn't know either. He was a rough guy and was okay at killing ferocious beasts. He really couldn't think of such a thing. You ask. Wang Dachui knew that Ellie's talent would cause some mental harm to ordinary people, but there was nothing he could do at the moment. When the time came, he became more passive. Ellie walked quickly forward, pulled aside a bodyguard, and directly activated her extremely rare talent. Eyes of intimidation towards a sitting young man. A pair of terrifying, huge eyes instantly enlarged in the eyes of this young man. What happened? Ellie decided to reconstruct what happened first. It was me who squeezed it. It was us who squeezed it. The next step is very simple. Ellie asked one by one. Wang Dachui finally understood what had happened. Damn it, what a bunch of idiots. All they do is work. Bang! He punched the wall and felt the anger boiling in his heart. How can this be called a massacre? This is clearly a major accident. The waiter clearly wanted to use them to destroy the scene, but they ended up dying from fear and crushing. The most important thing is that the idiot who opened the door had no idea what was outside. Didn't you watch the game just now? Is that waiter found? Wang Dachui was not giving up and wanted to ask again. Morgan shook his head directly. Very cunning, no blood, no direct evidence, although we still think it was the takeout boy. His information is still under protection, and more importantly, are you sure you want to make a big deal out of this? Morgan put away his talent, looked at the bloodstains on the ceiling thoughtfully. A 4th-level warrior ambushed a 3rd-level warrior and was killed in return. Ellie walked outside the safe house and lifted up a scale of the Bluetooth wound dragon. Notice the dense dark red blood vessels at the base of the scales. Safe house shadow army. Then a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Let's go. Our mission is over. Wang Dachui, I suggest you report this to the High-Level Federation of Huayu and take this opportunity to do a thorough cleansing. After watching the 3 people leave the scene, the new Warrior Guild chairman only heard Ellie's words. It's dirty. It's really dirty. The Federal Special Investigation Team came quickly and left even faster. Even though they have experienced many special cases, now that they have figured out the key points, they don't want to stay in a place that stinks and smells blood. Next, it depends on how Wang Dachui responds. Obviously, this is another case involving a wealthy family. In such cases, they are only responsible for reasoning, not handling the case. Warrior Guild building. In the elevator. Brother Morgan, your talent also has a strength bonus. When you reach level 3, do you have a chance to instantly kill a level 4 warrior? Hashina Sakura's eyes were slightly red, as if she had applied red eyeshadow. This was the sequelae of using her talent. Impossible. I can't kill someone of the same level in 1 second, even if I'm at level 4, unless I'm at the level of a master martial artist fighting someone at the level of a beginner martial artist. Morgan shook his head. Those few geniuses in the army might have a chance. You are wrong. There is another important premise. First challenge the beast across levels, survive for 30 minutes, then cut off one of the beast's claws, and finally encounter an ambush by a level 4 warrior when your physical strength is exhausted. Ellie added. The elevator opened wide, revealing the sunny first floor. The hall was filled with yellow figures. It is the image of many warriors and a delivery boy. They are celebrating the birth of a new king. After 3 years, the first-place winner of the Masked Warrior competition finally appeared. The new king of Masked Warriors. The faith of wild warriors. Ellie quickly walked out of the elevator and sighed. Why doesn't the Federation focus on training such talents? She is a descendant of a big family in Europe. I have been strong-willed since childhood and have reached my current position without relying on any family connections. He has crushed many geniuses of his age along the way, and has also met extraordinary talents in various fields. But now, she couldn't help but admire this Chinese warrior. Don't know the age, though, but what they have done is truly amazing. There was actually a refreshing feeling in my heart. Perhaps it's because I stared into the abyss for too long. Invisibly, I was also affected by the abyss. Let's go. Our focus is still on the wandering, heart-stripping demons. In the viewing hall, Wang Dachui was the only one left. He is now overwhelmed. He turned on his phone and reported to his superiors truthfully. Boss, this is roughly what happened. Okay, got it. You take care of the aftermath, and don't forget to tell the Yi family the truth. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone before he spoke. Wang Dachui pulled a handful of hair, making the already sparse hair look even thinner. Then, what if the Yi family asks the murderer? What can we do? Just a few useless people who wasted resources died. He can just give birth to more children if he still has the energy. The anger on the other end of the phone finally erupted. Boss, the final payment from the sponsor, the Yi family, has not yet arrived. Wang Dachui reminded in a low voice that there has been no good news since he took over. It's too difficult. There are holes everywhere. Just cheat the money out of him first. He won't cooperate anyway. What's wrong with the death of a son? How many wild champions have died in recent years? How many died from serious injuries? How many were killed by them? Wang Dachui quickly hung up the phone. The boss was too fierce. When he got angry, he would say anything on the phone. But the boss is right. In the past few decades, the aristocratic families have become more and more excessive. Most of the 32 seats in the federal parliament are now occupied by people from aristocratic families in various major domains. Many regulations clearly tend to protect the aristocratic class. The hands in every field are reaching further and further, and their control is getting wider and wider. The most important thing is, many war gods with clean backgrounds also develop their own families after obtaining seats. Well, one can only hope that the relatively clean academy will have more new talents. Otherwise, within a few years, soldiers like himself will be eliminated. Thinking of this, he dialed a number and got through. Congratulations to Brother Wang on taking up his new position. What can I do for you? A calm voice came from the other end of the phone, which was the calm and composed demeanor that came from being in a high position for a long time. Yi Wushuang is dead. Do you want to know who the murderer is? Chapter 84 Exchange for a D-grade alloy spear. Dead? Where's the other one? Wang Dachui did not hear Yi Qingsong's expected rage. My heart couldn't help but feel even heavier. Have these noble families become so cold-blooded? What will the Federation look like in a few years? But he continued, he's dead too. The murderer is the champion takeout guy, but he's gone missing. Yi Qingsong was silent for a moment on the other end of the phone, and suddenly brought up the issue that Wang Dachui was concerned about. Only 1/3 of the final payment will be paid as hush money. Wang Dachui scratched his head and said, No, you have to pay in full, otherwise I will make a big move. Half, but I want all the competition data of Delivery Boy data. Yi Qingsong knew that this data was stored in the Warrior Guild system, and it could only be obtained with the chairman's special approval after a period of time after the competition. Do you know how many people died in this incident? 12. Wang Dachui said in a muffled voice. Tell them that the delivery guy killed them. I will secretly give them the follow-up information. Anyway, it can't be blamed on you. Yi Qingsong's cold voice seemed like a reassurance. Full payment, Wang Dachui said. I will give you the key in half a year. Having said that, Wang Dachui is not prepared to provide any information. Any wrong operation during this period will delete all the information. Anyway, the money has been received. Make a deal. Yi Qingsong hung up the phone and operated a few times on the screen. A transfer of 5 billion was made to the Warrior Guild account in the name of sponsorship. The key represents the real name and information. This revenge must be avenged. No matter whether you are a 4th or 5th level warrior, if you dare to mess with the Yi family, you will die. Yi Qingshan had just received a new mission in the Shadow Legion when he saw a message on his cell phone. Qingshan, Yi Wushuang is dead. The phone was crushed to pieces with a snap. The mood is extremely complicated. This feeling of losing just after accepting it. It's so uncomfortable. The delivery guy, right? Half a year later, I'll let you experience what it feels like to be unable to live or die. At the gate of a townhouse in Han's Manor, a notification tone rang out from Han Yinling and Su Xian's phones at the same time. Su Xian looked at the screen. Ding dong. The Federal Contributor Foundation rewards warriors with 1,000 points. The remarks read, Wanhong Laboratory, Longhua University. The project name is Breakthrough in Grade Alloy Materials. Han Yinling glanced at her phone and blinked. That's great. Wanhong's RD progress is much faster than expected. Then his points should have been credited to his account. As a participant, I only got 100 points. As a material contributor, Su Xian should have at least 1,000 points. That advanced gunmanship skill that I haven't learned yet requires 2,000 points. Still 900 points short. These points can be used to overdraw the points of the Han mercenary group in advance. But you need to exchange it with some materials. The next step is to wait and enter the Han family's small secret realm to get some materials. Just exchange it for points with your mother. Su Xian, come with me to the Han family's small secret realm the day after tomorrow. Han Yinling asked, her beautiful big eyes full of anticipation. Su Xian smiled slightly, turned his head, and looked up at the sky. No, I want to go to Wang's small secret realm. That is a new secret realm. Frosty moved quickly. Just now, a schedule of opening hours and admission tickets for various secret caves has been sent to Su Xian's mobile phone. The day after tomorrow is the opening time of Wang's new secret realm, specially marked in red font. First time. Besides, going with you? Then I will not be able to work anymore. Because of your existence. My hands have become more independent, don't you know? A hint of disappointment flashed across Han Yinling's crystal eyes. If she went alone, it wouldn't be dangerous, but it would be boring. Because there is no partner to talk to. It was pretty much the same as the last time I went out of town. Bother. Just wait until I become the empress, and he will have to follow me at my command. There is really nothing we can do right now. Butler Han has a lot of free time. Mainly serves as a bodyguard when out. I seldom go out, and I can't tie Su Xian here every day. Come on. He also exceeded his work quota today. How about we find an opportunity to spar with him and let him have a taste of the power of the Hanmin whip? After Su Xian left, Han Yinling opened the weakness analysis system of the martial arts training room. This system breaks down video movements, analyzes deficiencies in the martial arts training process, and identifies the physical weaknesses of martial artists. Because of her rebirth, she actually doesn't rely too much on the system. After she became a warrior, she applied to use this underground martial arts training room independently. So there are only two people in the weakness analysis system, her and Su Xian. How about asking the system to help see what Su Xian's weaknesses are? Next time, invite him to spar with you, and then do something appropriate, and let him live in Han's rehabilitation room? Han Yinling took a deep breath. Click on Su Xian's face. The system is quickly loading Su Xian's video playback. He spends most of his time playing with his cell phone. Massage. Watch your own training. Han Yinling was a little nervous. Su Xian had never demonstrated his martial arts here, so she didn't know if the system would work. The progress bar keeps moving forward. Finally reached 100%. Ding! The Su Xian weakness report analysis results has been generated with an accuracy rate of 98%. Han Yinling didn't quite believe it. Combining her experience from 2 lifetimes, she knew that the accuracy of the system's judgment of her was usually only 35%. Su Xian didn't even raise his fist. How can it be so high? There must be a system failure. But she opened the report anyway. Weakness 1. Han Yinling's thigh, resistance 0. Weakness 2. Han Yinling's feet, resistance 1. Weakness 3. Han Yinling's chest and buttocks, resistance 1. Han Yinling? When did I use these martial arts on him? Across the air? Also, are there any martial arts techniques for breasts and buttocks? This system is indeed broken. Warrior Guild Hall. Exchange window. Su Xian chose the Grade A alloy spear. Deduct the 1,000 points and 2,000 federal coins you just received. Ding dong. Exchange successful. A long box popped out from the window, and inside were 2 silver-white spears. The threaded device in the middle allows the guns to be screwed together for use. The manager of the Redemption Center received an immediate system notification after Su Xian successfully redeemed the currency. The office, which had just been reorganized due to the new leadership, started discussing it again. Fuck, sold a level 1 equipment? That's a bonus for this month. What? Isn't that a money-losing commodity that has been stored for many years? Why is it a money-losing product? Xiao Wu, who just joined the company, asked. The main reason is that the points are too expensive. Is it possible for a hunter-warrior to go out of the city 180 times and find and kill a level 3 beast every time? An old warrior employee who was about to retire took a sip of tea. Do you know how long it will take to pay off the points owed to the mercenary group and accumulate 1,000 points? It takes more than 10 years to become a level 3 warrior. Stop arguing and look who it is. Chapter 85 Federal Bank. Peng Lily's Dilemma. After all, this is not the front line. The circulation of high-end weapons is very slow. We can't sell a single one in a year. We can't compare with those crazy people in the army. Xiao Wu, let's see which mercenary group is so rich and powerful. I'll let my daughter switch to that mercenary group in the future. Yes, check it out. My kid has been in King Kong Cat for 5 or 6 years, and he can't even afford a top-level combat uniform. They even disbanded a few days ago. I'm so worried. Rare Hunter Mercenary Group. Xiao Wu said quickly. I haven't heard of it. Are there 50 people in their group? There should be at least 30 people. Less than 25 people can't go. They are small groups with no welfare protection. People in the office were talking about it, and were all preparing to have their warrior descendants pay more attention to recruitment information. This is also the information advantage they have working here. Only two people. Xiao Wu rubbed his eyes and stammered. The bustling office fell silent in an instant. Can a mercenary group of 2 people afford top-level equipment? Where did you get so many points? Su Xian returned to the room. Remove the mask. Every time he went to an exchange point to exchange valuables, he would disguise himself. A thought came to my mind. A silver-white alloy spear appeared in his hand. The whole body is made of silver-white alloy material, emitting a cold light. The gun body was slender and straight, about 2 meters long when twisted together, and the tip of the gun was as sharp as a cold star, flashing a chilling light under the light in the room. Specially made to penetrate the defenses of Tier 5 beasts. There are delicate patterns on the gun body, which is not only beautiful, but also increases the friction when holding. Yes, there is a counterweight at the end. Su Xian nodded and said with satisfaction, I don't know how to use a gun, but this weapon is extremely easy to use and feels great. As if it had become one with it. Men should use guns. Next, it's time to go to the federal pickup point. Huayu Capital. The federal bank building towers into the sky, majestic and luxurious. On the opposite side is the slightly more low-key federal Huayu government. The exterior walls of the building are made of silver-white secret marble, and the sunlight reflects off the surface, creating a brilliant glow like the glow of burning psychic energy. The steps in front of the bank were crowded with people coming in and out. Some come to take out loans, and some come to repay loans. Others are like Su Xian, who come to pick up items. But without exception, they are all warriors, including some of high-level ones. Within the scope of Spirit Heart, all service personnel are low-level warriors. Show the heritage. The hall is spacious and bright, with tiles as smooth as mirrors, reflecting the huge crystal chandelier above. The water crystals produced in the secret realm continuously emit light that flickers like stars, making the entire hall look like a dream. Sir, what business do you want to handle? With a professional smile and a beautiful face, a beautiful bank receptionist flashed from the side. What's more, she turned out to be a Tier 2 warrior. I'll come and pick up the goods, Su Xian said calmly. He looked good, but he was not comparable to Han Yuer. Not to mention classmate Xiao Han. Hello, this way please. The young and beautiful waitress was called Sang Jinzi. After walking around twice, she took Su Xian to an automatic pickup machine in the corner of the hall and added, enter the pickup code to receive it. She had just followed the instructions of her father, the vice president of the Huayu branch of the federal bank, to come to the grassroots for a few days of experience. Then he will be promoted directly to general manager through operation. The grassroots experience process must be followed, so these days are very torturous. However, every day when she saw those warriors staring at her face and ogling her long legs and stockings, she felt a little proud in her heart. Many warriors also took the opportunity to ask for my contact information. But today, the guy in front of me was wearing a mask. But the look in his eyes when he looked at himself was very calm. It was an undisguised indifference which made her, who always looked confident, feel deeply frustrated. So she deliberately led Su Xian to the self-service machine. Here we usually extract some small and worthless items. It will take a long time before it can be transported via underground equipment. Besides, looking at this kid who looks like he has never seen the world and is looking around everywhere, you can tell he is a country bumpkin. Why does the bumpkin have no feelings for me? Just wait here. Sang Jinzi smiled to indicate that her mission was accomplished, then turned and left. Su Xian was a little confused. No matter what, my marksmanship is worth tens of millions. Is it so casual? But it doesn't matter. This place is very remote. The lower the profile, the better. Just enter the pickup code. The self-service machine screen lit up red, and an instruction was sent to the nearest staff member's mobile phone. The red light in the corner of her eyes and the violent vibration of the mobile phone almost made Sang Jinzi fall down. There were 4 big words written on the phone screen. Issuing the highest priority urgent task. Help the customer retrieve valuables with the best service. Failure of the task will result in a loss of promotion opportunities within 5 years. Well, I'm sorry, please come over here. It's my fault, Sang Jinzi bowed madly. Even though she was the general manager, her annual salary was only 1 million. The confidence and elegance of the past are gone. The starting value of valuable items is 50 million. The daughter of the vice president would have to work for 50 years without eating or drinking. Her family is considered wealthy, but their assets are only tens of millions. Because people in this system must not engage in any form of corruption, the inspection is extremely strict. So valuable items mean valuable customers. A valuable customer means that he is most likely a child of a small aristocratic family. This is the place she has always wanted to marry into. Su Xian pointed his finger and clicked the skip button at the bottom of the screen. No, I'll wait here. Sang Jinzi was dumbfounded. In her short career, she didn't learn any useful knowledge. All she knew was that treating valuables in this way was totally against the federal bank's regulations. If Su Xian really picked up the goods here, she would never be able to take the position of general manager in her lifetime. My eyes instantly turned red. I'm sorry, please let me go. I was wrong. I shouldn't have brought you here, Sang Jinzi explained in a panic. Su Xian turned his head and said in confusion, That's good, and Jing, is there any problem? He didn't think too much about it and just wanted to grab something and leave. Nothing is more important than becoming stronger. The girl suddenly burst into tears as if onions were smeared on the corners of her eyes. Su Xian was stunned for a moment. Women are such complicated creatures. Xiaohan is the best classmate. She is pretty and doesn't speak in roundabout ways. Sang Jinzi thought that her service had completely pissed off the boss, so she quickly took out her cell phone and called her father crazy. Let him go downstairs to help save it. I stood aside and waited with this valuable customer. The delicate eye makeup was ruined by crying. At this moment, because this place was remote and quiet, the sound of a dispute from the other side could be heard. Chapter 86, President Sang's Influence and Peng Lily's Decision. Manager Wu, please help me. I really need this money. Please approve it. Su Xian felt the voice was familiar and turned his head to look. She was a short-haired woman of short height, wearing an ordinary purple warrior uniform. Her face was dotted with freckles, the tiny dots standing out against her suntan skin. There are several obvious scars on the bridge of the nose. Obviously, it has undergone multiple fractures and repairs. At this time, her lips were pursed. There was a crack at the corner of his mouth that had not fully healed. Su Xian immediately recognized his good partner from the trip to the cave, the explosive boxer. Your credit is questionable. I can't approve you for even 500, let alone 5,000. Manager Wu impatiently broke free from Peng Lily's entanglement. If she hadn't claimed to be the third place in the masked warrior competition, you can't get into the federal bank just because of your credit problem. But if you hadn't introduced that person before, how could I have credibility problems? Peng Lily clenched her fists, anger rising in her heart. Since Su Xian won the championship, she relied on the points in the second round to become the third place in this martial arts competition. But the third place prize was only 1,000, which was far from enough for her loan sharking. And, the most important thing, the person who introduced her to the loan shark was Manager Wu in front of her. When the teacher was sick and hospitalized, it was Manager Wu who received her when she came to the federal bank to borrow money for the first time. He kept saying there were more appropriate channels. The larger the amount, the lower the interest rate. But ever since she dialed the number of the business card that was handed over privately, she has been stuck in a contract full of traps. Now, even though she became famous, formal channels no longer provided her with funds due to credibility issues. She really wanted to punch Manager Wu a few times. But once you take action, you will be arrested immediately. The teacher is really finished without his own care. Is it possible to join the army only? Can the teacher's body last until he retires? Definitely not. Plop. Peng Lily suddenly knelt down, grabbed Manager Wu's trouser leg, and said with gritted teeth, Manager Wu, if you don't help me, I will post the news of you giving me the business card online. Manager Wu's face changed, and he pulled his leg and said, I never gave you a business card, get out. As long as he denies it, there will be no evidence. Damn it, a lowly wild warrior actually dared to threaten me. Contact the gang tonight and teach her a lesson. The faint murderous intent made Su Xian frown. He heard Peng Lily's words just now very clearly, and he knew who the explosive boxer was better than anyone else. He just said it casually at the time. She can dig a hole for herself for more than 3 hours. I can't do anything about you lying to her. But if you want to kill her, I really can't bear to see it. I'm not a cold-blooded person. Besides, Sean asked me to help contact her. Su Xian walked over. Sang Jinzi also hurriedly followed. She didn't know what this rich man was going to do. Get up. Su Xian's voice surprised Peng Lily, who had been keeping her head down. But she recognized the voice as that of the delivery boy and looked up to see Su Xian wearing a mask. He didn't reveal his identity, just nodded slightly at him. The warriors competing with each other can still recognize each other's identities if they have good eyesight. Manager Wu, please give us some space so that we can meet again in the future. Su Xian said calmly that he was not going to care too much. Everyone has his or her own destiny. It is not good to interfere too much. As long as Manager Wu has no intention of killing, that's enough. In a word, it doesn't take too much effort. Who the hell do you think you are? You're nosy. Manager Wu was very angry and did not notice Sang Jinzi's crazy glances. Those who do business here are ordinary warriors with little assets, so you don't need to pay any attention to them. My family background is also very strong. Forget it, I'm leaving. It's okay. Peng Lili stopped pestering him, patted Su Xian's arm, and turned away. After all, she has to solve her own problems by herself. I don't want to trouble others. I just want to join the army. Life is important, but there are more important things to protect. The decision was quick, just like her punches, simple and direct. Su Xian suddenly said, "Wait, boxer. Someone asked me to ask you, if you're willing to work with her, what are the conditions?" These are Han Yinling's original words. Peng Lili was silent for a moment and then said, "If she can help me pay off the loan sharks, I will work for her for 10 years. If she can save my teacher, I will work for her for 20 years. Su Xian nodded. Although he didn't understand why Han Yinling was so optimistic about Peng Lili, since that girl had asked him for help, it would be okay to ask. You can contact her. Remember, only send messages, no voice or phone calls. Su Xian took out his cell phone and sent a message to Peng Lili with Han Yinling's phone number. Manager Wu was shocked. He knew exactly how much money Peng Lili owed and what disease her teacher had, and he could easily figure it out. Absolutely strong strength. Just like the gangster boss behind him. He also didn't talk to anyone for fear that his voice would be leaked and he would be tracked down by the Federal Special Investigation Team. Sang Jinzi's thoughts were deeper. Because she knew Su Xian's net worth, this contact must be either rich or noble. Some extremely wealthy people would not bother to talk to ordinary warriors. At least, there are some such people in the circle she knows. Before she could finish her thought, her savior arrived in time. "Don't go yet, don't go." Sang Ming, the vice president of the Federal Bank of China, walked over and signaled his assistant to stop Peng Lili, who was about to leave. After a few seconds of observation, he basically sorted out the relationship, and the key point was the tall young man. Peng Lili looked at the neatly dressed and shiny-headed bank executive in confusion. Vice President. Manager Wu had a bad feeling in his heart and bowed slightly. Sang Ming was able to reach the position of vice president, which shows that he has both the ability and skills. Otherwise, he would not have been able to allow his daughter to rise so quickly in the federal bank with its strict rules. But his annual salary is only a few million. Understand a truth deeply. My daughter may lose her job, but there are some people you should never mess with. Manager Wu, what's going on? Sang Ming asked directly. As for the loan, I didn't approve it because my credit is not good enough. Manager Wu quickly shirked responsibility and pointed at Peng Lili, emphasizing that her credit was not good enough. He also follows the rules in this regard. Approve it directly. The interest rate is the lowest. I'll use my salary as collateral. Sang Ming didn't waste any words. Even if Peng Lili can't pay it back, he can also offset it against bad debts. Manager Wu, who had a very arrogant look on his face just now, was stunned. Direct approval? I couldn't help but ask, Vice President, is this appropriate? That's right, sir. How about we go to your living room? Sang Ming was walking fast just now, and sweat appeared on his forehead. At this time, the lobby was bustling with people. Customers and staff were busy shuttling back and forth, and the sounds of conversation and footsteps mixed together, forming an orderly bustle. All right. Seeing that Sang Ming was sincere, Su Xian knew that if he stood here, they would not leave, but would cause even greater commotion. Manager Wu, go and take someone to handle it. Xiao Sang should do what she needs to do. Sang Ming felt relieved. That was great. By helping his friends, he will implicitly owe you a favor. And as long as he was invited to the VIP seat, at least there would be no grudge of being treated coldly. The vice president personally received me, which shows his sincerity is definitely enough. If she asked for a good review later, her daughter's problem would be solved. Yes, Manager Wu quickly agreed. Thank you, but no thanks. Chapter 87. Obtain B-level martial arts, 9 killing spears. Peng Lili suddenly realized that the root of the problem was the gap in strength. She watched the video again for the last round of challenges. All I felt was relief that there was no delivery guy. Even if the 7 of them went in together, they would not be enough to feed the blue-toothed dragon. Strength. What she wants is strength. You can borrow money from anyone. If you don't push yourself, you won't even be able to reach level 4 in your lifetime. She turned and left. Prepare to contact the number Su Xian gave. She was ready to solve her worries once and for all. The delivery guy was able to get a 1 billion bonus based on his own strength, so he was qualified to be personally received by the vice president. If you don't have the strength, you can only kneel down and beg others. Su Xian was not surprised by Peng Lily's departure. My goal has been achieved, and the rest is Han Yinling's business. Sang Ming glanced at manager Wu coldly. Make a mental note of this person's career at Commonwealth Bank. This favor, so important, was ruined by him. He should be fucking fired. Near the Commonwealth Bank VIP room, the air is already filled with a light scent of high-end perfume and flowers, giving people a sense of tranquility and elegance. The noisy sounds in my ears gradually disappeared. It seemed to be absorbed by the walls on both sides. "What's your name, sir?" Sang Ming greeted them warmly, saying that this was the high-end reception room of the Federal Bank. Many members of aristocratic families regard entering this noble living room as a symbol of status. "My last name is Wang. Just call me Xiao Wang." Su Xian made up an alias casually. Sang knew that this guy was lying to him, but it didn't matter, as long as he is happy. So he introduced himself. "This is the lounge that the Federal Bank built with great expense. It not only contains spiritual energy to nourish the body, but many of the materials are precious materials taken from the secret cave. Living here regularly has the effect of improving one's body and talents. If you think it's good, you can make an appointment with me. I will help you arrange the time, and I guarantee you will be satisfied." Sang Ming's meaning was very clear. Such a high-end VIP living room was not open without a reservation. "So I brought you here, and I have already put myself in a very humble position. Thinks I don't come here often." Su Xian shook his head. If it weren't for this pickup, he wouldn't have come to this place. No matter how much spiritual power you have, it cannot compare to your own training room. Sang Ming was not angry either. It was normal for a rich man to have a bit of temper. But this luxurious living room was indeed built by the Federal Bank at a huge expense. The materials used are very good, higher grade than other expensive living rooms. That's why reservations and identity verification are required, because many of the materials inside have a shelf life. When no one comes, isn't it a waste? So, he will know when he goes in himself. This is a service that even those with money may not be able to enjoy. The entire corridor was quiet and solemn, with thick red carpet on the floor. It feels soft and elastic when you step on it and makes a slight sound. I don't know what material it is made of. At the end, there is a huge gate, 3 meters high and very imposing. It turned out to be the armor of a 7th-level ferocious beast, the Frost Giant, and it glowed with a cold metallic light. The texture on the armor is clearly visible, and every line seems to tell the cruelty of fighting this giant beast. Vice President Sang took out a pure white work magnetic card from his pocket. With a quick movement, he swiped the card machine next to the door. Accompanied by a slight beep sound, the indicator light on the card reader turned yellow. Simple identity verification to prevent children from noble families from coming to steal spiritual energy. If you want to get it, bring your family leader's magnetic card here first. Sang Ming turned sideways and motioned for Su Xian to brush as well. With a standard smile on his face, he had already thought out the words to say. If the young man in front of me is not worth enough, I will use my authority to invite him in. This is also a small favor. Su Xian took out his purple magnetic card and placed it on the machine. The card machine suddenly lit up with a dazzling red light. Then, a short system voice sounded. "Ding! I don't have enough authority. Please move to the high hall." Despair. The magnetic card in Sang Ming's hand fell to the ground. My brain suddenly shuts down. What the hell? This guy has a net worth of 30 billion? Which patriarch of one of the top families in the 9 realms is here to blow me up? How could I be qualified to host someone? President, where are you? Come and save me. From the rooftop to the lobby of the Federal Bank, the surrounding walls are inlaid with many second-level spirit crystals. Next to the sofa is a swaying little tree with silver leaves, emitting bursts of fragrance and spiritual energy. Su Xian sat on a sofa made of the fur of an unknown ferocious beast. Diagonally opposite is a spirited old man who looks to be in his 70s. But not a single hair of his was gray. Ling Xin told himself that this was a rank 7 warrior whose strength was no less than Gong Guofu's. "My surname is Qian, and I am the president of the Huayu branch." Su Xian took a deep breath. The spiritual energy in his body did grow a little faster, but only a little. President Qian, I'm just here to pick up something. Don't make it so complicated. He really didn't expect that his deposit would alarm someone at the level of the bank president. It seems the wealth of these families is not as amazing as I thought. Of course, Han Shuang's loan had not been transferred yet because he had not yet entered the secret realm. When President Qian heard Su Xian's young voice, he felt even more surprised. The one in front of me, although he is young, he has a substantial top-tier fortune. As far as he knew, the net assets of these families in Huayu were only a few hundred billion. A lot of wealth is tied to a warrior's strength. Therefore, the cash flows of these families will mostly be transformed into their own strength invisibly. Only the old cross-domain families in a few other major domains have assets of hundreds of billions or more. Sometimes, the voice and influence are greater than that of the federal administration. The federal agency in that area was able to survive only because the management of the federation consisted of their own people. Vice President Sang has just sent me a message. The level warrior detector shows that he is a low-level warrior. What is his identity? It's really mysterious. President Qian remembered the task that had just been issued on his mobile phone. He took out a textured black card from his pocket and said with a smile, "Mr. Wong, here is a black crystal card. If you place it on the back of your phone, you can enter the Dark Auction House, which is officially hosted by the Federal Bank. There are some secret realms, caves, and treasures produced by the military. Exhibitions are held regularly." Su Xian was quite interested and took the card. "What if I want to auction something?" President Qian smiled charitably and said, "Since you are the most distinguished black crystal customer, if you have items to auction, you can contact us in advance. We will come to your door to collect the treasures to be auctioned. Of course, if you are worried, you can also deposit the treasure here first." "Okay." Su Xian nodded. His eyes glanced at the flat ground without leaving a trace. What he wanted arrived. Chapter 88. If you have martial arts, please give me a stack. Ka. The ground in front of Su Xian suddenly spiraled open, revealing a small black box. Such boxes usually contain martial arts. Black represents a rare level. There are not many such martial arts in Huayu. Carried by a silver-gray robotic arm, it slowly arrived in front of Su Xian. This is his goal this time. The advanced martial arts, 9 killing spears. Su Xian's eyes were fiery, and he put away the small box. Great, I finally got it. If it weren't for the masked warrior competition, it would take a long time to kill ferocious beasts to exchange for such martial arts. Thank you for the treat, goodbye. Su Xian stood up and prepared to leave. This made President Qian even more certain of his own judgment. There was a high probability that he was the illegitimate child of some big boss. The High Hall is rarely open to the public. Every time it is opened, the spiritual crystals and energy consumed can be converted into hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is unimaginable for an average family. That's why there aren't many waiters here. This kid is just a low-level warrior, so it's not surprising that he stays in this room for a whole day with various reasons. Leaving so decisively. There is definitely no shortage of low-level spirit crystals at home, but I remember the advice given by my good friend in the Black Domain. After some consideration, he asked before Su Xian walked out of the Supreme Hall, "Mr. Wong, if anyone is willing to exchange 10 Tier 3 spirit crystals for martial arts, would you consider it?" President Qian believed that the price he offered was already quite high. Although high-level warriors have high combat power, but the strong aura can easily scare away ferocious beasts. This results in an extremely low cost-effectiveness of entering the wilderness to kill ferocious beasts. The difficulty of obtaining points for high-level warriors in Huayu is similar to that for low-level warriors. Besides, the federal government prohibits points trading. It eliminates the practice of high-level warriors hiring low-level warriors to earn points. For mercenary groups with weaker strength, many members may not be able to pay off all their outstanding points even if they work until they die. Most of the points will be exchanged for low-level martial arts and alloy equipment to improve the strength of team members once they are credited. In addition to some aristocratic mercenary groups that have some points accumulated over the years, all of them are spending more than they earn. Under the guidance of policies deliberately formulated by the Federation, the front line is the place where large numbers of ferocious beasts are hunted to obtain points and high-level martial arts. But, due to the compulsory military service for 5 years and the annual death rate of up to 60%, how many warriors can actually come back alive? Only 5. All of them crawled out from a pile of dead bodies. Every point they gain will quickly improve their own strength. Accumulating points is undoubtedly the stupidest behavior. If you can't wait to redeem your points, you may die. 4 high-level warriors, 1 level of martial arts is usually enough, and they will not be able to digest it if they bite off more than they can chew. No matter how many martial arts you know, they are only entry-level and have little power. Instead, it slows down one's own advancement speed. So, every level of martial arts circulating in the market is relatively precious. Even a powerful warrior like Gong needs to borrow points in the name of the warrior guild before he can apply for the reward of the next level martial arts. And, according to the planning of Dragon Palace, there is no first place. In this way, the martial arts rewards can be returned to the Federation with a small interest. It was Su Xian's participation in the competition that led to this accident. Not considering it, Su Xian simply refused. The price of a top-level martial arts skill is actually between 700 million. President Qian then stood up and tried to add some chips. Moreover, it is very difficult to get started with high-level martial arts. If the martial artist level is too low, there is a certain probability of failure in learning. Why not change it to spirit crystals first and improve yourself quickly? This is already clear. You are still a low-level warrior, and you can't use this martial art now, so you might as well quickly exchange it for spirit crystals to upgrade your level. In fact, the price of 10 level 3 spirit crystals alone exceeds the price of the martial arts itself. However, due to the low liquidity and various restrictions of high-level martial arts, the price is relatively high. The reason why President Qian's friend was willing to exchange. Because he used his connections in the black domain to prevent his child from joining the army. But the child has a good talent for martial arts and has always wanted to practice high-level martial arts. If it weren't for the good production of spiritual crystals in the caves at home in the past 2 years, such a price would not be offered. Su Xian turned around, took out a small black box from his arms, and said seriously, President Qian, if you have such a martial art, I am willing to exchange it for 15 tier 3 spirit crystals. No limit on quantity. President Qian was stunned. He immediately showed an awkward smile, stopped persuading him, and politely escorted Su Xian out to the high hall. In my heart, however, my opinion of this young man dropped a bit. If you don't want to change it, then don't change it. How can you brag so much? Having money doesn't mean having spiritual crystals. Some ordinary people also have a talent for business and accumulate some wealth. However, the scarcity of spirit crystals meant that they could never become warriors. The most they could do was spend money on some blood and energy pills to train their offspring. By the way, President Qian, how do I pay with spirit crystals here? Su Xian just walked out of the door and entered the dark auction house on his mobile phone and found a payment option, spirit crystal payment. Mr. Wang, you can exchange your spirit crystals for auction money from the dark auction house at the Federal Bank Spirit Crystal Exchange Point. However, the exchange price here may be slightly higher. President Qian only spoke half of his words. Because their exchange points are official, the actual prices are lower than those at the Warrior Guild's exchange points. Therefore, few warriors come here to exchange. Thank you, President Qian, for showing me the way. I just need to exchange some spirit crystals. Su Xian thought since he was already here, he might as well exchange all the spirit crystals below level 4 in his hands and buy some useful resources at the dark auction house. Exchange spirit crystals at the same place multiple times in a row. It is also easy for others to discover clues. Not conducive to the development of vulgarity. Okay, come with me. President Qian was stunned. He was just about to ask someone to go, but Su Xian personally called the name. How could this child be so ignorant? Do you really need me to go there in person for this business? However, the Federal Bank Service regulations clearly stipulate this. As long as the customer who meets the Supreme Hall status makes a reasonable request, it must be met. The president is no exception. So President Qian had to lead the way himself. And along the way, we could hear greetings of "Hello, President," and "Thank you, President, for your hard work." President Qian forced a smile and nodded in greeting. He hasn't done reception work for many years. No one can even smile at a 45-degree angle. It should be this curve, right? Su Xian accidentally saw President Qian's slightly weird smile, and his heart skipped a beat. Did this old man have a stroke? President, can you stop laughing? President Qian? Are you asking for too much? Chapter 89. 9 Killing Spears Great Mastery. New Martial Skill. SS Level. Extermination Spear. It's right here, Mr. Wang. President Qian's torture finally came to an end. After searching for a while, asking and guessing, he finally found the place to exchange spirit crystals. The staff inside were all dumbfounded. Is this the leader coming to inspect our work? Why did you bring only one person? Where is the press corps? Where is the photography team? I just ate a bun. The filling won't be exposed, right? Then I'll leave first. You can exchange it slowly. President Qian really wanted to leave. This kid doesn't play by the rules, and it's a bit embarrassing for me to stand here. Thank you, President Qian, for showing me the way. Take care. Su Qian waved his hand. President Qian's face turned pale. It was over. He had brought up the matter of him leading the way again. As the president of Huayu branch, doesn't he have any dignity? Su Qian didn't think about those little tricks and looked at the counter of the Federal Bank. This place is obviously much more advanced than the exchange point of the Warrior Guild. Just pour the spirit crystals into the hole in front of the counter. The staff mainly help with checking and guidance. After seeing President Qian hurriedly walk away and enter the elevator, he took out the spirit crystal box and left behind 20 level 3 spirit crystals for entering the secret realm. Crash. Pour 324 first level spirit crystals, 56 second level spirit crystals, and 7 third level spirit crystals into the cave entrance. The sound was so loud that the staff at the counter had severe auditory hallucinations. He also watched the great leader's dignified figure disappear into the distance. A momentary thought is, didn't you fucking see the sign? No pouring of glass shards allowed. He had heard many of his seniors complain about this kind of thing. I finally caught one, but the dazzling blue light of the spirit crystal in the corner of his eyes dispelled all his suspicions. Drop. A total of 324 first-level spirit crystals, 56 second-level spirit crystals, and 7 third-level spirit crystals. Ding. We have contacted the bank's highest authority administrator for approval. President Qian, who had just entered the elevator, pressed the button for closing the door and pressing the button for his office floor at extremely fast speed. He swiped his magnetic card and said to the elevator service desk, "Change to private mode, and don't stop until you get to the office." Receive. The elevator immediately executed the command and rose rapidly. Then, President Qian received a notification on his mobile phone, issuing the highest priority task. Please arrive at our bank's crystal exchange point within 30 seconds. If you fail the task, you will lose 1 year of your term. President Qian watched the elevator floor continue to rise. A trace of despair rose in my heart. How many spirit crystals do you have? Leave the Commonwealth Bank. Su Qian came to the wilderness outside the city alone. The sun gradually set, and the sky was dyed orange-red. The occasional roar of ferocious beasts in the distance added a hint of danger. Su Qian is already a 4th-level warrior, and there are very few high-level beasts in the wilderness of the domain that can threaten his life. He found a place where there were no people and few ferocious beasts, and took out martial arts to learn metal plates. A metal disc, flickering with a faint blue light. He placed the disc on his forehead and closed his eyes, and instantly a strong stream of information flooded into his mind. A figure appeared in Su Qian's mind, holding a spear and demonstrating the essence of the 9 killing spears. The figure moved quickly and precisely, with each move carrying a fierce aura. Su Qian felt the weak electrical energy carried by the metal disc being transmitted through his skin to his nerves and muscles, causing a slight tingling sensation while stimulating his body memory, helping him to better master the methods and key points of exerting force. I see. I heard that this technology was obtained from the remains of an advanced civilization found by humans after the revival of spiritual energy. This world is bigger and more mysterious than I imagined, and it's very interesting. Su Qian opened his eyes, with a determined light flashing in them. He took a deep breath, and the spear in his hand began to dance with the figure in his mind. The movements were a little awkward at first, but with repeated practice, they became smoother and faster. Every time the sound of the gun tip cutting through the air was like a flash of lightning cutting through the sky, causing the surrounding air to resonate. Ding! Learn new martial arts. Level 9 killing spear. Ding! Level 9 killing spear. Minor success. Fine beads of sweat oozed out of Su Qian's face and dripped onto the ground along his forehead. Every muscle in the body is tense, feeling the power and rhythm brought by the shooting. With his fingers tightly gripping the gun barrel, he could clearly feel the coldness and hardness of the gun barrel, and the tip of the gun drew sharp arcs in the air. After several hours of practice, Su Qian stopped practicing after hearing the new system prompt. Ding! Level 9 killing spear is fully developed. Su Qian took a deep breath and began to ponder. He knew that it would be difficult for him to reach perfection in this martial art. The essence of 9 kill spears lies in its swift, sharp, and precise killing power. Every move contains deadly murderous intent. It was originally created for killing people and aims to kill with one strike. This kind of spear technique requires the perfect combination of speed and strength, stabbing, picking, chopping, and lifting, each move can leave the enemy without any chance of fighting back. Is it because the beast's defense is too high? Su Xian muttered to himself, and the spear in his hand started moving again at a slow speed. With the development of the times and the changes in the combat environment, a certain warrior modified this set of spear skills so that it could not only deal with humans but also effectively kill ferocious beasts. But the specially adjusted shooting angle and force caused the original charm to disappear. If I am given a few months, or if I get the original version of the 9-killing spear technique, I might be able to practice this spear technique to perfection. But it's not necessary. Su Xian began to swing the spear again. Fusion-level racial skill. Unified force wave. The night light is like water. The air was filled with the faint scent of grass and soil, mixed with Su Xian's sweat, forming a unique smell. Unified force wave is a skill that can compress and then explode psychic energy. Combining it with gun skills can greatly increase the penetration and impact of each move. Wrong. This angle could be a little more tricky. Su Xian's movements became more and more precise, and each move carried an irresistible momentum. My breathing became deep and powerful, and my heartbeat quickened. Every time you exert force, it is a challenge and breakthrough to your body's limits. Faster, faster, every muscle burned, every nerve fought. There was a blazing light in Su Xian's eyes. His movements were completely integrated with the gun shadow, reaching a state where man and gun were one. Amid the explosion of the gun tip and the air, time flies. The morning light shone on him, as if coating him with a layer of golden glow. At this time, Su Xian put away his gun and fell to the ground with a thud. The continuous use of unified force waves finally pushed the body to its limit. All the muscles in my body are sore and painful. However, the system voice ringing in my ears filled my heart with joy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for creating his own martial arts. Level Extermination Spear. Minor success. Chapter 90. Blacklist Wanted Order. A staggering reward of 3 billion. Just when Su Xian was practicing martial arts all night, a strange message was posted on a blackboard in an inconspicuous bar in Sakura Domain. Recruitment 3 Flowers 30. Niu Tianming, a former member of the mercenary group from a poor family, is working as a waiter here. He spent his family fortune to buy a cross-regional smuggling route. Be an unknown waiter here. It is unimaginable that a third-level warrior would work as a waiter if this were to get out. But he had no complaints, because here, the people he serves are all middle and high-level strongmen. And the boss promised that as long as he was here, the poor people in Huayu would never be able to touch him. He fully believed in this promise, because this is the branch of the top gang, Eagle's Dark Father, in the 9 Realms underground city. The forces that can be seen in the 9 Realms are collectively called aristocratic families, and the forces that cannot be seen in the light are called gangs. Gangs do everything you can think of. The federal government has been focusing on cracking down on it for several years, but it has just hidden itself deeper. No matter how powerful the family is, it cannot reach here. Waltz, what does this job posting mean? He asked the black bartender at the counter while wiping the tables and chairs. Don't be fooled by this dull-looking bartender. He is a level 5 warrior. He contradicted his superiors in the Eagle Army and was sent on a suicide mission. He became a deserter and was wanted by the Eagle Army. Recruitment means recruiting assassins. The numbers represent the ranks of warriors. Flowers represent people in Huayu. The bounty is 3 billion federal coins. Walt said as he wiped the wine glass. He is responsible for training new people, and these are common sense that Niu Tianming needs to know. Oh my god, such a high bounty for a level 3 warrior? Can I accept it? Niu Tianming's movements of wiping the table slowed down a lot. He was very excited. If he could get the job, why would he have to hide anymore? Oh, can you fight a 4th level beast alone? Or can you kill a 4th level warrior? Waltz grinned, revealing his neat, white teeth. Niu Tianming stopped talking. He knew who the reward was for. He also watched the masked warrior competition in Huayu, and the delivery boy really excited him. When I first came here, it was impossible to avoid racial discrimination. But that yellow figure gave him considerable confidence. Even in this shabby place, a level 3 warrior from the Eagle Domain came over and asked him, "Hey, I heard that the level 3 warriors from your Hua Domain can sweep away those of the same level. Hua Domain Kung Fu, I admire you." Niu Tianming started cleaning the floor again, and after a while, the late-night clients arrived. Thinking of the information board from a few days ago, he became curious. Waltz, do you know why there is a reward? The prize money for a mere competition and martial arts reward shouldn't be worth such a huge amount of money. It's enough to kill a level 5 warrior. I heard that after the competition, he killed more than a dozen descendants of aristocratic families. These families jointly invested, and the Yi family took the lion's share. Waltz placed bottles of precious wine on the cabinet. He was also tempted, but the current job was good, so he just let it go. Late at night, the bar operates in a low-key manner. It is no different from any other place. The aroma of drinks and women's perfume mixed in every corner of the bar. Strippers dance to the music, their decreasing clothing teasing the hormone content in the air. But Niu Tianming, a waiter, knew that this night was not as peaceful as it seemed. At least a dozen people with deep breaths came to Waltz and ordered a martini cocktail. It's an elegant and classic cocktail that here means taking orders. Waltz continued to mix gin, vodka, and dry vermouth into the glass. The bar has a fresh, strong aroma with a hint of vegetal. Every time an olive or half a lemon was placed in the box, Waltz would pull out a document from under the counter. The person who takes the order can taste the wine while reading the information. Enjoy the feeling of the wine flowing on your tongue and in your mouth. Cold and silky. The subsequent burst of spiciness is both stimulating and invigorating, instantly awakening the taste buds and awakening the deep desire for wealth in the heart. This is a good bounty tailor-made for level 5 warriors. There is a huge gap in strength between warriors of each level. What's more, the Special Investigation Team did not provide much information. There are really not many opportunities to make a fortune like this. At dawn, Niu Tianming finished a night's work of serving tea and water. Received today's salary from Waltz. Waltz, how long do you think this reward will last? Niu Tianming took out half of the money and ordered a margarita. 11 level 5s, 6 level 4s, and a few old friends among them. All have a 100% success rate. Waltz did not give a direct answer. He was quite shocked that night. He didn't expect these desperados to be more active than he imagined. Really, in their opinion, how much trouble can a mere level 3 warrior make, who doesn't have a few level 4 warriors under his command? As for the 4th level beast, how strong can a blue-toothed dragon that has been given medicine and imprisoned for a long time be? However, the information is not easy to find, so they have to find ways themselves. Waltz took Niu Tianming's money, so naturally his attitude was much better. Niu Tianming lit up a cigarette made from Huayu specialty and took a sip of wine. He really couldn't get used to this kind of wine. It was too bitter. But what on earth was that kid thinking? Killing so many people? I don't know. I heard he's a psychopath and has a strong hatred of the rich. Waltz poured himself a glass of Awakening cocktail and shook the glass. Ha, I also hate the rich, but I don't kill people. I only like to fuck rich women and listen to them. Niu Tianming nodded and quickly handed Waltz a cigarette, a specialty of Huayu. Good brother, please stop bragging. During the few days I've been here, all you've done is pour wine and sleep. I'm still fucking a rich woman, but that's only in my dreams. Waltz waved his hand. Thank you, I don't smoke. Smoking is harmful to health. After saying that, he pulled out a cigar from under the table. Niu Tianming. What? Aren't cigars cigarettes? Or you look down on us, Huazi? Return to your residence. Su Xian received a message. Shadow, the new secret realm of the Wang family will be open tomorrow. I have registered for you. The meeting point has been sent to your phone. Just arrive before 8 o'clock. After seeing this, Su Xian clicked the screen. Ding dong. Transfer 1 billion. This is part of the agreement. The first few times you enter the secret cave, you will get 1 billion each time. Avoid the situation where Han Shuangyi receives the money and refuses to acknowledge it. In this regard, the contracts are very complete. Su Xian didn't suffer any loss. But if Su Xian died early, the remaining money would still have to be borrowed. Shadow sent another piece of information, which contained basic information about the small secret realm, precautions, and a few paragraphs. Hans originally had 2 quotas, but since you received the full quota, there is only one for you. Remember one thing. The Federation stipulates that warriors are not allowed to fight each other during the development of the underground secret realm. If they are found, they will be deprived of the right to enter the underground secret realm for life. However, if there is no evidence, it will be considered an accidental death. Ying likes Han Yinling very much. She had been observing her eldest daughter for a period of time on her master's orders. During that time, the work was really easy. I didn't have to do anything every day, just daydream. She really envied Su Xian. It would be great if she had a master who stayed at home like him. Thinking of this, Ying sent another message. Don't be greedy.